Chapter 1 Xiaoyi. In the early morning, there was just a glimmer of light on that day. The village head of Xiaojia village has stood more than 30 young girls. They are practicing a set of boxing techniques called tiger boxing. The roaring boxing wind blows through the air and looks quite powerful. In the team, a teenager with a handsome face and wearing coarse linen looks extremely striking. The teenager looked like he was only about 15 years old, but his boxing skills fell like mercury on the ground, and he kept on surpassing the others. Even Xiao Dashan, who is famous for his stern juniors, showed a very rare smile. It is indeed Brother Yi, who is not weaker than Uncle Shan when he shows a tiger fist. That's natural. Yi Gu has 8 levels of strength in refining the physical environment. Among the juniors in the village, only Xiao Tingnan can compare with Yi Gu. Xiao Teng is also the strength of refining the realm of eightfold. Do you say he and Yi Gu are stronger? A teenager suddenly said. This remark immediately aroused the interest of others. Martial arts started from the physical refining realm, mainly refining the body, divided into 1 to 9 layers. Most of the juniors in the village only stayed around the 6th refining body. Cut, Xiao Ting can have the strength now, not because his father is the captain of the beast squad, and can enjoy the cultivation resources. Yi Gu is practicing alone, how can he compare with Yi Gu? The girl retorted. If you can't say that, Xiao Ting also has 8 levels of strength, and may not be weaker than Yi Gu. A teenager said leisurely. Who is stronger with me and Xiao Ting? Xiao Yi wiped the sweat from his head and smiled slightly as the crowd talked. He has heard such words countless times. He and Xiao Ting are known as the 2 best juniors in the village, and they will inevitably be compared together. If it was before, Xiao Ting was indeed qualified to be his opponent, but everyone did not know that last night, he had broken through to the ninth level of physical training. It's just this news that Xiao Yi hasn't come to rush to announce, only Xiao Dashan knows. Huh, you want to be punished, right? Xiao Dashan is a sturdy man. His eyes were as good as electricity. He swept over the young girls who were discussing fiercely. They suddenly let them shudder and continued to practice boxing. Xiao Dashan, as a junior leader, is notoriously stern in the village, and they dare not to collide. At this time, a tall boy standing in the team was looking at Xiao Yi with a grudge. He is Xiao Teng, the leader among the juniors in the village. He is in the same 8th level with Xiao Yi who had never broken through before. My strength is not worse than you. Why do others always think I am inferior to you? Xiao Ting stared at Xiao Yi, filled with resentment. As for who Xiao Ting hates most in Xiaojiakan, it is obviously Xiao Yi. Xiao Ting's father is the captain of the Xiaojiakan beast hunting team, and he gets the most benefits every time. He often exchanges various medicinal materials and vigorously cultivates him. But Xiao Ye's family conditions are the worst in the whole village, and he rarely eats meat. Under such circumstances, Xiao Yi could be tied with him. Many villagers secretly talked about Xiao Yi being the first genius of Xiaojia village. How could Xiao Ting not resent it? Well, when my dad buys the bodybuilding pill, let me break through to the bodybuilding 9th heavyweight, then I will defeat you in the presence of the whole village and let everyone know that I am the first genius of Xiaojiakan. Xiao Yi and the team practiced the tiger fist, and his thoughts rolled. Although my strength is the first among the Xiaojiakan juniors, I can't cure my father's illness if I can't enter the Chongyangmen and get a panacea. Xiao Yi remembered his embarrassed family and secretly clenched his fists. His father Xiao Yang suffered an accident, and his body and veins were all broken, from a powerful warrior to a diseased sick seedling, which cannot be cured by a panacea. However, Xiaojia village is located in Qingyang town in the Black Dragon Kingdom. It is a barren land. Where can there be a panacea? By chance, he learned from the ancient books in the village, a martial art holy place like Chongyangmen. The Chongyang Gate is one of the most powerful sect gates in the Black Dragon Kingdom. Its disciples exceeded 10,000, and it has walked out many famous strongmen. It is said that there are magic pills in the gate that can repair the warrior meridians. Every 3 years, Chongyangmen will select a group of new disciples to get started and replenish fresh blood. Chongyangmen is a holy place for martial arts, and every time a disciple is selected, the entire youth of the Black Dragon Kingdom will go. The Black Dragon has thousands of miles of territory. There are countless children of famous families. They have taken medicinal materials to assist in refining since childhood, and it is not difficult to break through to refining the body. Xiao Yi was full of pressure in his heart. He knew very well that the children of the famous family had a starting point that was much higher than him. With the strength of Zhezhong, the hope is slim to pass the entrance examination of Chongyangmen. When the juniors in the village stared at the title of the first genius, Xiao Yi had already looked at the entire Black Dragon Kingdom. It's hard to enter the Chongyang Gate unless I can break through to the Hotian realm. Xiao Yi whispered, it's really difficult to break through to the Hotian realm. When the body is tempered to a certain level, the body will generate true qi, which is the acquired world. The Hotian realm and the refining body realm are two completely different realms. Even if the warrior who entered the Hotian realm for the first time can kill a large group of body-refining realm warriors in a wave, the two are completely incomparable. But it is very difficult to break through to the acquired realm. For example, there are 200 households in Xiaojia village, big and small, who have practiced martial arts for generations. However, there are only a few warriors in Hotian realm, and they only entered after the age of 30. It is because there are several acquired warriors sitting in the village that can make Xiaojia village one of the strong villages in Qinyang town. Xiao Yi and Xiao Teng, as the most outstanding juniors in the village, the people in the village speculate that the two will not be able to break through to the future unless they are 20 years old. If my strange disease can happen again, maybe I can break through to the acquired realm. Xiao Yi suddenly grinned. He has secrets that no one knows. When he was 9 years old, he had a strange disease, and he was desperate every time he had an attack. But every time the disease occurs, his cultivation speed will increase strangely, so that with a poor family, he can suppress the enjoyment of various medicinal herbs. Last night, the third outbreak of the strange disease made him break through to the ninth level of physical training. Of course, Xiao Yi dare not disclose this secret, otherwise it must be treated as a monster. Soon, in the sound of the practice of boxing, the morning passed. This is the end today, disband. Xiao Dashan said loudly. Hearing this, the juniors of Xiaojia village suddenly cheered and dispersed as birds and beasts. Xiao Yi. Xiao Dashan walked towards Xiao Yi with a smile on his face. Among Xiaojiakan's juniors, only Xiao Yi could get him to be treated like this. Come on well, break through to the realm as soon as possible, and win glory for the village. Knowing that Xiao Yi has broken through to the ninth level of physical training, his expectations for Xiao Yi have greatly increased. He wonders whether Xiao Yi can break through to the acquired realm before he is 20 years old. Unfortunately, the village head is still closed, otherwise I will tell him the old man and make him happy. Xiao Dashan said with emotion, and then waved away. After returning home, Xiao Yi hurriedly ate a meal and practiced tiger boxing in his yard. There is only 1 year left for the entrance examination of the Chongyangmen, and he must hurry up to practice. The world's combat skills are divided into 9 grades, and this set of tiger fighting is only the most basic combat skills, not even 1 grade, but it has an extraordinary effect on tempering the body. It is Xiaojiakan's younger major in boxing. Cough. From the house, a middle-aged man with a sickly pale face emerged from Xiao Ye's father, Xiao Yang. Looking at his father, Xiao Ye's face was even more worried. Knowing Xiao Ye's concerns, Xiao Yang waved his hands, expecting a little, my injury does not hinder me, but you. Are you sure about the selection of the Chongyang Gate 1 year later? As a father, he naturally expected his children to stand out. Hearing the words, Xiao Yi gave a brilliant smile, Dad, rest assured, I have full confidence. Facing his father's expectations, Xiao Yi lied. However, with Xiao Yang's knowledge, he suddenly saw Xiao Ye's lack of energy, but did not break it, and walked into the house with a lonely figure. Dad, don't worry, I will definitely enter the Chongyang Gate, and find a panacea for you to help you restore your strength. Looking at his father's back, Xiaoyi slowly clenched her fists. His father used to be in the next realm and was the strongest except the village chief. But because the meridian is broken, even the strength of refining the body can't be exerted. Although Xiao Yang didn't usually say anything on his mouth, Xiaoyi kept remembering the loneliness inadvertently. Boom! At this time, the courtyard door was pushed open, and a teenager hurried in, panting. Brother Yi, Lu Yi returned from the Chongyang Gate, and is now in the village head's house. Boom! Hearing Lu Yi's 3 words, Xiao Ye's mind roared, and the feelings buried deep in his heart broke out like a mountain torrent. Lu Yi was a baby girl who was adopted by Xiao Jiatsuan and grew up with Xiao Yi. People in the village often make jokes about the two, saying that when the two become adults, they will let them get married. Although it was half a joke, Xiao Ye's father and mother had long regarded Lu Yi as the future daughter-in-law. But 2 years ago, the elders who traveled outside the Chongyang Gate took it directly to Zongmenshong for cultivation and never returned. It can be said that Xiao Yi is so eager to enter the Chongyang Gate, partly because Lu Yi. The affection of the green plum and bamboo horse is indeed deep. Xiao Yi originally thought that Lu Yi could only be seen before entering the Chongyang Gate, but he did not expect the other party to return. The girl who had left him for 2 years finally came back. Xiao Yi depressed his emotions and hurried to the village head's house. Chapter 2 Oath. In Xiaojia village, in a blue brick house, many villagers stood here. I haven't seen you in 3 years, you are getting more and more beautiful. Xiao Dashan's voice was loud and he looked at the girl in front of him. The girl was up and down at the age of 14, wearing a purple veil, bright eyes, graceful and elegant, beautiful and refined, let the eyes shine, and firmly attracted the attention of all the young people in the house. Uncle Dashan laughed. Lu Yi smiled slightly. Beside her, there was a young boy in white robe carrying a long sword. The young man was about 16 years old, tall and heroic, with a stern look in his eyebrows, and he ignored the villagers in the house. Is this? Xiao Dashan looked at the young boy in white robe. He is my brother named Xiao Qian, and this time accompanied me back to the village to visit relatives. Lu Yi explained with a smile. Chongyangmen disciples. When the villagers in the house were startled, they immediately looked at them curiously. The disciples of Chongyangmen were all geniuses, not comparable to the juniors in the village. Ha! Zhao Qian, a white-robed boy said proudly, Aimei, don't talk nonsense with these country gangsters, move quickly. Redneck? This harsh name caused many villagers to breathe for a short period of time, immediately irritated, glared at Zhao Qian, and Xiao Dashan's complexion became ugly. Brother Zhao Qian, don't do this. Lu Yi shook his head gently and apologized to everyone. My uncles and uncles, I came back to visit relatives this time to repay your nurturing grace. For you all. Lu Yi took out a brocade box and carefully opened it. There were 3 green elixirs lying in it. A strange fragrance flew out, and she was shocked. Training pill. Xiao Dashan suddenly lost his voice and took it excitedly. Hearing Xiao Dashan's exclamation, everyone in the house widened his eyes and stared at the box with fiery eyes. Especially Xiao Ting inside the house, full of greed. The bodybuilding pill can greatly increase the bodybuilding speed of bodybuilding warriors and is of great value. Xiao Teng has been thinking about it for a long time. How can he not be excited now? It's really a group of country gangsters, 3 bodybuilding alchemists, which will make you happy to be like this. Zhao Qian, a white-robed boy, sneered with a sneered expression. No matter how good the temper is, the villagers can't help it at the moment. Boy, what are you talking about? The villagers stared at the white-robed boy with a bad look. Facing the angry eyes of everyone, Zhao Qian sneered, Today, I came with Imei to inform you that the 3 refining pill, buy out the nurturing grace, and Imei has nothing to do with you in the future. I hope to see that you group of country gangsters will entangle Imei in the future. Ime has the cultivation of our Chongyangmen, and the future is infinite. You group of country gangsters cannot afford to climb high. Zhao Qian, a young boy in white robe, utterly arrogantly ignited the village's anger. 3 Refining pill, buy out the nurturing grace. Non-vegetation, ruthless practice makes perfect. Lu Yi grew up in Xiaojia village since childhood, and the villagers have long regarded her as a part of the village, as a family, and never treated Lu Yi halfway. How can this kind of affection be measured by Lienti Dan? Why did Zhao Qian replace Lu Yi to make such a decision? It doesn't matter, does it include me? At this moment, a voice came, and everyone saw it, and saw a handsome young man wearing coarse linen and walked into the house. The coming person is Xiao Yi. He heard Zhao Qian's words outside the house, and his mood sank to the bottom instantly. Oh. Who are you? Zhao Qian looked at Xiao Yi and asked proudly. Xiao Yi didn't answer. She stared at Lu Yi, who was waiting for 3 years. What he needed was Lu Yi's answer. Brother Xiao. Lu Yi's expression was complex, and she bit her red lips lightly. Looking at the girl close by, Xiao Yi shuddered. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Tell me, are you coming back this time to draw a line with us?" Xiao Yi Qingxiu's face contained a sharp face, which made Lu Yi do not know how to answer for a while. It seems that you can't understand the reality. Zhao Qian, the white-robed boy stepped out, his hands were behind him, sneered, "I have heard Ime mention you, you are the first genius of Xiaojia village. But you genius, in my eyes, even a dog. Shit is not as good." Zhao Qian's voice fell, and suddenly a violent burst of anger burst from him, swept away several villagers beside him, and hit the wall fiercely, and a spit of blood spurted out. Innate realm. Feeling the vast breath, Xiao Dashan shivered fiercely and looked at Zhao Qian in disbelief. Above the realm of the acquired world is the realm of a priori. The warrior in this realm contains innate energy, which can be attacked in vitro. It can be called an enemy of thousands of people, but it can fight among thousands of horses, and smash the mountain with a punch. Zhao Qian looks only 16 years old, but his strength has reached the innate state. You know, there has never been a congenital warrior in Qingyang town. The 16-year-old innate warrior, such a qualification, is too terrible. Is this really a genius? As Zhao Qian's breath erupted, the house fell into a deadly silence, and many villagers shuddered involuntarily, and their faces were horrified. In front of Zhao Qian, they deeply realized their smallness. Boom! In such a strong breath, Xiao Yeru was hit hard, his face pale as paper, his body staggered, and there was a feeling of suffocation. How can you be as good as Ime? I don't even need to do it, I can make you kneel. Zhao Qianzai grinned, his breath climbed to the top, and the house shook. Kaka kaka. At this moment, the ground beneath Xiao Ye's feet shattered, and the violent breath pressed like a mountain, causing Xiao Ye's knee to bend sharply and even kneel down. One body is ninefold, and one is a congenital realm, the gap is too great. Zhao Qian's grin is grim. Compared to beating Xiao Yi with a wave of his hand, he is more willing to step on Xiao Ye's self-esteem, especially in front of Lu Yi. This savage countryman who doesn't know the sky and the earth wants to touch Lu Yi. What? Xiao Yi growled, her eyes were red, and she resisted the oppression oppressively, her bones creaked continuously, and her heart was filled with anger. He had no hatred with Zhao Qian, but was humiliated by the other party in public, and still in the most humiliating way, how could Xiao Yi bear it? Today you are stronger than me, you can oppress me, and when my strength exceeds you, I will repay it. Xiao Yi gritted his teeth and said. Only you, still want to surpass me? Zhao Qian laughed wildly, with a sneered face, you can only look at me in your life. The gap between Xiao Yi and him, one day, one ground, coupled with his resources of Chongyangmen, Xiao Yi could not catch up with him. Zhao Qian's appearance of Zhongquang was reflected in Xiao Ye's pupils, causing a trace of madness in his heart. What about genius? 30 years in Hedong and 30 years in Heshi, Zhao Qian is older than him. Who can predict that when he was 16, he would not have such a cultivation practice? Okay. Lu Yi was a little unbearable and reached out to stop Zhao Qian. When Lu Yi's eyes turned to Xiao Yi, his eyes were cold. Brother Xiao, the previous agreement between Yi and you was just a joke as a child. True spirit continent is so vast that you cannot imagine it. And your first genius in Xiaojia village is a joke at Chongyangmen. I'm afraid that you can't even pass the entry selection of the Chongyangmen 1 year later. We are already people from both worlds. I hope you won't think about Yi in the future. Lu Yi lightly lifted her white chin, as if a deity was prosecuting, with pity in her eyes. She was pitying her former frog at the bottom of the well, and also pitying the villagers' ignorance. At Chongyangmen, because of her good looks, she has been pursued by too many geniuses, and anyone is much better than Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, after all, is just a mountain boy. People in two worlds. Xiao Yilan showed despair, and a trace of luck left in her heart turned into nothingness. It turns out that the feelings of the green plums and horses are so pale and unbearable in the true spirit continent where the strength is respected. Lu Yi's words were like a knife cutting into his heart, making his fists clenched suddenly, his nails piercing his palm deeply, and his soul was shaking. Xiao Yi closed his eyes slightly, and when he opened them again, all his emotions were deeply hidden in his heart. Thinking about you. Rest assured, I'm not the kind of dead-skinned person. Xiao Yi said in a deep voice. Lu Yi was slightly surprised. Xiao Ye's heart was far stronger than the average teenager. Somehow, the other party's decay made her feel a little dissatisfied. Why did Xiao Yi give up her Lu Yi so easily, but did not act excessively? Uncle Hong's body and meridians are all broken. I specifically found Zongmen to ask for Abumai Dan, which can make Uncle Hong recover, even if I get your compensation. Lu Yi jabbed his hand and took out a golden box, proudly looked at Xiao Yi. She wanted to watch. This strong-hearted teenager bowed her head. Bumai Dan. Hearing Lu Yi's words, Xiao Yi was shocked, staring at the box. That was the panacea that made him think day and night, and now he is in front of him. As long as he reaches out his hand, he can get it. Xiao Ye's mouth twitched a self-deprecating smile. It's a disciple of Chongyangmen, and he can easily take out the panacea I desire, so-called sympathy, but you are pitying me. Lu Yi's eyes were cold, and she tapped her chin. You can also think that if you miss this opportunity, you will never be able to restore your father's strength for life. Xiao Ye's breathing was stagnation, his eyes became cold, and his chest seemed to be burning with 1,000 flames. This downright contempt is like stepping on a foot in his self-esteem. If he accepts Bummaiden, does it mean that he will let the other party proudly trample on his self-esteem? But if you refuse, it is equivalent to giving up an opportunity to restore Xiao Yang, which is unfilial. For a time, Xiao Yi fell silent and fell into a dilemma. Take the panacea and roll, my father and son, no need. Just then, a pale middle-aged man walked into the house and stood beside Xiao Yi. Dad! Xiao Ye's heart trembled as she looked at Wei En's figure in front of her. The villagers in the house looked at them in full. Since Xiao Yang's meridians are broken, they rarely appear in the villagers' eyes. Uncle Xiao Yang. Lu Yi was startled, and finally gave Xiao Yang a courtesy. You are a genius disciple at Chongyangmen, but my son is a man in the mountains. It's normal for you to look down upon him. Xiao Yang said indifferently, but don't forget, you Lu Yi was also out of this village. Xiao Yang's voice suddenly became sharper. If I'm not our Xiaojia village, you can't stand here now and trample on my self-esteem. Xiao Yang's words made Lu Yi's body tremble, her clear eyes swept around, but she found that the original kind villagers' faces all showed an indifferent expression, so strange. Am I wrong? Lu Yi's eyes became blurred, but soon became firm. She is a genius disciple of Chongyangmen, a Xiaojia village in every district, not qualified to be her own bondage, of course, including Xiao Yi. In this case, Uncle Hong, I'll say goodbye. Lu Yi put away the box and floated away. A bunch of country gangsters. Zhao Qian glanced coldly at everyone, chasing Lu Yi away. Xiao Yi looked at Xiao Yang with a choked voice, his eyes turned red. He was very aware of the great temptation to restore his strength to his father. However, because of him, Xiao Yang simply rejected this temptation and did not even look at Ba Maiden. The feeling of protecting the calf is comparable to the deep sea. The figure of Na Weian was as tall as a child. Thump. Xiao Ye's eyes were red, his face was stubborn, he knelt down on Xiao Yang's knees and swayed heavily. Dad, the child is not filial, because of me, you refuse to fill the pulse. But the child swears, I will definitely enter the Chongyang gate and take this pill for you. I will prove to you that what others can do, children can do it. Xiao Ye's voice clashed into everyone's ears clearly. Well, Dad believes in you. Xiao Yang's mouth raised a smile, my Xiao Yang's son does not need to accept other people's pity. With that said, Xiao Yang stepped forward to support Xiao Yi, the father and son smiled at each other, and a warm current flowed in Xiao Ye's heart. Okay, now it's time to discuss how the 3 alchemy pills are distributed. At this time, a voice sounded out of place. At the same time, a figure full of wildness came out and walked to the center of the house. Chapter 3 What is fair? This is a strong man, dressed in animal skin, with his muscles bulging high, his eyes sharp like a knife. Unlike Xiao Dashan, he has an extravagant dominance. Xiao Ba. Xiao Yi looked gloomy looking at the person coming. Xiao Ba is Xiao Ting's father, and is now the captain of the Xiaojiakan beast hunting team. The person who grasps the real power in the village has the acquired strength of 7 days. Speaking of which, Xiao Ba and Xiao Hong still have some grudges, because when they were young, they always regarded each other as opponents. If Xiao Yang's meridians were broken, he could not take the position of captain of the beast hunter. Your father and son pretend to be tall and disdain for the medicine. But the 3 bodybuilding elixir belong to the village, and you have no right to make the decision. Xiao Ba said coldly. He had been here long ago, but there was no sound. Xiao Ting followed Xiao Ba with a smug smile. Now that the head of the village is out of retreat, the father who has the most say in the village is his father, so he is determined to get those 3 physical exercises. The villagers in the house looked at each other and finally nodded. Although Xiao Yang and his son refused to repair the pulse, but there are still 3 refining pills in Xiao Dashan's hands. 3 refining pill, enough for a junior refining realm, the strength has improved several times. But how should it be distributed? Xiao Ba shouldered his hands and said, the village head is closed, and I am in charge of the affairs in the village. These 3 physical exercises should be given to the most qualified juniors in the village. My child Xiao Teng, at the age of 16, has the strength to exercise the 8-fold heaven. I suggest that these 3 exercise pill be given to him. Xiao Ba ignored the existence of Xiao Yi directly, and glanced sharply at the audience, but all the villagers who were swept by Xiao Ba's gaze shuddered, and finally lowered his head. Xiao Baron, as his name implies, is very domineering. Because of his fear of his status and strength, many villagers dare to speak out. Xiao Yi heard the words, and his heart was burning with anger. Xiao Ba wanted to take advantage of the absence of the village head, to exercise his dictatorship rights, and devote himself to refining his body. The most qualified? It's ridiculous. If Xiao Ting didn't get many medicinal materials to assist in body refining, how could he have the strength now? In Xiao Ye's eyes, Xiao Ting was just the second ancestor. If Xiao Ba really thinks about the village and calmly discusses the attribution of the bodybuilding pill, Xiao Yi will surely let out these 3 bodybuilding pill, because Lu Yi will never touch anything left. I agree to let Xiao Ting take Lianti Dan. I agree. After a while, a villager spoke first, and immediately aroused everyone's agreement. Xiao Yi glanced away and found that the most positive thing was the villagers who were close to Xiao Ba, who were even more angry. Are you blind? Xiao Ting can compare with Xiao Yi. Can't you see, who is Xiao Jiatsuan's first genius in the end? Xiao Dashan jumped out, his face full of anger and yelled. Dashan, don't be excited. Xiao Yi and Xiao Teng are the two best juniors in the village. Their strengths are the same. We chose Xiao Teng. Isn't it wrong, said a villager. No matter how high or low. Xiao Dashan froze for a moment, when he remembered, everyone did not know that Xiao Yi broke through to the ninth level of physical training. Without knowing the situation, the villagers were right to choose this way. After all, the true spirit continent speaks with strength. Moreover, who is willing to offend Xiao Ba for the sake of Xiao Yang, who has become an obsolete person? Since you all agree with my suggestion, then please leave unattended people to leave. Xiao Ba's mouth appeared a bit of sarcasm, looking at Xiao Yang. What he meant was obvious, Xiao Yang, who had nothing to do with it. Everyone had pity, sympathy, and regret in their eyes. At the time, the strongest man in Xiaojia village, except for the village chief, fell into such a field. Year, let's go home. Xiao Yang kept silent, the anger in his eyes flashed away, and then he turned lonely and walked outside. Since his meridians have been broken, he has become a dispensable figure in Xiaojiakan, and today, he once again feels this feeling. Looking at Xiao Yang's lonely figure, Xiao Ye's heart tightened suddenly. Dad, I won't go. Xiao Yi stubbornly said, and then he walked slowly to the field, looking at Xiao Ba with cold eyes. Master, you are really a good master. At this moment, his depressed emotions broke out completely, and the whole person was like a waking beast. Ravage. How can the elders in the village negotiate the results to ask you a junior to question? Xiao Ba had not spoken yet, but the villagers standing beside him took the lead and shouted. The result of elder consultation. Faced with bullying, Xiao Yi stood like a javelin, stood upright, and laughed desolately. The result is really fair. Xiao Ye's laughter echoed in the house, which made many villagers ashamed and dared not look at it. Staring at the silent crowd, Xiao Ye's eyes flashed coldly, and said, since this is fair, you will overthrow it. After talking, Xiao Yi suddenly turned around and pointed at Xiao Teng. Xiao Teng, today Xiao Yi challenges you. Xiao Yi challenged Xiao Teng. This sudden change made everyone react slightly. Do you think Xiao Teng is more qualified than me? Then I will show you today, who is Xiao Jiatsuan's first genius in the end. Xiao Ye's fists clenched slowly, and his blood filled his body. He wants to get his glory back. He wants to ask for respect from his father in response. Xiao Ba frowned slightly. Both Xiao Yi and Xiao Teng were in the 8th level of physical training. Their strengths were not much different. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ba said coldly, since you question the result of the deliberations, then I will give you a chance. If you can defeat Xiao Teng in 10 moves, I will hand you the 3 refining pills. 10 tricks. All the villagers were shocked. Xiao Ba's proposal of such harsh conditions was completely bullying Xiao Yi. Unless he had an absolute advantage, how could Xiao Yi beat Xiao Teng by 10 moves? Xiao Ba said that it was to give Xiao Yi a chance, but in fact it was just a walk-through, because the ending is already doomed. Xiao Yi smiled angrily, the village head was away, and Xiao Ba really wanted to cover the sky with one hand. Unfortunately, he was miscalculated. 10 tricks are too many, 1 trick is enough. Xiao Yi robe hunting, striding towards Xiao Teng. 1 move. Xiao Teng stared at the coming Xiao Yi, his face rage, and the other party despised himself. I'll see how you can defeat me. Xiao Teng shouted angrily, stomping his feet, and rushed towards Xiao Yi. Tiger punch. Xiao Teng's right fist blasted out, and his fists broke out, making the air roar. The fist wind lifted Xiao Ye's black hair. In the face of Xiao Teng's attack, Xiao Yi spit out 3 words coldly, give me, get out. Boom. Xiao Teng only exited after he rolled his words. Xiao Teng only felt the strong wind, and he was overwhelmed by an unmatched force, breaking his right fist bone, spurting blood, hitting the wall and stunned him. At this moment, the house fell into silence, the villager's heart beat hard, and his face was dull. The two best juniors in the village met, and it was over at the beginning. Xiao Yi actually defeated Xiao Teng with only one move, then his strength. In everyone's mind, there was a vague guess. I forgot to tell everyone that Xiao Yi has broken through to the 9th level of physical training. Xiao Dashan walked out with a smile, looking proudly at Xiao Ba, who was shocked. 14-year-old body training 9 heavy. Hearing Xiao Dashan's words, everyone could not help but take a breath, and the look of Xiao Yi changed. Don't look at Xiao Yi has only raised 1 level, but the meaning it represents is completely different. Along the way of martial arts, the sooner the breakthrough, the more talented it is, the higher the achievements that can be achieved in the future. Throughout the history of Zhaya, the fastest martial artist to reach the 9th level of physical training is 20 years old. But Xiao Yi did it now. The 14-year-old body training is 9-fold, which has never been in Zhaya history. With Xiao Ye's qualifications, it is not impossible to break through to the congenital realm in the future. The reason why Xiao Teng has today's strength is the result of Xiao Ba's vigorous training, but Xiao Yi, as a single person, practiced to the 9th level. At this point, Xiao Teng is far from comparable to Xiao Yi. Now, do you still think that I am as good as Xiao Teng? Is the result of the consultation fair? Xiao Yi said indifferently. Suddenly, the villagers in the house were speechless, especially the villagers who stood on Xiao Ba's side just now had cheeks hot. Xiao Yi, with his strength, gave them a slap in return, and told them what was the truth. Xiao Yi, the uncle was just wrong. Uncle apologized to you. Yeah, Xiao Yi, don't be angry, we have no other meaning. Suddenly, several villagers felt embarrassed and stood up. Boy, relying on some qualifications, dare to hurt my son, I will make you pay a heavy price. Xiao Ba recovered from the shock, and the breath of the heavens and 7 heavens exploded, walking towards Xiao Yi. Xiao Ba, my 14-year-old broke through to the 9th level of physical training. Are you sure you want to do something with him? At this time, Xiao Yang's calm voice poured down like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing Xiao Ba's anger. Yes, the potential shown by Xiao Yi will definitely become the treasure of Xiaojia village. Even if he abandons him and Xiao Teng, the village will not abandon Xiao Yi. If he dares to challenge Xiao Ye's opponent, it will definitely cause anger. Xiao Ba's expression was uncertain, looking at Xiao Yang. Your kid, it gave Dad a big surprise. Xiao Yang's lips raised a smile, he was really happy. With the qualifications shown by Xiao Yi, no one in Zhaya would dare to despise and ignore their father and son. Humph. Xiao Ba looked gloomy and shook his hand to turn away. Wait. Xiao Yi said suddenly, Uncle, I remember saying, if I can win by 10 strokes, you will give me the physical training pill, hand it to me. Xiao Ba shivered and his eyes were fiery. Xiao Yi, don't go too far. Excess. Xiao Yi smiled coldly. Uncle, when you dictatorship ignored me, did you think you were too much? When you said that my father was unrelated, did you think you were too much? Xiao Ba was speechless. He stared at Xiao Yi for a long time, and then without a word, he took the box from Xiao Dashan and handed it to Xiao Yi. The villagers felt with emotion that people like Xiao Ba were also forced to bow their heads. Looking at the box in front of him, Xiao Ye's heart suddenly felt a pain, but this was what Lu Yi left behind. Chong Yangman, I will definitely go in. Xiao Yi whispered to himself. He picked up the box and threw it to Xiao Ba's feet, discarding the precious refining pill as a clog. When everyone was in amazement, Xiao Yi had turned and walked out of the house, leaving Zheng's words, I Xiao Yi, disdain to take this pill. Xiao Ba's complexion changed. He, a figure who had the real power in the village, sent the elixir to Xiao Yi, but was thrown at the foot by the other party. This is not to give him a face at all. If he picks up the elixir, does it mean that he is Xiao Ba, and even the things that Xiao Yi disdain are treasured like treasures? But if he does not pick it up, his son has no chance to surpass Xiao Yi in his life. Good, Good. Xiao domineering shivered. Chapter 4 Tower of Time. Xiao Jiatsuan, Xiao Ye's home. Xiao Yang and Luo Milan sat in the hall, worried about looking at the closed door. Since Xiao Yi returned from the village head's house, he has locked himself in the room for an hour. Alas, Yi looks strong, but this incident has caused him too much harm. Xiao Yang said. Xiao Ye's feelings about Lu Yi, he is a father. Brother Yang, our son will be fine. Luo Milan comforted. In the room, Xiao Yi was sitting on the bed, his thoughts were chaotic, and when he thought of Lu Yi, he felt a tingle in his heart. Years of obsession have been crushed by reality, but how can the feelings of the sweethearts and horses be forgotten day and night? In his mind, Lu Yi was nestled in his arms, and the lovable and charming appearance appeared in turn, but in the end they were replaced by Lu Yi's cold and unrelenting appearance. Heartache, very heartache. The painful feeling, like the waves of tide, almost suffocated him. When he was at the head of the village, he was able to suppress this pain in his heart, but now, it can no longer be suppressed. He wanted to yell to relieve this pain, but in order not to worry the father and mother outside the door, he could only clench his teeth tightly, not letting himself make a noise. Because of vigorous force, a trace of desolate blood oozed between the teeth, and slowly ran down the corner of the mouth. Xiao Ye's expression is miserable, he breathes in a big mouth, and he grasps the heart with his hand. It seems that this can relieve the pain. Poof! Suddenly, Xiao Yi spit out a bit of blood. He was originally injured under the powerful momentum of Zhao Qian, a white-robed teenager, and now his emotions fluctuated violently. Looking at the blood on the ground, Xiao Ye's eyes became amused. The arrogant boy who brought him humiliation and forced him to kneel, he wanted to defeat it with his own hands and recover his dignity. He wants everyone who looks down on him to regret his actions. But my strength. Xiao Ye's hands shook slightly. After calming down, he felt powerless for the status quo. Zhao Qian is a high-ranking congenital warrior, cultivated in the Chongyangmen, but he is a mountain boy who has not even stepped into the next realm. The gap between the two is enough to make people desperate. I'm not reconciled. With a stubborn face on his face, Xiao Yi jumped out of bed and practiced boxing in the room. No matter how big the gap is, he will have to make peace. At this moment, his desire for power reached its peak. Xiao Yi tirelessly practiced tiger boxing, and at the same time, because of emotional fluctuations, his heart was beating violently and soon exceeded the normal level. Bang 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 bang. His heart was beating faster and faster, and it ended up like a drum. Oops, that strange disease is about to happen again. Xiao Yi was awakened by a shock and his expression suddenly changed. The symptom before the onset of the strange disease was that the heart was beating violently. That's fine, if a strange disease occurs, my cultivation speed will increase greatly. Xiao Yi relaxed and waited for the onset of the strange disease. Soon, Xiao Yi felt something wrong, because this time the heartbeat was more intense than the previous few times. Just when Xiao Yi felt a little upset, a torn pain suddenly struck him, making his body tremble, and then screamed in pain. His eyes were black and he passed out. In a trance, he saw a pagoda towering in the light, bursting out of his chest. Is my strange disease caused by this little tower? After Xiao Ye's mind flashed the idea, his consciousness was swallowed by boundless darkness. When Xiao Yi opened his eyes again, he was shocked to find that he actually appeared in a space surrounded by a nebula. The nebula and the new births of the nebula seem to have experienced a reincarnation, gorgeous and poignant. I am dominated by time, worshipped by hundreds of millions of souls, but there is also a day of fall in the reincarnation of heaven and earth. The desolate sigh traversed the infinite void and reverberated in space. Who? Xiao Yi was shocked and looked around, but found no figure. The Tower of Time traces part of the Avenue of Time, little guy, it's really lucky to get this thing. A shadow shrouded in mist walked out of the void and merged into Xiao Ye's body. Boom! A thought flowed into his mind, conveying information. It took a long time for Xiao Yi to open his eyes, and his face was full of horror. Little guy, work hard. The idea seemed to have exhausted its power, turned into a little starlight and dissipated in the void. According to the information conveyed by this idea, he is now inside the small tower. This small tower, called the Tower of Time, was made by the Time Master and is divided into 5 layers. The first layer, the time flow rate is 10 times slower than the outside world. In the second layer, the time flow rate is 20 times slower than the outside world. By analogy, on the 5th floor, the time flow rate is 50 times slower than the outside world. But regarding the origin of the Time Master, the message conveyed by that idea was not revealed at all. True Spirit Continent, there are even such treasures. Xiao Yi murmured, and his feelings could not be calmed down until now, because it was so shocking, he had never heard of it. There are treasures that control time. That time dominates, there must be a supreme existence. Xiao Yi guessed. The true Spirit Continent is so vast that Xiao Yi did not even go out of Qinyang town. How can he guess the origin of time? As for why this pagoda appeared in him, he was even more unknown. But then, Xiao Yi couldn't resist the ecstasy inside. If he practiced 10 days on the first floor of the Tower of Time, wouldn't it mean that the outside world passed the day? With such a significant difference, what kind of genius he can't catch up with? What's more, there are 2nd to 5th floors in the Tower of Time. However, according to the information conveyed by the faith, the 2nd to 5th floors can only be entered when he has sufficient strength. For example, on the 2nd floor, only when he becomes an innate warrior can he enter. As for the requirements of the 3rd to 5th floors, he is temporarily unknown. It seems that a strange illness happened before, resulting in a sharp increase in cultivation speed, because I came here inadvertently. Xiao Yi clenched his fists, his face full of excitement. If he had this Tower of Time, he could not pass the entrance exam of the Chongyangmen 1 year later, then he could be killed by the head. Zhao Qian, you are waiting, I am walking towards you step by step. Xiao Yi suddenly opened the tiger's fist and started to practice like a tiger. In the house of Xiao Ye's house, a few people were standing at this time, and from time to time they looked at the old figure standing in the middle. Because he is the current head of Xiaojia village, Xiao Tianxiong. Yi hasn't shown any signs of regaining consciousness yet. Xiao Tianxiong frowned, looking at Xiao Yi who was lying in bed with his eyes closed. No, the doctor said that Yi's injury was not serious, but that his consciousness seemed to fall into a deep sleep. Xiao Yang said, with a sickly pale face, with deep worry. That day, Xiao Yi uttered a heartbreaking scream in the room, and he has been in a coma. It has been a month since. Since this month, he and Xiao Ye's mother Luo Milan have trouble eating and sleeping well, fearing that Xiao Yi will remain unconscious. Alas, such a genius in my Zaijiakan is hard to come by, but now. Xiao Tianxiong sighed, his old face full of heartache. After returning from the customs, he returned to the village and learned that Xiao Yi had broken through to the ninth level of physical training. He was ecstatic and hurried to Xiao Ye's house. Xiao Yi practiced alone and reached the 9th level of training at the age of 14. If such a genius grows up, he can definitely lead Zaijiakan to glory. But the news that Xiao Yi fell into a coma seemed to give him a blow, and he was ignorant. No matter how amazing the genius is, if he is unconscious, what's the use? Village head, you ran to the forest of beasts and slain a deadly snake. You got wasted blood, but you can't waste it. Xiao Ba followed the head of the village and saw his eyes. Said Micro Flash. Xiao Tianxiong, the village head, said it was closed, but actually went to the beast forest outside Qinyang town to hunt the snake. The snake is a powerful beast, its blood is as hot as magma, and it contains powerful energy. The martial arts warriors bathing their blood can increase the chance of breaking through to the acquired realm. Xiao Tianxiong's move was to create a young man with a strong acquired environment among his juniors, and Xiao Yi undoubtedly became the most suitable candidate. On the day he returned to the village, Xiao Tianxiong gave the snake blood to Xiao Yang for safekeeping, and waited for Xiao Yi to wake up before letting him use it. Xiao Yang's expression suddenly became cold when he heard Xiao Ba's words, and his eyes were full of angry flames. Xiao Ba, you deceive people too much. This Xiao Ba, even if he took away the 3 bodybuilding alchemists, now he still wants to take away the snake blood belonging to his son. Once Xiao Yi lost the snake blood, it was difficult to break through to the acquired realm. Well, my son is now breaking through to the ninth level of refining. Except for Xiao Yi, he is the most qualified to use the snake blood. Moreover, the energy of the snake blood can be preserved for up to 3 months. No good. Xiao Ba sneered coldly. Xiao Ting recovered from his injury after taking Lianxian Dan, and broke through to Lianjiao in one fell swoop. You! Xiao Yang shivered with anger, causing dark illness and coughing violently. A waste person, a living dead person, your father and son are really a perfect match. Seeing Xiao Yang's appearance, Xiao Ba said, not yin and yang, and he was extremely happy. Okay, let me shut up. Xiao Tianxiong shouted, glancing at the two of them with a glance like a knife, and the breath of 9 days after the explosion erupted, making Xiao Ba stunned and stopped talking. Xiao Tianxiong was upset and walked outside, leaving a sentence, in another month, if Xiao Yi still can't wake up, the blood of the snake belongs to Xiao Tang. This sentence made Xiao Yang look paler. I will wait a month, and you will bring the snake blood to your hands. Seeing that the goal was achieved, Xiao Ba laughed with his head back, and strode away. Xiao Yang suppressed his anger and looked worriedly at the unconscious Xiao Yi. Year, you must wake up. At this time, no one noticed that at the position of Xiao Ye's chest, a faint light appeared faintly, forming the mark of a pagoda, mysterious. Chapter 5 Step into the day after tomorrow. In the Tower of Time, there is no daylight and darkness, and only the nebula is constantly broken and reborn. Puff! Puff! Xiao Ye's figure flashed, and the wind burst. With Xiao Ye's hard training, the blood in his body rolled continuously, swimming around the body and condensing his body, so that his strength gradually improved, reaching the late stage of physical training. He has been practicing on the first floor of the Tower of Time for 300 days. According to the time flow rate of the first floor, this means that only 1 month has passed since the outside world. If an outsider learns that only 1 month has passed, Xiao Ye's strength will break through to the end of the ninth level of physical training, and it will be very shocking. Today, Xiao Yi has fully adapted to the environment of the Tower of Time. Here, he could not feel hunger, except for rest, he spent all his time practicing. Xiao Yi could feel that he had just entered the Tower of Time with his consciousness, and his flesh was still outside. He could even hear his parents' voices faintly. And as long as he thought, he can return to the flesh. But after confirming that consciousness is cultivated here, it is no different from physical cultivation, Xiao Yi cut off the awakening thought. Father, mother, wait for the child to break through to the acquired realm, and then make a confession to you. Xiao Ye's face raised a stubborn look. After deeply realizing the huge gap between him and Zhao Qian, he did not want to waste a little time. Moreover, the entrance exam for the Chongyangmen is approaching, and he will only have a chance to pass if he breaks into the acquired realm. On the first floor of the Tower of Time, the teenager swayed his sweat and continued to display the tiger fist. His perception of this basic combat skill continued to deepen. After 300 days of hard training, this effect is extremely amazing. Xiao Yi was like a tiger leaping, raising his hands and throwing his feet, all surrounded by strength. Roar! After not knowing how many times he practiced, Xiao Yi burst out with one punch, and the punches merged into the fierce strength, turning into a fierce tiger head, triggering the sound of tiger roaring. Bang 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 bang! As soon as the grizzly tiger's head was formed, he flew straight ahead, triggering a series of gas explosions, pulling out a wave of air in the void, and then slowly disappearing. This is the tiger fist that Uncle Sean mentioned. Xiao Yi froze, his face full of disbelief. When Xiao Dashan first taught them the tiger fist, He once said that although the Tiger Fist is only a basic combat skill, some talented warriors have reached a very advanced level and can understand the Tiger Fist. As soon as the Tiger Fist came out, it integrated the body's strength to attack, and the power could even be comparable to the first-class combat skills. However, there is no other warrior who can comprehend the fierce Tiger Fist. The warriors in Xiaojia village have all practiced tiger fighting, but including Xiao Dashan and the village chief, they have not realized the tiger fighting. If I can master the Tiger's Fist, then my time to enter the realm will be greatly shortened. Xiao Ye's eyes flashed with excitement. He trains the body by practicing Tiger Fist. When the power of Tiger Fist improves, his body speed will increase accordingly. No, I can't find that feeling. After practicing several times, Xiao Yi frowned. After trying 500 times, he found his feeling again and hit the tigers. I must master the Tiger's Fist. Xiao Ye's expression was firm and he kept practicing. This time, he only tried 300 times, and then hit the tiger. After practicing hard for half a month at the Tower of Time, he finally mastered the Tiger's Fist completely, and his fist burst out, triggering Hu Xiaozheng. Xiao Yi punches freely, accompanied by the Tiger's Fist, which makes the blood in his body surge rapidly, quenching his limbs, and his body refining speed is at least 5 times higher than before. This increasingly powerful feeling made Xiao Yi intoxicated. There are still 2 months, which is the year off. I want to break through to the acquired realm before this, and give my father and mother a surprise. Xiao Ye's face was confident. For 2 months, the first floor of the Tower of Time is 600 days. After realizing the Tiger's Fist, Xiao Yi had full confidence and broke into the acquired realm before the new year. The year pass represents the end of the year and is a grand event in Qinyang town. At the same time, the teenagers and girls in the villages will gather together that day to choose marriages and choose a life partner. And that day, also representing Xiao Yi, will be 15 years old. At the age of 15. As long as Xiao Yi thought of it, she felt excited. At the age of 15, stepping into the Hotian realm, let alone Xiaojiakan, even if you look at the history of Qinyang town, it has never appeared. Compared with the children of those big families, I am afraid that it is not weak. If the villagers see him breaking through to the acquired realm, what wonderful expression will they show? Xiao Yi was looking forward to it. Continue to practice. Xiao Yi threw away the misunderstanding and practiced again. In the dead space, only the young man's figure was flashing, the unmatched Tiger Fist broke out, and it shook the world. It was late winter, and the sky was covered with heavy snow, and the entire Qinyang town was covered with silver. Although the weather is cold, the atmosphere in the town is extremely hot, because Qinyang town is about to usher in the new year. On this day, all teenagers in Qinyang town who have reached the age of 14 will go out of the village and choose their favorite partner. Qinyang town is a barren land and can only be married between villages. In the very center of Qinyang town, the ring has long been built. Because in a world that advocates force, such as the true spirit continent, only the display of extraordinary force can attract the attention of beautiful girls. The strong, always admired, have the right to choose a partner. This ring is where all teenagers in Qinyang town show their fists. Time passed by, and there were only 2 days left in the blink of an eye. Xiao Jiatsuan was filled with joy all over. Ah! Xiao Ye's eyelids twitched in bed, and then opened. A sharp flash of light flashed through his dark pupil, as if it could penetrate the heart. Xiao Yi jumped out of bed, shook his fist slightly, and his muscles burst into a crackling sound. At the same time, a powerful momentum emerged through the body, lifting the dust on the ground. Finally, Hotian realm. Xiao Ye's face was excited as he felt the real energy flowing inside his body. After 900 days of hard work in the Tower of Time, he finally broke through the barriers, and generated true energy in his body, stepping into the horizon. Such a young warrior from the future realm, looking at the entire Qinyang town, could not find one. Now Xiao Ye's whole person has transformed, and his hands and feet have a terrifying power. The Tower of Time seems to have entered my body again. Xiao Yi opened his clothes and found a tower-shaped mark on the chest. When he confirmed his consciousness and could enter and exit the Tower of Time at will, he was relieved, but he could not summon the Tower of Time. Year. Xiao Yang and Luo Milan were startled when they heard the movement inside the house, and quickly pushed the door in. When they saw Xiao Yezheng standing there and smiling at them, they could not help crying with joy, and the big stone in their hearts finally fell. Year, I'm sorry. Xiao Yang stopped talking, his face bitter. Dad, what's wrong? Xiao Yang asked. Xiao Yang hesitated for a moment and still said everything. Xiao Ye's eyes gradually became cold. It turned out that so many things had happened in these 3 months. Year, it's useless to blame my father for failing to keep the snake blood on your behalf. Xiao Yang blamed himself. Xiao Yi didn't wake up within the time prescribed by the village head. The snake blood was taken away by Xiao Ba. Xiao Teng has already passed the customs a few days ago, but for his strength, Xiao Ba kept it secret. The village head went to visit in person and finally returned with a laugh. Xiao Yang continued. Xiao Yi was in a coma for 3 months, but Xiao Teng was assisted by the blood of a snake. No matter how strong the opponent was, it was not comparable to Xiao Yi. Xiaojiakan's first genius is no longer his son. Xiao Yang felt guilty for thinking of this place. If he hadn't broken his meridians, how could Xiao Ba take away the snake blood belonging to his son? Brother Yang, it is most important for Year to wake up. Our family will be together. Luo Milan said quickly. Yes. Xiao Yang Changyen smiled, yes, Year, you just woke up and need to rest well. You don't have to go after the marriage selection 2 days later. No need to go. Xiao Yi looked puzzled. It stands to reason that he is 14 years old and according to the customs of Qingyang town, he can participate in the marriage selection, but his parents' reactions made him wonder. Dad, Mother, what is going on? Xiao Yi said in a deep voice, with a bad hunch in her heart. Xiao Yang and Luo Milan glanced at each other, and finally reluctantly smiled bitterly. I won't let you go to the marriage selection because our family hasn't received a personal post so far. Xiao Yang's words made Xiao Ye's pupils shrink, and his heart burst into anger. The so-called propost refers to the post sent by the woman to the man before participating in the marriage, which represents the love for the man. This is a custom in Qingyang town. The more intimate posts you get, the brighter your face will be. In the previous year's marriage selection, the man used the amount of proposts and used it as capital for comparison, because it was about his face. I thought that when he was not 15 years old, the name of genius spread throughout Qingyang town. Matchmakers from other villages came one after another and wanted to match Xiao Yi. Although Xiao Yi refused to do everything because of Lu Yi, they still couldn't stop the enthusiasm of those matchmakers. But now, because he is unconscious, the door is deserted, and no one cares. Is this human nature? These people are really snobbish. Xiao Yi said angrily. Xiao Yi can imagine that if he went to participate in the marriage, he must become the laughing stock of others. No wonder his father and mother would prevent him from participating in the marriage. Dad, Mother, I'm sorry. Xiao Yi took a deep breath and said to her parents. It can be imagined that since this time, how many fathers and mothers have endured cold talk. I am afraid there are many people, waiting to see their family jokes. I will definitely participate in this marriage selection. Xiao Yi said firmly. He wants to prove to Xiao Yang that even if there is no snake blood, he is better than others. He wants his father and mother to be proud of him. He wanted to pay homage to those who watched the joke. Stinky boy, you. Xiao Yang and Luo Milan looked at each other with a wry smile. They knew their son's character, and once the decision was made, it would be useless to persuade them. After talking with his parents, Xiao Yi walked out of the house and walked in the village. Hey, I didn't expect that Wu Meier, our first beauty in Qingyang town, would personally send Xiao Ting a personal post. That's natural, since the ancient beauty has heroes. Xiao Teng is now our first genius in Xiaojia village. Wu Meier embraces him, which is also normal. Suddenly, the sound of conversation from afar attracted Xiao Ye's attention. Chapter 6 Marriage Contest. Wu Meier. Xiao Yi frowned, and he was no stranger to the name. Wu Meier, the granddaughter of the village head of Wujia village in Qinyang town, is known as the first beauty in Qinyang town. When Xiao Yi was the first genius of Xiao Jiatsuan, Wu Meier was particularly enthusiastic about him and made no secret of his admiration, but Xiao Yi refused. Unexpectedly, in a blink of an eye, he gave Xiao Teng a hug. For this woman, Xiao Yi was disgusted from the bottom of her heart. Snobby woman. Xiao Yi shook his head and was about to turn and leave. At this time, the crowd in the distance automatically separated, and Xiao Teng walked out with a girl. The girl was 14 years old and up and down, with a charming face, a graceful posture, and autumn-like eyes, flashing a lustrous luster. Compared with Lu Yi's refined beauty, this girl has a more charming appearance. Xiao Teng and Wu Meier walked side by side, their coats fluttering and their male concubines were like a pair of people. Ha! Xiao Yi. Suddenly, Xiao Teng's footsteps paused, his eyes fixed. Ah! Hearing Xiao Teng's words, everyone's eyes focused on Xiao Yi, and the voice of whispering sounded. Xiao Yi actually woke up. What about waking up? His position has been replaced by Xiao Teng. Some expressions are stunned, but more expressions are fun. The first genius of Xiaojia village in the past, and the first genius now, actually met under such circumstances. Seeing that it was found, Xiao Yi simply appeared. Teng brother, let's go. Wu Meier looked at Xiao Yi, a disgusted expression on his face. Seeing Xiao Yi, she thought of how she actively pursued each other. If Xiao Yi was still the first day, it would be fine, but he is no longer. Rejected by a guy who has lost his aura, Wu Meier will naturally feel disgust in his heart. Xiao Yi, I heard that you haven't received a proposal yet. Xiao Teng's mouth contained a hint of sarcasm, but there was a chill in his eyes. He remembered the scene where Xiao Yi defeated him. Exactly, I received too many intimate posts, why not give you some, how? Xiao Teng said, holding Wu Meier's small hand demonstratively with pride. He is now the first genius of Xiaojia village. The first beautiful woman in Qinyang town is also on his side. What Xiao Yi is fighting with himself? Xiao Yi sneered, is Xiao Teng an idiot? He thought that holding Wu Meier's hand would anger him. He Xiao Yi, has never been tempted by a woman like Wu Meier. Sorry, I don't want Xiao Ye's things that others don't want. It's you Xiao Teng who has been picking up things I don't want, such as the bodybuilding pill, such as the snake blood, and then her. Xiao Yi said to the end, glancing at Wu Meier, the meaning is obvious. Xiao Teng's face immediately changed, his body shivered with anger, and he wished he could swallow Xiao Yi. He wanted to fight back in his words, but after thinking for a long time, he didn't think of the appropriate words, but turned his face flushed. Xiao Yi, what qualifications do you have to say this to me? You are not the first genius of Xiaojiakan, you remember, the old lady doesn't want you. Wu Meier looks like a cat stepped on the tail, swearing with no image. As the face of the first beautiful woman in Qinyang town, how could Xiao Yi insult casually? But this spicy character makes people secretly shake their heads. Xiao Yi was too lazy to wrestle with Wu Meier, and turned away directly. Xiao Yi. Xiao Teng shouted angrily, I hope that in the 2-day selection, you don't want to be a tortoise. If there is a village rule in Xiaojia village, the juniors are not allowed to fight at will. He has long rushed to tear Xiao Yi into pieces. Xiao Yi didn't look back, and the faint words came into Xiao Teng's ears, I will wait for you on the wedding ring. Xiao Yi is going to participate in the marriage selection. The onlookers took a breath. How courageous it is to go to the marriage selection without receiving a proposal. Xiao Yi returned to his room, sat cross-legged on the bed, his thoughts moved a little, and the true energy in his body ran in the meridians. I have now broken through to the first level of the acquired realm. If I want to continue to improve, I have to get a set of acquired exercises. Xiao Yesi asked. The basic fighting skills of the tiger fist can only temper the flesh, and it has no help to strengthen the real element in the body. Acquired exercises can refine and strengthen the true energy in the body. There are several collections in Xiaojia village. If there are villagers who break through to the acquired realm, they can get them from the village chief. Forget it, wait for the marriage election to go to get it. Xiao Yi said to himself. Anyway, the divorce conference is only 2 days away, and he is not in a hurry. In the early morning of the third day, when the sun cast the first beam of light, Xiao Yi sitting on the bed opened his eyes and then pushed the door out. Outside the door, Xiao Yang and Luo Milan were already ready. Year, are you sure you want to participate in the marriage? Xiao Yang asked again. Going to participate in the marriage without receiving a personal post will definitely become a laughingstock for others. He didn't care, he was afraid that Xiao Yi would not be able to take such a blow. Father and mother, rest assured, I'm fine. Xiao Yi smiled lightly, his eyes clear, and he whispered, after today, no one will dare to laugh at us. After talking, Xiao Yi walked out of the house first. Brother Yang, do you think that Yi seems a little different? Luo Milan froze, asking. Xiao Yang stared at Xiao Ye's back, frowning, somewhat uncertain, it's a little different. Xiao Ye's breakthrough into the acquired realm, plus more than 900 days of hard work, the temperament of the whole person has changed. Even if he has no explosive strength, he has a terrifying power. I seem to feel the flutter of true energy on Yi. Suddenly, Xiao Yang seemed to remember something, and his face was horrified. Before his meridians are broken, he is also a warrior in the acquired realm, and he is naturally familiar with the fluctuation of true energy. Immediately after, the horror on his face turned into self-deprecation, it must be my delusion. Xiao Yi had been in a coma for 3 months. It would be good if his strength did not fall back. What's more, Xiao Yi was only 15 years old today. Today's Qingyang town is particularly lively, all the villages are empty, and a large group of people rush to the center of Qingyang town. Old man Wu, it's very early for you to come this year. Xiao Tianxiong showed up with the people of Xiaojia village and arched his hand at an old gray robe. The old man in gray robe is about the same age as Xiao Tianxiong. He is named Wu Shi and is the head of Wujia village. Wu Shi looked spirited, and he laughed like Hong Zhong, old man Xiao, your legs and feet are not good enough. You old Wu, don't you soon enter the coffin? Xiao Tianxiong glared and scolded. As soon as they met, the heads of the 2 villages were on the bar, and everyone around them was speechless. Old man Wu, old man Xiao, you are all old, and you haven't calmed your temper, nor are you afraid of being ridiculed by juniors. At this time, a thin old man appeared with the team. Old man Shi, you are here too. Xiao Tianxiong and Wu Shi looked over at the same time. This skinny old man, named Shi Zhan, is the head of Shijia village. He looks sparsely haired, much older than Xiao Tianxiong and Wu Shicang. Xiaojia village, Wujia village, and Shijia village are arguably the 3 most powerful villages in Qingyang township, and their relationship is not bad. The rest are all weak villages. Old man Shi, I heard that a genius appeared in your village, named Shi Bo, who reached the peak of physical training at the age of 19. I don't know which one. Wu Shi asked curiously, looking behind Shi Zhan. Stop looking. Shibwa in our village is not worth mentioning, but old man Zhao's means are amazing. He actually killed the snake, got the blood of the snake, and used it for a junior named Xiao Teng. This year's marriage ring, I'm afraid it is Xiao Teng's most dazzling. Shi Zhan could not change the topic without trace. Hearing Shi Zhan mentioning himself, he lifted his chest with Xiao Teng, who was beside Xiao Ba, and looked up and down. Hey! Wu Shi grinned and looked at Xiao Teng with satisfaction. His granddaughter, Wu Meyer, has already sent a personal post to Xiao Teng. With his granddaughter's appearance, Xiao Teng will not refuse. Therefore, Xiao Teng is his grandson-in-law. With such an outstanding junior, Wu sure felt very respectable as his grandson-in-law. Old Wu, I remember, you used to match your granddaughter and Xiao Yi together. Shi Zhan said sarcastically. Being exposed in public, Wu Shi's face blushed, and he shook his neck and said, joke. Can Xiao Yi compare with Xiao Teng? With my granddaughter's appearance, of course, only Xiao Teng can deserve it. You will meet the wind and rudder, knowing that Xiao Teng has surpassed Xiao Yi after using the snake blood. Shi Zhan shook his head in a playful manner and said no more. With the passage of time, there are more and more people in the center of Qingyang town, and almost everyone in the village has arrived. Teasy, I heard that your little boy has received 6 personal posts. Gee, it's really amazing. Hey, SOSO, didn't your little boy receive 5 personal posts? The 2 villagers talked, and they were proud. As soon as the villagers arrived, they discussed the number of proposts received by their children. At this time, the villagers who received too few proposts from their own children bowed their heads to silence because they did not have the capital to show off. How many of your intimate posts can you compare with me? After hearing these remarks, Xiao Teng was complacent. To this day, he received a total of 60 intimate posts. Clatter. Suddenly, the scene suddenly fell silent, and everyone turned around at the same time, looking at the entrance. There were 3 figures appearing first. The first was a boy in coarse linen. His eyes were beautiful and his expression was calm. It was the first genius of Xiaojia village, Xiao Yi. Seeing the people coming clearly, the villagers at the scene whispered suddenly. In Qingyang town, the deeds of the outstanding juniors of various villages have long spread. I heard that the name of Xiao Jiatsuan's first genius has been replaced by Xiao Teng. This is nothing, because Xiao Yi passed out, so he didn't receive a personal post before this marriage. What? Someone's eyes widened immediately, dare to come to the marriage selection without receiving a personal post. Various remarks made Xiao Yi instantly become the focus of everyone. Xiao Teng looked at Xiao Yi, and there was a sneer in the corner of his mouth. Xiao Yi really dared to come. Xiao Yi, this is an election conference. What are you doing? In front of everyone, Xiao Teng deliberately embarrassed Xiao Yi. Since it's an election meeting, I'm a member of Xiaojia village, why can't I come? Xiao Yi said slowly. Chapter 7 Defeat One Enemy. Xiao Teng stepped out, carrying his hands behind his back, proudly saying, if you don't receive a personal post, it proves that there is no woman who can see you, and you are not eligible to come here. You can't come to the marriage conference without a close post. Is this your rule? Are you Xiao Teng, proud of not taking the 3 village heads into your eyes? Xiao Ye's voice gradually became colder. You. Xiao Teng breathed, his face full of anger. Although there is a custom of sending proposts before the marriage is selected, there are indeed no regulations, and the man cannot participate in the marriage without a post. Moreover, the 3 highly respected village heads were all on the scene. If he continued to fight back, wouldn't he just disregard the name of his elders? Xiao Yi glanced coldly at him, then bowed to the 3 village heads, Grandpa's grandpa, Grandpa Wu, Grandpa Shi. Xiao Teng, let's go down. Xiao Tianxiong said poorly. He was very disappointed because Xiao Teng was too impetuous to be a great weapon in the future. Xiao Tianxiong felt unwilling for a moment when he thought that the blood of the snake that he had worked so wasted on such a person. Year, you can only blame you for waking up too late. Xiao Tianxiong sighed secretly. Ha! Xiao Teng snorted and sat back, you have better choose marriage, you don't have to meet me, otherwise I will make you look good. The sound of firecrackers sounded, and the New Year's dinner began. Looking around the central square of Qingyang town, at least thousands of banquets have been arranged, and everyone eats, drinks, and is very lively. About an hour later, after the people were fed and drunk, a middle-aged man stepped onto the ring in the center. Xiao Yi looked up and found that it was Xiao Dashan, the younger head of their village. Everyone is quiet. The next step is the long-awaited marriage competition. Please participate in the marriage party. Come out, Xiao Dashan said loudly. Suddenly, a girl wearing a festive red robe appeared, Yingyan Jianyan, with shy eyes, walked to the front of the ring. Among these girls, Wu Meyer who stood at the front of the team was the most noticeable. She alone attracted the attention of most teenagers. I depend, you are so disgusting, you are drooling. No way, who makes Wu Meyer so beautiful, if I can marry her home, I will be willing to live 10 years less. As soon as this sentence came out, it suddenly caused a big laugh. 10 years? You are too greedy. If I lived for 20 years less. Another boy said, pushing the atmosphere of the scene to the peak and bursting into laughter. Xiao Yi sat on the seat, but kept eating. He came to participate in the marriage selection, originally to give Xiao Yang a long face. He did not want to be bound by marriage so early. Listening to the exclamation, Wu Meyer lifted his well-developed chest, glancing at the audience like a proud princess. These stinky men, just because you still want to get involved with the old lady, dream. But when Wu Meyer's eyes stayed on Xiao Yi, her expression suddenly changed. The other party didn't even look at her, and bowed her head to eat there. Isn't he Wu Meyer, who hasn't attracted a dish yet? Xiao Yi, I must let Brother Ting beat you to death. This disregard of the other party made Wu Meyer grit his teeth with anger. I announce that the marriage conference has officially started. Xiao Dashan shouted, and then took out a list from his arms. I will call the names according to this list. The two teenagers who have named the names can do whatever they want, but remember, don't hurt anyone. Then, Xiao Dashan talked about the process of playing in the ring. It was the first time that Xiao Yi participated in the marriage selection. He listened carefully, and his heart suddenly disappeared. There were a total of 655 youngsters participating in the marriage selection. In addition to the 5 who received the most intimate posts, the remaining 650 youngsters need to go through several rounds of scuffles and select one to enter the final. This rule has been circulating in Qinyang town for hundreds of years, and there was not much loophole. Because the woman chooses to send proposts, all choose strong strength. It is obviously unreasonable to let strong teenagers join the scuffle. But this time, everyone's expression was strange, and then turned to Xiao Yi. In the minds of everyone, although Xiao Yi is no longer the first genius of Xiaojia village, his qualifications are indisputable, and his peers in Qinyang town are also outstanding. If it were not for his accidental coma, he would definitely receive more intimate posts. Even if he could not compare with Xiao Teng, he would certainly be one of those 5. Yi, can you do it? Xiao Yang worried. Even if Xiao Yi could enter the finals through melee, it would consume too much at that time, and it was difficult to exert the peak strength, so Xiao Yang was worried. Father and mother, don't worry. Xiao Yi was full of confidence and a spirit of pride grew in his heart. Isn't it 650? The big deal hit it all the way and shocked everyone's eyes. This way, it should be enough to give parents a long face. Thinking of this, Xiao Yi laughed. Those who despise me, look at this time. Upper Tiger. Xiao Dashan waved his hand on the ring. 6 men immediately moved 6 tiger leather chairs and placed them on the open space in front of the ring. Tiger seat, only the most outstanding juniors in Qinyang town can sit up, meaning that these juniors will be able to leap forward. This is a kind of expectation and sustenance. Ah! The tiger seat was lifted up, and many juniors stared deadly. That was the most eye-catching seat in the entire Qinyang town. Over the years, everyone who has sat on the tiger seat has grown into the pillar of every village. Xiao Teng, Xiao Jiatsuan, received 60 intimate posts and took the first place. Shibo, Shijia village, received 22 pro posts and took the second place. Shiwei, Shijia village, received 18 personal posts and took the third place. Wu Dainiu, Wujia village, received 15 posts and took the fourth place. Li Wubua, Lijia village, received 12 personal posts and took the fifth place. Xiao Dashan shouted. Suddenly, a teenager came out of the crowd. Xiao Ting stood up next to Xiao Ba and sat on the first tiger leather chair, feeling the envious glances around him, and he smiled with pride. Xiao Yi, I don't know if you have the ability to sit on the sixth tiger seat. Xiao Ting looked at Xiao Yi in the crowd and mocked. Those who participated in the marriage selection were not only 15-year-olds, but also the old fritters that participated in several marriages. Among them, there are many people who have reached the 9th level of physical training. Enjoy the first tiger seat, because I will replace you soon and get on it. Xiao Yi calmly responded. Then I will wait. Xiao Ting's expression was cold, and he no longer looked at Xiao Yi. With Xiao Dashan's order, the marriage competition officially started. The first players to play were the teenagers of 2 weak villages. As soon as they got on the court, they began to fight violently, and every time they got the highlights, they won out and shouted. This is the most eye-catching ring in Qinyang town. The winner has light on his face, honors his parents, and wins the hearts of beauty. So every young boy wrestles with all his strength. After watching several duels, Xiao Yi showed little interest. In the eyes of the acquired warrior, this level of duel is like playing with children. If it were not to give his parents a long face, he was really lazy to participate in this duel. Xiao Ting, after using the snake blood, what level have you reached? I hope you don't let me down. Xiao Yi whispered. The next game, Xiao Yi, Xiao Jiatsuan, against Wu Do, Wu Jiatsuan. Suddenly, Xiao Dashan's voice quieted the scene, and everyone looked at Xiao Yi with all their eyes. Xiao Yi pouted his lips, then greeted everyone's gaze and walked over the ring. It's actually Wu Do of Wujia village. This guy has participated in the old fritters of 5 marriages, and his strength has reached the middle of the Nineth refining body. Yeah, I didn't expect Xiao Yi to come to power for the first time, and he met Wu Do. This time he was miserable. Hearing Xiao Dashan's name, the crowd immediately started talking. At the marriage election meeting, not all the men who participated in the meeting could find a suitable partner and marry a beautiful girl. For example, this time, there were more than 100 girls of school age who participated in the marriage selection, and there were 655 male villagers in each village. This kind of wolf with little meat also represents the majority of people. Return empty-handed. Some unwilling people will continue to participate in the next year's election marriage. Wu Do is such a person. Old fritters like this one that have participated in several marriages are the most difficult to deal with. Although their qualifications are limited, they can't stand cultivation for a long time. Everyone mourned for Xiao Yi. Who? After Xiao Yi took the stage, a young man about 25 years old jumped up. Xiao Yi, I know you. It was the first genius of Xiaojia village in the old days. It was bad luck to meet me. Wu Do grinned and said. He has participated in 5 marriage selections. Because he is getting older, he looks at him with some crooked melons, and he can't look down on each other, so he hasn't been married until now. In previous marriages, he went through several rounds of scuffles, and he was obliterated. It is naturally difficult to attract the attention of beautiful girls. But this time is different, he actually met Xiao Yi in the melee. Although the other party has faded the aura of the first genius, it is still the best among the young people in Qinyang town. If you step on such a character, you can definitely win the hearts of the beauty. Thinking of this, Wu Do couldn't help but flutter a little, his eyes swept to those beautiful, graceful girls, who could not help but swallow secretly. Want to step on my upper position? Looking at the other party's green eyes, Xiao Yi was disdainful. Will this buddy be lonely for too long? At this moment, Wu Do's body bowed slightly, as if a cheetah rushed in, a straight hook hit with no fancy. Give me down. Wu Do shouted, and all his strength broke out, striving to be brave and invincible. Suddenly, Wu Do only felt a flower in front of him, punching the air with a punch, because Xiao Ye's figure had disappeared into his sight. On this strength, or you go on. A faint voice came into Wu Do's ears. At the same time, a palm was printed on his back, and with a strong spit, Wu Do planted the ring. Looking at this scene, everyone was shocked, and the duel ended so quickly, they still couldn't react. Chapter 8 All the Way. Wu Do, whose strength reached the mid-9 days of physical training, didn't support Xiao Ye's hands. Even the vast majority of people on the field were still confused, and did not understand how Wu Do was defeated. Wu Do was stunned. He climbed up and looked at Xiao Yi on the stage. He was ignorant. The 3 village heads sat at the same table. "Old man Xiao, what's going on?" Didn't Xiao Yi wake up? It is not like his strength that he broke through the ninth level of physical training. Shi Zhan's eyes with thin hair flashed in his eyes. Xiao Tianxiong's face was shocked, and he smiled and shook his head. I don't know. Seeing Xiao Tianxiong does not look like a fake, Shi Zhan and Wu Shi look at each other with different expressions. It seems this little guy is not easy. Shi Zhansai said quietly for a long time. Ha! No matter how powerful he is, he can't compare with Xiao Teng. Wu Shi sneered coldly. He asked his granddaughter to send a personal post to Xiao Teng, that is, he put Baodu on the other party. Of course, he did not hope that Xiao Teng would lose to Xiao Yi. In fact, everyone firmly believes that Xiao Teng has already surpassed Xiao Yi after using the snake blood. When everyone was in shock, Xiao Yi had already left the ring. Stinky boy, great. Xiao Yang smiled happily. Xiao Yi really gave him a big face. While happy, he did not ask Xiao Ye's strength anymore. The martial arts competition continues, and a teenager walks into the ring. Most of their strengths are similar. Even after hundreds of moves, they can only end the duel. There is a stunning performance of Xiao Ye's defeat of the enemy. Such a duel will undoubtedly lose a lot, and even the cheers in the ring are sparse. At the same time, many young girls with outstanding looks quietly turned their gaze to the direction of Xiao Yi, and their eyes were different. Finally, half an hour later, it was Xiao Ye's turn to take the stage again. When his opponent heard Xiao Ye's name, his face changed instantly, and his face struggled for a moment. He summoned the courage to launch an attack on Xiao Yi, but he was still defeated by Xiao Yi. One move. One move. One move. Xiao Yi came to power several times, and each time was a defeat. When Xiao Yi came to the end, the cheers of the world would erupt. Xiao Yi was crushed all the way, and there was no rival in the melee, so that everyone could not lift his head, firmly attracted the attention of everyone in the field, and became the focus of the most attention. The girls on the field were so heartwarming that they paid less attention to the teenagers sitting on the 5 tiger seats. Alone, overwhelming all the peers who participated in the melee, what a demeanor and strength. Even some excellent-looking girls couldn't help it, and came to Xiao Yang Luo Milan with a shy face, and handed in a close post. Generally speaking, the woman will only submit a personal post to a man, but this is not necessarily the case. In the history of Qingyang town, there have been women who regretted and turned to proposts. Because the marriage selection is two-way, the man can choose the woman and the woman can choose the man. But this situation rarely occurs after all. The first girl took the lead and immediately caused a sensation, prompting other girls to post their posts. In this situation, everyone was stunned. In a blink of an eye, Luo Milan had a thick stack of kisses in front of her, closing her mouth with joy. Before that, she was still in a bad mood because Xiao Yi did not receive a personal post. Now all the unhappiness is gone. Nima, Lao Tzu is going to commit suicide. My goddess actually turned to propost. Wow, let's be together. My family has also turned to proposts, and my heart is broken. From time to time, there was a scolding voice, wailing sounds, and murderous eyes, falling on Xiao Yi. Asshole. Xiao Ting sat in the first tiger chair, squeezing the armrest vigorously, his body trembling with anger, deforming the armrest. More than half of the girls who turned to proposts were posted to him, which is definitely a naked shame. Asshole, asshole. I must step on you. Xiao Ting growled inwardly. Because there were too many young girls who turned to proposts, the scene was chaotic for a time, and Xiao Dashan had to come out to host the scene, announcing that the marriage contest continued. Xiao Yi frowned on the ring, and there were more than 600 men participating in the marriage. This way, he was a little impatient when he didn't know when it would end. This is like having an adult fight with a young child. Uncle Shan, let them go together. Xiao Yi said to Xiao Dashan. The originally noisy scene suddenly became quiet, and the needle drop was audible. Everyone stared at Xiao Yi dumbfounded, and even the 3 village heads were shocked. Let everyone go together. This is too exaggerated. Nonsense. Xiao Tianxiong stood up and shouted. The martial arts competition is a round of selection. Until the strongest person is selected, he can sit on the 6th tiger chair. Today, only half of the melee has passed, which means that at least 300 people have not been eliminated, and among these 300 people, there are still many old fritters that have participated in several marriages. Let Xiao Yi fight with so many people at the same time. How could it be won? With no eyes and fists, Xiao Yi will still have life worries. This kid is so crazy, let's go and beat him. Xiao Ye's words caused a roar in the field, and the scene was chaotic for a while. Because of the pro-affiliation, the people who participated in the marriage selection had already suffocated, and now even Xiao Tianxiong ignored it and jumped onto the stage in preparation for beating Xiao Yi with a bad breath. Fortunately, considering the use of boxing, all this ring is built large enough to accommodate more than 300 people. Brothers, come on, beating this kid. Several old fritters yelled out deliberately. The limelight of the martial arts competition was taken away by Xiao Yi, and Mei Jiaonyang was also attracted by Xiao Yi. They hated their teeth. Several old fritters shouted, but people hid in the crowd. A lot of impulsive teenagers are hot-headed, shouting and swarming towards Xiao Yi. Year. Seeing the scene completely out of control, Xiao Yang and Luo Milan's faces turned white. Old man Shi, old man Wu, save people quickly. If Xiao Yi has 3 shorts and 2 shorts, I will look for you desperately. Xiao Tianxiong rushed towards the ring with a somber face. Most of these 300 people are from Shijia village and Wujia village. Shi Zhan and Wu Shi did not dare to neglect and rushed up. Xiao Yi is a real genius. If the damage is in their hands, Xiao Tianxiong will definitely find them desperately. On the ring, Xiao Yi looked at the old fritters hiding in the crowd with a look of contempt. It's shameless for these guys to dare not rush, but to encourage others to do it. One person faced 300 people alone, and Xiao Yi bred pride in his heart. He clenched his fists, and his body burst into a crackling sound. Like a fried bean, a powerful force swam through the whole body. His flesh has been tempered to the extreme of refining the physical realm. Even if he does not use the true energy, he can exert the strength of the 9th peak of refining the body. Among these people, including the old fried dough sticks, the most powerful one is only in the late period of refining the body. Tiger punch. Xiao Yiqingxiu's face was cold, and the tiger rushed to eat, colliding with the surging figure. What? What? The screams were mixed with dull impact sounds, resounding through the central square, and the figures were blasted out of the ring by powerful forces. The spectacular scene made everyone's expressions extremely exciting, with a wide open mouth. Forgot to close. In the blink of an eye, the originally crowded ring was emptied, leaving only a few old fritters hiding behind the crowd, standing there like a wooden chicken, trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Yi closed his fist and stood like a spear, exuding an invincible breath as if to poke the sky out of a hole. When Xiao Ye's eyes swept to them, the old fritters shuddered, and quickly said, "We roll down ourselves." After that, they really jumped out of the ring by themselves. The embarrassed appearance did not cause a laugh, because everyone was immersed in shock. The 3 village chiefs who had originally rushed to the ring were also in a halt, and their faces were incredible. A silent shock permeated the entire central square. Year's strength is not the late stage of physical training Jiuzhong, but the peak of physical training Jiuzhong. Xiao Tianxiong stared blankly at the teenager on the ring. With his knowledge, how could he not see the strength that Xiao Yi showed? Shi Zhan was also dull for a while, and then said with emotion, "Old man Xiao, I really doubt if you are old and confused. The snake blood is not used by such a genius, but it is given to Xiao Teng. One is practicing alone. At the age of 15, it has reached the peak of the 9th level of physical training. How amazing is this? Looking at the large and small villages in Qinyang town, who can compare with Xiao Yi? Such a genius in any village will be fully cultivated." The intense regret in the words of Shi Zhan made Xiao Tianxiong's heart cramp, and he even breathed a bit. Yeah, if the snake blood is used by Xiao Yi, maybe the current Xiaojia village, or even Qinyang town, has seen the youngest acquired warrior in history. Tianyi makes people. Xiao Tianxiong smiled bitterly. It was too late for Xiao Yi to wake up, and the energy of the snake blood could not wait at that time. Fortunately, Xiao Teng's progress is not slow. Xiao Tianxiong exhaled slowly, his eyes sharpened again. At this time, Wu Shi, who had been silent, stared at Xiao Tianxiong and said fiercely, "Old man Xiao, if you dare to lie to me, I will strangle you." It was because he heard Xiao Tianxiong mention Xiao Teng's strength that Wu Meier gave up on Xiao Yi and voted for Xiao Teng. If Xiao Teng did not reach the level of imagination, and he gave up such a genius as Xiao Yi, wouldn't he regret his death? Wu Shi's words made Xiao Tianxiong unhappy. He said lightly, "Relax, Xiao Yi is definitely not comparable to Xiao Teng." After hearing Xiao Tianxiong's assurance, Wu Shi felt relieved. Can't compare with Xiao Teng. Is it possible that Xiao Teng has reached the afterworld? It's really exciting. Shi Zhan whispered. Chapter 9 Xiao Teng's Strength. On the ring, Xiao Yi looked at Xiao Dashan next to the ring. "Uncle Shan, can you announce the result?" Xiao Dashan returned to his spirits from shock. He jumped onto the ring and said loudly, "I announced that Xiao Yi won, and entered the final of the top 6 competition, sitting in the 6th tiger seat." Boom! As Xiao Dashan's voice fell, cheers broke out at the scene. Everyone shouted Xiao Ye's name, his face full of madness. One person defeated 300 peers. How powerful is this? This feat made many teenagers in the field excited, looking at Xiao Yang on the ring as an idol. The girl who participated in the marriage selection wished she could stand beside Xiao Yi immediately and become Xiao Ye's partner. Being able to be a strong woman is what they most expect and desire. Asshole, how could he be so strong? Wu Meier stomped his feet angrily. The other party was clearly unconscious for 3 months, but just woke up and reached the level where his peers looked up. Xiao Yi looked at the audience speechlessly, then jumped off the ring and marched towards the tiger seat. Xiao Teng looked at Xiao Yi gloomily and sat on the 6th tiger seat. "I will let you try, what is despair?" Xiao Teng's fists clenched slowly. Xiao Dashan on the ring pressed the palm of his hand, and the cheers in the field suddenly subsided. After half an hour of rest, he officially entered the finals. Xiao Dashan finished, and jumped off the ring. The half-hour rest time was actually prepared for the teenager to stand out from the melee, but everyone knew that Xiao Yi participated in the melee and did not consume much at all. But the rules are the rules. Everyone is patient. While waiting for the finals, they talk in a low voice. "You said, who will be the winner of this marriage contest?" "I think Xiao Yi is very likely to win." "Gee, the 15-year-old body refining 9 peaks, really genius." "Cut, Xiao Yi is a genius." "It's true that the other 5 are ordinary characters." Some people disdain, for example, Xiao Teng. After using Jiao's snake blood, his strength is definitely not worse than that of Xiao Yi. There is also Shi Bo, the first genius in Shijiakan, whose strength has reached the peak of the ninth level of physical refining. Compared with him, Xiao Yi is still a bit younger. Hearing this man's words, everyone thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. The one who can sit on the tiger's seat is the most outstanding person in the major villages, standing at the peak of his peers in Qinyang town, with the most dazzling light on his body. Compared with these people, Xiao Yi is still too young to occupy the slightest advantage. Soon, half an hour later, Xiao Dashan stepped onto the ring. Oh, the following is the final that attracts everyone's attention. I don't talk much nonsense. I have a list of finals in my hand. Anyone who reads the name will come up to compete. Xiao Dashan said, and came up with a list again. Everyone held their breath and looked forward to it. Who would be the first to fight? In the first game, Wu Dainiu of Wujia village confronted Shi Wei of Shijia village. After reading the list, Xiao Dashan walked down the ring. Shi Wei. A young man stood up from the fourth tiger seat. His skin was dark, his body was as strong as a bull, and his tall body was extremely oppressive. He stared at the young man on the third tiger seat and said, I heard that you are the second genius of Shijia village. Let me try it today. Do you have that weight? Shi Wei is a young man of ordinary looks. He stood up from the tiger seat and sneered, You stupid cow, today I will beat you to marry your wife. I can't marry a daughter-in-law, then I will engage your daughter-in-law. Wu Dainiu glared, his temper was up. Both are outstanding in their respective village peers, and naturally have a sense of arrogance in their hearts. Daniel is so good, it's worthy of Wujiakan. Wu Dainiu's words immediately caused a big laugh, letting the girl under the stage show a ray of red glow, and gave Wu Dainiu a glance. Immediately afterwards, the two jumped into the ring and started a duel under the watch of everyone. Ah! I saw Wu Dehu roaring in his mouth, stepping on the ring burst and rushing toward Shi Wei, and the heavy pace shook the ring. This Wu Dainiu, such a strong force. Xiao Ye's eyes lit up. In the ring, Shi Wei was shocked by the strength of Wu Dainiu. He stepped on the foot and avoided the impact of Wu Dainiu. The two chased one by one, and one hid, and for a time they reached a deadlock. Whispering sound. The villagers in the ring shook their heads together. What can be said about such a showdown? Old man Wu, I heard that Wu Dainiu in your village was born with great strength, but now it is extraordinary at first sight. Xiao Tianxiong exclaimed. Wu Shi smiled triumphantly and said, That's nature. Don't look at Daniel's ability to cultivate the mid-9 level strength of the body, but the strength can be compared with the warrior at the peak of the 9 level body. Old man Shi Wei in your village will lose. Shi Zhan's expression was unexpectedly calm. He took a sip of wine indifferently and said, Shi Wei size 9-year medium-term strength training, it is normal to lose. Sure enough, when Shi Wei was evading, Wu Dainiu hit his right arm with a punch, and his body stopped. While Wu Dainiu seized the opportunity, a stormy attack threw Shi Wei out of the ring. Wu Dainiu won and entered the top 3. Xiao Dashan announced loudly. I said, You are not my opponent. Wu Dainiu walked to the edge of the ring and looked down at Shi Wei who was climbing up. Humph. Shi Wei snorted, turned and left. Because Wu Dainiu won, he replaced Shi Wei's seat and took the third tiger seat, while Shi Wei took Wu Dainiu's seat. Hey, sitting in this seat, I feel so good. Wu Dainiu smiled and let Shi Wei's eyes roll straight. Xiao Yi smiled slightly, this Wu Dainiu was quite interesting. The second game, Xiao Yi from Xiaojia village, against Li Wubua from Lijia village. Xiao Dashan on the ring looked at the list and yelled. It's my turn so soon. Xiao Yi froze for a moment, and finally stood up, looking at the sixth tiger. Lijia village is a weak village in Qingyang town, with less than 200 people in the whole village, which is far from comparable to Xiaojia village. Li Wubua was around the age of 23, tall and thin like a monkey, is the first genius of Lijia village. He stood up from the tiger seat and looked at Xiao Yi, with a struggling expression on his face. In the end, he smiled bitterly at Xiao Yi Gong, Xiao Yi, I am not your opponent, don't compare, I admit defeat. A young man in his 20s turned down to admit defeat to a 15-year-old boy. This scene is quite weird. But when everyone thought about it, they were relieved. Although Li Wubua was Li Jiatsun's first genius, his talents in the 9th midterm training will lose. In this way, Xiao Yi directly advanced to the top 3 and took the seat of Li Wubua. In the ring, Xiao Dashan continued to read the list. Next. Xiao Dashan's tone was dignified, Xiaojia village Xiao Tang, against Shijia village Shibua. Wow! Although everyone had expected that the two of them would have a duel, but now they heard Xiao Dashan's words, and there was still a lot of noise, with fiery eyes, looking at the two who slowly stood up from the tiger seat. One is the first genius of Xiaojiakan. After using the snake blood, no one knows what strength he has. One is the first genius in Shijia village, and rarely shows up in front of everyone. He has only participated in marriage selection so far. At the age of 19, he has reached the peak of the ninth level of physical training. The trend of peers uniquely respected. Xiao Yureo was interested. For Shirbo, he still admired it. He only attended low-key training until he was 19 years old. This is what many people cannot do. Xiao Teng. A young man with long hair scattered, like a savage, boarded the ring, his eyes lazing out a fine man's, and the will to the sky. Today's Qingyang town, you deserve to be my opponent, I hope you will not let me down. Shirbo said slowly. Xiao Teng carried his hands on the platform and came to the ring. He shook his head and said, "It is a pity that you are not worthy of my opponent." Hiss. Xiao Teng's words fell, and the audience was silent. The inhaled breath resounded through the audience. His eyes widened, staring at Xiao Teng. In the face of Shirbo, Xiao Teng could actually say such a thing. Is he confident or arrogant? Shirbo's brow furrowed, and said lightly, "It's not a small breath, don't you step into the afterworld." Xiao Teng still carried his hands on his back, and he mysteriously smiled, "I didn't step into the Hotian realm, but I reached." Boom! Along with Xiao Teng's words, a powerful momentum swept away from him, causing the audience to fall into the silence of death. Xiao Teng's words resounded like thunder in their hearts. Half step, the day after tomorrow. At this moment, everyone's heart was beating wildly. Xiao Teng actually reached the half-step horizon. Shirbo's eyes changed. From refining the physical realm is the Hotian realm, it is a big hurdle. I don't know how many ambitious warriors are blocked. He has tried several times to impact the Hotian realm, but in the end failed. But Xiao Teng, with the help of snake blood, crossed this threshold in a short period of time. It seems that he is not like the qualifications circulated by the outside world. He is completely cultivated by Xiao Ba. After half a step, the heavens. Shi Zhan's body with thin hair shivered, and his slightly turbid eyes flashed a beam of light. "Old man Xiao, you Xiaojiakan, there is an excellent junior." Xiao Tianxiong chuckled, "Xiao Teng can reach heaven in half a step in such a short time. In fact, I am also very surprised. The junior of his village is excellent, and of course he has a bright face. He Xiaojia village and Shi and Wu villages are harmonious on the surface, but in fact they have always been competing with each other in the dark. They all want to cultivate juniors who can suppress the other two villages. In recent years, the rise of Shirbo in Shijia village has overwhelmed his peers, and Wu Dainiu in Wujia village is born with great strength and can fight across the ranks. However, the talents of Xiaojia village are dying, and no one in the same age can match them. Xiao Yi and Xiao Teng are too young. So Xiao Tianxiong squatted in the fierce beast forest for a month, and finally got the snake blood, in order to cultivate a junior who can crush Shirbo and Wu Dainiu. Now the goal is finally achieved, although the process is somewhat unsatisfactory. Xiao Tianxiong, I also want to thank you for training me a good grandson-in-law. Wu Shi's old face was like a blooming chrysanthemum. The 15-year-old half-step acquired, this has never been seen in the history of Qingyang town. With such a grandson-in-law, what's wrong with Wu Shi? Alas! Shi Zhan shook his head helplessly. Xiao Teng reached a half-step the day after tomorrow, Shirbo was undoubtedly defeated. Chapter 10 Suppress you with one hand. Above the ring. Shirbo, you admit defeat, you can't beat me. Xiao Teng shouldered his hands and looked at Shirbo with a look down. The half-step acquired is a transitional state from refining the physical state to the acquired realm. Although Xiao Teng has not derived true qi yet, he has a seed of true qi that can provide power far beyond that of the body. He can already be proud of his peers in the whole town. Today he is the most dazzling genius, the glory belongs to him, and the beauty belongs to him. Acknowledge defeat? Shirbo shook his head like a savage and shouted, "Keep confessing without fighting, that is not my style of acting. I want to try, how big is the gap between me and you?" Shirbo's body of war appeared, and his body burst into shape, and a set of palms were spread like flowing water in his hands. Open the tablet palm. As Shirbo's palms were photographed, the palms of the wind were impervious to Xiao Teng, and each palm wind had the power to open the stone and crack the stone. I think you have good qualifications, and I wanted you to step down with a face. Since you are stubborn, then don't blame me. Xiao Teng Lenghen, walking in the palm of the hand, like a leisurely walk, double the palms suddenly pushed forward. Boom! A violent explosion of air sounded, destroying Shirbo's palm wind, and the rest of the bombarded Shirbo. Puff! Shirbo's blood spewed out, and his body rose from the ground, smashing under the ring and unable to climb for a long time. Xiao Teng. Shi Zhan, the village chief, suddenly stood up, and the glass in his hand was crushed. Choosing a martial art competition, forbid hurting people, don't you know this rule? Shirbo is the first genius of Shijia village. If there are 3 shorts and 2 shorts, the loss of Shijia village will be great. Xiao Teng, you are too much. The villagers in Shijia village beneath the stage shouted angrily and excitedly, so they rushed up. Xiao Tianxiong and Wu Shi looked at each other with a heavy expression. Xiao Teng did indeed go too far. The marriage meeting was originally a happy event, but now it is bloody. If this is the case for marriage selection over the years, the 3 villages would have fought long ago. Under the inspection of the villagers, fortunately, Shirbo's injury was not too serious, just rest for a while. With the help of a villager, Shirbo sat back pale and pale. In the ring, Xiao Teng did not feel ashamed, but instead sneered secretly, my Xiao Teng is half a step after the 15-year-old, let alone hurt Shirbo, even if I kill him, the village head will protect me of. Xiao Teng has this confidence. Everyone, my son really did get a little more important. After the marriage meeting, I will personally come to pay guilt. Xiao Ba walked out with a smile, appeasing the emotion of the villagers in Shijia village. Seeing that Shirbo was fine, coupled with Xiao Ba's attitude, the voice of dissatisfaction gradually lowered. Xiao Ba stood up and looked at Xiao Dashan with a smile. Dashan, shouldn't you compare next? You see, my son has reached half a day later, and it's not a kind of waste. I am qualified to compete with my son. Xiao Ba said, and gave Xiao Yang a cold glance. Xiao Yang's complexion immediately changed, and his body trembled in anger. He has broken his meridians and became obsolete. The whole village is well known, but the villagers with simple nature try to avoid touching the scars of Xiao Yang's heart. But Xiao Ba, in front of the whole town, said that he was a waste. Xiao Ba. Xiao Yi stepped over and walked over. Your son breaks through the snake blood to a half-step the day after tomorrow, is it worth showing off? Xiao Ba said coldly, it's better to be stronger than you still follow your waste man's father, get home. Really? Then you can see clearly. Under the eyes of all eyes, Xiao Yi boarded the ring, and his eyes shot at the sharp man's. I Xiao Yi, I can sweep everyone without the blood of a snake. At this moment, Xiao Yi was like a long sword with a sheath, and the sword pointed to the sky. No. Xiao Yang was shocked when she saw this scene. Lost. Shirbo on the tiger's seat shook his head. He and Xiao Yi were at the pinnacle of the 9th level of physical training. He was defeated, and Xiao Yi was certainly not much better. Not self-restrained. Wu Meyer and the girl team sneered. Above the ring, Xiao Teng carried his hands on his back and ridiculed, Xiao Yi, I thought you were going to be a tortoise, but I didn't expect you to have the courage to come up. I have hated you for a long time. Today I will end this annoyance with my own hands. Xiaojiakan's first genius is always me. After that, Shouting shouted, the black hair had no wind, and the chi seeds in the body fluttered and flowed out. Abundant power. Taste it, what is despair? Shouting's expression was fierce, and he walked towards Shouting. Every time it fell, the ring wobbled a few times, leaving deep footprints and making a loud noise. Dad, look at how good your son is. Xiao Yi looked at Shouting and murmured softly. Boom! Shouting climbed to the peak with his momentum, he moved, the speed far exceeded the refining body, like the power of a mountain torrent erupted, pouring out Xiao Yi. Stop it! Xiao Tianxiong was frightened, but he was too late to stop it, because all this happened so fast that it had evolved into the two best juniors in Xiaojia village. You are right, Xiao Jiatsuan, there is only one first genius, but unfortunately that person is not you. Xiao Yi black hair danced wildly, her eyes as brilliant as stars. Tiger fist. Xiao Yi blasted out with one punch, and the strength of the punch was integrated into a fierce tiger's head. The situation changed, causing the roar of tigers and the sound of the earth, and he was about to break through the ninth heaven. Boom! A strong collision rolled up the sky and dust, and I saw the two figures on the ring at one touch, and one of them stepped back after a few steps. Xiao Yi was not blasted. Looking at the backed figure, everyone exclaimed. When the smoke and dust cleared, the backed-out figure appeared clearly, and everyone was stunned because the backed-out figure belonged to Shouting. That's fierce tiger fist. The three village heads stood up at the same time, and a deep shock appeared on the old face. Tiger fist is widely spread in the villages of Qingyang Township. As village chiefs, they know how difficult it is to understand the power of Tiger Fist. That was the head of the three villages, and they didn't realize the fierce Tiger Fist. No wonder Xiao Yi can repel Shouting. Shi Zhan's eyes shined, this is definitely a martial arts wizard. The upgrade of the martial arts realm can be assisted by the immortality and other things. Even if it is a waste material, it can have a low martial arts realm by stacking with various resources. But to master the combat skills to a high and deep level, only continuous hard work and comprehension, there is no shortcut. At the age of 15, Xiao Yening realized the tiger's boxing potential, indicating that he had a terrible talent in the battle. Based on this alone, Xiao Ye's strength is no worse than that of Shouting. Above the ring, Shouting retreated embarrassedly, looking at Xiao Yi in disbelief. How can that be? I am a half-step acquired strength, how could it be repulsed by you? Shouting shook his head frantically, denying all this. Xiao Yi walked on the ring, he sneered, is the day after half a step very strong? Then you can see clearly, I don't need Jiao snake blood, I still suppress you with one hand. Bang! The true qi burst in Xiao Ye's body, like a roaring river, with a strong breath rising into the sky, far beyond Shouting's half-step acquired. Snapped! Xiao Yezhen's twirling palm protruded out and patted Shouting with a dull face. Boom! The terrible power hit Shouting all over. Shouting's eyes were golden, his body was lying on the ring, and several ribs were broken. Did you see clearly? I'm already in the acquired realm, you Shouting, you can only look at me. Xiao Yi black hair danced violently, shouting and stomping towards the ring. Boom! The wide ring swayed for a while, then collapsed suddenly, and smoke rose. Xiao Ye's foot seemed to be heavily stomped on the hearts of everyone, and everyone could not speak. At this moment, the central square of Qingyang town and the faces of all the villagers in Wanyang showed a mixed expression of dullness and horror. They opened their mouths wide and even forgot to close them, allowing the cold air to pass through their hearts. Boom! The shaking ring collapsed, and the tremendous loud noise, as if a thunder struck them, made their hearts tremble. Acquired realm. And still a 15-year-old acquired warrior. Looking at the hundreds of years of history in Qingyang town, is there such a young acquired warrior? No. In front of Xiao Yi, Xiao Teng and Shi Bo were not enough to see. This, definitely is Xiaojia village. No, it is Qinyang town, a rare genius in 100 years. The villagers of Xiaojia village shuddered with excitement. Hiss. Along with this person's words, a villager was awakened, and then breathed a cool breath, resounding over the central square. Wow! The whole central square was boiling, and there were fiery sights, and the young figure standing above the ruins of the ring platform. This. Xiao Yang shook some of his hairy head. How could Yi Er suddenly step into the realm of the future? This huge surprise made Xiao Yang difficult to accept for a while, but the real energy fluctuations from Xiao Ye's body were extremely real. Old man Xiao, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Wu Shi's face was dull, and finally stared at Xiao Tianxiong angrily, hoping to eat the other party. It was from Xiao Tianxiong's mouth that he learned that Xiao Teng had broken through to the realm half a step later, and this was so anxious that Wu Meier gave up Xiao Yi and turned to propose to Xiao Teng. Only when I thought that I actually rejected a 15-year-old acquired genius, I felt as if I were a knife. Xiao Tianxiong opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. Xiao Ye's performance is too amazing, whether it is the Tiger Fist, or reaching the age of 15 at the age of 15, it is beyond the reach of his peers in Qinyang town. No, taking advantage of it now, I have to let Meier turn to propose to Xiao Yi. In Meier's appearance, I don't believe that Xiao Yi will be unmoved. Wu Shi pondered for a moment and made up her mind. Old man Shi, is this something wrong with me? Suddenly, Wu Shi blushed. After all, he is the village head of Wujia village and a prestigious elder. Such disregard for his old face will inevitably make him feel a little embarrassed. Huh? What about the old man? Seeing that there was no answer, Wu Shi looked to the side, but found that Shi Zhan had nowhere to go. Xiao Tianxiong's expression was dull, and he stared in the direction of Xiao Yi. Old man Shi seemed to be pulling his granddaughter to find Xiao Yi. What? Wu Shi glared. This old, immortal, his granddaughter is only 13 years old. Is he going to let Xiao Yi marry his 13-year-old granddaughter? In Qinyang town, the 13-year-old girl is not yet a teenager and has not reached the age of participating in the marriage. No. This old immortal is too insidious, I must stop him, Xiao Yi is my granddaughter-in-law. After that, Wu Shi rushed out like a gust of wind, leaving Xiao Tianxiong with a twitching mouth. Is this a battle for grandson-in-law? Chapter 11 Blood Wolf Gang. The ring of martial arts contests has turned into a ruin. Xiao Ting looked at Xiao Yi blankly, his opponent's performance shattered all his confidence, leaving an indelible shadow in his heart. He was used to take the bodybuilding pill and snake blood, but he was still left behind by Xiao Yi. He even felt that it was impossible for him to surpass Xiao Yi in his life. If you come back to provoke me later, don't blame me for being ruthless. Xiao Yi glanced at Xiao Ting coldly and stepped out of the ruins. After all, he is still a 15-year-old boy, and he kills people before he can move, let alone Xiao Tang and he are in a village. Xiao Xian's nephew. At this time, Shi Zhan with a smile on his face came over, but the smile on his face, Xiao Yi looked like a conspiracy taste. Especially the title of Shi Zhan, Xiao Xian's nephew. The age of stone warfare is more than ancient, and Xiao Yi was only 15 years old today. When the other party's grandsons are enough, is he now called Xiao Xia's nephew? This is too nonsense. Grandpa Shi Zhan. Xiao Yi smiled on his face, saluting Shi Zhan, how to say that the other party is also an elder, he still has to respect. Xiao Xian's nephew. Shi Zhan pulled Xiao Yi enthusiastically, and the smile on his face became more sympathetic. He pointed to him and said, come and see how Grandpa's granddaughter looks. Xiao Yi was taken aback for a moment, looking down at Shi Zhan's line of sight. Only then did he realize that Xiao Zhan was still following a young girl. The girl was slightly green, wearing a goose-yellow dress, with a long posture, pure and pleasant appearance, and Wu Meier's charming is two extremes. Xiao Yi had to admit that this young girl is a good beauty embryo. If you pass a few more years, she will definitely overwhelm Wu Meyer and become the first beauty in Qinyang town. Good. Xiao Yi nodded mechanically, not knowing what medicine was sold in the stone war gourd. Hee hee. Shi Zhanwen smiled even harder, and he leaned over and didn't know when to take out a personal post. Since Xiao Xian's nephew is also satisfactory, then accept my granddaughter's personal post. Professional posts. Xiao Ye's forehead dropped countless black lines, allowing him to accept a proficiency post that has not yet been fully developed. Grandpa Shi Zhan, aren't you making me happy? Your granddaughter is under 14 years old. Xiao Yi smiled bitterly. Although my granddaughter is only 13 years old, but her chest is firm, her is tumbling. Gee. Shi Zhan approached, showing a smile that all men understood. As long as you accept the prologue, I will call the shots and immediately let she can go into the cave with you. In Qinyang town, although young girls can participate in marriage selection as long as they are at least 14 years old, at least they must wait until they are 16 years old in order to be truly married. Shi Zhan desperately promoted the appearance of his granddaughter and let Xiao Yi petrify on the spot. Is this still the village leader of Shijia village who is highly respected? Xiao Yi had an impulse to swear. Grandpa. Believe it or not, I pulled out your beard. Shi Qingqing was so embarrassed and angry that he twisted his hands around Shi Zhan's waist, making Shi Zhan breathe air. At the same time, Shi Qingqing also secretly looked at Xiao Yi, a trace of shame appeared on the pure and pleasant face. She followed the villagers of Shijia village to watch this marriage contest, but unexpectedly saw Xiao Ye's stunning performance, and her heart throbbed. In the true spirit continent, the strong will be worshipped and respected by others everywhere. Of course, Shi Qingqing also hopes that her future man can be as good as Xiao Yi. So when she heard Shi Zhan's suggestion, the ghost messenger agreed. Lao Shi is undead, you are so shameless. Wu Shi came over with all his hair, and his old face was flushed with anger. He pointed at Shi Zhan and scolded. Old man Wu, do you still have a face to say to me? Do you dare to say that you and I are not the same purpose? Shi Zhan coldly snorted, glancing at Wu Meyer who was following. Wu Shi was embarrassed for a while, then he put on a kind expression and said to Xiao Yi, Xiao Xian nephew, what do you think of my granddaughter Wu Meyer? Listening to the exact lines of the two, Xiao Yi was staggering at the foot of his feet. This old guy, wouldn't he also promote his granddaughter? It's just the object, but Wu Meyer. There was a hint of coldness on Xiao Ye's face. When he saw that he was better than Xiao Teng, did he turn to look for himself again? Unfortunately, Xiao Yi did not agree. Xiao Yi, who Wu Wuer was looking at, flashed decisively in his autumn eyes. A century-old genius in Qinyang town is in front of herself, and it is definitely worth her to put down everything and take the initiative to attack again. Brother Xiao Yi, I was wrong before. Meyer apologized to you. I hope you can accept Meyer's personal post. Wu Meyer took out a personal post and handed it over. In front of the whole town, a trace of sarcasm appeared in the corner of Xiao Ye's mouth. He just looked at Wu Meyer coldly, letting the other party hold his post. Wu Meyer's jade hand trembles slightly. As the first beauty in Qinyang town, she personally submitted her personal posts, but the other party failed to connect. Looking at this scene, many teenagers wailed for a while, and the first beautiful woman in Qinyang town personally submitted a personal post. Xiao Yi didn't even accept it. When their eyes turned to Shi Qingqing, they suddenly had the heart to kill Xiao Yi. Shi Qingqing's physical appearance did not lose to Wu Meyer at all. In another 2 years, she can definitely overwhelm Wu Meyer and grow into the first beauty in Qinyang town. The two beauties, big and small, are enough to drive any teenager in Qinyang town crazy. Xiao Ye's realization flashed over Shi Qingqing and Wu Meyer, and a firm light flashed in his eyes. His purpose is to enter the Chongyang gate, to find the panacea for Xiao Yang, and to return the humiliation brought to him by Zhao Qian. How can he be willing to be bound by marriage so early? Just when Xiao Yi was about to refuse, the ground suddenly trembled, and the messy horseshoe sounded from far to near. "Huh, the kids in Qinyang town, it's time to pay the money." A voice sounded like thunder and shocked the eardrum. The villagers on the square suddenly fell silent, with a fearful expression on their faces, looking at the entrance of the square. There, a team of 100 people came riding a horse, the dazzling weapons in their hands dazzled, and a breath came across, making people feel suffocated. "The people from the Blood Wolf gang are here." The villagers in the square rioted, looking at the people with vigilance and slowly backing away. "Ha, don't be nervous. As long as you hand over your New Year's money, Lu Er will not move you." The leader is a bald man who shakes the machete in his hand. Looking at the horse, Xiao Ye's fists clenched suddenly, and dreamlike memories emerged from the depths of his mind. This Blood Wolf gang is a powerful bandit gang, with 1,000 gangs. The leading big master has half-step innate strength, the second head Lu Er is weaker, but also has the acquired 6 strength. The Blood Wolves, with the help of extraordinary force, rampantly dominated the surroundings of Qinyang town. Every year, they levied their own money in every town. Anyone who dared to disobey immediately launched a killing, which cast a strong name. 4 years ago, when the Blood Wolf gang first came to Qinyang town to collect annual money, Xiao Yang, the second strongest in Xiaojia village, was brutally suppressed by the big master just because he had said one more sentence. One move, only one move, Xiao Yang, hailed as the most qualified to take over as the village chief, was defeated and on the verge of dying. Xiaojia village devoted all of his efforts to rescue Xiao Yang, but Xiao Yang had already broken through his veins and became a waste person, living in the shadow all day long. It can be said that the Blood Wolf gang in front of him is the culprit that destroyed his father, and almost destroyed his home. Xiao Ye's heart was full of hatred, but he was suppressed by him. Because he knew very well that if he showed his hatred prematurely, the Blood Wolf gang's style of action would surely eradicate the grass, and he must be forbearing. "Oh, Lu Er has been away for a long time, and we have already prepared the money." The 3 village heads stood together at the front of the crowd and smiled at Lu Ergong. Although Lu Er's strength is inferior to them, but they don't dare to disrespect because the Blood Wolf helps the big master. At the same time, several villagers stepped out of the crowd and carried several large boxes on the ground. "Lu Er is the master. There are a total of 32,000 silver here. We made up the whole town. You can order it." Xiao Tianxiong said with a smile. "Don't order it, borrow some of your guts, and don't dare to fool my Blood Wolf gang." There was a hint of sarcasm on Lu Er's face. With a big wave of his hand, someone immediately carried the box away. "Ha, old man Xiao, go home to eat." Lu Sanson smiled with his head up and left with his horse. Seeing the Blood Wolf gang leave, the talents were relieved. "Mother, I really want to die like a godsend. Our village earns less money every year and is subject to their search." "No way, the Blood Wolf gang is the master, but a half-step innate master. He also has a Blood Wolf guard composed entirely of acquired warriors, a total of 100 people, we can't resist. Alas, if we in Qinyang town, it would be nice to have an innate master, who would dare to provoke at that time." The voice of everyone's argument passed into Xiao Ye's ears, making him feel heavy. Yes, the Blood Wolf gang is too powerful. In addition to being the master, the Blood Wolf gang also has such elite teams as the Blood Wolf Guard. In Qinyang town, the 3 most powerful villages, such as Xiao, Shi, Wu, and the acquired warriors, there are only a few people, not to mention other weak villages. The total number of acquired warriors in Qinyang town is less than half of the Blood Wolf guards. How can this be resisted? There is only one dead end. Fortunately, there are 3 village heads of the acquired Zheozhong, and they can fight against the Blood Wolf to help the big master, otherwise the annual money will be collected more. Although the Blood Wolf gang is strong, Zhao Qian alone, I am afraid they can kill them all. Xiao Yi secretly said, the original trace of triumph also disappeared, because he still has a big gap with Zhao Qian. After the people of the Blood Wolf gang made such a mess, everyone's interest also went to more than half. After Xiao Dashan took the stage and announced that the champion of this marriage contest was Xiao Yi, he walked down. Shi Zhan and Wu Shi did not give up, and asked Xiao Yi again, and finally left in disappointment. Other weak villages also followed. Xiao Yi followed the crowd back to the village and was called by the village chief. Chapter 12 Acquired Exercises. Xiao Jiatsuan, Xiao Tianxiong's home. Year. Xiao Tianxiong's face was flushed, and Xiao Ye's hand pressure on his peers in the marriage selection competition can be said to have won Xiao Jiatsuan's face. Especially in the end, Shi Zhan and Wu Shi, in order to make Xiao Yi become the scene of their grandson-in-law's fight, let Xiao Tianxiong's heart blossom. In Ziyajyakan, a real genius finally appeared. I want to ask you, why did you suddenly step into the horizon? Xiao Tianxiong asked curiously. Xiao Ye's eyes flickered, and he had long guessed that Xiao Tianxiong would ask this question. After all, he had been in a coma for 3 months and entered the acquired realm when he woke up, which was too scary. Grandpa, I had a dream in these 3 months. I kept practicing in my dreams. When I woke up, I stepped into the horizon. Xiao Yi was ready on the way back rhetoric. This statement is the most safe, because no one can come to his dream to find out. Regarding the existence of the Tower of Time, he could not say it. Cultivation in a dream? Xiao Tianxiong glared, feeling a little unbelievable. He pondered for a long time before slowly saying, the true spirit continent is immense. What strange things can happen, I won't ask too much. However, I have to apologize to you and give shouting blood to shouting for use. Xiao Tianxiong sincerely apologized. Seeing that Xiao Tianxiong did not entangle on this issue, Xiao Yi was relieved. Grandpa, you don't have to apologize. If you don't give the snake blood to Xiao Teng, when I wake up, the energy of the snake blood will be exhausted long ago, and I don't have the snake blood. Xiao Tianxiong smiled heartily, a trace of worry in his heart finally dissipated. The teenager in front of him is not only talented, but also has a broad mind, far exceeding the average peers, making him more satisfied with the look. You have stepped into the Hotian realm, go, and I will take you to the Tibetan Gong building in the village. The Tibetan Gong building in the village will be open to you at will. Xiao Tianxiong got up and walked out. Xiao Yi was very happy. He had been expecting the Hotian realm's exercises for a long time. And with his current cultivation base, the basic fighting skills of the tigers are somewhat shabby. After all, even if one's cultivation is stronger, if there is no matching combat skills, it will be difficult to exert the strongest strength. The Tibetan Gong building is actually an ordinary house. In order to prevent theft, villagers guard the door all night. The village chief, the guarded villagers quickly saw Xiao Tianxiong. Well. Xiao Tianxiong nodded lightly, and then walked in with Xiao Yi. There are 2 rows of bookshelves in the Tibetan Gong building, and a booklet is placed on the bookshelves. Xiao Tianxiong walked up to a row of bookshelves, took down 5 books, and placed them on the table. These 5 books are the skills of the Hotian realm, and any one is enough for people to step into the a priori. Xiao Yi quickly picked up the booklet and looked through it. The drip power can use the 5 meridians in the body to strengthen the true qi. The true qi produced by the practice continues like water droplets. Reckless, you can use the 6 meridians in your body to strengthen the qi, and the qi you cultivated has a powerful explosive force. Hunyuan Gong can use the 9 meridians in the body to strengthen the true qi, and the true qi produced by the practice is very solid. After reading 5 books on the acquired skills, Xiao Yi wondered. How come the number of meridians is different for each exercise? Xiao Yi asked. Among the 5 acquired exercises, Hunyuan Gong uses the most meridians, reaching as many as 9. Xiao Tianxiong said with a smile, the Hotian realm is to circulate the true qi in the meridians every day, so as to strengthen the true qi. The more meridians used, the stronger the true qi. Xiao Yi suddenly said, Grandpa, do you mean that Hunyuan Gong is the strongest? Yes, but the more difficult it is to practice. The Hotian realm is divided into 9 levels, and it is a process of continuous tempering of true qi. The tempering produces 9 qualitative changes before we have the opportunity to step into the innate realm. Before every qualitative change, the meridians used must be filled with true qi. Hunyuan Gong is strong, but it is not so easy to fill 9 meridians, Xiao Tianxiong said. Xiao Yi heard Xiao Tianxiong's words and immediately understood. The meridians in the acquired warrior are like rivers, and true qi is the river water in the rivers. The more rivers there are, the more river water is needed to fill it. But again, the more rivers there are, the more rivers they can store, and Xiao Yi knows this. The warriors in our village, almost all tried to practice Hunyuan Gong, but gave up because of the difficulty, and switched to other exercises. So I persuade you, or practice arrogance. With your qualifications, it should be able to break through soon. Xiao Tianxiong reminded. Listening to the village head, Xiao Yi picked up Hunyuan Gong and firmly said, "Grandpa head, I will choose this one." Xiao Tianxiong frowned, and it seemed that this kid didn't look back against the south wall. Nonsense. You will only waste time in vain and take a long detour. Xiao Tianxiong shouted. The experience accumulated by generations of ancestors of Xiaojia village is the same. He naturally could not bear Xiao Yi to repeat the same mistakes. Grandpa's grandpa, you let me try it. If it doesn't work, I can change the exercises. Xiao Yi said with a smile. Looking at Xiao Ye's firm appearance, Xiao Tianxiong smiled and sighed, saying, "Well, if it feels too difficult, you have to replace the exercises." Good. Xiao Yi grinned. The Tower of Time is there, no matter how difficult the Hunyuan Gong is, he is confident. As Xiao Yi planned to step forward, Xiao Tianxiong reached out to stop him. I suddenly remembered that since you chose Hunyuan Gong, there is a combat skill that is best for you. With that said, Xiao Tianxiong took out a yellowed booklet from one of the bookshelves and handed it to Xiao Yi. This first-class combat skill has been shelved in the Tibetan Gong building for a long time. Xiao Tianxiong said with emotion. Xiao Yi took the book curiously, and saw 3 characters on the cover of the Dragon and Phoenix Dance, first-class combat skills, big collapse. He opened it and saw that there was a small line on the front page, a warrior with an acquired skill of more than 8 veins can practice this combat skill. 8 veins. Xiao Yi took a breath, and the acquired skill with more than 8 veins refers to the acquired skill with 8 meridians. This combat skill actually has such requirements. Among the acquired skills that Xiao Jiatsuan possesses, only Hunyuan Gong meets this requirement. No wonder Xiao Tianxiong would say that it is best for him. I hope that this skill that has been covered by dust can carry forward in your hands. Xiao Tianxiong solemnly said. Xiao Yi nodded, holding the book in his hand. He could feel the other party's expectation of him, but Xiao Jiatsuan's hope. Holding the exercises and combat skills, Xiao Yi returned home, and Xiao Yang gathered up and asked Xiao Yi about his strength. Xiao Yi took out his remarks to the village chief and ran to his room, closing the door. Cultivation in a dream. Xiao Yang was stunned, shocked by Xiao Ye's words. In the room, Xiao Yi opened the Hunyuan Gong book, which described in detail how to use the 9 meridians to strengthen the qi. After Xiao Yi memorized the contents, he sat cross-legged on the bed, and his consciousness moved. The tower-shaped mark on his chest glowed with glare, and then he looked black. When he opened his eyes again, he had arrived at the first floor of the Tower of Time. Start practicing. Xiao Yi was full of energy. He controlled the true qi in his body and carefully walked towards the first meridian recorded by Hunyuan Gong. Laugh. After about Kung Fu Tea, Xiao Yi heard a soft sound. The first meridian was penetrated, and the true qi circulated in it. It's not too difficult to get through the meridians. Xiao Yi thought to himself, then controlled the true energy and flew towards the second meridian. Laugh. It didn't take long for the second meridian to be opened. Laugh. The third meridian is opened. Laugh. The fourth meridian is opened. Xiao Yi worked hard to control the true qi to open up all 9 meridians, and a very pleasant feeling emerged spontaneously. My real energy is so low. Xiao Yi frowned suddenly. True qi was divided by 9 meridians. Originally quite strong, true qi is now as thin as hair. It seems that the village head is right, this Hunyuan Gong is really difficult. Xiao Yi said to himself, it is obviously very difficult to fill the 9 meridians with true energy to reach the condition of the first qualitative change. But the more difficult it is, the stronger the power of cultivation will be. Xiao Yi looked forward and closed his eyes to sink into cultivation. Call. Xiao Ye's hands produced the fingerprints recorded by Hunyuan Gong, and immediately qi started to run along the 9 meridians, and once a week, the qi in his body should be strengthened by 1 point. The true qi in Xiao Ye's body is growing at a rate almost visible to the naked eye. Xiao Jutsuan, Xiao Ba's home. Snapped. Xiao Ba looked gloomy and smashed the table next to him with a slap. Xiao Ba spent all my effort to train Tinger, and I couldn't compare to the son of the waste man in the end. Xiao Ba's eyes flickered, no. If we go on like this, our father and son will be suppressed to death, and it will be difficult to control Xiaojia village in the future. Xiao Ye's talent is really terrible, even if there is no snake blood, he can take a step first and step into the horizon. Such a genius continues to grow more easily than him. When the time comes, where else can he have the opportunity to control Xiaojiakan in his hands? Thinking of this, Xiao Ba couldn't sit still anymore, his eyes swelled with murderous intent. Blood Wolf Gang, it's up to you this time. After he finished, he got up and walked out of the house, toward the mountain outside the town, a mountain shaped like a horn. Anyone in Xinjiang town will feel chilly when he sees the mountain peak, because this Niujia mountain is the base camp of the Blood Wolf Gang. 2 hours later, Xiao Ba came down from this mountain peak. Although some price was paid, Lu Er's master finally agreed to cooperate with me. Xiao Yi, you are dead. Xiao Ba sneered, Xiao Jutsuan belongs to me. Xiao Ba. Chapter 13 Encounter an enemy. Time is like running water, slowly passing by. After the New Year's Eve, the large and small villages in Xinjiang town have become busy. After the martial arts competition, the girls at Xiao Ye's door often stopped and wondered. When Xiao Yang or Luo Milan pushed the door out, the girls ran away like a frightened deer. Ah, this is the number of this month. Xiao Yang couldn't help crying when she saw this scene again. That's not because my son is so powerful. Luo Milan frowned, and then said helplessly, unfortunately, none of his sons can look down on him. Stupid. Xiao Yang scolded, your women and men are short-sighted. My son joined the Chongyang Gate in the future, and the married women are all proud daughters of the heavens. How can these women be comparable? Although Xiao Yang was scolded, but Luo Milan was not a little angry, but nodded with a smile on her face, could not help but look forward to what kind of heavenly daughter his future daughter-in-law is. In the Tower of Time, Xiao Ye's hands formed a peculiar handprint, and the true energy in his body was like a river flowing in 9 meridians. Compared with when he just practiced Hunyuan Gong, his true energy was much stronger than at that time. Big palm. Suddenly, Xiao Ye's eyes opened, and he shot out the breathtaking essence. At the same time, he got up and shot his palms forward. Bang 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 bang. 3 loud roaring sounds were continually formed, coming out of Xiao Ye's body, and the majestic force roared and rushed out, sweeping all the way to form a forcible wave. The power of the Great Collapse is really extraordinary. Looking at the scene in front of him, Xiao Yi was excited. The palm collapses, using the qi in the meridian to perform a superimposed attack. After practicing to the level of consummation, you can instantly superimpose the qi for 4 times, and the attack power is powerful. But the premise of superimposing true energy, the true energy of the warrior must be sufficient. Thinking of the introduction of the Great Collapse, Xiao Yi felt with emotion, as if he hadn't practiced Hunyuan Gong, he would have missed such a powerful combat skill. Now my cultivation base has broken through to the early days of the acquired triple, and if it is combined with a successful collapse, no one in the acquired triple is my opponent. Xiao Yi showed strong confidence in himself. 100 Yuan Gong gave him a strong sense of energy, while the big collapse palm gave him a strong attack power. With the combination of the two, Xiao Yi can definitely be respected in the same order. At the Tower of Time, he practiced hard for more than 300 days, and his cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds, and the collapse of his palm almost reached the level of consummation. His strength is not the same. At this time, the outside world only passed more than a month. A month, across several small realms, if outsiders know, it will be terrified, because this speed is too fast. Unfortunately, I can only stack true energy 3 times now, but I can't do it 4 times. Xiao Yi was a little reluctant. There was not much time left for the entry selection of Chongyangmen. He had to seize all the time and strive to improve his strength. Otherwise, he talked about defeating Zhao Qian of the congenital realm. It seems that blind hard work is not the way to go. I still lack experience. Xiao Yi considered for a while and decided to go to the fierce beast forest near Qingyang town to find the fierce beast to practice and collapse. The fierce beasts of the true spirit continent know some cultivation methods and are equally powerful. Now, he already has a certain degree of self-protection. Thinking of this, Xiao Ye's consciousness left the Tower of Time and returned to the flesh. Daddy and mother are not at home. Xiao Yi didn't care about this. After the new year, the villagers of Xiaojia village were already very busy. And because of his sake, Xiao Yang was also valued by the village, often busy with things in the village. Year. Xiao Yi walked out of the house and was about to go towards the forest of fierce beasts. Xiao Tianxiong was walking down the path in the village. Grandpa. Xiao Yi smiled. Well. Xiao Tianxiong nodded kindly, looking forward with eyes open. I heard that you have been retreating and practicing. What level have you reached now? Xiao Yi looked at Xiao Tianxiong suspiciously. Isn't this old guy waiting to come out deliberately, asking about his cultivation progress? Otherwise, how could it be so coincident that he came out and met him? In fact, Xiao Yi guessed that the 8 or 9 are inseparable. Xiao Tianxiong often ran to Xiao Ye's house to explore Xiao Ye's cultivation progress, but at that time, Xiao Yi was always closed. Grandpa, I just reached the peak of the day after tomorrow. Xiao Ye's eyes flickered, showing a bright smile. If it is not necessary, Xiao Yi does not want to expose his true practice, so as not to cause a sensation and cause unnecessary trouble. Oh. Xiao Tianxiong was slightly disappointed. Although the speed of this practice was quite good, it did not meet his inner expectations. Then you should practice well. Xiao Tianxiong said a few words, then turned and left. Seeing Xiao Tianxiong leave, Xiao Yi shook his head helplessly, and then walked out of the village. After both of them had gone, a strong man wearing animal skin came out of the darkness, and this person was Xiao Xiao. Is it the day after tomorrow? Xiao Yi, you are dead. Xiao Ba sneered. Qingyang town is not big. Xiao Yi soon came to the west of the town. Here is the entrance of the fierce beast forest. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yi walked directly into the beast forest. Who? At this moment, 2 sneaky figures followed Xiao Yi all the way. Hey, our brother waited for a month, and finally waited until the boy came out of the village. Yeah, you said that the 2 heads of the family sent us to kill this kid. Isn't it a bit too useless? Just after Xiao Ba got the news, this kid was just a peak of the day after tomorrow. The 2 of them have an acquired triple midterm and an acquired triple peak. It is not easy to deal with an acquired boy. Don't talk nonsense, kill this kid quickly and go back to life. The 2's voices gradually lowered, and then the 2 flashed into the fierce beast forest. Xiao Yi walked cautiously in the dense forest, and now he has penetrated into the fierce beast forest for 10 miles. Along the way, he met several fierce beasts. His strength was about 1 and 2 weights later. Xiao Yi directly attacked and killed, because these fierce beasts are not his targets. Only when encountering a fierce beast comparable in strength to me, will it have the effect of tempering. Xiao Yi whispered to himself, he knew this very well. Wandering carefully in the dense forest, suddenly, wolf howling came suddenly, and the leaves shook and shook. Ha! It's a silver wolf. Xiao Yi smiled on his face. He walked 10 steps to the left, a huge, silver-haired wolf came out, staring at Xiao Yi faintly. The silver wolf has the strength of the triple peak of the day after tomorrow. Xiaojiakan's beast hunting team once hunted several heads, so he recognized it at once. Oh! The silver wolf first launched an attack on Xiao Yi. His limbs were kicked on the ground and flung over. The sharp claws ripped through the air, and a sharp piercing sound was heard. Come well. Xiao Ye's palms waved at the same time, and qi was superimposed 3 times. Boom! The first contact between the two, the body shocked at the same time, backed away, evenly divided. Cooperating with the nearly complete collapse of the palm, my strength can really be compared with the silver wolf of the triple peak of the day after tomorrow. Xiao Yi was full of excitement, and his hindquarters burst into shape, and the wind of the palm shook toward the silver wolf. The silver wolf was aroused by fierceness, and Xiao Yi was killed together, and the sound of the wolf was loud for a while. At this time, located 2 miles away from Xiao Yi Wuli, 2 figures were walking towards this side. Ma'am, this kid can really run. As soon as he enters the fierce beast forest, there is no shadow. The 2 men scolded while searching around. The forest of fierce beasts stretches for hundreds of miles and has a large range. Even with the strength of both of them, they dare not arbitrarily run around, fearing to encounter powerful fierce beasts. A.O. About half an hour later, a terrible howling wolf came into the ears of the 2, making them tight and listening to them. Did the boy encounter the silver wolf? The 2 were stunned, and then some misfortune broke out. It seems that we don't need our shot, this boy is dead. Silver wolf has the strength of the triple peak of the day after tomorrow, even they are not willing to run into it. In their view, Xiao Yitsai acquired the highest level of cultivation the day after tomorrow, and encountered a silver wolf without a second result except for the tragic death. Go and see. The 2 walked in the direction of the sound. Xiao Yi looked at the silver wolf falling in the pool of blood, his face full of excitement. My palm collapsed, and my cultivation was finally complete. After fighting with the silver wolf for half an hour, he finally took the last step, superimposing the true qi in his body 4 times, the power of the big collapsed palm increased greatly, and the silver wolf was killed by several palms. This is the silver wolf of the triple peak of the day after tomorrow. Since it's here, let's see if there are any other beasts suitable for me to hone. After tidying up, Xiao Yi was ready to go deeper. Who? At this moment, the surrounding trees shuddered, 2 fat and thin figure jumped out. I don't know if this kid died miserably. It must be miserable, it's estimated that it's already blurred. The 2 talked and laughed as they walked, but when they saw the silver wolf falling in the pool of blood, they were suddenly in a daze. How did the silver wolf with the acquired triple peak strength die? The 2 looked away again, but they saw a teenager wearing coarse linen, standing beside the body of the silver wolf and watching them coldly. How can this little die? The 2 eyes widened, and their faces were unbelievable. Immediately afterwards, an idea flashed into their minds. It must be the other warriors who beheaded the silver wolf, this kid just happened to pass by. Yes, it must be like this. The 2 looked at each other and saw the answer from each other's eyes. This kid didn't die, let me enjoy the feeling of slaughtering a genius. A fat smile appeared on the fat man's face. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Hurry up to solve this kid. The thin man with arms folded his arms and walked aside. Chapter 14 Cave House of the Innate Powerhouse. In the dense forest of the fierce beast forest, Xiao Yi looked at the 2 in front of him with a watchful face. Who are you? Xiao Yi asked. The smell oozing from these 2 people was not like the villagers in Qinyang town. People who kill you. The obese man walked towards Xiao Yi with a winning ticket. Snapped. The fat man's true energy exploded. He stretched out his hand and shot towards Xiao Yi. Taking his early trivial cultivation as an example, even if he didn't use his full strength, this palm should not be underestimated. Kill me. Xiao Yi smiled contemptuously as she felt the real energy fluctuate on her opponent. Based on the early cultivation practice of the day after tomorrow, do you still want to kill him? Tiger Tiger Fist. Xiao Yi shouted in his heart, and the true energy in the meridian was surging like a river. He greeted the fat man directly with a punch, and the strength of the punch was integrated into a fierce tiger head. The sound of the tiger roared. The trees around were shaking around. With his current cultivation practice, the power of the tiger boxing is far superior to the past. What? I only heard the screams mixed with the fracture of the hand bones, and a fat figure was spurting blood, like a ball. It was blasted 10 steps away, and there was no breath. What? The pupil of the thin man standing aside contracted violently and his face was incredible. Your cultivation practice actually reached the early stage of the triple acquired. Then, the thin man was shocked. The information they got from Xiao Ba, Xiao Yi Mingming was the one to do it the day after tomorrow. It's our care. The thin man lowered his hands, his face gloomy. The obese man was killed by a stroke, and he attributed it to carelessness. Great idea. Xiao Yi looked at him like an idiot. Who the are you? Boom. The thin man is active with muscles and bones, and the breath of the triple peak of Hotian realm rises to the sky. Anyway, you are going to die soon, then I might as well tell you, we are the Blood Wolf Gang. The thin man grinned abruptly, bursting into shape and rushing toward Xiao Yi. Blood Wolf Gang. Upon hearing these 3 words, Xiao Ye's eyes were cold, and his heart was murderous. He could not forget that the Blood Wolf helped the big master to destroy Xiao Yang, almost destroying his home. Unexpectedly, before he went to the Blood Wolf Gang, the other party came to the door. Now, let's charge some interest. The Blood Wolf Gang, all it. Xiao Ye's eyes were cold, and the thick true air suddenly turned up. He stepped forward and shot with both palms together. Bang 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 bang. The true chi in Xiao Ye's body was stacked 4 times, and 4 roars came out of the body, and the majestic force roared out. At this moment, the thin man's expression changed greatly, and his face was horrified. Boom! The thin man was like a small boat in the stormy waves. Before he even approached Xiao Yi, he was blown away by the majestic force. How is it possible? The thin man spit out blood and climbed up hard. At the beginning of the triple stage of the realm of the other party, why did he have such a powerful force that even he was swept away? Xiao Ba, you dare to pit me, and when I go out, you will find someone to hack you. The thin man, as soon as he thought of Xiao Ba, jumped like thunder, crying without tears. I knew that Xiao Yi was so powerful, he didn't dare to come by lending him 10 guts. Looking at the young man in front of him like an invincible of war, the thin man stepped back in fear. Boy, don't be too arrogant. I'm a member of the Blood Wolf Gang. If you dare to move me, I will destroy your whole family, the thin man shouted. He didn't believe it. Such a young boy in the mountains dared to fight against the powerful Blood Wolf. Snapped. But what responded to him was a foot. Xiao Ye's expression was indifferent, knocking over the thin man with 1 foot, making him scream again and again, and spitting out another blood. Destroy my whole family. Do you think you have that opportunity? Xiao Yi said in a murderous manner. The family is his untouchable anti-scale, not to mention that the other party is still a member of the Blood Wolf Gang. Boom! Xiao Yi stepped on the soles of the feet and stepped the thin man directly into the soil. His cheeks were deformed and his teeth were stomped off. Don't kill me. The thin man said vaguely. Feeling the murderous intention of the teenager, he shivered in fear. Don't you just be stiff, did you want to destroy my whole family? Xiao Yi sneered. He pressed hard again and trampled several ribs of the thin man with one foot. What? The thin man screamed, his face distorted by great pain. Don't kill me, I tell you, who let me kill you? The thin man shouted quickly. Huh? Xiao Ye's eyes flickered slightly and lifted the other party from the ground. Say. Facing Xiao Ye's sensational gaze, the thin man shivered and said, yes. Xiao Ba in your village. He reached an agreement with our two heads, letting the two heads send someone to kill you. Xiao Ba. Hearing these two words, Xiao Ye's eyes burst into anger. He originally thought that after showing his talents, Xiao Ba would come down honestly, but he didn't expect that the other party was still unwilling, colluding with the Blood Wolf gang to kill himself. In Qinyang town, it is the taboos of the same race that are taboo. Ren Xiaoye didn't like Xiao Ba anymore, and he didn't have any killing intentions on Xiao Ba. After all, the blood of Xiao family was flowing in their blood vessels. What agreement? Xiao Yi Shenxing asked. I don't know this. The thin man smiled and shook his head bitterly. Although he was also an acquired warrior, he had no right to know about it. Really? Then you die. Xiao Yi reached out his hand indifferently, preparing to end the life of the thin man. For the brutal Blood Wolf gang, he will not have a trace of pity. Don't kill me, I really don't know. I can tell you another secret. The thin men were about to cry. Xiao Yi heard his heart and moved his palm back. Could it be that the thin man really knew what secrets? Say it, Xiao Yi said indifferently. The skinny man struggled, and finally gritted his teeth, saying, in this fierce beast forest, there was once a congenital strongman who fell and left the cave house. Our masters got this news, and sent humans to the beast forest for several times to find, I want to get the relics of the strong congenital. No one else found Dongfu, but it was found by me and the dead fat cat. We did not report this matter to us because of selfishness. Cave house of the innate realm. Xiao Ye's heart was beating wildly. A congenital warrior was invincible in Qinyang town. The relics left by such a strong man, even the half-step innate strong man of the Blood Wolf helped the big head, are tempted, there must be extremely precious treasures. Then you didn't take the treasure? Xiao Yi settled and asked. No, the thin man said bitterly. When we found that cave, there was a wild bear in it. I couldn't fight with the fat cat and had to retreat. Barbarian? Xiao Yi frowned. He heard the old man in the village mention this kind of beast, and he had the strength of the acquired fourfold. The thin man in front of him was normal. The fat cat must have been a fat man who was shot by him. Xiao Yi asked the location of Dongfu again, and the thin man did not dare to hide, and told Xiao Yi in full. I told you all, you can let me go. The thin man looked at Xiao Yi and asked carefully. Let you go? Xiao Yi seemed to laugh, I have promised to let you go. The skinny man vomited blood angrily and shouted with resentment, our Blood Wolf gang will surely destroy your Xiaojia village. Xiao Yi shook his head and slapped the thin man with a palm. You are wrong, because I will destroy the Blood Wolf gang. Later, Xiao Yi dug a pit, buried the bodies of obese men and thin men, and made some simple cover-ups to prevent them from being discovered by the Blood Wolf gang and turned away. Dongfu of the congenital powerful. Xiao Yi rushed through the fierce beast forest, his face full of excitement. The entrance exam for the Chongyangmen is imminent. There should be no difficulty in passing the exam with his strength, but he is not willing to pass the exam. Because according to rumors, the better the score obtained during the entrance examination of the Chongyangmen, the more important it will be cultivated by the Chongyangmen. If he wants to defeat Zhao Qian, who has reached the innate level, to wash his shame, it must be cultivated by Chongyangmen. Therefore, before the Chongyangmen assessment, he must strive to improve his cultivation practice and strive to attract the attention of the Chongyangmen. Compared with the children cultivated by the big family, the most scarce thing is the cultivation resources. He worked hard for a few months, and others caught up with a pill. If he is in the cave house of the innate realm, it will help him to improve his cultivation medicine, and the Tower of Time is in his hand, then he will have no fear of anyone. Xiao Ye's eyes flashed with excitement, galloping all the way in the fierce beast forest. Halfway through, he met several fierce beasts, but his strength was not very strong. Xiao Yi entangled for a while and then killed him. About an hour later, Xiao Yi had penetrated into the forest of fierce beasts for 20 miles, and the sight in front of him suddenly opened up. The site was on a low hill, and the mountain was covered with rocks and weeds. There. Xiao Yi turned a few times along the hill, her eyes locked somewhere. There was a faint hole, covered by a half-height weed. If it weren't for the thin man, he would never find the hole behind the weed. Xiao Yi explored the weeds that were half a man tall and walked carefully into the hole, noting whether the wild bear appeared. The cave is straight to the ground, deep and tortuous, because there is no trace of light. Xiao Yi can only touch the wall and walk forward. This cave is too deep. If a bear appears, I am afraid I can't deal with it. Xiao Ye's face with a bitter smile, originally with the cooperation of Hun Yuan Gong and the big collapse of the palm, even if he can't beat the bear, he must protect himself. It's still possible. But in such a dark environment, he can't even see things clearly. How can he exert his strongest strength? About half an hour away, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, which shocked Xiao Ye's spirit. He quickly speeded up and walked towards the light source. Chapter 15 Martial Arts. Xiao Yi speeded up and moved towards the light source. With the light from the light source, he could gradually see the mountain wall clearly. This mountain wall channel leads straight to the ground, as if it had been dug out. As Xiao Yi approached the light source, at the end of the channel, a small cave appeared in sight. At the same time, a heat wave rushed face to face. The hot temperature instantly made Xiao Yi sweat. This is the magma underground. Xiao Yi was taken aback. The light source turned out to be the magma boiling in the center of the cave. That is. Suddenly, Xiao Ye's eyes narrowed, and he saw that the boiling magma was actually inserted with a quaint long knife. The semi-exposed blade exudes a lonely cold mountain, and Xiao Yi can feel the skin tingling from a long distance. Good knife. Xiao Ye's eyes brightened. Even though he had limited knowledge, he could perceive the extraordinariness of this long knife. There are still many boulders floating in the magma. Xiao Yi stepped on the boulder and could pick up the long knife, but instead of doing so, he carefully observed the surroundings because the bear did not appear yet. Xiao Yi didn't find a bear, but found a skeleton in a robe leaning against the mountain wall. Is this the inborn powerful man who has fallen? Xiao Yi walked over and looked at the skeleton, and was quickly attracted by a slate in front of the skeleton. The stone tablet was engraved with handwriting, vigorous and powerful, and there was a kind of sadness between the lines. I built martial arts at the age of 10, and became a congenital warrior at the age of 15. At that time, I was full of enthusiasm and thought that my peers would be invincible from now on. Seeing the first paragraph, Xiao Yi nodded secretly. He can become a congenital warrior at the age of 15. This person's qualifications are very good. I'm afraid he is better than Zhao Qian. Xiao Yi looked on. But my teacher laughed at my ignorance. Innately, there is a realm of Xuanwu that is invincible. Only by assuming Xuanwu can we qualify as a strong man. My 3 asked my teacher, how to ask Xuanwu. My teacher only said the 4 words of martial arts, and then kept silent. I am not reconciled. I sincerely visited the powerful man of outstanding status, and finally learned that in order to reach the Xuanwu realm, one must understand the true meaning of martial arts. I vowed to realize the true meaning of the martial arts, and asked Xuanwu. But how can I help him with limited qualifications and 20 years of hard work, but I didn't even feel the fur of the real meaning of martial arts. Just when I was desperate, I accidentally got a soldier of the Xuanwu realm, containing the true meaning of the martial arts of the Xuanwu realm. I was ecstatic, and took the mysterious soldier to the hidden mountain forest, but was chased and killed by the enemy, seriously injured. The true meaning of martial art, which I got at hand, I can no longer comprehend it, not willing. Not willing. Seeing the last word of unwillingness, Xiao Yi seemed to see a figure with magnificent hair, expressing his unwillingness to Tian Changshao. Above the congenital realm is the realm of Xuanwu. Xiao Ye's eyes flashed, and the words on the stone slab gave him great shock. The Qingyang town where he lives does not even have congenital martial arts. He has never heard of the realm of Xuanwu realm and martial arts. Is the weapon used by the strong Xuanwu realm called the Xianbing? This is really lucky. Xiao Yi was excited. Obviously, the long knife inserted backwards in the magma is a profound soldier with the true meaning of martial arts. If he got it, wouldn't he have a chance to realize the true meaning of the vain martial arts? That was a genius who broke through to the congenital realm at the age of 15, and even after 20 years of hard work, he could not understand the true meaning of martial arts. Xiao Yi pressed his heart down, his gaze stayed on the skull's cloak pocket. There must be some treasures in a congenital warrior. The juniors offended, the seniors are not strange. Xiao Yi bowed to the skeleton and reached for his pockets. In the end, he took out 2 porcelain bottles and 2 booklets. When Xiao Ye's eyes inadvertently scanned the label attached to the porcelain bottle, he was shocked, as if struck by a thunder, and stayed in place. Bumai Dan. These 3 words, reflected in Xiao Ye's pupils, made him ecstatic. I didn't expect to get Bummaiden here. He can't forget, he was a stern figure from childhood. He can't forget the lonely figure carved into his heart. He could not forget, when Lui took out the panacea and trampled on his self-esteem, the figure of Wei Yan who was standing in front of him. Now, as long as Xiao Yi holds the pulse, he can restore Xiao Yang's strength and become the first strongest person under the head of Xiaojia village again. Xiao Yi opened the porcelain bottle with the label of Bummaiden, and poured out a longan-sized pill from it, and he was relieved. If it was empty, Xiao Yi would cry without tears. This porcelain bottle is a precious Bummaiden, but what about another porcelain bottle? Xiao Yi looked at the label of another porcelain bottle with the words Huikiden written on it. Returning pill. Could it be a panacea for innate warriors to restore innate qi? Xiao Yi secretly poured 2 black panacea from the porcelain bottle. As soon as the panacea appeared, a pure breath came straight towards him, and Xiao Yi just breathed lightly, feeling that the true energy in her body had actually increased a lot. What a powerful medicine! Xiao Yi was taken aback. With just 1 breath, the vital energy in his body has increased a lot. If it is taken directly, then his cultivation will not increase suddenly. The panacea used by the innate warriors to restore the innate true qi is a natural treasure for the acquired warriors. Xiao Yi said with emotion. Then he depressed the idea of swallowing qi dan, and took away the elixir. Until now the wild bear hasn't appeared, he doesn't want to stay here too much time. Then he picked up 2 more books. One of them is the Hailongguo News Records, which introduces some immortals, fierce beasts, and natural treasures to Xiao Ye's eyes. After all, he was just a teenager who didn't even go out of Qingyang town, and his knowledge was too little. This Hailongguo News Record is too useful for him. Another booklet is a set of acquired exercises called Tian Luo Gong. It turned out to be an acquired skill. Xiao Yi lost some interest. He opened the book at random, and suddenly his body shook and his eyes widened. Tian Luo Gong can use the 12 meridians in the body to strengthen the true qi. 12 meridians. Xiao Yi took a breath. You should know that the Hunyuan Gong he is practicing now, using 9 meridians to strengthen the qi, gives him a strong qi, and with the complete collapse of the palm, he can sweep the same level. If he modified this set of Tian Luo Gong, wouldn't the intensity of the true energy be even better? At that time, I might be able to superimpose the qi in my body for the 5th time to make a big collapse and make another breakthrough. Xiao Yi suddenly thought of this in his mind. On the last page of the Cheats of the Big Bang, I wrote such a sentence: the 4 times of Qi's big collapse is not the limit. If the qi is strong, you can try to continue to stack the qi. For example, the Xia Yuan Gong practiced by Xiao Yi can only support the true qi in the body for 4 times. If it is to revise Tian Luo Gong, it is not impossible to superimpose qi once again. Stacking 5 real qi collapses. Thinking of this, Xiao Yi was excited. The great collapse beyond the level of consummation, maybe you can compete with the second-class combat skills. You know, throughout Qingyang town, there is no second-class combat skills. As for the difficulty of practicing Tian Luo Gong, Xiao Yi automatically ignored it. For him, with the Tower of Time in his hands, he is not afraid of even the most difficult exercises. This time it's really a bumper harvest. Xiao Yi held the elixir and the book in his arms, and his eyes stayed on the skeleton. It's a pity that there is no real second-class combat skill in the senior. Xiao Yi packed his mood and was about to pull out the long knife in the magma. Roar! Suddenly, a tall black shadow appeared in the cave, and a roaring wind rushed toward Xiao Yi. Ha! Are the bears back? Xiao Ye's nerves tightened. He didn't dare to neglect. The true energy in his body quickly superimposed 4 times, and his palm collapsed to show it. Boom! Xiao Ye's palms were like being photographed on a steel plate, and his palms were numb, and at the same time, a force far exceeding his roared, and he flew him out at once, smashing it against the wall. Xiao Ye's eyes stared at Venus, his blood tumbling, almost bleeding. How could the strength of the wild bear be so strong? Xiao Yi looked horrified. Barbarian bears the 4-fold strength of the day after tomorrow. Xiao Yi cooperates with the complete collapse of the palm. Even if he cannot beat the barbarian bear, he will not be blown out at once. This is completely a second defeat. Through the fire of magma, a strong bear with a golden hair about 3 meters high appeared in the cave. His eyes spewed out angry flames, staring at Xiao Yi fiercely. I rely, not a wild bear, but a golden bear. Xiao Yi couldn't help but swear. Although the golden bear and the bear are just 2 more words, their strength is very different. The golden bear is a fierce beast with 6 peak strengths. Before I die, Xiao Yi will be angry. The thin man must know that the beast in the cave is a golden bear, but he was deliberately said to be a bear, just to kill him. It seems that this long knife can't be taken away for the time being, and I will come back when my strength becomes stronger. Xiao Yi flashed and rushed into the channel. Oh! Behind Xiao Yi, there was an angry roar of the golden bear, and he chased toward Xiao Yi. Fortunately, the people who started the mountain road did not consider the height of the golden bear, so the golden bear stumbled and could not run at all. He could only watch Xiao Yi disappear into the distance. The golden bear roared unwillingly a few times before finally crawling slowly back into the cave. Ha finally came out. Walking out of the hole, the dazzling sunlight rushed head-on, giving Xiao Yi a feeling of rebirth. Big guy, wait for my strength to become stronger, and then come to play with you. Xiao Yi made some simple cover-ups to prevent being discovered. Go back to the village myself. Xiao Yi Huai struck in the direction of Qingyang town with a panacea. He could not wait to let Xiao Yang restore his strength. Chapter 16 Advance by leaps and bounds. Out of the fierce beast forest, Xiao Yi returned to Xiaojia village. How is it possible? How is Xiao Yi alive? Xiao Ba in the village was shocked when he saw Xiao Yi. The strength of the people sent by the Blood Wolf gang is very clear. It is reasonable to say that it is easy to kill Xiao Yi. Uncle, you seem to be waiting for me deliberately. Xiao Yi paused and looked at Xiao Ba coldly. Xiao Ba's body shook, but he recovered quickly, and he said lightly, "You think too much, I just passed by." After talking, Xiao Ba turned and hurried away. Humph. You are waiting for me. Xiao Yi Lengheng, although he knew that Xiao Ba colluded with the Blood Wolf gang to kill himself, but because there was no evidence, even if it was said, no one would believe it. But as long as he has enough strength, he will never show mercy to Xiao Ba. Thinking of this, Xiao Yi pushed the door into the house. In the yard, Xiao Yang turned his back to Xiao Yi and was drinking there, with a rusty hunting knife on hand. Seeing Xiao Yang's lonely back, Xiao Yi shivered suddenly. Over the years, how eager he was to erase the loneliness of Xiao Yang, and now he finally has a chance. Xiao Ye's eyes fell on the hunting knife, and his eyes were red. At that time, Xiao Yang was holding this hunting knife and slashing several powerful beasts from the acquired world. His reputation spread throughout Qingyang town. He was famed as the first person under the 3 village chiefs. It can be said that this hunting knife witnessed Xiao Yang's glory and his desolation. When the former glory was gone, this hunting knife also rusted. Xiao Yi was silent for a moment, and quietly walked into the house. When he came out, there was already a bowl of soup medicine in his hand. "Dad, drink the medicine." Xiao Yi came to Xiao Yang and said. Xiao Yang coughed a few times and laughed at himself. "I'm already a waste person, and it's not very useful to drink medicine." After his meridians were broken, his body was still tortured by dark diseases. In order to alleviate this pain, Romelin often brewed soup for him. But looking at Xiao Ye's stubborn look, Xiao Yang grinned helplessly and took the soup. There was a flash of joy in Xiao Ye's eyes. While boiling soup, he threw Bumaidan into it. The moment he drank the soup, Xiao Yang shivered suddenly, his face pale and dissipated at a rate visible to the naked eye. Snapped. Xiao Yang froze, the porcelain bowl in his hand fell to the ground and smashed. "My meridians are actually recovering." Xiao Yang shouted incredulously, his voice filled with endless joy. "Dad, you must insist on taking the medicine, and now it finally has an effect." Xiao Ye's eyes turned red and he smiled. Xiao Yang's excitement was incoherent. He put Xiao Yi in his arms and laughed with his head up. The sadness of the past was in this laughter, and the smoke disappeared. "Dad, no one will say you anymore in the future, it's a waste." Xiao Yi whispered softly. Late at night, a round moon hangs over the sky, and the cold moonlight is scattered all over. Xiao Yi sat cross-legged on the bed, but it came to her mind that her father and mother were crying in joy. Let Xiao Yang's meridians recover, and a large stone in his heart was put down. And his only goal now is to enter the Chongyang Gate, defeat Zhao Dry Cleaning in shame, and make those who despise him pay a painful price. However, before this, you must solve the Blood Wolf Gang and Xiao Ba, otherwise I can't enter the Chongyang Gate with peace of mind. Xiao Ye's eyes flashed coldly. Subsequently, Xiao Yi took Tian Luogong's booklet out of his arms and turned it over. Tian Luogong uses the 12 meridians in the body to strengthen the true energy. After memorizing the whole exercise, Xiao Yi consciousness came to the first level of the Tower of Time. In the empty space, Xiao Yi sat cross-legged and mobilized his true energy to head towards the 12 meridians recorded by Tian Luogong. 8 meridians used by Tian Luogong and Hengyuan Gong are coincident, which means that Xiao Yi also needs to open 4 other meridians. It didn't take long for Xiao Yi to get through a meridian, and then sing along, all 3 other meridians. The 12 meridians needed by Tian Luogong were penetrated, and the true qi circulated in the 12 meridians. Xiao Yi was originally full of true qi, and became a lot sparse at once. Even the original was approaching. Hao Tianjing's triple medium cultivation practices fell all at once. The more meridians, the more difficult it will be to rise. Xiao Yi frowned, but he believed that once Tian Luogong practiced successfully, the true energy he possessed would be extremely thick. By the way, there is also a pill of rejuvenation. Xiao Yi consciously withdrew from the Tower of Time. He took out the porcelain bottle and poured out a black elixir. "Will there be an accident if you swallow it directly?" Xiao Yi hesitated a little, but then thought of the gap between him and Zhao Qian, and a firm expression appeared on his face. "Fuck, fight. Wealth seeks wealth." Grunt. Xiao Yi swallowed his head up and swallowed the elixir, and immediately a stream of heat flowed down the throat. The huge force exploded in the body, turned into infinite true energy, and flowed through Xiao Ye's meridians. What a powerful medicinal effect! Xiao Ye's complexion changed, and his hands formed Tian Luogong's handprints, refining the true qi flowing in his body. Inside the house, a whirlwind swept away from Xiaoyi. If there were outsiders here, Xiaoye's cultivation behavior would surely be seen climbing at a staggering rate. Hotian Realm Triple Mid. Hotian Realm Triple Later. The triple peak of Hotian Realm. Soon, Xiaoyi felt the meridians swell and hurt, and now his 12 meridians are filled with thick true energy, and has reached a limit. After the impact, the heavens are fourfold. Xiaoyi did not hesitate, and the fingerprints on his hands became faster. Compress me. Xiaoyi shouted suddenly, his hands pressed inwards. Boom! Thunderous sounds were heard inside his body. At the same time, the thick and true qi in the 12 meridians, after a stalemate, was slowly compressed. As the true energy was compressed, the pain of the meridians began to subside. After 2 hours, a strong momentum rose from Xiaoye's body, shaking the table and chairs in the house. True Yuan realm is in 4 stages. Xiaoye's eyes flashed away, as if he could penetrate the minds of others. There is one more. Xiaoyi took out the last elixir and swallowed it directly. It didn't take long for Xiaoye's momentum to climb again, and Xiao Wei reached the early stage of the 5 realms of True Yuan realm, even recovering from the injuries caused by the golden bear. So strong. Xiaoyi stood up and felt the strong energy in his body, his face full of joy. It's just that the innate realm warrior restores his true energy, and it actually makes him cross the 2 realms in one breath. This is horrifying. His current strength is at least 10 times stronger than before. And the 12 meridians can provide him with true energy far superior to those of the same rank. Now it's time to try to practice and collapse. Although it is late at night, Xiaoyi has no worries and comes to the Tower of Time with energy. It is definitely an exciting thing to be able to create a big collapse beyond the level of consummation. Within the Tower of Time, Xiaoyi opened his posture and began to practice. Wrong. It's still wrong. Xiaoyi paused again and again, thinking carefully about how to superimpose true energy for the 5th time. It is not a simple matter to make breakthroughs on the basis of predecessors, so Xiaoyi fumbled patiently. Although he did not succeed for the time being, he had a lot of insights. After practicing thousands of times, Xiaoyi once again split his palm. Bang 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 bang. There were 4 loud roars in his body, and at the same time, at the last moment. Boom! A low, unspeakable roar came out again, and Xiaoyi suddenly rejoiced. Successful. Although the true energy in his body had dissipated at the beginning of the 5th superposition, it represented that he had found a threshold. Then it becomes smoother. After adjusting and correcting hundreds of times, Xiaoyi turned over and split his palm. The true qi in the body could be superimposed 5 times, and the majestic palm winds gathered together, like a giant palm, pressed toward the front go with. A set of hands-on skills that can match 2 ranks was born, and Xiaoyi was inspired. With my current strength and the advanced version of the big collapse, there is no problem in sweeping the 5 levels of the realm after the sweep. I am afraid that Uncle Shan is not my opponent. Xiaoyi was confident in his face. Xiao Dashan, the head teacher of the junior in the village, achieved the 6th level of Hotian realm by himself. After a few days, go to the fierce beast forest again, I must take that long knife. Xiao Yemyulu showed a firm look. That long sword contained the true meaning of a martial arts strongman. For him, it was definitely a chance to jump the dragon gate. As long as he seizes this opportunity, let alone the congenital realm, even the basaltic realm that stabilizes the enemy is just around the corner. Zhao Qian, I will be strong enough to make you look up. Xiaoyi said to himself coldly. At the same time, Xiao Ba's home was brightly lit. Although it was late at night, Xiao Ba was sleepless. During the day, he saw Xiaoyi returning to the village with his own eyes. He couldn't resist the impulse in his heart, and ran to the fierce beast forest to find clues. Xiao Ba, as the captain of the Zyajayakan beast hunting team, was extremely familiar with the fierce beast forest, coupled with extensive experience. He quickly found the fat cat in the body of the thin man. After examination, Xiaoba easily inferred that the two were killed under the collapse of the palm. As for the murderer, it was ready to come out. Xiao Yi. Xiaoba couldn't help but tremble. How long did Xiao Yi break through the post-environment, and was able to sweep the post-environment triplet? This kind of qualification is really terrible. No, Xiao Yi should know what I'm colluding with the Blood Wolf gang and must start as soon as possible. Xiao Ba's eyes flashed and his face gloomy. In Qinyang town, murdering the same family is a big crime. Once his deeds are revealed, let alone control Xiaojiakan, it is difficult for him to save his life. Thinking of this, he could not care that it was night, and hurried out of Qinyang town and headed towards Niujia mountain. Chapter 17 Who Can Stop? For 3 days, Xiao Yi was stabilizing his cultivation. 3 days outside, that is, 1 month on the first floor of the Tower of Time, after the madness of Xiao Ye's sweating, he originally gained a certain amount of real energy because of the Qi Dan, and gradually became solid. Xiao Ye's cultivation practice was completely stabilized in the early days of the Fivefold. Alas, you and your father and son are really dying. Luo Milan complained at the dinner table. Since Xiao Yang's meridians have a tendency to heal, he and Xiao Yi are hiding in the room to practice madly, and can't even eat their meals. Now that the opportunity is finally caught, Luo Milan reprimands Xiao Yang and Xiao Yi. What do you women and men understand, and powerful force is what men should pursue most. Xiao Yang sneered. Xiao Yang is now healing meridians, and cultivation practice is gradually recovering. His face is no longer morbidly pale, his eyes are gleaming, his body is straight, his power is gradually gaining momentum, and he has completely restored the style of the first master under the 3 village heads. Daddy, has your cultivation plan recovered? Xiao Yi asked curiously while eating. Xiao Yang's cultivation behavior today is a bit unfathomable, even he cannot see through. Mentioned here, Luo Milan also looked at Xiao Yang with a happy face. Her man can resume cultivation, she is the happiest. Xiao Yang did not answer directly, but said in a deep voice, in these years, because I made your mother and son suffer, but I promise that this kind of thing will not happen again. Xiao Yang's voice was firm and decisive, and full of strong self-confidence. Xiao Yi nodded, and a warm stream flowed through his heart. He has been diligent and hardworking all these years. Isn't he just trying to enter the Chongyang gate to make up the pulse? Fortunately, he did it in advance. Xiao Yang also doubted how his meridians would heal suddenly. He didn't believe the set of essays compiled by Xiao Yi, but after asking him several times, Xiao Yi pretended to be stupid, he had to give up. After breakfast, Xiao Yi walked out of the house and planned to enter the fierce beast forest again and fetch the long knife. With his current strength, it is definitely not too difficult to deal with the golden bear. The children of Xiaojia village, get out for lousy. At this moment, the ground suddenly vibrated, and a rude laughter came from afar. Under the increase of true energy, it spread all over Xiaojia village. Blood Wolf Gang. Listening to this familiar voice, Xiao Ye's face changed. Did I kill the 2 people and have been exposed? In a flash, Xiao Yi thought a lot. The people from the Blood Wolf Gang are here. Xiao Jutsuan boiled immediately. A villager came out of the house with a weapon and ran towards the entrance of the village. Let's go and have a look. Xiao Yang walked out of his home with dignity and headed towards the village head, and Xiao Yi quickly followed. Xiaojiakan, the entrance of the village. The bald man Lu Er, sitting on a high-headed horse, was behind a sturdy man with a full range of dragons and tigers. A total of 20 people were sitting on the horse from a distance, and there was a killing air on his face. The villagers of Xiaojia village who had arrived were stuck at the entrance of the village and looked at Lu Er with a wary face. They did not have a good impression of the fierce blood gang. Boys of Xiaojia village, let the old man of your village get out and meet me. Lu Erju shouted coldly. Huh, what wind blows Lu Er's house? At this time, Xiao Tianxiong came from a distance, came out from the crowd, and came to the forefront of the crowd. His eyes swept over the 20 big men. There was a trace of fear. Obviously, these 20 big men are the elite team in the Blood Wolf Gang, Blood Wolf Guard. This time I came here with 20 Blood Wolf Guards. I think old man Xiao is your old man, and the position of your village head should also be replaced by someone else. Lu Erman said casually. What? All the villagers were stunned. Does Lu Er actually want to intervene in their Xiaojia village? Xiao Ba appeared silently at the entrance of the village with Xiao Teng. When he heard Lu Er's words, a slight smile appeared on his face. Lu Er is the master. Xiao Tianxiong's face was angry. Even if our Xiaojia village wants to change the village chief, it's your turn to control it. Lu Er coldly said, Old man Xiao, let you abdicate, this is what my brother meant, I hope you don't mistake yourself. It is said that the villagers of Xiaojia village are silent. Blood wolves help the big blood wolves, but half-step innate masters, the 3 village heads of Qingyang town can join forces to fight against them. Such a character can speak at random, like a mountain pressed down, which makes people breathless. It can be said that the Blood Wolf Gang has today's fierce name, which was completely killed by the Blood Wolf alone. Otherwise, Lu Er, who has only 6 layers in the next realm, is not qualified to collect annual money in Qingyang town. If you dare to disobey the order, my elder brother will come to fight against him. In a village like yours, my elder brother alone can be destroyed. Lu Er sneered. Listening to the other party mentioning the Blood Wolf, Xiao Tianxiong lowered his anger in his heart. What does it mean that Lu Er is the master? Lu Ergeo laughed and said, Old man Xiao, you are old. The strong generation of your village. The powerful Xiao Yang in the past was also defeated by my elder brother. Now, the most qualified person to take over the position of village chief is Xiao. Overlord. The villagers heard the words and focused their gaze on Xiao Ba, and Xiao Tianxiong was relieved. He also thought that the Blood Wolf Gang wanted to arrange a person from outside the village to serve as the village chief and destroy Xiaojia village from the inside. If it is Xiao Ba, then he is not so difficult to accept. Looking at the young generation of Xiaojia village, in addition to the former Xiao Yang, Xiao Ba's cultivation practice is the strongest, reaching the 7th day of the day after tomorrow, and there is nothing wrong with taking over the position of village chief. Just why, the Blood Wolf Gang wants to intervene in the village? Xiao Tian ambition raised doubts. Old man Xiao, move quickly. I don't have time to spend here with you. If I don't agree, I will kill. Lu Er said with a murderous voice. With the reputation of the Blood Wolf, Xiao Tianxiong and others certainly dare not shoot them, but they can kill the villagers of Xiaojia village at will. Under such powerful oppression, Xiao Tianxiong didn't have much time to think about it, so he sighed, okay. These 2 words seemed to have exhausted Xiao Tianxiong's strength. At this moment he was like a late old man, not the head of Xiaojia village. He originally planned to wait for Xiao Yi to grow up and let Xiao Yi pick up the beam. Many villagers looked at this scene, and their hearts were sour and felt a bleak moment. It is a shame that the village chief of Xiaojia village should bow his head in front of outsiders. Thank you for Lu Er's love. Xiao Ba came out in time and smiled. Seeing Xiao Ba almost bowing down, many villagers disgusted for a while. At this moment, a faint voice made Xiao Ba's smile solidify. When is it our Xiaojiakan's turn that an outsider will come to point fingers? Xiao Ba, I would like to ask, are you from my Xiaojiakan or a dog from the Blood Wolf Gang? Everyone followed the prestige and saw that Xiao Yang and Xiao Yi came together. Lu Er, who was sitting on the high-headed horse, narrowed his eyes, and a cold mist poured out of it. Xiao Yi, you are a junior, you are not qualified to stand here, let me go. Xiao Ba changed his face and shouted. I am not qualified to stand here. Xiao Yi sneered, then you are colluded with the Blood Wolf Gang, are you eligible to succeed the village chief? What? Xiao Ye's words made everyone's expression stunned and looked at Xiao Ba in disbelief. The Blood Wolf Gang is a very fierce and evil man, and his hands are still contaminated with the blood of the villagers of Xiaojia village. It is undoubtedly the most angry to collaborate with the Blood Wolf Gang. You bullshit. Xiao Ba shuddered, hurriedly shouted, set off a murderous intention. Nonsense. Don't you let the Blood Wolf Gang come to kill me, is it also my nonsense? Xiao Ye's eyes were cold and he shouted loudly. Kill Xiao Yi. Hearing this, the expressions of the villagers in Xiaojia village changed dramatically, and even Xiao Yang looked at Xiao Yi, frowning, because Xiao Yi did not mention them to him. Xiao Yi is now the first genius of Xiaojia village, killing Xiao Yi, that is to cut off the future of Xiaojia village. Xiao Ba. Xiao Tianxiong shot the cold light in his eyes, dancing with white hair, like an angry lion. Yi Er said, but is it true? Xiao Tianxiong's questioning made Xiao Ba guilty for a while. Xiao Ba, since they all know it, then there is no need to deny it. Lu Ermu dismissed and looked around everyone in Xiaojia village. Yes, Xiao Ba did reach an agreement with us, as long as he can become the village chief. Every year we will give us the Blood Wolf Gang and pay 30,002 silver. Wow! As soon as this remark came out, all the villagers in Xiaojia village uproared and stared at Xiao Ba with anger. Although the Blood Wolf Gang is strong, there are 3 village heads in Qingyang town, so blood wolves don't dare to be too forced, otherwise they will also suffer heavy casualties once the fire fights up and destroys Qingyang town. Under the balance of the two, all the villages in Qingyang town negotiated and decided to pay the Blood Wolf Gang $30,000 every year in exchange for tranquility. But now Xiao Ba actually promised that Xiao Jiatsuan alone would have to pay $32,000 every year. Xiao Ba is the villager of Xiaojia village who is second only to the village head. With the promise he made, the Blood Wolf Gang will naturally not have too much doubt, and they are also happy to support such a puppet village head. Being stared by the villagers, Xiao Ba's eyes flickered, and he felt a little guilty. Xiao Ba, are you afraid of a bird? Is my Blood Wolf Gang supporting you, and are you still afraid of these mud legs? Lu Er dismissed many villagers as if a tall king could dominate everyone's life and death. This kid killed my Blood Wolf Gang and arrested me for execution. I want everyone to know and provoke the end of our Blood Wolf Gang. Lu Er's eyes turned to Xiao Yi and waved. Good. Xiao Ba nodded his head, his eyes gloomy. He had long wanted to get rid of Xiao Yi. Now that a blood wolf helps him back, what are he afraid of? You dare. Xiao Tianxiong shivered with anger, I never expected that our scum will appear in our village. Old man Xiao, I advise you not to be angry, otherwise you can't keep this old life. Lu Er said lightly. Poof. As Lu Er's words fell, Xiao Tianxiong was about to speak, but his mouth spouted black blood. Village head. Village head. Many villagers were shocked and exclaimed. Xiao Ba, you actually poisoned me. Xiao Tianxiong's old body shook, tremblingly pointed at Xiao Ba, his eyes spitting fire. The village head, weak meat and strong food, this is the rule of the true continent. From now on, Xiaojia village is under my control. Xiao Ba said coldly, and then walked toward Xiao Yi. Xiao Ba, Lao Tzu fights with you. Xiao Dashan, who had appeared for a long time, shouted angrily, and then rushed over. Xiao Dashan, you are too weak. Xiao Ba said lightly, and flew Xiao Dashan out with one palm. Xiao Dashan is the head of the juniors in the village, and his cultivation base has reached the 6th level of the acquired realm, but compared with Xiao Ba, it is a whole lower level, naturally losing. This scene made the villagers of Xiaojia village cold, without Xiao Tianxiong, who is now Xiao Ba, who can stop it. Boy, you can only blame your qualifications. Xiao Ba looked gloomy and walked toward Xiao Yi step by step. At this moment, a tall figure was blocked in front of Xiao Yi. Xiao Ba, want to move my son, have you asked me? Chapter 18 Strong Counterattack. Looking at the figure in front of Xiao Yi, Xiao Ba sneered, Xiao Yang, just because you are a waste person, and you want to stop me? Don't be embarrassing here, leave me alone. With that said, he punched Xiao Yang with a single punch. A simple punch directly blasted the air, and the violent wind blew up, showing that Xiao Ba's cultivation was advanced. This scene makes the villagers of Xiaojia village worried. Today's Xiaoyang can't even compare with a junior in the village. How can they contend with the seventh day of hegemony? Boom! Xiao Ba's fist was halfway through, but he was blocked by a palm. He could no longer move forward, and all his strength vanished like a rock. How is it possible? Xiao Ba was stunned, staring blankly at the palm of Xiao Yang. Xiao Ba, it's you who is embarrassing, and it's you who's supposed to roll. Xiao Yang said coldly, and then turned his palm down, only to hear a click. Xiao Ba's bones were actually broken by Xiao Yang. What? Xiao Ba screamed, and was forced to kneel by the powerful force. The sweat beads on his forehead rolled down. Colluding with the Blood Wolf gang and want to kill my son? Xiao Yang's eyes are like electricity, looking down on Xiao Ba. This alone is enough for you to die 10,000 times. With that said, Xiao Yang's right leg was like a long whip thrown on Xiao Ba's chest. Boom! The powerful force caused Xiao Ba's chest to sag and spur blood in his mouth, and the whole person flew and fell within 100 steps. Xiao Ba, who is in the 7th layer of Hotian realm, was defeated. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the figure standing in the field. The figure was as tall and magnificent as it was then, as if declaring that the first person under the 3 village chiefs was back. Your strength is restored. Xiao Ba climbed up hard and looked at Xiao Yang in horror. Humph! Xiao Yang's robe hunted, and the true energy in his body ran violently, and a powerful breath belonging to the acquired 8th level rose into the sky, setting off the sky and dust. As long as I am Xiao Yang, no one wants to bully Xiao Jiatsuan. Xiao Yang's cold eyes fell on the Blood Wolf gang, and a strong breath surrounded him. Yes, no one wants to bully our village. The villagers were excited, as if they had found the backbone of the main body, and they stood behind Xiao Yang holding weapons one by one, with a bad look. Waste! Lu Er glared at Xiao Ba, his face gloomy. Originally, his plan was perfect. Xiao Tianxiong was poisoned. No one in Xiaojia village could contend with him and Xiao Ba. As long as he carried the oppression of the Blood Wolf gang, the villagers of Xiaojia village would eventually accept Xiao Ba as the village chief in order to save their lives. At that time, he can also take the opportunity to remove Xiao Tianxiong, and then raise the annual income of the entire Qingyang town. After all, Xiao Tianxiong was lost, and the other 2 village heads were no longer enough to compete with the Blood Wolf. But he didn't expect that Xiao Yang was killed halfway, destroying his plan. Xiao Tianxiong's old body shivered with excitement, and Xiao Yang's return to strength was definitely a great event for the entire village. Lu Er is the master, please come back. Xiao Tianxiong came out with help, and coldly ordered the guest. Lu Er's face was uncertain, and finally he smiled. Old man Xiao, what I said when Lu Er said, I won't take it back. Today you agree or disagree, Xiao Ba must become the village chief of Xiaojia village. Of course, Lu Er is not willing to give up such a good opportunity. Listening to Lu Er's words, the villagers of Xiaojia village became angry and made a traitor the head of the village. How could this be possible? Since you don't agree, then I only have to kill you to force you to agree. Lu Er waved his hand, and the 20 Blood Wolf guards on his body suddenly pulled out their weapons and threw them over. Dashan, you leave to protect the village chief. Xiao Yang took a hunting knife, and after leaving this sentence, rushed out. Call out. Xiao Yang turned the palm of his hand, the hunting knife in his hand crossed the void, and the knife turned over, and one person intercepted the 20 Blood Wolf guards. With me in Xiaoyang, I would like to hurt my villagers in Xiaojia village. Xiaoyang's eyes are like electricity, and he stands at the entrance of the village with a mighty figure. Brother Yang, let's help you. At this time, from Xiaojia village, two villagers with strong bodies were swept away, standing side by side with Xiao Yang. They are the only two acquired martial artists in the village. They are the backbone of Xiaojia village, but now they all respect Xiao Yang. Kill them. Lu Er, sitting on horseback, ordered coldly. Kill. 20 blood wolf guards. True Qi is running in the body, a powerful cultivation behavior erupts, and they are shot out together, killing with Xiao Yang and others. These blood wolves are so powerful. Xiao Yi frowned at the back of the crowd. He had long heard that 100 blood wolf guards were elite teams, but now he saw that blood wolf guards were really strong. The cultivation practices of these 20 people are all around the sixth heaven of the acquired world. Their strength is extraordinary. If Xiao Yang is not present, the two villagers alone cannot resist it. Xiao Yi secretly focused on alert. As soon as he found that Xiao Yang was falling, he rushed to help. With his current practice, with the advanced version of the big collapse, at the same time dealing with one or two blood wolf guards is not a problem. Poof! Holding a hunting knife, Xiao Yang was brave and invincible, and soon cut a blood wolf guard under the knife, and the blood spewed out stained half of Xiao Yang's body. Actually dare to kill our blood wolf gang, I want to kill you. Lu Er's eyes are red. Blood wolf guard is the elite team of blood wolf gang, even the dead can make him feel bad. Xiao Ba, who stood beside Lu Er, sighed and joined the battle with pressure. Now the blood wolf gang and Xiaojiakan have killed Red Eyes. If he does not help the blood wolf gang, he will die miserably. Although Xiao Ba's hand bones were broken, he could still exert most of his strength. With his joining, together with the 19 blood wolf guards, the two sides fell into a stalemate for a time. I'm going to kill all your mud legs. Lu Er leaped down from the horse's back and rushed over murderously. Xiao Yi, take good care of the village chief. Xiao Dashan roared and rushed towards Lu Er. Xiao Yi nodded and helped Xiao Tianxiong. As soon as Xiao Dashan and Lu Ergang came into contact, a war broke out, and the true Qi in the two bodies stirred up a gust of wind that surrounded them. Uncle Shan's practice is better than Lu Er's, but Uncle Shan is injured, and the two should be able to tie the game. Xiao Yi secretly felt the fluctuation of the true energy from the two people. But soon, he was taken aback. When Lu Er and Xiao Dashan were fighting, I saw him sneer, his fists suddenly tightened, and his mouth shouted, Lei Yun broken. Bang! Lu Er's double fist is like a double dragon going to sea, and there is a thunderous sound between the fists, which instantly breaks Xiao Dashan's defense and slams heavily on his chest. Poof! Xiao Dashan was struck by lightning, blood spattered, hit the ground fiercely, and passed out. This scene caused the villagers of Xiaojia village to shrink their pupils violently, and their faces were unbelievable. Xiao Dashan was defeated too quickly. 2-grade combat skills. There was a trace of shock on Xiao Tianxiong's old face. That's a 2-grade combat skill. Xiao Yi was also shocked. You know, the whole Qingyang town still doesn't have a 2-grade combat skill. Lu Er sneered bloodthirstily, Lao Tzu wants to kill people, just because of your mud legs, do you want to stop? With that, he walked towards the people with a murderous look, like a of death. The heavy footsteps seemed to step on the hearts of everyone. Protect the village chief. Many villagers shouted and rushed towards Lu Er with red eyes, like moths putting out fire. The light of the rice grain, dare to compete with Hao Yue? Lu Er sneered, and the 2-level combat skill Lei Yun broke out. Boom! What? The dull impact sound was mixed with screams at the entrance of the village. Lu Er was like a murderous machine. He raised his head and throwed a storm. These villagers did not even reach the horizon, how could Lu Er's opponent be? But in a moment, more than 10 villagers died, blood stained the earth, desolate and tragic. Xiao Ye's eyes were spitting fire, and he was about to shoot, and the villagers were all killed. He couldn't stop it at all. Stop it. Xiao Yang turned his head to see this scene, and his teeth were suddenly cracking, and he wanted to rush over to help, but was blocked by Blood Wolf Guard and Xiaoba. Yeah, stop me. I want him to see for himself how I slaughtered Xiaojiakan. Lu Er raised his head and laughed, the cruel voice made people cold. I am the sinner of Xiaojia village. Xiao Tianxiong's old body trembled, and he saw 2 lines of blood and tears in his eyes as he saw so many villagers die. But even if the old man is dead, he will take you two together. Xiao Tianxiong let the toxins flow through the body and no longer suppress it with true energy. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful breath belonging to the 9th layer of the Hotian realm swept away in a ring, which was shocking. Old man Xiao, don't you die. Lu Er changed his face and shouted quickly. Taking Xiao Tianxiong's cultivation as an example, he couldn't resist a single move. The village chief. With tears in the eyes of many villagers, in order to protect the village, Xiao Tianxiong willingly gave up his life. After a war of sublimation, he will eventually fall. Many villagers shed tears. Is Xiaojia village really facing desperation? Snapped. At this time, a powerful palm stopped Xiao Tianxiong, and at the same time a thin figure stopped in front of him. The village chief, this kind of ants, you don't need your shot, I can step on him by Xiao Yi. Lu Erwin's eyes were radiant, he was the second owner of the Blood Wolf gang, and was actually compared to ants. Boy, you are dead. The voice fell, and Lu Er burst into shape, shooting with a murderous Ling Ran. Don't! Xiao Tianxiong shouted. In his opinion, although Xiao Yi was a genius, the time to enter the post-world was too short, and he had personally asked not long ago that Xiao Ye's cultivation practice was simply not enough to compete with Lu Er. However, the early days of Hotian Realm's 6th layer are just strong, is it strong? Xiao Yi drank coldly, and as the true qi in the body circulated, a powerful breath came out through the body. Big palm. Xiao Yi lazed in his eyes, and then burst out like a cheetah. The real qi in the body was superimposed 4 times, and a powerful force roared towards Lu Er. Chapter 19 Xiao Family, Don't Bully. Xiao Yi stepped forward, and the 5-fold breath of Hotian realm rose into the sky, followed by 4 loud blasts, and a powerful force roared towards Lu Er. Complete collapse of the realm. Boom! Lu Er's expression changed greatly, feeling that he was not weaker than his strength, and he slammed into his palm, making his body tremble and his body burst back. Hotian realm is 5-fold. Lu Er staggered, staring at the teenager in front of him, and set off a storm in his heart. How old is Xiao Yi? Actually has the 5-fold cultivation practice of Hotian realm, such qualifications, looking at Qinyang town cannot find the second one, no weaker than the children cultivated by the big family. Moreover, Xiao Yeli was able to repel him with 5 levels of heaven behind him, and if he was allowed to grow up, he would definitely become a stronger existence than Xiao Tianxiong and step into the innate realm. Once the innate warriors were born in Qinyang town, their Blood Wolf gang would have no place to stand. This son can't stay. At this moment, Lu Er's eyes were murderous. Xiao Tianxiong, who was on the side, had been stunned for a long time, and his head was a little dazed. Year. How did you step into the acquired 5? Xiao Tianxiong's heart jumped wildly, and then his old face rose red with excitement. It was only a month or so since Xiao Yi stepped into the realm of the future, and he crossed 5 major realms in such a short period of time. The speed of such cultivation is really appalling. The so-called genius is nothing like that. Not long ago, he was slightly disappointed because of Xiao Ye's cultivation progress and did not meet his expectations, but now he only discovered that Xiao Ye's achievements have far exceeded his expectations. Boy, you are indeed a genius, so today I can't keep you any more. Lu Er's eyes were cold, his fists clenched slowly, the real element in his body broke out, and there was a thunderous sound between his fists. It is a symptom of thundercloud breaking 2-level combat skills. Xiao Tianxiong's face changed, and Lu Er, who possessed 2 grades of combat skills, was invincible in the 6th layer of Hotian realm, and Xiao Yi was no longer able to compete with him. The people of Xiaojia village take orders and protect Xiaoyi. He is my hope in Xiaojia village. Even if you die, he can't die. Xiao Tian shouted vigorously. Yes. Xiao Qiansuan villagers responded abruptly, and then took the weapons one by one and protected Xiaoyi behind him. There was a warm current in Xiao Ye's heart, especially when everyone looked like he was dead, and hit his heart all at once. He is the hope of the Xiao family. Uncles and uncles, please let go, this aunt, I will deal with it alone. Xiao Yi said. Xiao Tianxiong's expression was stunned. He looked at Xiao Ye's confident expression, and his heart actually faintly raised expectations. Could this teenager really have the ability to deal with Lu Er? Crazy. Lu Er was so angry that he was despised. The genius who has not grown up is always the weak. Xiao Yi glanced at him and said lightly, sorry, for me, you are the weak. After talking, Xiao Yi burst into shape and rushed to Lu Er. Is the 2-grade combat skills great? Today, Xiao Yi used the 1st-grade combat skills to hit you afraid. Xiao Ye's eyes lazed, as if he could penetrate people's hearts. Bang 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 bang. From Xiao Ye's body, the 4 roars were connected, and the violent power was boiling. First-class combat skills, but also want to compete with my second-class combat skills? Really ignorant. Lu Er sneered, double fists like a dragon out of the sea, slammed into Xiao Yi. Boom! At this moment, Xiao Yi once again heard a roar in his body, which reflected each other with the first 4 roars. The 5th superposition of true energy made his strength rise again, and his whole body was like mountains and mountains, unattainable. The advanced version of the big collapse. Under the eyes of the eyes, the two collided violently together, directly exploding the air within 10 steps of the body, and the smoke was rising. Everyone squinted their eyes, but they saw 2 silhouettes, both of them stepped back 7 or 8 steps. At this moment, everyone's breath was suddenly stagnation, the pupils contracted violently, and Xiao Yi and Lu Er actually fought evenly. How is this possible? Lu Er's eyes widened and his face was unbelievable, but he was playing a 2-grade combat skill. Cultivation is stronger than me, and the combat skill is higher than mine, but I can only draw a tie with me. If I were you, I would have been struck dead, and I have no face to live in the world. Xiao Yi said lightly. Poof! Xiao Ye's words were like a sharp knife inserted into his heart, causing Lu Er to look red, and his blood tumbling, a spit of blood spewed out. I don't believe it, how could I lose to you? Lu Er looked grimaced and rushed out like crazy. Then I will hit you to believe it. Xiao Ye's eyes were lazing, the advanced version of the big collapse, the continuous display, and the palm of the hand pressed against Lu Er. Bang bang bang. Lu Er and Xiao Yi fought fiercely, and the dull impact sound shook people's hearts. The villagers of Xiaojia village have extremely wonderful expressions. They can't help but ask, is there really such a strong first-hand combat skill? Yi succeeded in bringing up the collapse of palm cultivation, and once again pushed his power forward, and he can compete with both products. Only Xiao Tianxiong saw some clues. I am afraid that innate masters cannot do their own combat skills. What a genius this is! At the moment, the other party's battle situation, Xiao Yang and others finally broke the deadlock and showed great power, slashing all the blood wolf guards under the sword. Xiao Ba was also seriously injured, fell to the ground, and was controlled by a villager from the next day. Now that the Xiao family and the blood wolf gang are gone, Xiao Yang will naturally not be merciless. When he saw Xiao Yi being so genius, he was also excited. Humph! Xiao Ye's black hair danced, her beautiful face was cold, her whole body was full of anger, and her fierce offensive was surging. The waves were stronger than the waves, making Lu Er unable to lift her head and passively attack. This kid is too angry, too. Lu Er screamed and was completely frightened. After such a violent fight, his true energy consumed 80%, and there was already an exhausting trend, but Xiao Yi was still brave and invincible, and true energy was like endless. Lu Er practiced only the 7 pulse acquired skill, and the storage of true qi is naturally far from Xiaoyi. Stop, I admit defeat. Finally, Lu Er shouted. I admit defeat, I will leave, Xiao Ba will deal with you. Lu Er gasped, looking at Xiaoyi in fear, and kept walking backwards. He was really frightened now, so that he faced the entire Ziyajaikan alone, and his heart was inevitably sullen. However, with the deterrent of the Blood Wolf gang, he firmly believed that the people in Xiaojia village did not dare to touch him. Wait for me to go back, and immediately let the elder brother come with the horse to destroy the mud legs. Lu Er secretly said, but on the surface, he did not dare to show the slightest, and turned away. Want to go, do I agree? At this moment, a cold voice came from behind, and Xiaoyi fell from the sky, knocking Lu Er to the ground with one foot. Xiaoyi, aren't you afraid of my elder brother's revenge? Hurry up and let me go, or you Xiao Jiatsuan will die. Lu Er struggled and shouted when stepped on by Xiaoyi. Snapped. A loud slap in the face made Lu Er's voice stop suddenly. Don't step on my feet and dare to be so arrogant, who do you think you are? Xiaoyi looked down at Lu Er indifferently. You dare to hit me? Lu Er shouted, covering his face. Although his cultivation behavior is not strong, but because of the Blood Wolf gang exists above 10,000 people under one person, and his status is respected. Normally, the 3 village chiefs are polite to him. The teenager slapped. It's you who hits. Xiaoyi bowed left and right, a series of slapped fans passed by, and Lu Erfan's eyes were sprinkled with gold flowers, his teeth fell, and the blood in his mouth ran across. Stop, don't fight. As long as you let me go, I will never take anyone to avenge Xiaojia village. In the future, your village's annual income will also be free. Lu Erlian begged for mercy again and again. Leave you alone. Xiaoyi sneered. Who should the hatred of those villagers killed by you come to get back? But you also killed 20 Blood Wolf guards, we are even, how? Lu Er hurriedly said. But Xiaoyi slowly shook his head and said, in my heart, the 20 Blood Wolf guards cannot even match the hair of my tribe. The villagers of Xiaojia village have the same kind of blood in their bodies, and get along with Xiaoyi in the same village day and night. Is their life comparable to the Blood Wolf guard? Let me let you go, you ask them, can you? Xiaoyi said coldly. Listening to Xiaoye's words, many villagers are full of respect, not afraid of power, and regard the life of the villagers as so important. This is the son of Xiaojia village. Xiaoyi, kill him and avenge my father. A young man's eyes turned red, staring fiercely at Lu Er. His father was a warrior with 9 levels of physical training. He just died under the fist of Lu Er in order to protect Xiao Tianxiong. Yes, kill him. More and more villagers shouted, some of them lost their loved ones, and some were angry because of Lu Er's behavior. The killing intentions of the people gathered together, like a real sword. Lu Er was terrified and shivered. At this moment, he deeply felt that coming to Xiaojia village this time was a very wrong decision. Xiaoyi picked up Lu Er and dragged him in front of the dozen or so villagers who had died, and slapped him on the knee of Lu Er, kneel me. Boom! Lu Er bent his knees and then knelt down. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Lu Er was terrified, and he threw his head desperately at the corpse of the villagers, while glancing at Xiaoyi. Call out. Suddenly, Lu Er drew a dagger from his arms and suddenly punctured Xiaoyi beside him, causing everyone to exclaim. You're so foolish. Xiaoye's eyes bloomed coldly, once grasping Lu Er's wrist, the dagger snapped to the ground. At the same time, Xiaoyi knocked it over to the ground again. Kill my tribe, you deserve to die. Xiaoye's voice was indifferent, as if reading the punishment of the gods. His feet were hard, Lu Er screamed, and the blood in his mouth poured out like a fountain. Wait for the village to be destroyed. My elder brother will avenge me. Lu Er's head was stepped into the mud by Xiaoyi before he could speak again. Even if the blood wolf is close, I will tell him. Xiao Ye's voice was cold and his soles fell heavily. With the last sentence, Lu Er's life ended. Xiao family, don't bully. Chapter 20. Who dares to move him? Lu Er is dead. The audience was silent and everyone stared blankly at the decisive boy. In the past 2 years, the blood gang of the Blood Wolf gang has rarely appeared, and gave the power to Lu Er. Although Lu Er was a normal man, he was more brutal and overbearing than a blood wolf, but he was murderous, and his hands were covered with blood. The major villages in Qinyang town hate Lu Er. Good kill. After a while, a burst of applause broke out among the villagers. Xiao Ye's strong killing of Lu Er is very popular. Among the crowd, Xiao Tianxiong's old face was full of anxiety. Yi Er was too impulsive and caused great disaster. As the village chief of Xiaojia village, he must consider for the whole village. If it is him, he will never dare to kill Lu Er. The village chief. Xiao Yang walked over. You have too many concerns. If Yi Er does not kill Lu Er, will the Blood Wolf gang let us go? Blood Wolf guard slaughtered our villagers. If we didn't resist, we would die, and resistance would endlessly fight with the Blood Wolf gang. Now it is no big deal to kill one more Lu Er. Xiao Yang's words went straight to people's hearts, and Xiao Tianxiong's body shuddered, and was awoke to point, then looked at the other party. Now Xiao Yangxiu has done everything, sweeping the decadence, his eyes are like electricity, exuding a sharp breath. Xiao Yang, the former you, finally came back, but I am old. Xiao Tianxiong sighed with a bitter smile. Xiao Yang was right, he had too many worries, and even such a simple truth was not expected. These worries were like dust, which masked his sharpness as a warrior. Without sharpness, how to break the heavy thorns in martial arts? You will be the world of your young people in the future. Xiao Tianxiong looked at Xiao Yi, who was sharper, with a smile on his face. At this time, a villager ran over and asked, the village head, what should Xiao Ba do? Ah! Suddenly, everyone looked at Xiao Tianxiong. Xiao Tianxiong's face cooled down and said, abolish his cultivation behavior, let him keep the tomb for the dead villagers for life, and confess his fault. Hearing this, Xiao Ba's face changed, full of despair and remorse, and the warrior was abolished to cultivate, which was more uncomfortable than death. Xiao Yang heard the words, personally abolished Xiao Ba's cultivation behavior, let people drag it down. Shouting. Suddenly someone whispered, looking around, but did not find Xiao Teng who came with Xiao Ba. In the previous scuffles, no one noticed his movements. Everyone searched in the village, but did not find Xiao Teng. Forget it, don't care about him. Although Xiao Ba is abominable, Xiao Teng is innocent. Xiao Tianxiong waved his hand. Now the village is in a state of alert, ready to meet the revenge of the Blood Wolf gang. Yes, the villagers responded abruptly. A crisis was resolved, but Xiaojiakan will usher in a bigger crisis. The entire village is enveloped by a repressive atmosphere, and the villagers no longer go out, holding weapons in their sleep. The news that Xiao Yi killed Lu Er spread at an alarming rate in Qinyang town. Some people were shocked by Xiao Ye's terrible qualifications, and others lamented the tragic fate of Xiao Jiatsuan. And this news soon spread to Qinyang town. Niujiao Mountain, named after the two peaks connected to each other, resembles a horn, and is located 50 miles away from Qinyang town. The two peaks are divided into the main peak and the dangerous peak. The main peak serves as a place for members of the Blood Wolf gang, but no one dares to set foot easily, because there is the retreat of the Blood Wolf. But today, there is a warrior of the Blood Wolf gang, hurried to the dangerous peak, along the mountain road to the peak. On a boulder at the top of the peak, sat a cross-legged figure. Even if they were far apart, the warrior felt an amazing oppression. He is just an ordinary gang with 3 levels of physical training, unable to resist this oppressive force. This is the half-step innate strong Blood Wolf, the spiritual pillar of the whole Blood Wolf gang. Great Master. The warrior opened his heart in distress, with respect in his face. "What's the matter?" The blood wolf didn't move, but there was a sound exploding in the warrior's ear, making his face pale instantly, and the whole person stepped back a few steps. "Chi Yu is the master, Lu Er is the master, was killed," the warrior said with fear. At the moment when his words fell, the eyes of the blood wolf suddenly opened, and the fine man's burst shot, like two substantial swords, falling on the warrior. Boom! The warrior didn't even have time to scream, the whole person burst and flesh and blood flew. The blood wolf rises up, its sturdy body is like a demon. Through the blood mist, the whole body is full of anger, leaving the dangerous peak and descending on the main peak. A moment later, a long roar of anger came out above the main peak, the mountain oscillated, countless boulders exploded and opened, and the rolling sound wave contained endless anger. "I want, blood-wash Xiaojia village. Zhaojiakan." 2 days have passed since the crisis caused by Lu Er was resolved. In the past 2 days, Zhaojiakan clashed with the wind and everyone was in danger. Some people even suggested that the entire village be moved to avoid the Blood Wolf gang, but most people rejected it. Because they found that the exit of Qingyang town had been blocked by the Blood Wolf gang. What's more, this is the route of Xiaojia village. They would rather die here than relocate. In a world where the strongest people respect the true spirit continent, there is not enough strength, and danger is everywhere. And Xiaoyi temporarily dismissed the idea of going to the fierce beast forest, and stayed in the village to prepare for the revenge of the blood gang. "Don't kill Lu Er because of the fear of blood wolves," Xiaoyi whispered softly. Although no one accused him of being too impulsive and killed Lu Er, which brought a greater crisis to Zhaojiakan, Xiaoyi understood that someone must have thought so. So in the past 2 days, Xiaoyi did not go to practice, but asked himself whether Lu Er should kill. After countless times asking himself, Xiaoyi gradually found the answer, his eyes full of firmness. "Shame me, kill it. Insult my family, kill it. Insult my friends, kill them. This is the martial arts heart that I want to pursue. If I make a decision contrary to my heart because of fear of power and force, it will make the martial arts heart dusty. If you can't even keep your martial arts intent and shrink away, I will talk about how to become a strong man, and then defeat Zhao Qian of the innate realm to wash away the shame." At this moment, Xiaoyi exuded a peerless edge, his heart was baptized, and his own martial arts heart was condensed, not dusty. Although his cultivation didn't grow a bit, but under the pressure of the blood wolf, his state of mind leaped forward. At this moment, in Xiao Ye's body, he could already see a shadow of peerless strong man. The invincible strong man who has shook the whole real continent in the future is already wrinkled. Rumble. Suddenly, the earth trembles violently, and the actual killing intention is like Wang Yang sweeping the entire Xiaojia village. "Kill my brother, today I want to blood-wash Xiaojia village." A thunderous voice exploded and spread throughout the village in an instant. "It's finally here." The villagers of Xiaojia village shuddered, then armed with weapons and rushed toward the village entrance. When Xiaoyi came to the entrance of the village, he found that the two gangs had confronted each other. The villagers of Xiaojia village are at the forefront of Xiao Tianxiong, Xiao Yang, Xiao Dashan and 2 other Haotianjing villagers. Xiao Ye's eyes shifted and landed on the men and women of the Blood Wolf gang. When he was riding a tall horse, he was a strong man in his 40s. His eyes were cold and his expression was ruthless. There was a scary scar on his cheek. Trembling. Behind him, 80 Blood Wolf guards and 1,000 Blood Wolf gangs helped the crowd. Blood Wolf. Seeing this person, Xiao Ye's eyes swelled with coldness. He could not forget the scene 4 years ago. At that time, the Blood Wolf was riding a tall horse, looking down on Zhaojiakan, turning Xiaoyang into a waste person. This hatred was buried in his heart for 4 years. "Hand over the murderer who killed my younger brother, otherwise I wouldn't mind killing you, using your blood and flesh to pay tribute to my younger brother." The Blood Wolf's eyes spurted the killing, and finally stayed on Xiaoyi. To move my son, unless stepping over my corpse. Xiao Yang stepped out, the breath of Hotian realms eightfold exploded, confronting the blood wolf. Xiao Yang, I really didn't expect that you who were beaten by me will also have a day to resume cultivation. The blood wolf's eyes swept over Xiao Yang, and the anger in his heart retreated a little. In order to restore Xiao Yangxiu, coupled with Xiao Tianxiong and 3 other acquired warriors, he had to pay a certain price to destroy Xiaojia village. But this price is far from enough to make him give up revenge. After thinking for a while, the blood wolf looked deeply at the villagers and said, "My goal is just this kid. Are you willing to give up your life for him? As long as you are not enemies with my blood wolf gang, I will not move you." As soon as this statement came out, many villagers looked at each other, and Xiao Tianxiong et al.'s expressions changed greatly. Blood wolves wanted to separate people's hearts. If everyone was really agitated, Xiaojiakan would be scattered, unable to cause resistance to the blood wolf. What a trick! Blood wolf! A young man in the crowd shouted angrily, "Xiao Yi killed Lu Er for us. You let us give up Xiao Yi now, it's impossible, don't think about it." The young man's father died under Lu Er's fist, Xiao Yi avenged him, and he was always grateful. Yes. We are all from the Xiaojia village. It is impossible to do such a thing. If you want to fight, then fight, don't talk so much nonsense. More villagers echoed, protecting Xiao Yi behind him. You. Xiao Ye's heart shivered and her eyes were wet. This is his tribe, in order to protect him, willing moths to put out the fire. Good, very good. The blood wolf smiled angrily. He sat down on the horse and wailed, crashing to the ground, and was actually killed by life and death. If you want to die, then I will fulfill you. The blood wolf will help the people to obey. Today I will let Xiaojiakan's chickens and dogs stay all, kill them all. Blood wolf said coldly. Yes. Thousands of people helped the crowd in unison, with a bloodthirsty grin on their faces. Especially the 80 blood wolf guards, all dragons are fierce and fierce, with a strong breath rising into the sky, crisscrossing, like a mountain, pressing the villagers of Xiaojia village. Well, I see who dares to move my granddaughter-in-law. Just then, an old figure projected from him. His figure was thin and thin, his hair was sparse, and the atmosphere of the 9th layer of the acquired sky surrounded the body. It was the village chief Shi Zhan of Shijia village. Blood wolf, my grandson-in-law of Wu Shi, do you dare to move? Then, a loud voice rang out, and an old man in grey robe with eyes like copper bell appeared, with great momentum, came to Xiao Tianxiong in the blink of an eye. Wu Shi, mayor of Wujia village. Chapter 21-3 by Shane. The 2 village heads of Wu and Shi from Qingyang town came together, and the real energy of the 9th heaven of the acquired world fluctuated, causing the corpses of the blood wolf gang to stop and then rioted. Stone War, Wu Shi. Blood wolf's complexion changed slightly. Shi Zhan and Wu Shi fell on the field, standing side by side with Xiao Tianxiong, robed in robes, and faced the blood wolf remotely. Old man Shi, old man Wu. Xiao Tianxiong's expression was stunned, and a look of excitement appeared on his old face. Unexpectedly, at such a moment, Shi Zhan and Wu Shi would actually come forward. This is the grudge of our blood wolf gang and Xiaojiakan. I hope you will not interfere. Blood wolf's expression gloomy. Hey! Xiao Yi is our first genius in Qingyang town. Our 2 old guys will not let you come. Shi Zhan sneered. Yes, not to mention, Xiao Yi is my grandson-in-law of Wu Shi. You want to kill him unless you step over the old man's body. Wu Shi's eyes are like brass bells, his voice is loud, and his hair is all open, if he is crazy lion. Wu Shi's words made Shi Zhan frown slightly, but in this case, he was too lazy to argue with the other party. Humph. The blood wolf snorted coldly, and said indifferently, do you want to stop my pace with the 3 old guys alone? No one can stop the one I want to kill. Really? There was a hint of sarcasm in Shi Zhan's mouth, and then he took a step forward and shouted loudly, "Where are everyone in Shujia village?" The sound was instantly spread far away under the increase of true energy. Then, at the end of the line of sight, a team slowly appeared, and at a glance, there were at least 500 people. The leader is a few martial artists from Shujia village, and Shurbo, the first genius of Shujia village, is in the ranks. "Oh, old man Shur, you have enough blood to protect my grandson-in-law." Wu Shur laughed, and then took a step towards it. The loud sound exploded. "Where are everyone in Wujia village?" The blood wolf pupil contracted sharply, and a team appeared again at the end of the line of sight. The number of people was no less than that of Shujia village. This shocking scene made the blood wolf help everyone's heart tremble, and the face was incredible. So many people were dispatched, just to protect Xiaoyi alone. What energy does that teenager have? At this moment, the villagers of Xiaojia village burst into joy and burst into cheers. The three village heads joined forces, together with the two big villages. Even if the Blood Wolf Gang wanted to move them, they had to weigh their losses. "Blood Wolf Gang, get out of Qinyang town. Our first genius in Qinyang town, don't you want to move him a hair?" I don't know who was the first to shout, causing more people to cry. They have been bullied by the Blood Wolf Gang for 4 years, and they have been suppressed for a long time. At this moment, all emotions have burst out and mixed with the angry roar, as if thunder sensation. Let the Blood Wolf help everyone's scalp numb. Xiao Ye's cultivation practice was that in more than a month, he sang forward, reached the 5th level of the acquired realm, and even killed Lu Er across the ranks. This news has long spread to Qinyang town. The name of the first genius in Qinyang town deserves its name. With the qualifications shown by Xiao Yi, to become a congenital strongman, that is a matter of rigidity. If Xiao Yi can become a congenital powerhouse, let alone Xiaojia village, the entire Qinyang town will benefit. The villages in Qinyang town have been oppressed by the Blood Wolf Gang for too long. They are eager to have a congenital strongman who can drive away the Blood Wolf Gang and return to tranquility in Qinyang town. And Xiao Yi carried their hope, the hope of the whole town. "You." Xiao Yi stared blankly at the people, their eyes turned red, and the people joined forces to protect him. What kind of friendship is this? This kindness is higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. Give me, kill them all. Blood Wolf's eyes were killing. Ling ran, a terrible breath rose into the sky, and then he took the lead to attack the 3 village chiefs. Things have developed to such a point that he can't step back anymore. He must repay his brother's revenge, even if he has to pay a terrible price. "Old man Shur, old man Wu, and our 3 old bones, we will join forces again today to fight the enemy." Xiao Tianxiong said boldly, his old face faintly with a hint of black gas. Obviously the poison was unclear, but it didn't hurt. The 3 village heads laughed at each other, and they were full of anger, and their bodies shot out, fighting with the Blood Wolf. At the moment of the fight, the amazing battle fluctuations shocked several nearby villagers and members of the Blood Wolf Gang, and scared everyone back quickly. Boom! The 3 village chiefs are all cultivated in the 9th level of Hotian realm. Their eyes are fierce and their fighting intentions are skyrocketing. The old body bursts with amazing power, and the Blood Wolf is blocked under the joint force. The Blood Wolf is really upright like a long river upside down. The earth in the hand is cracking, the crack spreads like a spider web, and the momentum is shaking. Kill! The Blood Wolf Gang helped the people with weapons, rushed to the villagers in the 3 big villages, and then they slaughtered together for a time, bloody, screaming. Year! Xiao Yang strode towards the 80 Blood Wolf guards and regarded death as his home. Today you have to remember that every villager who died because of you will have to sacrifice Blood Wolf blood. This sentence made Xiao Ye's heart tremble violently, his palms clenched suddenly, his teeth clenched. What? What? Under the fierce fighting, several villagers fell in the pool of blood in the blink of an eye. In particular, the 80 wolf guards, like wolves and tigers, erupted into profound cultivation practices, wielding weapons arbitrarily among the villagers, and set off a storm. Although the number of villagers is large, after all, there are only a few who reach the afterlife realm, which naturally cannot stop the Blood Wolf Guard. No. Xiao Ye's eyes opened wide, desperately rushed out, and Qi was superimposed 5 times. The advanced version of the big collapsed palm was displayed, killing a Blood Wolf Guard. But on the other hand, more villagers died tragically. Ah! Xiao Yi roared with grief and indignation, barely flying the 2 Blood Wolf Guards out. Most of the Blood Wolf Guards are 6-layer warriors in the acquired realm. With his strength, it is the limit to deal with the 2 at the same time. In such a chaotic fight, it has almost no effect. I need strength. If I can step into the congenital realm, one person can kill the Blood Wolf gang. Xiao Yi felt a powerlessness in his heart. He wanted to save the lives of the villagers, but he didn't have that power. Call out. Xiao Yi alone killed 3 Blood Wolf Guards. This amazing performance attracted the attention of the 5 Blood Wolf Guards. As soon as they moved, they came toward Xiao Yi, and the long knife in their hands cut off mercilessly. Xiao Yi reluctantly avoided 4 long knives, but the 5th long knife slashed toward his head. Poof! At this time, a thick arm suddenly stretched out, blocking the long knife, but the arm was cut off and flew up, warm blood splashed on Xiao Ye's face. Uncle Shan. Xiao Ye's eyes were red, and his head roared, supporting Xiao Dashan who was staggering back. Xiao Dashan changed his life with 1 arm. Year, you're fine. You are the hope of the whole town. You can't die if I die. Xiao Dashan looked pale, and the huge pain made him sweat. With tears in Xiao Ye's eyes, staring at the broken arm on the ground, Xiao Dashan led him through the martial arts gate as if it were yesterday. If it were not for him, everyone would not fall into this crisis, Xiao Dashan would not break his arm, and those villagers would not die tragically. All this is because of him. Humph, look for death. The 5 Blood Wolf Guards sneered and walked toward Xiao Dashan. Year, wait for you to step into the congenital realm, and remember to avenge me. Xiao Dashan showed a brilliant smile, like a generous warrior who died, dragging his ruined body, resolutely blocked in front of Xiao Yi. Give me a hand. Xiao Yi burst into tears in his eyes, screaming with all his strength. Suddenly the scene was quiet, and the crowd stopped to fight, and then looked over. Xiao Yi stepped into the field and glanced at the audience. Xiao Tianxiong and others all had blood on them and their breath was weak. Obviously, they had been seriously injured. In fact, the 3 village chiefs are also at the end of the crossbow. This chaotic fight is too fierce. The Blood Wolf gang is a bit more powerful than they imagined. The villagers in the 3 villages have been mostly killed and injured. Blood Wolf. Xiao Ye's eyes stayed on the Blood Wolf. You came with the horse, don't you just want to avenge me? Then I will give you a chance. Xiao Yi Qingxiu's face was stubborn and shouted, Today I am Xiao Yi leaving Xiaojia village in Qinyang town, and I will bear everything myself. Blood Wolf, if you have any means, please come to me, don't involve others. The sound rolled like thunder, and it sounded in this world, which shocked everyone. Xiao Yi wants to leave Xiaojia village. The Blood Wolf breathed slightly, and he also had a lot of consumption when fighting with the 3 village chiefs. He glanced across the audience and found that the Blood Wolf gang's casualties were also very heavy, and his eyes suddenly fixed. Okay, your boy is brave. Blood Wolf said coldly, so he could kill the 3 village heads. The people of the Blood Wolf gang may be dead. Xiao Ye's sentence was equivalent to giving him down the stairs. Lost everyone's protection, a Xiao Yi he is not in hand yet. As for the villagers in Qinyang town, he can stay and deal with it slowly. Year, don't. Xiao Yang exclaimed, quickly exclaiming. Year, don't be impulsive, the 3 village chiefs followed. But Xiao Yi ignored them, and suddenly turned around, kneeling in the direction of Xiao Yang, slamming her knees and knocking heavily. Dad, the child is not filial, this kneeling thanks to the nurturing grace of 15 years. Xiao Yang's body was trembling, and tears appeared in his eyes. He resisted the sadness in his heart and said, "Okay, Year, you are very serious and unwilling to hurt everyone. My father will not stop you. If you die in the hands of the blood wolf, Dad will not live alone, and will fight for his revenge." The two fathers and sons looked at each other from afar, and suddenly they laughed. The laughter was sad and sorrowful, and an emotion that only the father and son could understand flowed between the two hearts. "My uncles and uncles, thank you for your kindness." Xiao Yi immediately kowtowed to everyone. "The dying uncle, I am the one who has tired you, this kneeling thank you for your life-saving grace." Xiao Yi bowed to the void again. At this moment, the scene was quiet, everyone looked at the teenager with respect. For the sake of everyone's life, this young man is willing to face the whole blood wolf gang alone, which is really admirable. Xiao Tianxiong has tears in his eyes. He hates that he does not have enough strength, and actually wants Xiao Yi to bear all this alone. After doing all this, Xiao Yi stood up and exuded a peerless edge. He looked at the blood wolf to help everyone coldly said, "I Xiao Yi swears here, if I don't die, I will use your blood to pay homage to those who died." Villagers. Xiao Ye's eyes were cold, like a waking beast. The blood wolf shuddered in his heart, as if he really saw it. The blood wolf helped the blood flow into the river. After talking, Xiao Yi turned and strode out of the village, determinedly. "Kill!" The blood wolf waved indifferently, and immediately the blood wolf chased the remaining men and women toward Xiao Yi. "Stop me!" At this time, Xiao Tianxiong, Shi Zhan and Wu Lion flew out, stopping them. The blood wolf's eyes were full of killing intentions. He stared at Xiao Tianxiong and said, "This is the agreement between me and Xiao Yi. Do you want Qingyang town blood to flow into rivers? Your agreement, I will not interfere, but you must give Yi Er a time to escape." Xiao Tianxiong said in a deep voice. The blood wolf frowned, and when he saw the villagers about to move around, he nodded and said, "Okay, I will give this boy an hour. If you stop again, don't blame me for being ruthless." Chapter 22 Yen Dao. After the blood wolf finished speaking, it glanced coldly at everyone, and then stopped talking. After the fierce fighting, the 1,000 soldiers of the blood wolf gang had only 600 people left, and 80 blood wolf guards also died half. If he didn't agree with Xiao Tianxiong's request, he might immediately fight again, so the blood wolf compromised. It's hard to get out of Qingyang town in an hour, what can you do?" Blood wolf secretly said. Shi Zhan pulled Xiao Tianxiong aside, and said with an angry face, "Old Xiao, how can you let Xiao Yi face the blood wolf gang alone? Yeah, you're trying to push Xiao Yi to a dead end." Wu Shi followed, staring at the bell-like eyes. Xiao Tianxiong smiled bitterly and said, "Do you think I am willing? Yi Er is the hope of our town. But if we continue the melee, all 3 of our villages will be destroyed, are you willing?" Shi Zhan and Wu Shi glanced at each other and went silent. Indeed, although they caused great harm to the blood wolf gang, they were also seriously injured, and more than half of the villagers died in each village. The power of the blood wolf gang is beyond their imagination. Xiao Yi was the first day of Qingyang town to be true, but they could not afford the price of continued fighting. Seeing the silence between the two, Xiao Tianxiong continued, "Yi Er's qualifications are far superior to ours. As long as he can escape from Qingyang town and wait for his cultivation to return to the congenital realm, he will not be concerned." Wu Shi sniffed softly and smiled, "Old man Xiao, you are planning to retreat. But in an hour's time, it's a bit difficult to escape from Qingyang town." Shi Zhan frowned. Xiao Tianxiong shook his head, his eyes burst into cold light. "An hour's time is just an excuse to delay the blood wolf. If he says more, he may not agree. Then I will quietly follow the blood wolf gang and fight this old destiny, have to send Yi Er out." Shi Zhan and Wu Shi felt shocked and couldn't help admiring Xiao Tianxiong. An hour passed by quietly. The blood wolf waved his hand and rushed out. Behind him were a large number of warriors of the blood wolf gang. "Who?" Walking out of Xiaojiakan, Xiao Yi immediately agitated the true energy in his body and moved towards the fierce beast forest. Blood Wolf. Xiao Ye's eyes flashed coldly and murderously. Between him and the Blood Wolf, in addition to hurting his father's enmity, there is still a lot of blood debts. He must pay off, otherwise I am sorry to fight to protect his villagers. Xiao Yi didn't dare to stay in the slightest. He knew very well that only if he survived would he have the opportunity to avenge his revenge. With the Tower of Time in his hands, it is not difficult for him to avenge his revenge, all he lacks is time. Huh? Didn't the Blood Wolf gang catch up? Soon, Xiao Yi discovered something was wrong. No matter, take that long knife first. Xiao Yi folds into the forest of fierce beasts. If you get the profound tool and realize the true meaning of martial arts contained in it, the time for his revenge will be greatly shortened. Along the way, several fierce beasts found Xiao Yi, and they rushed over, but Xiao Yi was shot dead. With his current cultivation practice, combined with the advanced version of the Big Collapse, it is enough to sweep the 6 beasts of the next heaven. Because of his familiarity with the route, it took Xiao Yi half an hour to penetrate the fierce beast forest 20 miles, and the familiar low hill appeared in sight. Xiao Yi didn't hesitate, explored the weeds that were half a man tall, and entered the secluded cave entrance. Along the mountain road that leads straight to the ground, it advanced again for half an hour, and the magma under the ground radiated light, illuminating all around at once. Xiao Yi jumped from the mountain road and entered the cave under the ground. Grunt. Bubble magma is glowing, sending out a compelling heat wave. With light, Xiao Yi looked carefully around. Roar. At this moment, an angry roar came suddenly from Xiao Ye's side, and the fishy wind rushed to his nose. Golden Bear. Xiao Ye's eyes flashed coldly, and he jumped away, looking sideways. I saw the 3-meter-high golden bear with golden hair standing in the distance, staring at him fiercely. The tower-like body was full of visual oppression. The golden wild bear recognized Xiao Yi at once, and it was the young man who broke into Dongfu last time. The anger in his eyes was even worse. It slapped the chest, roaring with its mouth open. Big guy, I'm not afraid of you now. Xiao Ye's face was cold and cold, the true energy of the 12 meridians in his body was rushing, powerful power was circulating in his palm, and then he attacked the golden bear. Bang 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 bang. 5 roars were connected to Xiao Ye's body, and the advanced version of the Big Collapse broke out. There was a touch of human contempt in the eyes of the golden bear. The last time it could beat Xiao Yi and run away, this time it did. But soon, the contempt in the eyes of the golden Manchu bear turned into shock. Its huge body was shocked by Xiao Yi. Come again. Xiao Yi was also shocked a few steps back. With the advanced version of the Big Crash, he and the golden bear of the 6 peaks of the day after tomorrow, they competed with each other. With the fierce fighting between the two, the strong wind in Dongfu blasted the mountain walls of Dongfu with rock debris. There are 12 meridians providing true energy. Xiao Ye's battle is getting fiercer and fierce, and the palm of the earth is covering the golden barbarian, screaming and screaming, and the golden hair is invisible and bleeding. Although the golden bear is thick and thick, it is also afraid of pain. Finally, after receiving a few palms from Xiao Yi again, the golden barbarian growled unwillingly, then jumped into the mountain road and escaped. This big guy is really difficult to deal with. Looking at the golden bear fled, Xiao Yi sighed with relief and did not catch up. He came this time, the purpose is to take away the mysterious tool, naturally will not waste and kill the golden bear. Mystery. Xiao Yi turned his eyes to the magma and landed on the quaint sword. Who? Xiao Yi stepped on the boulder floating above the magma, came to the edge of the long knife, bent down to grasp the handle, and pulled hard, but found that the long knife did not move. Huh? Xiao Yi frowned, then screamed, and the real energy in his body surged in his palm, pulling hard again. Ah! Although the long knife was pulled out, it seemed that a king was provoked, and the body of the knife buzzed and made a trembling sound. Boom! A terrible will rushed from the long knife, slamming into Xiao Ye's mind, making his face pale, pedaling back and forth a few steps, and almost fell into the magma. At this moment, Xiao Yi saw a blaze of flames in front of his eyes, pouring down like a waterfall, turning into a sea of knives and screaming at him. What? Xiao Yi was taken aback, staggering back, and then the scene that shocked him disappeared. It's terrible, is that the true meaning of martial arts? Xiao Yi gasped, and her robe was soaked in cold sweat. Although his knowledge is limited, he can also guess that the heavy flame of the sword just now has something to do with the true meaning of the martial arts. Xiao Ye's eyes fell on the long knife in his hand. The blade is blue with a length of about 1.2 meters, which is a giant war blade. The primitive shape and the domineering blade are ingeniously merged, which is extremely eye-catching. At first glance, Xiao Yi fell in love with this long knife. He lifted the knife and just waved it gently, and the blade of cold light burst into the air and was so sharp. It's a good knife. Xiao Yi excitedly said, "You will follow me in the future." Xiao Ye's eyes moved and found a simple yen in the position of the knife handle. "I will call you Yen Dao in the future." Xiao Yi held the long sword and couldn't put it down. Soon, Xiao Yi did not study Yen Dao again. It's not a happy time now. It won't take long for the Blood Wolf gang to find this place. I have to leave Qinyang town. Xiao Yi sighed. But soon, he frowned. He hadn't walked out of Qinyang town since childhood. Where can he go after leaving here? That's right. Suddenly, Xiao Ye's spirit flashed, and he took out the Hailongguo insights from his arms. This epitaph was written by the declining innate warrior, and its contents are very varied and extremely rich. Maybe some answers can be found in it. Soon, Xiao Ye's eyes lit up and was deeply attracted by the contents recorded therein. I really didn't expect that there would be so many powerful forces in the Black Dragon Kingdom. How wonderful is that vast continent of spirits. Xiao Yexin yearned, and a young man's heart planted a seed to explore the continent of true spirits. Huh! Suddenly, Xiao Ye's eyes narrowed and fell somewhere. Wutan City is only 100 miles away from Qinyang town, and there is also a pulse pool in Wutan City. Xiao Ye's eyes brightened. According to the records of the Black Dragon Kingdom, Zimechi is a sacred place spawned by heaven and earth. The pond water contains pure energy, which can help the acquired warrior temper. Just go to Wutan City. Although Xiao Yi knew that it would be difficult to enter the wonderland like Zimechi, he made such a decision. Thinking of doing it, Xiao Yi walked into the mountain path with the yen knife, groping along the mountain path and walking outward. After half an hour, Xiao Yi walked out of the mountain road, and the dazzling sunlight came. The kid's footprint is toward the fierce beast forest, and he must not be allowed to escape. At this time, a loud cry came from a distance. Xiao Yi flew out, hiding behind a big tree, quietly looking away. I saw hundreds of meters away, a team of 10 armed with bright weapons, groped all the way to this side. It's really fast, I found it here so quickly. Xiao Ye's eyes narrowed, showing a cold light. After careful examination, Xiao Yi found that 5 people in this team were Blood Wolf guards, and Xiao Wei reached the 6th level of Hotian realm, and he dealt with 3 at most at the same time. This lineup is not something he can rival. Xiao Yi Lingheng, preparing to give up, suddenly found the golden bear he was running away from, and was walking slowly from the rear of this team. It seems that the Blood Wolf gang has not been found. Yes. Xiao Yi looked happy. Big guy, I will use you this time. Xiao Yi reached out and touched a stone, and his real energy popped out. Call out. The stone blasted out, and the people who crossed the Blood Wolf gang hit the forehead of the golden barbarian hard. Roar! The golden wild bear raised his head in anger, and just found that the Blood Wolf gang turned around and looked at the people here, and their heads were not bright, making it think that these people were provoking. The golden wild bear was suffocating because he was run away by Xiao Yi. Where could he bear it at this time? He immediately threw it at the Blood Wolf gang. Chapter 23 The Day of Return, the Time of Destruction. The Blood Wolf gang recognized the Golden Bear, his face slightly changed, but he quickly stabilized his feet. Don't panic, everyone is just a Golden Bear, we can deal with it. The 5 Blood Wolf guards didn't care. And the fact is exactly the same. Although the Golden Bear has the strength of the 6 peaks of the acquired realm, but the 5 Blood Wolf guards joined forces and immediately suppressed it. Call out. A Blood Wolf gleamed in the eyes of a Blood Wolf guard, and took the opportunity to break out, and then cut it with a knife, pulling a fierce wound in the belly of the Golden Bear, and the blood gurgled down. Ayo! The Golden Wild Bear turned back angrily, stretched out a fan-like palm and screamed past, slammed the Blood Wolf guard out, and broke 3 large trees before falling to the ground. The strength of the Golden Bear's angry blow is quite small. The Blood Wolf guard's breath is weak, and it seems that he can't live. Everyone pay attention, this beast is mad. The remaining 4 Blood Wolf guards looked dignified, holding the weapon to surround the Golden Bear, attacking conservatively, leaving a blood mark on his body from time to time. The Golden Barbarian roared angrily, but could no longer cause damage to the Blood Wolf guard. Instead, because of the massive loss of blood, its roaring sound was much weaker. Kill this beast. Blood Wolf guard laughed and attacked in a playful manner, pushing the Golden Barbarian trying to break through back. Xiao Ye's brow furrowed behind the trees, and the Golden Bear couldn't hold it anymore. Big guy, I'll save you. Xiao Yi pulled a tree and vine, tied the yen knife behind him, and then came out silently, and the true energy in his body swelled, and he shot an advanced version towards a Blood Wolf guard who turned his back. The big crash. Where would the Blood Wolf guard think of it? Someone would suddenly come out and hit directly, and he flew out without a hum, and the violent force destroyed the vitality and died directly. Who? The remaining 3 Blood Wolf guards, including the 5 Blood Wolf gang members, were all surprised and looked over. Xiao Yi. When they saw clearly the young and beautiful boy in front of them, they could not help but grit their teeth. They concentrated on dealing with the Golden Bear, but did not expect Xiao Yi to take advantage of it. The Lord has orders, see Xiao Yi, don't kill him. The 5 Blood Wolf gang members who had originally watched the rush rushed over and surrounded Xiao Yi. Kill me? Do you have that strength? Xiao Yi sneered coldly, and the true energy in the 12 meridians ran violently, launching an attack. What? What? Several screams rang in the jungle, and the 5 members of the Blood Wolf gang only supported a few strokes, and they were killed by Xiao Yi because of the large gap between them. Humph. Xiao Yi glanced coldly at the 5 corpses. He didn't have any compassion for the Blood Wolf gang. Which of these people has not been contaminated with the blood of the villagers? The emergence of Xiao Yi gave the Golden Barbarian spirit a boost, desperately launched a counterattack, entangled the 3 Blood Wolf guards, so that they could not free their hands to deal with Xiao Yi. And they no longer have the calmness of the past. When they saw the 5 members of the Blood Wolf gang, they were killed by Xiao Yi at once, and they jumped in shock. This young man doesn't look as weak as he looks, and his strength is comparable to the spicy Blood Wolf guard. What? Because of distraction, another Blood Wolf guard was slapped by the Golden Bear, and his body broke several big trees. The remaining 2 Blood Wolf guards were dwarfed by the counterattack of the Golden Wild Bear, and the embarrassed retreat. Big guy, good job. Xiao Yi grinned, and then walked over. Xiao Yi, as long as you are willing to let us go, we will disappear immediately and get rid of the Blood Wolf gang, and will not reveal your whereabouts. The 2 Blood Wolf guards were panic-stricken by the enemy. Don't let you go. Xiao Ye's eyes were cold. Did you let go of the villagers in Xinyang town? I can't deal with the Blood Wolf now, but I can charge a little interest from you first, so die. After the words fell, Xiao Yi stepped on the ground and shot out. Bang 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 bang. Xiao Yi pushed his palms horizontally, and the 5 roars on his body were connected into one. The thick real energy was superimposed 5 times. The violent force burst out from the palm, drowning the panic-stricken Blood Wolf Guard. Boom! The two Blood Wolf Guards joined forces to resist, but were shocked to retreat for 10 steps before they stabilized their bodies. How could he be so strong? Shaking his numb arms, the two were shocked. The teenager in front of him was like a demon. Kill me the villagers in Qinyang town, cut off Shan Shu's arm, you all deserve to die. Xiao Yi black hair danced, palms moved together, as if the two mountains pressed down. Creak. The ground on which the two Blood Wolf Guards stood sunken, their bodies were crushed by the powerful force, their bones creaked, and blood spread all over their twisted faces. Boom! Xiao Yi looked down at the two indifferently, and the violent strength increased again, blasting on the two of them, making them scream with no breath. The golden bear on the side was sitting on the ground with a buttocks, panting gaspingly, it scratched his head, and there was a puzzling expression in his eyes. He didn't seem to understand why Xiao Yi wanted to help him. After confirming that there was no live mouth left, Xiao Yi was planning to leave, and suddenly moved in his heart, leaning over and groping in the arms of those corpses. Soon, he found some broken silver, and the total sum of 0 and 0 totaled almost 302. He had to leave Qinyang town and rush to Wutan city. Without money, he would be unable to do anything. Big guy, goodbye. Xiao Yi waved his hand to the golden bear and walked away quickly. The fighting here is fluctuating, maybe it has already spread, and he must escape as soon as possible. After Xiao Yi left, the golden wild bear rested for a while, and left slowly. Soon after, he learned that Soa Soa's voice was getting closer, and a team of warriors from the Blood Wolf gang appeared. When they saw the corpse on the ground, their faces changed immediately, and they stepped forward to check. It was the hands of human warriors, it must have been Xiao Yiqian. After examination, they came to this conclusion. Soon, the news passed back, and a large number of blood wolves rushed here to narrow the search scope. Although the Blood Wolf found Xiao Yi entered the fierce beast forest through the footprints, but this forest covered hundreds of miles, even if the Blood Wolf has a large number of people, it must be scattered to explore, which is very inefficient. But after knowing Xiao Ye's general orientation, the efficiency greatly increased. It's almost the exit of Qinyang town. Xiao Ye's eyes were bright, looking at the path in front of him. He has lived in Qinyang town for 15 years and is still familiar with the town's exports. The blood gang members are catching up, and I must leave as soon as possible. Xiao Yi glanced back, and the messy footsteps passed into his ears from far and near, making his heart awe-inspiring. After beheading the Blood Wolf Guards, his position was exposed, and until now, he has encountered several wave interceptions. Fortunately, they were discovered by Xiao Yi in advance, and they detoured. Escape. Xiao Yi no longer hesitated, his body shot out, rushing towards the exit of Qinyang town. Boy, do you think you can escape? At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded, and then a strong figure came down from the sky and stopped in front of Xiao Yi. Blood Wolf. Xiao Yi paused, staring at the figure in front of him, unwilling. Only one step away, he can get out of Qinyang town. You're quite capable of running, but I'm still overtaken. You kill my younger brother, take your life. A strong breath swept away from the Blood Wolf, his palm turned, and his palm was caught towards Xiao Yi, as if the eagle was preying on it. Xiao Ye's pupils contracted violently, his body sank, and the Blood Wolf gave him a random palm, which gave him a sense of avoidance. The gap is too big. Xiao Yi didn't like this feeling very much. Zhao Qian was like this, as was the Blood Wolf. Snapped. At this moment, an old figure appeared in front of Xiao Yi, repelling the Blood Wolf. The village head. Xiao Yi stunned at the sudden appearance of Xiao Tianxiong. Who? Who? Immediately afterwards, more sounds of breaking the sky came, and I saw Xiao Yang, Shi Zhan, and Wu Shi all appeared, blocking Xiao Yi. Dad! Xiao Ye's tears flashed. Stubborn boy, leave Qinyang town quickly, and the Blood Wolf will be handed over to us. Xiao Yang turned his head and said in a deep voice. The Blood Wolf looked downcast. Are you going to break the agreement and fight with my Blood Wolf gang again? What about the war? Today we must send Year out of Qingyang town. Xiao Tianxiong sneered coldly. The Blood Wolf heard anger, then don't blame me. After talking, the true qi on the Blood Wolf surged into the sky like a magic power. Xiao Tianxiong and other four masters met the Blood Wolves together, and the war broke out. The fluctuating radiation caused by the battle went away, and the smoke was all over the sky. Year, go away. The Blood Wolf will not really fight with us. You don't cultivate enough, don't come back. Xiao Tianxiong shouted, combined with the power of Xiao Yang and others, intercepted the Blood Wolf. Xiao Ye's fists clenched tightly, his eyes trembling. When he heard the dense footsteps coming closer and closer, he forcibly retracted his gaze and rushed towards the exit. The village head, Father, you can rest assured that I will come back soon. When I return, it will be the time when the Blood Wolf gang breaks down. Xiao Yi left a word and rushed out. Behind him, the Blood Wolf's angry voice shook the sky, revealing endless anger. After walking out of Qingyang town, Xiao Yi took a deep breath, her beautiful face firm and stubborn, and strode away along the main road. For a whole day, Xiao Yi was running through his body, and qi was on his way. Fortunately, he had 12 meridians to provide qi, so he was not exhausted. Although Xiao Yi walked out of Qingyang town for the first time, the Hailongguo news records had drawn a map of Wutan City because of the washing pulse pool, so he didn't have to worry about getting lost. Next, it's up to you. Xiao Yi stroked the Yendao behind him, his eyes showing firmness. The entrance examination for the Chongyangmen will begin soon. Without solving the hidden danger of the Blood Wolf gang, he cannot enter the Chongyangmen with peace of mind. However, there is a big gap between him and the Blood Wolf. Even if he enters the pulse washing pool, he may not be able to make up for this gap, so the true meaning of the martial arts contained in this mystery becomes his only hope. Now is not the time to study the Xuanqi. Xiao Yi packed his mood and continued to hurry. Without reaching Wutan City, his danger would not be relieved. One day later, a city exuding the breath of years appeared at the end of Xiao Ye's sight. Chapter 24 Wonkage. Appearing in front of Xiao Yi, is a city exuding the breath of years. The towering city wall stretches open, and you can't see your head at a glance. A big city. Xiao Yi lost his mind for a moment. According to the records of Hailongguo's records, Heilong owns 10 counties. The 10 counties are the land of the 10 counties. Each county is composed of dozens or even 100 cities such as Wutan City, and all refer to the capital city of the Black Dragon Kingdom. Command the 10 counties. The town of Qingyang where Xiao Yi is located is relatively remote, but within the scope of Dahong County, so Xiao Yi belongs to the people of Dahong County. Xiao Yi packed his mood and walked along the avenue to Wutan City. At this time, there were more and more warriors along the way, and it seemed that they all rushed to Wutan City. When Xiao Yi walked past them, they looked at Xiao Yi with curiosity, especially when they saw the yen knife behind Xiao Yi. A greedy light flashed in their eyes. With the knowledge of these warriors, it is natural to see the extraordinariness of Yen Dao. Several bearded big men looked at each other, and quietly exchanged their eyes for a moment, and then walked towards Xiao Yi together. Humph! Xiao Yi coldly hummed out, and the real energy in his body suddenly worked, and a powerful breath came out, letting those bearded men breathe for a long time. It's really arrogant. I actually met a pig-eater and a tiger. So young, he has 5 levels of cultivation, and it must be a child of a big family who has gone out and practiced. The few big men walked away with anger. Their cultivation behavior is not strong, and the fluctuation of true energy is only about 3 times the day after tomorrow. Naturally, they dare not do anything with Xiao Yi. Seeing those bearded men, who regarded themselves as the children of a large family, Xiao Yi didn't explain, and quickly walked towards Wutan City. Yen Dao is a mysterious weapon. I'm afraid that all innate warriors will be jealous. It's not a way to go on like this. Xiao Yi thought while walking. Although he is not very young, he also knows that innocent people are guilty and guilty of guilt. Once someone finds the value of Yen Dao, he will face endless killing opportunities. When I arrived in Wutan City, I would look for a weapon shop to see if I could build a scabbard. Xiao Ye's mind flashed with a flash of light, and the saber had a scabbard, which naturally covered its sharp edge. Moreover, it is normal for a warrior to carry weapons, which will not attract the attention of others. After making up his mind, Xiao Yi followed the flow of people to the gate of Wutan City. All are lined up, don't mess up, the city entrance fee is 1 or 2 silver per person. At the gate of the city, there was a team of heavily armored soldiers maintaining order, and looked sharply around. I still have to charge for entering the city? Xiao Yi looked a little curious and looked at the soldiers. From the real energy fluctuations of the soldiers, it can be roughly speculated that these soldiers have the twofold cultivation practices. It is indeed Wutan City, and even the soldiers guarding the gates are acquired warriors. Xiao Yi said with emotion, in Qingyang town, acquired warriors are the pillars of the major villages. Soon it was Xiao Ye's turn. Under the watch of the soldiers, Xiao Yi took out 1 or 2 silvers from his arms and then entered Wutan City with the flow of people. Stepping into the city, the noisy noise rushed towards us, leaving Xiao Yi a moment of loss. The straight avenue in front of me is enough for 10 carriages to run side by side, and the flow of people is like a weave. The soldiers carrying weapons are everywhere, and on both sides of the avenue are many shops and restaurants. Xiao Ye's interest increased greatly, and she walked around, looking around, and suddenly glanced at it. Soon, Xiao Yi found a magnificent and powerful weapons shop. The 3 characters of Wanqi Pavilion were vigorous and powerful, and they walked the dragon and snake. Xiao Yi stepped into it. Does the young man need anything? Our weapons in the Wanqi Pavilion are well made and are the best choice. The shopkeeper at the counter smiled with a smile, and did not look down on Xiao Ye's coarse linen. Xiao Yi went straight to the theme and said, "The shopkeeper, I don't know if you can customize the scabbard in your store." The scabbard? The shopkeeper frowned slightly, and then nodded. Yes, but the guest has to take out the weapon first and let us measure the size. Xiao Yi heard the words, but was a bit troubled. But there is a mysterious tool in his hand. What if the shopkeeper feels bad? With the cleverness of the shopkeeper, he naturally saw Xiao Ye's inner hesitation. He smiled and said, "Young master, please rest assured that our Wanqi Pavilion is a gold signboard and will not be greedy for guest officers' weapons." Xiao Yi pondered for a moment, took the yen knife from behind, and placed it on the counter, but stared at the shopkeeper with his eyes. Once the other party had any changes, he would immediately take action. Seeing Yen Dao's moment, the dispenser's body trembled, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Good knife. The shopkeeper picked up the yen knife and stroked the blade carefully. The more he looked, the more extraordinary the yen knife was, but because the observation time was too short, he couldn't hold the yen knife's grade for a while. After all, he is just an acquired warrior, and the xuanqi is not something he can touch. The shopkeeper, please measure the size quickly. Xiao Yi urged coldly. The shopkeeper was awakened and quickly said, "Okay." Although he took the tool out of the counter, he quickly measured the size of the yen knife and returned it to Xiao Yi. "Young man, the total cost of making the scabbard is 202. You can just pick it up at this time tomorrow," the shopkeeper said. Hearing the words, Xiao Yi was relieved. Fortunately, the silver in his arms was enough to cover the cost of the scabbard. Xiao Yi was about to tie Yen Dao behind him, when a group of people walked into the Wanqi Pavilion. "Inger, I heard that Wanbage has a new batch of weapons. You can see if you like it. I bought it and gave it to you." The first one was a young man in gold robe. His face was handsome, but the frivolous smile on his face made people uncomfortable. Followed by the golden robe boy was a girl about 16 years old, with fair skin and rosy red, water waves rippling in the eyes like a spring, and a slim skirt to set off its slim, soft hair like satin. Generally, it is a nice beauty. Listening to the young man in the golden robe, the young girl frowned slightly, as if she didn't have a cold for it. She coped with a few sentences at will and stopped talking. But the golden robe boy was unaware and kept on giving. "Go away, don't block the words of my young master." From behind the boy, a fierce and strong man walked out, scolding at Xiao Yi standing in front of the counter. Xiao Yi was angry, but still picked up the yen knife and turned away, no longer staying. When he first entered Wutan City, he was not familiar with anything. If he could not cause trouble, he would not want to cause trouble. Oh, a countryman wants to buy weapons in Wonkage? Don't look at his identity. The young boy in gold robe couldn't help laughing when he saw Xiao Yi wearing coarse linen. "Haha, that's why this countryman is comparable to you, master." The dogleg behind the Jin Pao boy immediately flattered. The golden robe boy fluttered up and was about to walk to the counter, but his eyes accidentally swept to Xiao Ye's yen dao, and his eyes immediately changed. "Boy, stop for me," the Jin Pao boy shouted. Xiao Yi was unheard of, and continued to walk forward. "Stinky boy, are you deaf? My young master tells you to stop." Several burly men behind the golden robe came out and stopped Xiao Yi with a bad look. "Boy, I bought this knife master, you can make a price." The young man in Jin Pao quickly walked to Xiao Ye's side, staring at yen knife with fierce eyes. Although he did not know the preciousness of yen dao, he intuitively told him that this knife is very good. The girl walked along, looking at Xiao Yi curiously. "Want to buy my knife?" Xiao Yi turned around and said coldly, "I'm afraid you can't afford it." "Can't afford it?" The burly giants laughed and ridiculed. "Silhouette, my young master is the second young master of Gujia, one of the 3 big families in Wutan City. There is nothing in this city that my young master can't afford." The young man in the golden robe looked at Xiao Yi disdainfully, hoping to see a trace of fear from the other person's face. But soon he was disappointed because Xiao Ye's expression was calm from beginning to end. "I want my knife, buy it with your life," Xiao Yi said lightly. The young man in Jin Pao's expression froze, and his face was annoyed. "Boy, are you playing me? Don't you ask me to make an offer? Then I've made an offer now, and you can't afford it. What else would you say?" Xiao Yi finished and turned away. In front of the girl, the golden robe boy naturally refused to suffer. He shouted, "Shameless face, really think the young master is good to talk? Give me a leg and let him climb out of the 10,000 pavilion, then grab the knife." "Yes." 7 sturdy big men came with a smile on their faces. 3 of them grabbed their hands and grabbed Xiao Ye's arm. The other 4 grabbed Yen Yen. Humph. Xiao Ye's eyes were cold. Although he didn't want to cause trouble, he was not afraid of it. Xiao Ye's feet moved, staggering the sturdy big man. The tiger punched out. Bang 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 bang. Only hearing a series of impacts and screams sounded, the 7 burly men were blasted out, smashed to the ground, and could not climb for a long time. These 7 burly giants are only for the strength of refining the physical realm, and Xiao Yi can easily defeat them without using real energy. This scene made the Jin Pao boy breathless and his eyes burst into killing. He said to the girl beside him, "Inger, you are waiting for me here, seeing me squeeze this boy's bones." Unbearable, the girl shook her head gently, "Forget it, don't worry about him." The golden robe boy Gu Yang in front of him, although of ordinary qualifications, but because of the resources of the ancient family, the body has evolved the true energy, and he has the double cultivation of the afterlife. Although Xiao Ye's strength looks good, she is too shabby to wear. Where can I enjoy the pill medicine, and the chance of stepping into the heavens is too small, how can I resist the ancient ocean? If you are angry, you should pay the price. Gu Yanggao smiled, his real energy was running in his body, and a straight fist hit the door of Xiao Yimian. The girl's eyelashes twitched and she couldn't bear to close her eyes, not wanting to see Xiao Ye's miserable end. The dull sound suddenly sounded, Gu Yang exclaimed, his fist hurt, as if hitting an iron plate. His face was unbelievable, because Xiao Yi only stretched out a palm and blocked his powerful punch, and could no longer move forward. On this strength, is it still crazy? Xiao Yi reluctantly shook his head. The ancient Yongkong had the dual cultivation of the acquired realm, but the true qi was floating. Obviously, it was forcibly promoted by the pill, not the result of hard cultivation. Are the children of the big family at this level? This is too disappointing. Go away. Xiao Yi turned his palms, his whole body was running with qi, and the five-fold breath of Hotian realm burst out. He poured his fingers and flexed his fingers on Gu Yang's fists. What? Gu Yang's body trembled, receding like an electric shock, and finally fell down on the ground, looking at Xiao Yi in horror. The other party looks younger than him, and actually has the five-fold cultivation behavior of the acquired world, which is too scary. The girl also opened her eyes and was shocked. I have no injustice with you, but you want to abolish my leg? Xiao Yi stepped towards the ancient ocean. Since he had offended the other party, he would not mind offending more thoroughly. You, what are you going to do? I'm the second master of the ancient family. Gu Yang was so frightened that his rolled into A and moved his hands backwards. Snapped. But he hadn't finished his words, and a loud slap rang, letting him stay on the spot. This slap is regarded as a return to you. In the future, when bullying people, you should also highlight your eyes. Xiao Yi finished all this and turned away. Looking at Xiao Ye's back, the girl's eyes sparkled with splendor. Chapter 25 The First Genius of Yuten City. Asshole. You're waiting for me. Looking at Xiao Ye's back, Gu Yang gritted his teeth and looked gruesome. After walking out of the Wanqi pavilion, Xiao Ye's eyes swept and found a Wujian Inn and walked in. He didn't dare to carry the yen dao like this and walk around on the street. After spending 12 silver, Xiao Yi moved into a room in the inn. Wutan City is really a place to burn silver. Xiao Yi sighed with emotion, and now he only has more than 100 or 2 silver left in his body. It is estimated that it can only last a few days. No matter, take a step by step, after getting the scabbard, and then go to inquire about the washing pulse pool information. Xiao Yi took off the yen knife and rubbed it with his palm. The yen dao contains the true meaning of a martial arts warrior, how to comprehend it. Xiao Yi pondered. Soon, he remembered the scene in the day when Dong Qi was pulling out the saber from the magma. Does it have to use true qi in order to stimulate the true meaning of martial arts in the sword? Xiao Ye's eyes flickered, and then he tried to run the true qi in his body and instilled it towards Yendao. Boom! Xiao Ye's head roared, and there was a flower in front of him. When he responded, he was already in the shadow of the shadows. Call out! Call out! There was a blaze of flames in the void, like a waterfall flying straight down and roaring, giving him a feeling of suffocation. Xiao Ye's cold sweat was rolling, and the flame of the sword was like a sea of waterfalls, drowning his figure. It has been experienced once, so Xiao Yi understands that these are illusory things, not real ones. He was surrounded by the light of the knife, and felt carefully. Coercion. Soon, Xiao Ye's heart moved, and he felt a strong sense of coercion from the vast sword. It was this coercion that gave him a strong sense of suffocation. Is this the true meaning of martial arts? Xiao Yi seemed to catch a trace of aura, but it soon disappeared. At this moment, the blaze of flames in front of him disappeared from the state of understanding. Huh? How did it disappear? Xiao Yi wondered, and soon his face slightly changed, because the true energy in his 12 meridians was actually exhausted, and the feeling of extreme weakness spread throughout the body. Just for a while, actually consumed all my true energy. Xiao Yi horrified. Although he only cultivated the 5 levels of heaven realm, but because of the 12 veins, the merits of the heavenly power method and the heavenly power, it is much thicker than the true energy of the 6th martial artists of the Hotian realm. Even he can only support such a short period of time. Ordinarily, the 5-layered warrior of the realm of the apocalyptic realm may not even be able to stimulate the martial arts inside the sword. It seems that we still have to improve our cultivation base, otherwise we cannot comprehend the true meaning of martial arts and the sword. Xiao Yi smiled bitterly, and according to his speculation, I am afraid that only after reaching the 8th heaven of the Hotian realm can we inspire the true meaning of martial arts for a long time. Shi Mai Chi. Xiao Yi shot 2 fine ons in his eyes. To improve his cultivation ability in a short time, he could only pin his hopes on Shi Mai Chi. Later, Xiao Yi no longer thought much, he put away the Yen Dao, his consciousness sank into the Tower of Time, and began to practice. As he performed Tian Luo Gong, a ray of true qi began to develop in the meridians, and then circulated in the 12 meridians weekly, and each time the qi became stronger. Over the course of the night, Xiao Yi spent his hard time practicing. When the morning light shone from the window to Xiao Yi, his eyes suddenly opened, and 2 sharp lights flashed. Xiao Yi jumped out of bed and burst into a strong breath, lifting the dust on the ground. Xiuwei broke through to the mid-5 layers of Hotian realm. Xiao Yi was full of joy, feeling a lot of real energy in his body. Stimulating Yen Dao's martial arts intentions and squandering his true energy was completely unexpected. Coinciding with the breakthrough, Xiao Yi was in a good mood. He wrapped the blade of the yen knife with a cloth strip, then pushed the door and went out. Wujian Inn is divided into 3 floors. The first floor is the dining room for dinner. At this time, there are many warriors eating, and the noise is noisy. Xiao Yi ordered some food and sat on the seat and ate it. Have you heard? The Xiamechi in the city is about to open. Xiamechi is a treasure land for the acquired warriors, but suddenly, a voice caught Xiao Ye's attention. He was about to inquire about Shi Mai Chi, so he raised his ears and listened. Yeah, I heard that there was an acquired warrior. After the baptism of the pulse pool, Xiu Wei directly increased 2 realms, which is really scary. Unfortunately, the quota for entering the Shi Mai Chi has always been held by the 3 big families of Gu, Zhang, and Su, and it is difficult for ordinary people to get close. Some people said with emotion that they talked about the 3 big families. Xiao Ye's heart moved. He didn't expect that the evil young man he taught yesterday was really the second master of the ancient family. Now the ancient family is the most powerful among the 3 major families, and the ancient family has an amazingly talented ancient dust, which can be called the first genius of Wutan City. At the age of 16, he broke through to the 6th-fold of the Hotian realm, causing a great sensation. Many people speculate that this time he will get a high ranking in the Chongyangmen assessment. Yes, I also heard about it. And the entrance exam for the Chongyangmen is imminent. In order to allow more juniors to enter, the Gu family intends to occupy the Su family's quota. I don't know if it is true or not. Which of these big family things can we know? Someone shook his head and quickly changed the subject. Xiao Ye's eyes flashed. At the age of 16, he broke through to the 6th level of the Hotian realm. I don't know who is better than me compared to me. Xiao Yi showed a fighting spirit. For the entrance examination of the Chongyangmen, he will compete with the geniuses from the major cities. If he can now see the strength of the first genius in Wutan City, he will have more control in his heart. Although his current strength can be overstepped, but he dare not carelessly. After all, the genius of these big families, the starting point is much higher than him, who knows what cards will be. After finishing his meal in a hurry, Xiao Yi left the inn to hang out in the city. When it was time, he went to Wanbao Pavilion to get the scabbard. At the same time, a magnificent mansion in Yutun City. Dad. The girl who appeared in Wanqi Pavilion yesterday tapped the lotus step and walked into a study room. A middle-aged man in a golden robe sat in the study. The standard Chinese face looked quite majestic, but at the moment he frowned, and there was deep worry on his face. When he saw the girl, a smile appeared on his face. Inger, you are here. The girl nodded gently and walked behind the middle-aged man on the lotus step. She stretched out her white hands and pinched her shoulders. Dad, are you still worried about the quota of entering the pulse-washing pool 3 days later? The girl hesitated for a moment and asked softly, the sound was as sweet as a wind chime. Yeah, that ancient house is getting stronger and stronger, and it is actually used to threaten you and let you marry the ancient ocean that only knows the defeated family, otherwise it will occupy the pool of our ancient family. Inger, it's Dad, I'm sorry for you. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with tears, his face guilty. Dad, needless to say I'm sorry, Inger is very happy to be able to do something for the family. The girl's strong face laughed, and in the eyes of Qingchuan, the gloomy color faded away. Speaking of which, the girl was silent for a moment, and lightly opened her lips, saying, Daddy, isn't there a way? Yes, there is indeed a solution. The Gu family said that if we can find a junior and have done 3 tricks under Gu Chen's hands, we will not mention it again. But this is only for them to deal with us casually. Gu Chen is the first genius of Wutan City, rampant invincible, there is no junior at all, can support 3 moves under Gu Chen's men. The middle-aged man sighed. If so. The girl suddenly laughed like a blooming flower, swaying in the wind. What? The middle-aged man's eyes widened, and he stood up from his seat at once. Inger, please tell my father. The girl nodded with a smile, and put out what happened in Wonkage yesterday. Up and down at the age of 15, the 5-fold Hotian realm. The middle-aged man's eyes gleamed, his body trembling with excitement. This teenager must be able to hold 3 strokes in Gu Chen's hands, we must find him. Dad, I've already inquired about it. At this time of the day, he will go to Wanji Pavilion, but how can I ask him to help us? The girl asked softly. The middle-aged man murmured for a moment, and finally slapped the table fiercely, saying, it's a big deal to give him a spot for washing the pulse pool, I don't believe that he is unmoved. After strolling around the city for about an hour, Xiao Yi opened his eyes wide, and when it was time, he went straight to the Wanji Pavilion. Young man, you are here, the scabbard is ready for you. The shopkeeper saw Xiao Yi and sent someone to take the scabbard from behind. Thank you, the shopkeeper. The scabbard was black all over, weighing at least 100 pounds. Xiao Yi took off the saber, ripped the wrapped cloth, and inserted it into the scabbard. Chang! The scabbard and the blade body were tightly closed, covering the edge of Yen Dao. Xiao Yi was excited inside. From the surface, outsiders could never see the special characteristics of Yen Dao. Young man, I advise you to leave Yutan City as soon as possible. The Guiyang you hit yesterday, but the younger brother of Guchen, the first genius in the city. The shopkeeper kindly reminded. Xiao Yi smiled and said, since he provokes the other party, he is not afraid of trouble to come to the door. Besides, he did not believe that the ancient family could cover the sky in Wutan City. Oh, do I still want to go after hitting? At this moment, a sneer came from outside the door. Xiao Yi turned around and saw Gu Yang and another teenager, coming in one after the other. The young man standing in front of Gu Yang, wearing a black robe, carrying his hands on his back, has a cold and arrogant attitude, as if he disdains everything in the world. Brother, it's him. Gu Yang pointed at Xiao Yi with a hateful voice. Ah! The black-robed boy's eyes rose sharply, and his eyes fell on Xiao Yi. Boy, you are arrogant enough, even my younger brother of Gu Chen dares to fight. Today you don't give a word, just lie down. The black robe said coldly. Ancient dust. Xiao Ye's eyes narrowed, is this the first genius of Wutan City? But this tone is too self-righteous. What if I refuse? Xiao Yi said coldly, with a fighting intent on him. He was trying to compete with this first day. Humph, then don't blame me for being ruthless. The black-robed boy Gu Chen stepped out, a strong breath rising into the sky. Stop! Just as Xiao Yi was about to shoot, a big drink came from outside the door. Chapter 26 Fiancé. I saw a rather majestic middle-aged man in Jean Pao walked in, and behind him was the girl that I saw yesterday. Uncle Su Meng. Seeing the middle-aged man in jean robe, Gu Chen stopped and saluted him, but there was not much respect in the expression. Su Meng. Xiao Ye's eyes flickered, remembering the remarks he heard at Wujin Inn. Could this person be Su Meng, the head of the Su family among the three big families in Wutan City? But he heard that the Su family has been oppressed by the ancient family. Inger. Gu Yang greeted the girl quickly, but the girl's expression glanced at him extremely coldly, and then she returned her gaze. Little brother, can you speak by one step? Su Meng stared at Xiao Yi as soon as he walked in. Xiao Yi was stunned, but nodded, and Su Meng walked to an unmanned corner. At this moment, Gu Chen and Gu Yang's complexion changed slightly. Could Su Meng and Xiao Yi not know each other? Little brother, the nickname is Su Meng, who is the owner of the Su family. Su Meng opened the door and saw, I want to ask the little brother to do me a favor. Master Su, I'm afraid there won't be so much time underneath. Xiao Yi shook his head. He didn't even know the intention of the other party, so he would not easily agree. He has no time to spend on the affairs of the three big families. Little brother, you should have heard of the pulse-washing pool in the city. Seeing Xiao Yi directly refused, Su Meng said quickly. Wash the pulse pool. Xiao Yi moved his heart and listened to the other party. Seeing Xiao Ye's expression, Su Meng knew that the teenager in front of him was tempted. It is no secret that although my Su family is among the three largest families, it is the bottom one. Su Meng said the plight of the Su family with a wry smile. After listening, Xiao Yi realized. It turned out that the pulse-washing pool was opened every 3 years, and each time there were 9 places in the pool. The ancient family held 4, the other family Zhang family held 3, and the Su family had only 2 places. Because this time the pulse-washing pool was opened, just in time for Chongyangmen to recruit disciples, the most powerful ancient family, in order to allow more juniors of the family to enter the Chongyangmen, they put forward 2 harsh conditions. If the Su family does not agree, they occupied their 2 places. First, let Su Meng marry his daughter Su Ying to the second young master Gu Yang. Second, the Su family found a junior, and in the hands of the first genius of Wutan City, Gu Chen, supported 3 strokes. The first condition is that Su Meng is unwilling to agree, but it is too difficult to meet the second condition. Who is Gu Chen? But he was the first genius in Wutan City, and he had the talents. At 16, he reached the 6th level of Hotian realm, so that the juniors in the city can only look up to the existence. Where can the Sus go to find juniors who can contend with ancient dust? In the final analysis, the Gu family still oppressed the Su family by changing the law. It turned out to be so. Xiao Yi asked, Su family lord meant to let me take action to help you keep the quota of Zamechi. Su Meng quickly said, yes, as long as you can keep our Su's pulse pool, I am willing to take out one for you. Xiao Yewen was excited in his heart. He was worried about how to enter the pulse-washing pool. Unexpectedly, the opportunity came to the door. With his current strength, even if he can't beat Gu Chen, but it is still very easy for him to support his 3 strokes. In this way, entering the Shimai pond is stable. Okay, I agreed. Xiao Yi nodded. Then I would like to thank the little brother. Seeing Xiao Yi agreed, Su Meng suddenly relieved, and a smile appeared on his face. Little brother, I will help you get rid of the 2 brothers of the ancient family. With that said, Su Meng went back. Gu Chen Gu Yang, this little brother is my guest, I hope you will not trouble him again. Su Meng said lightly. Gu Chen had been impatient for a long time. Hearing this sentence at the moment, he immediately said coldly, Uncle Su Meng, this kid beat my younger brother. If I don't teach him, wouldn't the outsiders think that my ancient family can be at will bullied? I don't use my words, right? It seems that your ancient family hasn't really taken my Su family's eyes into account. Su Meng's eyes were filled with anger. He was the owner of the Su family anyway, but now he doesn't even give a junior his face. How does this make him not angry? Gu Chen smiled coldly at the words, and a slight sneer was raised in the corner of his mouth. The meaning was obvious. He agreed with Su Meng's words. Go back and tell Gu Chucho that after 3 days, this little brother will fight for our Su family and guard the quota of Zamechi, so you can't move him today. Su Meng said angrily. Gu Chen's face was gloomy, and her eyes swelled. It seems that you intend to refuse to marry your daughter to my brother. How is it? Su Meng's eyes were firm, and a strong breath swept away, causing Gu Chen to breathe for a while, and he stepped back a few steps. Although he was the first genius of Wutan City, there was still a big gap compared to the warrior like Su Meng who was a 9th-level warrior. Brother, I must get Inger, you must help me. Gu Yang looked at Gu Chen with begging. Su Ying's beauty is unrivaled in Wutan City. How many people want to kiss her for a long time? Gu Yang has been coveted for a long time. At this moment, seeing Su Meng refuses to marry, he is anxious. Waste, shut up for me. Gu Chen yelled angrily, looking like he hates iron but not steel, he only knows that he is addicted to beauty. Gu Yang shivered and closed his mouth in a hurry, afraid to speak again. Gu Chen's face was gloomy. Although Gu Yang was unbearable, all his cultivation practice was built on the pill pile, but he was still his brother. Uncle Su Meng, is this kid related to your Su family? Why should you fight for you? Gu Chen suddenly sneered. Su Meng frowned, but he ignored this problem, and let an outsider play for the Su family. Even if he won, the Gu family could find an excuse to overturn the result. At this moment, a sound like a wind chime sounded. It didn't matter before, but now it has. Xiao Yi felt the smell of fragrance, a splendid body enough to make the population dry, appeared next to him, a pair of soft white hands, took his arm up. This wonderful touch caused by physical contact caused Xiao Ye's heartbeat to accelerate, and the blood was hot. Immediately afterwards, the girl's bold words made Xiao Yi stunned. He is my fiancé now. The girl said softly, her satin-like hair danced gently, and her glowing red glow quickly appeared on her beautiful cheeks. What? Gu Chen and Gu Yang were shocked, especially Gu Yang, looking at Xiao Yi, who was held by Su Ying's arm, his eyes were breathing fire, and he wished he had swallowed Xiao Yi. Good, very good. Gu Chen smiled angrily. 3 days later, you will wait to collect this boy's body. After Gu Chen finished speaking, he turned coldly away. Boy, 3 days later, my brother will kill you. Gu Yang said staring at Xiao Yi fiercely, and finally in Su Meng's unwholesome eyes, he followed and left. Sorry, Inge was also forced to say so, I hope the son does not mind. After the two left, the girl quickly released Xiao Ye's arm, and the fire burned all the way to the ivory white ear. It's okay. Xiao Yi grinned. This kind of thing was originally a disadvantage for the woman, and the wonderful touch just now was that he took advantage of it, and he would naturally not be petty. Girl, what you said just now will not be true. Suddenly, Xiao Yi frowned. He didn't want to really get married to this girl because of his help. If Xiao Yang and Luo Milan knew, he would be so confused that he would get a knife directly. Although Xiaojia village is located in a remote place, it is still very cautious about such a big event as getting married. You. The girl looked up, and her eyes were ashamed and angered. Do the teenagers in front of me think it is a very difficult thing to get married with her? You know, there are more teenagers who want to get married with her. Seeing the young girl staring at him angrily, Xiao Yi was a little bit unresponsive for a while. Did he say something wrong? Seeing Xiao Ye's embarrassing appearance, Su Meng quickly stood up and smiled and said, Little brother, you can rest assured that you are Inger's fiancé, just to deal with the ancient family, it should not be true. Oh, then I'm relieved. Xiao Yi nodded, relieved. You. After hearing this sentence, the girl's anger became more intense. She stomped her foot and turned her head away, and she no longer ignored Xiao Yi. Seeing this scene, Su Meng's eyes narrowed with a smile, but he hadn't seen it for a long time. Someone could anger his baby daughter like this. Is this a natural enemy? Little brother, Zamechi will open in 3 days, and you will play for our Su family on that day. So these days, you might as well live in my Su family, just let me entertain you. Su Meng said. Xiao Yi Wenyan was just about to refuse, but suddenly thought that there was not much money left in his arms. After a few days, I am afraid that even eating is a problem. He can't steal it. Okay. Xiao Yi succumbed. At this moment, the girl's clear spring-like eyes flashed a cunning color. The little brother is really refreshing. After that, Su Meng was about to leave and suddenly turned to look at the shopkeeper of Wanji Pavilion. The shopkeeper, the dialogue between us should not be spread, right? The dispenser was stunned, and then nodded quickly. That's natural, the Su family, rest assured, I didn't hear anything. Very good. Su Meng smiled, grabbed a piece of silver from his arms and threw it, then went out. Although the Su family is the weakest of the three major families, the mansion was built in exactly the same way. Pavilions and towers, rockery and flowing water gave Xiao Yi an eye-opener. This is the big family. Xiao Yi came to the Su's house. After a banquet hosted by Su Meng, he personally sent Xiao Yi into the arranged room. Looking at the luxurious furnishings in the room, Xiao Yi sighed with emotion. One day, I will let Xiaojia village and even Qingyang town develop into a super-large family. Xiao Ye's eyes flashed with fineness. 3 days later. Xiao Ye's black robe appeared in his mind. Is Wutan City's first genius? Hope not to let me down. Boom. Just as Xiao Yi was preparing to practice, the door of the room was suddenly knocked. Come in. Xiao Ye's expression moved. Could Su Meng come again? Crunch. Then Xiao Yi saw that the door of the room was pushed open, and a slender Qianying walked into the room under the moonlight, and the familiar fragrance smelled. Chapter 27 Nanotechnology. Su Ying. Looking at the slim figure who stepped in the moonlight, Xiao Yi was dumbfounded for a moment. At this time, the girl's dark and bright long hair was coiled up, revealing a slender and snowy neck like a swan, a beautiful and graceful body, wrapped in pink gauze, and then matched with the delicate makeup, as if under the moonlight elves. I have to say that Su Ying is indeed very beautiful, and she does not lose to Lu Yi and Wu Meyer at all. Even, she still has a girlish temperament that everyone does not have. Young Master Xiao. The girl walked lightly and exhaled like a blue. When she saw Xiao Ye's dull expression, she suddenly smiled with pride, and there was a touch of subtlety in her clear spring-like eyes. Cough cough. Xiao Yi was awakened and quickly coughed a few times before turning her gaze. Miss Su visits late at night, is there anything? Xiao Yi asked awkwardly. The girl had a gentle smile on her face, handed a book to Xiao Yi, and said, this is a set of martial arts secret techniques created specifically for the washing of the pulse pool. Dad asked me to bring it to you. Martial arts. Xiao Yi woke up with curiosity and took it. 100 years ago, the west of Wutan City gave birth to the pulse-washing pool. The water in the pool can help the martial arts warriors to temper the true qi. This set of secret techniques. The youngster must learn this set of secret techniques before entering the pulse pool. The girl said softly. Then I would like to thank Miss Su. Xiao Yi nodded, sitting excitedly beside the bed, turning over the book. There are descriptions of the secrets of martial arts in the Hailongguo news. The secret of martial arts is neither a skill nor a combat skill, but it has a quite magical effect. I did not expect to see it so quickly. Seeing Xiao Yi suddenly sink in, the girl's silver teeth clenched and stomped her feet in anger. With her well-prepared makeup, isn't there a secret book of martial arts that is more attractive? The girl bit her red lips reluctantly, striding toward Xiao Yi, and said with a tempting voice, Son, am I not beautiful? Listening to the girl's voice in his ear, Xiao Yi suddenly awakened. He actually left Su Ying, who was the master, aside. Miss Su, I'm sorry. Xiao Yi put down the book and stood up, but suddenly the softness that bumped into his arms made Xiao Ye's heart beat, and his voice stopped abruptly. Because Xiao Yi suddenly stood up, the girl was unable to prevent herself, and was staggered by Xiao Yi. The attractive and hot body flew into Xiao Ye's arms. Boom! The girl's cheeks were hot, and she quickly climbed up from Xiao Ye's arms, but in a panic and chaos, the two skins rubbed intimately several times, causing Xiao Ye's breath to become rapid. This. Xiao Yi couldn't help crying. Humph, blame you. The girl gave Xiao Yi a white eye, and then fled. Obviously you threw yourself, blame me. The dad said it was true, the woman's heart, the needle in the sea, it was unpredictable. Xiao Yi shook his head, ignored it, and continued to read the books. A 15-year-old boy, he naturally does not understand the mind of the girl. The girl escaped outside like a frightened rabbit and stopped in the yard. She bit her red lips lightly and looked at Xiao Ye's house. Her eyes flickered, her expression complex, and her delicate skin showed a faint blush. In the end, she seemed to think of something, and she laughed poutingly, her eyes like two crescent moons. Na Yuan Shu is the name of this martial art. Xiao Yi turned over and looked at the book, but his eyes became brighter and brighter. This mystery technique uses the true qi in the body to form a cyclone, which produces a powerful suction. The use of Tian Luo Gong to perform Yuan Shu has a unique advantage. Xiao Yi was excited. Tian Luo Gong is an acquired skill of the 12 veins. The 12 meridians can provide him with extremely thick true qi. The natural cyclones that can be formed can naturally be many. Thinking of this, Xiao Yi couldn't help but feel lucky that he had resolutely changed Tian Luo Gong, but now it seems that this decision is extremely wise. There are only a few hundred words throughout Na Yuan Shu, Xiao Yi easily remembers it, and then his consciousness sinks into the Tower of Time. This set of martial arts secrets seems simple, but it is difficult to practice successfully within 3 days. But with the Tower of Time in hand, Xiao Yi did not worry at all. 3 days at the first floor of the Tower of Time, it was 1 month. In the silent space, Xiao Ye's expression was firm, and his hands produced Tian Luo Gong's handprints, so that the true qi in his body began to cycle around every day. At this time, the main points of Na Yuan technique flowed through Xiao Ye's heart. Ning! Xiao Ye's handprints suddenly changed, and the true qi in his body turned counterclockwise, and a weak vortex suddenly dissipated as it was about to form. The first attempt failed. True qi is qi, and qi is scattered and intangible. How easy is it to make true qi form a cyclone? If the attempt fails, Xiao Yi is not discouraged. If it is so easy to succeed, it will not be a martial art. In the first floor of the Tower of Time, Xiao Yi kept trying, without stopping for a moment. Time passed slowly. After more than 100 attempts, Xiao Yi was tortured and exhausted. Fortunately, he was only here to realize that otherwise he must be sweating. Xiao Yi smiled happily after feeling that the real qi inside his body was rotating counterclockwise, forming a solid vortex. The practice of accepting Yuan is really hard enough. Xiao Yi said with emotion. If he did not practice in the Tower of Time, he had already spent a day. Continue. Xiao Yi vigorously invested in cultivation. He knew very well that the energy in the pulse-washing pool was limited. Only by condensing more cyclones could he plunder more energy, leaving him little time. As time went by, Xiao Yi had more and more cyclones in his body. When he practiced in the Tower of Time for more than 20 days, the number of cyclones in his body reached an astonishing 18. 18 cyclones opened at the same time, Xiao Ye's robe fluttered, strong suction appeared on his body, and there was a tendency to swallow everything. But Xiao Yi felt that this was not the limit that Tian Luo Gong could bear. At the same time, inside the Su's hall. Tomorrow will be the day when Shimai Qi is opened. Are brother Xiao Yi still closed? Su Meng asked Su Ying, who was beside him. Yes, Master Xiao should be practicing Na Yuan Shu. Su Ying said, with a touch of disappointment in her eyes. Ever since she handed over Na Yuan Shu to Xiao Yi, she couldn't keep her door closed. The whole day's cultivation, even 3 meals a day, was sent to the house by Su Meng. In just 3 days, no matter how hard he practiced, it would be very difficult to successfully practice Na Yuan Shu. Seeing his good qualifications, he should barely be able to condense a cyclone. Su Meng waved his hand carelessly. Turning Na Yuan Shu to Xiao Yi is actually just taking a form. After all, Xiao Yi helped him. He couldn't let him go empty-handed. Listening to Su Meng's words, Su Ying was somewhat reluctant to say, "Dad, how many cyclones have condensed after Gu Chen practiced Na Yuan technique?" After hearing the words, Su Meng's face appeared dignified, and he said, "Gu Chen has talents, he got Na Yuan Shu very early, and now he has condensed 18 cyclones." 18. Su Ying's small mouth opened lightly, and there was a shock that was hard to conceal in her eyes. "If I remember correctly, did cousin Su Hao condense out 13 cyclones?" Su Ying murmured. Su Meng nodded and looked at a young man in the hall. The teenager was up and down at the age of 17, with dark skin and a somewhat sullen expression, like a nonverbal person. "Su Hao, your qualifications among Wutan City's juniors are second only to Gu Chen. I don't ask you to surpass him, but I hope that you will do your best to absorb energy and let your cultivation practice skyrocket. Whether you can get good results and get attention in the assessment of the Chongyangmen, it depends on this time." Su Meng asked. "Understood." The young man's face flashed with determination. On the third day, when the first ray of sunlight passed through the window and hit Xiao Ye's face, his eyes suddenly opened. 25 cyclones. Xiao Ye's face showed a confident smile. In a month of crazy hard work in the Tower of Time, he condensed 25 cyclones in one breath, and it would be impossible to condense one more. Obviously, 25 cyclones are already the limit that Tian Luo Gong can withstand. Crunch. Xiao Yi pushed the door and went out, and found that Su Ying was wandering in front of the door. Hearing the news, Su Ying looked up in surprise. "Young Master Xiao. Miss Su, why are you waiting here?" Xiao Yi froze, asking. "My dad, they are ready to go, let me take you over." Su Ying said. "Okay, let's go." Xiao Yi nodded and walked side by side with Su Ying. On the way, Su Ying hesitated for a moment and asked softly, "Master Xiao, Na Yuan Shu, how are you practicing?" "All right." Xiao Yi replied lightly. Su Ying was stunned and thought Xiao Yi had a strong self-esteem, so she used ambiguous words to block her. Thinking of this, Su Ying no longer asked, but changed the subject with a smile. The sun shone on the ground, and the voice of Wutan City began to clamor. In the streets and alleys, people were talking about opening the pulse-washing pool today. Under the impetus of the interested people, the news of Xiao Ye's Su family battle, and Gu Chen's three-covenant agreement, spread at an alarming rate, and suddenly ignited everyone's passion and curiosity. Xiao Yi, a silent and unknown person, dared to play against Gu Chen, the first genius of Wutan City. Is this not a death sentence? Some watching the lively martial arts rushed towards the direction of the Shimai Pond in the early morning. The west of the city can be said to be a vast wasteland. If it is not because of the birth of the wonders like the Zamechi, it will definitely be inaccessible. When Xiao Yi followed the men and women of the Xiao family to the west of the city, it was already full of lively martial arts soldiers. The Black One was crushed, and it was roughly estimated that there were more than 1,000 people. In the most central position, there are two groups of people, one of which is headed by a middle-aged man with a sneer on his face, and his slightly thin lips seem to remind everyone of this person's ruthlessness. Gu Chen and Gu Yang are standing beside this middle-aged man. Seeing this, Xiao Yi immediately understood that this middle-aged should be Gu Chuqiu, the head of the ancient family. Seeing the Su family's horse coming over, Gu Chen wearing a black robe stepped out, a strong breath filled, staring coldly at Xiao Yi among the crowd. "Boy, get out and die, no one can save you today." Chapter 28 You are crazy. Gu Chen's voice resounded, and then his whole body ran in full swing, letting the lively warrior breathe for a while, staggering back and exiting for a few steps. "It's so strong, I didn't expect Gu Chen to make another breakthrough, and the cultivation base reached the mid-6th level of Hotian realm. Feeling the powerful real energy fluctuation, some martial artists took a breath. You know, the young and middle-aged generation of Yutan City, few people have such a cultivation behavior, but now a teenager has reached this level, which undoubtedly makes most people present feel ashamed. In the entrance examination of the Chongyangmen, with the qualifications and strength of Gu Chen, we will definitely be able to rank in the top 30 of our Dahong County. As one of the 10 counties of the Black Dragon Kingdom, Dahong County has more than 100 cities like Wutan City. At that time, only Dahong County participated in the entrance examination of the Chongyangmen. It is a terrible achievement to be ranked in the top 30 of Dahong County. Yeah, Gu Chen is so powerful now. It is not impossible to rush into the top 10 after the baptism of the pulse pool. Such a genius has a promising future. Listening to the conversation in the ear, Xiao Ye's heart moved slightly. He has been in Wutan City these days and heard a lot of news about the entrance examination of the Chongyangmen. Chongyangmen recruits disciples. Hailongguo can participate in any young girls under the age of 17. Only 100 students are accepted from each county. This means that only the top 100 in each county can enter the Chongyang Gate. The top 10 of each county can get the key training of Chongyangmen. As for the first place in each county, it is called the Junzi, which means the pride of heaven in the land of a county, and the glory is added. Can you rush into the first 30 of Dahong County after the 6 levels of cultivation in the future? Xiao Yi murmured, and there was a pressure in his heart. It seems that it is not so simple to rush into the top 10 of Dahong County and obtain the key cultivation of the Chongyangmen, thus defeating Zhao's dry cleaning. Xiamechi, I hope you don't let me down. Xiao Ye's eyes firmed. As long as Xiamechi allows him to cultivate a surge in a short period of time, so he can understand the true meaning of martial arts in Yen Dao. If he realizes the success, let alone rush into the top 10, even if he is the name of the son of Dahong County, he dares to fight. Is he the kid who will fight Gu Chen? Following Gu Chen's eyes, everyone looked at Xiao Yi, the horseman of the Su family. It looks very ordinary, and there is nothing extraordinary. Seeing Xiao Yi was still in coarse linen, everyone could not help but contempt. It is true that they think so. After all, the poor are rich and powerful. If they don't have the resources, they just work hard, and their achievements are not so high. Xiao Yi looked like it came from a poor family. How can it be compared with Gu Chen? Are you afraid? If you are afraid, kneel down and give my brother a mistake, and slap in the face, I can spare you a mean life. Seeing Xiao Ye's slow motion, Gu Chen said indifferently. Afraid? Xiao Yi walked out step by step to meet everyone's eyes. You haven't qualified to scare me. Before going to the appointment, he had asked Su Meng for information about Gu Chen. The acquired talents of Gu Chen are 9-pronged, and at the same level as Hunyuan Gong, they can reach the 6th level of Hotian realm at the age of 16. This kind of qualification is indeed very good. But Xiao Yi was born with the 12-pulse acquired skill, and with the advanced version of the collapse, he didn't need to fear the other party. Xiao Yi clenched his fists, the true qi in the 12 meridians in his body started to move, and a strong breath came out through the body, facing off with Gu Chen. If you want to do it, then come. Acquired realm 5-fold midterm. Everyone was shocked, and this young man's cultivation practice was so powerful. No wonder he had the courage to deal with Gu Chen. Su Meng, is this the son-in-law you found? Qualification is good, but compared with Chinner, it is a lower realm. It is impossible to survive 3 strokes. Gu Chuqiu, the owner of the ancient family, sneered. It is too early to make a conclusion, Su Meng said lightly. Although his mouth said so, Su Meng's palms were already sweating with tension. Originally, according to his speculation, Xiao Ye's cultivation practice in the mid-5th and mid-terms of Heaven's future had great hopes to survive the 3 moves under Gu Chen's hands, but at such a critical moment, Gu Chen even broke through. Damn, I hope Xiao Yi can hold on to it. Su Meng was extremely nervous, because it was related to the Su's pulse pool. In the field, Gu Chen looked at Xiao Yi. However, the cultivation of Hotian Realm's fivefold midterm is not qualified to be mad at me, in order to show disdain for you. Gu Chen suddenly raised a finger. One move. If I can't beat you in one move, I will lose. Wow. This sentence is like a blockbuster, exploding in the field, set off an uproar. It's worthy of being the first genius of Wutan City. No one can match this confidence alone. Some young men stared at Gu Chen with their eyes full of admiration. Especially the girls who followed, the hearts of the spring were rippling, the eyes were colorful, and they wished to scream loudly. The strong should look down on the weak, and a clean and tidy way to defeat the weak will demonstrate the belief of invincibility. All the warriors of the ancient family nodded secretly, especially Gu Chuchio's face, which even showed a proud smile. Gu Chen's move, but gave them the ancient parent's face. One move. Good. Xiao Yi nodded and looked at him. Why do you have to procrastinate on things that can be solved with one stroke? Laugh. Many people sneered at Xiao Ye's behavior and cast contempt. Dude, Gu Chen is showing disdain to you. Did you just agree? The warrior of the Su family had a red face, embarrassed by Xiao Ye's behavior, and wished to find a ground seam to get in. But Xiao Yi sneered on his face, then picked up a stone from the ground, drew a circle with a radius of 1 foot, and walked in. In return for your disdain, as long as you can let me withdraw from this circle, I will be considered a loser. As soon as this remark came out, there was deathly silence in the field, and everyone's expressions froze on his face. Mad. It's crazy. More crazy than Gu Chen. How big is that circle? As long as you step back 1 step, it will fall outside the circle. That is to say, as long as Xiao Yi stepped back 1 step, he would have lost. Not to mention that the two's cultivation practices differed by a big realm. Even if the warriors in the same realm fought, it would be difficult to achieve this. Okay, very good. Gu Chen smiled angrily. Xiao Chen was completely contemptuous of him. Even if you are scorned by a strong man, Xiao Yek is a whole lot lower than him. I want to see, where are you so courageous? The voice fell before Gu Chen's eyes flashed coldly, and his figure burst out. At the same time, the true energy in his body exploded, and his fists had amazing penetrating power. 2-grade combat skills, open mountain fist. It's actually a 2-grade combat skill. Seeing Gu Chen's appearance, he has already practiced a certain degree of enthusiasm. Some people recognized Gu Chen's punching technique, and couldn't help but be amazed. Although the 2-grade combat skills are powerful, but the difficulty of practicing is also very large. A genius such as Gu Chen can make cultivation far beyond his peers, and at the same time, he can also take into account the development of 2-level combat skills to a certain degree of fire, which is extremely rare. I don't know what combat skill the kid will do. Everyone's eyes turned to Xiao Yi. Don't watch it, I am playing a first-class combat skill. Xiao Yi said lightly, then raised his palms and pushed out against Gu Chen. First-class combat skills. Hearing this sentence, everyone was stunned. This kid actually wanted a first-class combat skill against Gu Chen. Was he crazy? At this moment, the figures of Xiao Yi and Gu Chen had collided together. Boom! Like a thunder blasting out of thin air, the soil at the feet of the two rolled over, a small crack spreading, and the dust was flying. At the moment of fist contact, Gu Chen's face changed greatly, and 5 weak forces emerged from Xiao Ye's body. After being integrated, he was not weaker than him, and even more so than faintly. Boom! The two men only stalemate for a moment, then Gu Chen was kicked back and took 2 steps back. How can that be? Everyone saw this scene, and his heart beat slowly for half a beat. The first genius of Yutan City was shocked out. They quickly diverted their eyes, and their pupils contracted violently. Because Xiao Yi only stepped back half a step and still stood in the circle. This also means that Gu Chen lost, and lost very thoroughly. Everyone's eyes are sharp. Xiao Ye's strength is even higher than that of Gu Chen. Exercising two-level combat skills, but still unable to force me out of the circle, what qualifications do you have to disdain me? Xiao Yi coldly said. Snapped. Everyone's heart jumped, as if hearing loud slaps. Gu Chen's eyes were red. As the first genius of Wutan City, how could his dignity let Xiao Yi trample on? Boy, you are looking for death. Gu Chen's breath was violent, rushing towards Xiao Yi in a frenzy. Xiao Yi snorted, then laughed, and mocked, is the so-called Wutan City first genius, such a dishonest person? Lose and become a mad dog biting people. Xiao Ye's words were extremely harsh, which changed the face of the ancient family. There were more than 1,000 warriors present, and if this matter spreads, their ancient family will lose their faces. Go back to me, don't be embarrassing here. Gu Chuchio, the head of the ancient house, flew out, blocking the mad middle dust with a palm. Dad, I must kill this kid. Gu Chen reluctantly said. Your two-ranked combat skills have not yet been perfected, so his strength is not weaker than you. I want to kill him and wait for you to go through the baptism of the pulse pool. Gu Chuchio said with a point. Hearing this sentence, Gu Chen's eyes lit up. Yes, but I condensed 18 cyclones, and then I will follow this kid. I will go wherever he goes. I want him to be unable to absorb the power of pulse washing. Let him go empty-handed. At that time, my cultivation will explode, and stepping on him will be a breeze. Gu Chen laughed wildly. On the other hand, Su Meng laughed excitedly. He didn't expect Xiao Yi to be so strong that the challenge of Gu Chen could still win. It seems that he put the bet on Xiao Yi, is the very correct choice. Brother Xiao Yi, you will enter the pulse-washing pool later. You must be careful of the ancient dust. He has condensed 18 cyclones. If he turns on the cyclone within 10 meters of you, you will not absorb the pulse-washing power. Su Meng urged. Xiao Yi was quiet on the surface, but sneered in his heart. If Gu Chen dared to deal with him, then he would not let Gu Chen cry. Chapter 29 Daiyu. At this time, fiery eyes stayed on Xiao Yi, and even some martial artists had already inquired about the origin of Xiao Yi in private. In the mid-5 days of Hotian realm, you will be able to contend with the ancient dust, and even counter the ancient dust. How amazing is this qualification! I believe that before long, Xiao Yi will be able to fame the entire Yutan city. Su Meng, since you won, then I have nothing to say, now open the body pool. Gu Chuchio came out lightly. Humph. Su Meng came out with a cold face. At this time, from the Zhang family, a dignified middle-aged man also emerged. After glancing at each other, the three heads stepped forward. Xiao Gongzi, the pulse-washing pool must have 3 acquired warriors of 9 weights before it can be opened. The girl Suing explained to Xiao Yi quietly. Xiao Yi nodded suddenly, and then glanced at the Gujia team, and suddenly found that a grey-robed old man in Gujia faintly heard the 9-fold fluctuations in the heavens. It seems that even without Su Meng, the ancient family can join the Zhang family to open the pulse pool. Xiao Yi withdrew his eyes, mixed with the Su family, and followed the 3 heads of family. Walking through a gravel road, a lush jungle appeared in front of me. At the back of the jungle, there is a circular pool with a length of 200 meters. The pool water is tumbling, and a large amount of white air flows around the surface of the lake, like a small dragon. Is this the Zamechi? Xiao Yi was awe-inspiring. He soon noticed that a cyan energy hood, like a bowl upside down on the pool surface. Let's go. The 3 homeowners shouted together, a powerful breath burst out, and then struck toward the blue energy shield. Click. A crisp sound came out, and the energy hood shuddered, and then shattered apart. Boom. The energy hood had just shattered, and a violent wave of air was rushing towards the face. Xiao Yi just took a light breath and felt that the true qi in the body was a lot more pure. Curious feeling. Xiao Yi was shocked. Quickly enter the pulse-washing pool and absorb the power of pulse-washing as much as possible. The three heads shouted. The words fell, and from the teams of Gujia and Zhangjia, they walked out of several young girls and quickly jumped into the pool. Boom! Boom! Several figures submerged in the pool and stirred up a lot of waves. Xiao Yi took a deep breath, walked out with Su Hao of the Su family, and jumped into the pulse-washing pool. Okay. After falling into the pool water, Xiao Yi felt himself wrapped in warm pool water, and felt comfortable for a while. I can breathe in the pool water. Xiao Yi gasped, so he didn't have to worry about suffocation. Boom! Boom! At this time, a strong suction came from other places in Shimai Chi. Xiao Yi only felt that the surrounding pool water was attracted. Xiao Yi knew that other people had already begun to use the Na Yuan technique to absorb the power of pulse washing. I'm coming too. Xiao Yi smiled. He was preparing to run Na Yuan Shu. He suddenly glimpsed a black shadow, and was swimming towards himself. Gu Chen, you really came. Xiao Yi looked at the shadow clearly and sneered. Since the other party came to the door, he was welcome. From Su Meng, he learned that Gu Chen practiced Na Yuan Shu, and a total of 18 cyclones were condensed, which is far from being comparable to his 25 cyclones. The attraction of the two is not at the same level. Ha, dare to offend me Gu Chen, I let you go empty-handed. Gu Chen grinned, and when he jumped into the washing pulse pool, he locked Xiao Ye's position. Xiao Yi, is Gu Chen, he condensed 18 cyclones, don't let him get close to you within 10 meters. Su Hao's face changed a lot, and he quickly sent real energy to Xiao Yi. Relax. Xiao Yi smiled a little, and then quickly swam towards the distance. The Su family is kind to him. If he starts a cyclone here, it is likely that Su Hao cannot absorb the power of pulse washing, so he intends to stay away from Su Hao. But his actions fell in the eyes of Gu Chen and Su Hao, but he seemed to run away. Want to escape? Do you think you can escape? Gu Chen laughed and cast 18 cyclones. Suddenly, the water was turbulent, Gu Chen's body turned into 18 black holes, and the white air flow rushed towards him frantically. Boom! 18 water columns flowed upstream, rushing out of the water. 18 water columns represent 18 cyclones, which must be ancient dust. The sound of applause broke out above the wash tank. Hee hee. Gu Chuchio smiled triumphantly, glancing at the water. At the moment, a column of water on the surface of the water soared, stirring the pool of water, and a total of 8 people performed Na Yuan Shu, but with the exception of Su Hao's 13 cyclones, the others were far from ancient dust. Gu Chen is unique, and the number of cyclones overwhelms everyone, and will also be the biggest beneficiary of this pulse pool. At this moment, many people are talking in a low voice, after Gu Chen absorbs the power of pulse washing, and to what extent Xiao will surge. Good suction. Looking at Gu Chen's figure chasing Xiao Ye's departure, Su Hao felt terrified. When Gu Chen passed by him just now, 18 cyclones opened, sweeping away the pulse-washing power around him, and he didn't absorb it at all. Even he is so unbearable in front of Gu Chen, Xiao Ye's situation can be imagined. Xiao Yi, please ask for more blessings, and I can't help you anymore. Su Hao shook his head, thinking that he was shouldering the future of the Su family. He quickly absorbed the power of pulse washing. Huh, see where you are escaping. Gu Chen laid back behind Xiao Yi leisurely. Zhang Kuang's laughter was wrapped in true energy and sent into Xiao Ye's ears. Wherever the ancient dust passed, it was like a locust crossing. The powerful suction generated by the 18 cyclones stirred the pool water into a wave, and the pulse-washing power was swept away. It's an idiot, when you cry. Xiao Yi looked back at Gu Chen, sneering again and again. It was far enough from Su Hao that Xiao Yi slowed down, and then stopped, with an inscrutable smile on his face. Do you admit your fate? Now you know I offended Gu Chen's end. Gu Chen swam to Xiao Ye's body. 18 water columns flowed up against the current, as if to break through the sky. I'm sorry, I didn't plan to admit my fate. Xiao Yi shook his head slowly, wrapped his voice in Gu Qi and sent it to Gu Chen's ear. Because, it's you who should admit your fate. Boom! When the words fell, Xiao Yi performed Na Yuan Shu, and suddenly the real qi swirled in the body, producing 25 cyclones. 25 cyclones exploded upwards, and suddenly rushed out of the water. What? Gu Chen was struck by lightning and stood on the spot, his face full of disbelief. Xiao Yi actually condensed 25 cyclones, which made Gu Chen feel like a dream. But the suction that emerged from the other party far exceeded him, but he was reminding him again. This is a fact. The water was turbulent, and Xiao Yi showed a strong suction force. In a savage posture, the pulse-washing power around Gu Chen was sucked away, leaving nothing at all. Gu Chen was awakened and looked pale. It's not good to let him get close to me within 10 meters, otherwise I will not be able to absorb any pulse-washing power. Thinking of this, Gu Chen swam back crazy. The show is only beginning now. Xiao Yi laughed, vigorously chasing toward Gu Chen. The suction generated by the 25 cyclones was terrifyingly extreme, and the white air flow like a dragon drove madly toward Xiao Ye's pupae, which did not enter his body. Those white air flows into the body, then pounces on the true qi in his meridian, and then entangles with the true qi, compressing and refining the true qi continuously, removing impurities, and making the pure qi more pure. This pulse-washing power is indeed magical. Xiao Ye's spirit revived. You should know that the acquired warrior's promotion of the realm is actually a process of tempering true qi and making it more pure. Every time you break through the big realm, it is a qualitative change of true energy. Only when the quality changes 9 times, so that the true energy is free of impurities, standing at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Hotian realm, can we have the opportunity to step into the innate realm. And this pulse-washing power can directly remove impurities in the true energy, and can save countless hard work of the martial artists of the later realm. The more absorbed, the better. Xiao Ye's eyes were bright, chasing Gu Chen, and swallowing the power of pulse washing around him. What? Gu Chen was almost mad and depressed. No matter how he fled, he could not leave Xiao Yi 10 meters away. This means that after absorbing some pulse-washing power from the beginning, he never made any progress. And those pulse-washing powers are not even enough for him to break through a small realm. Xiao Yi, if you follow me again, I will let my dad kill you. Gu Chen gritted his teeth. I'm only allowed to follow me, but I'm not allowed to follow you. Xiao Yi said sadly, is the Zimechi so big, are they all surnamed Ancient? Gu Chen heard that he almost didn't spur blood, and he regretted that he was going to die. This was really sent to the door for abuse. Then Gu Chen's face was gloomy, and he went forward without saying a word, but found that Xiao Yezheng followed him leisurely, not falling at all, no matter where he went, because Xiao Yi was there. He absorbed less than a little pulse-washing power. Gu Chen was about to cry. If he went on like this, his first genius in Wutan City would go home empty-handed, even those who only condensed 3 or 4 cyclones. Brother, I called you brother, can you not follow me? Gu Chen said with a sad face. At this moment, no dignity or honor is more important than the power of pulse-washing. This is related to his future. Sorry, no. Xiao Yi laughed harmlessly. At this time, the dead silence above the wash tank, everyone was veiled, staring at the 25 water columns rushing out of the water. Who are the 25 cyclones? Everyone's eyes turned to Gu Chuchio, who was equally enlightened. Homeowner, Master Gu Chen has condensed 25 cyclones, an ancient family member asked in a daze. But, maybe. Gu Chuchio said with some uncertainty. If ancient dust possesses 25 cyclones, then who owns 18 cyclones? It must have been Master Gu Chen's plan to make a blockbuster, so I concealed the number of cyclones, which is really congratulations to the ancient master. Yeah, Master Gu Chen's qualifications are vertical and horizontal, twirling, and condensed out 25 cyclones. Maybe he can break through to the 8th level of the Hotian realm and rush into the top 10 of Dahong County. In the eyes of outsiders, it is impossible for anyone other than Gu Chen to have 25 cyclones. Facing everyone's congratulations, Gu Chuchio's face twitched, and finally a smile smiled and nodded. This stupid boy, I was shocked to be a dad. However, Su Hao of the Su family is also very good. It actually condenses 18 cyclones silently. I am afraid you are also holding a blockbuster mind. Gu Chuchio turned his eyes to Su Meng. Chapter 30 Vomiting Blood. Su Meng was also stunned by the 25 water columns that suddenly appeared. He heard Gu Chuchio's words and frowned. He doesn't know who owns the 25 cyclones, but he can be sure that those with 18 cyclones must not be Su Hao. Su Haosheng is a man of poor nature, not good at speaking. He will not lie to him at all, nor will he have such a blockbuster thought. Dad, you said that the one with 25 cyclones, would it be Mr. Xiao? Su Ying blinked and asked in anticipation. Impossible. Su Meng shook his head firmly. In 3 days, Brother Xiao Yi condensed at most 1 or 2 cyclones. Su Ying's beautiful face was stubborn and said, but I believe that it is him. Su Meng glanced helplessly at her daughter. It seemed that the girl was tempted by Xiao Yi. It's a pity. Su Meng felt sorry for him. If Xiao Yi can get Na Yuanshu earlier, with his qualifications, the condensed cyclones may not be less than Gu Chen. But now because of the short time, it is too bad to enter the pulse washing pool, and the absorbed pulse washing power is extremely limited. After coming out of Shimai Chi, Xiao Yi was destined to be thrown away by Gu Chen. It seems that it is Gu Chen who condenses 25 cyclones. Even though Su Meng was no longer willing to believe, he could only accept this fact. Looking at the junior who entered the pulse washing pool, besides Gu Chen, he could not think of anyone else. In the pulse washing pool, the pool water is turbulent. Xiao Ye's 25 cyclones were co-located, and the terrifying suction was like a whale sucking water, plundering the surrounding pulse washing power. The white air flows like dragons merged into his body, constantly tempering the true qi. My current practice is that I should have reached the 6th level of the Hotian realm. Xiao Yi felt excited for a while. The Tian Luo Gong he practiced is the 12-pulse inheritance technique, which not only gave him a real energy, but also made his promotion more difficult. Because every time he breaks through a big realm, he must temper the true qi in the 12 meridians. But tempered by the pulse-washing power contained in the pulse-washing pool, his true energy is transforming at an alarming rate, and he is singing along the way. I don't know if this pulse-washing pool will allow me to break through to the Hotian realm eightfold. Xiao Ye's eyes flickered, and suddenly he saw Gu Chen was holding his foot and swam forward. Being inattentive, this guy actually escaped 10 meters away. Xiao Yi sneered a smile, and he was agitated slightly. His figure rushed out like an arrow from the string. On Xiuwei, now he is no lower than Gu Chen. In terms of strength, he is far superior to the other party. So he has to catch up with Gu Chen, that is a breeze. What? Gu Chen was preparing to escape while Xiao Yi was contemplating. At this time, the pool water was stirred up. When he looked back, he found that Xiao Yi followed him like a ghost, immediately trembling with fear and speeding up to swim forward. But no matter how fast he accelerated, Xiao Yi could not be thrown away. The 25 cyclones on Xiao Ye's body were co-located, suppressing the ancient dust to death, and no pulse-washing power could be absorbed. Moreover, the gap in cultivation between the two is growing. Big brother. In a certain direction of Zemechi, the ancient ocean face running 4 cyclones was amused. Hey, brother, is that kid dying mad? Gu Yang greeted him with a smile and said with a real voice. Seeing the ancient ocean, Gu Qinchi didn't come together. If it weren't because of the ancient ocean, where would he provoke Xiao Yi, the of plague? Especially when hearing Gu Yang's words, Gu Chen's nose was almost skewed. It's not Xiao Yi who is mad, but brother. Waste, I really want to suffocate you. Gu Chen slaps out with a tremendous force, making Gu Yang guilty of Venus and his head veiled. At this moment, the pool water suddenly violently stirred up, and Gu Chen was covered with a spirit, like a startled bird flying away quickly. Brother. Gu Yang's face was puzzled, and he couldn't figure out the situation. When he looked in the direction of Chishue's agitation, his pupils contracted violently. 25 cyclones. Gu Yang's mouth widened and his face was incredible. Xiao Yi swam over comfortably, and the 25 air columns on his body flowed upstream, heading straight towards the sky. Huh. The 4 cyclones are really wasteful. I'll go find your brother. Xiao Yi sneered, chasing toward Gu Chen, leaving the dull ancient ocean. Zimeichi is a 200-meter square pool. Xiao Yi and Gu Chen ran after them, and everyone soon knew. Eileen, 25 cyclones, is this boy a monster? Nima, don't come over. Xiao Yi was transformed into a plague. Wherever he went, the pulse-washing power was swept away, leaving everyone in a panic and suffering. Are you from Gujia? Xiao Yi stayed in front of a teenager. He vaguely remembered that this teenager was in the Gujia team. At this moment, 11 columns of gas appeared on the boy, 11 cyclones condensed, and apart from Gu Chen, the most qualified junior of the ancient family. No, I'm not, the teenager said in a panic. Whether you are right or not, follow me to Gu Chen, otherwise I don't mind killing you. Xiao Yi said coldly, he didn't have any good feelings for the people of Gu family. Now, let's repay the kindness of the Su family. Under the threat of Xiao Yi, the young boy had to bite the bullet and chase in the direction of Gu Chen's escape. Soon, a peculiar scene appeared in the washing pulse pool. Gu Chen and the young boy swam fast, and Xiao Yi followed behind the two in a hurry, always keeping a distance of 7 or 8 meters. You join in too. Xiao Yi found another junior from the ancient family and condensed 8 cyclones. Under the threat of Xiao Yi, the teenager also joined the fleeing team. Poof! Gu Chen's complexion turned red, and his blood was spitting out under his anger. Now the 4 juniors in the ancient family who entered the pulse-washing pool, except for the ancient ocean, were oppressed by Xiao Yi to absorb the power of pulse-washing. If this continues, the ancient family will be wiped out. But now, Xiao Ye's Shuwei is climbing at a stunned speed. He is no longer his opponent. He can't beat him, he can't escape. The remaining ancient ocean was just a waste, and it condensed out 4 cyclones. The ancient family kicked the iron plate, haha. The Zhang family's junior laughed heartily. Quickly absorbed the power of pulse washing, maybe after waiting for the pulse washing pool, Laozi can also make a Wutan city the first day. The 3 major families in Wutan City were originally opposed to each other. Now when they see the old family eating deflated, they are naturally gloating. This harsh sarcasm passed through the true qi, causing Gu Chen's body to tremble, and was breathed out with blood again. Because of this sentence, it is likely to become a fact. Xiao Yi is so powerful. Su Hao, a poorly spoken man, saw this scene and held it for a long time before holding out this sentence, followed by a smirk on his face. The seat of Wutan City's first genius is mine. With the passage of time, the day and night passed, and the sun shone again to the earth. Today, the air flowing like a dragon in the wash tank is so thin that it cannot be seen. The power of Zimeichi is exhausted, and they are coming out soon. Someone above the Zimeichi said. Wow! When the words fell, a figure broke through the water and jumped to the shore. It's Zhang Lin of the Zhang family. Seeing the young man, the Zhang family was quite excited about Tao's expression. Zhang Lin, what are you doing now? Among the Zhang family, Zhang Lin excelled in his qualifications and condensed 10 cyclones. Everyone's eyes shifted over, looking forward to Zhang Lin. After the baptism of the pulse pool, what did the young man achieve? That's why they stay here day and night. The boy named Zhang Lin closed his eyes for a while and then burst out with a strong breath. Acquired realm 5-fold midterm. Good. Zhang Tao nodded appreciatively. Before entering the pulse-washing pool, Zhang Lin did the threefold later cultivation practice the day after tomorrow, and now cultivation suddenly increases 2 big realms. Zhang Lin is naturally happy. Soon, 2 more figures broke through the water, all of them Zhang's juniors. Although their cultivation practices are not as much as Zhang Lin's gains, their progress is quite good. Wow! At this time, a juvenile boy broke through the water. It was Su Hao of the Su family. Su Hao, what are you doing now? Su Meng asked eagerly. Su Hao looked quite strange, and then a strong wave of true energy surged into the sky, leaving everyone stunned, and then there were loud noises. 6 peaks of Hotian realm. Su Meng was excited. Before Su Hao entered the pulse-washing pool, he became a talented mid-fourth midfielder. How could it soar suddenly? Is it really Su Hao who has 18 cyclones? Listening to the admiration of everyone, Gu Chucho disdain, Chen Er's cultivation behavior will definitely grow more. Yes, Gu Chen has 25 cyclones, and even Su Hao's progress is so great, then Gu Chen will be able to break through to the Hotian realm 8-fold. Everyone nodded. We are here to congratulate the ancient head. Several martial arts flattered. The Hotian realm is 80, it's just so, everyone likes it. Gu Chuchio's heart fluttered, but he showed a calm look. Today my ancient family will hold a table to celebrate the children's achievement of the Hotian realm. I must wait to drink the first genius of Wutan City. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Wow! At this moment, 4 figures jumped out of the water together, and suddenly the scene was silent, all eyes fixed on the black-robed boy. He is Gu Chen. Chainer, let's show what you are doing now, so that some people are not too proud. When Gu Chen came out, Gu Chuchio couldn't wait, and glanced at Su Meng. However, Gu Chen had no action, his face was uncertain, and the eyes that everyone expected looked like him. Under the repression of Xiaoyi, his cultivation practice has not progressed. Why didn't Gu Chen move? After waiting for a while, Gu Chen still stood in the same place, bowing his head without saying a word, his body trembling constantly. It is estimated that the cultivation base has been promoted too much. I want to keep a low profile. An elderly warrior exclaimed. It turns out that it must be. Others suddenly realized that they could not help but agree. Gu Chen is really amazing, with excellent qualifications, and being so low-key, it is really a model for my generation to learn. The young people in the crowd showed their fiery eyes and looked at Gu Chen with admiration. Poof! This sentence, like a knife stabbed in Gu Chen, was spurting blood again, and then passed out. Chapter 31 Across 3 Realms. How did Gu Chen vomit blood? Everyone on the field froze. It should be too much for cultivation, and the body can't bear it. The older warrior said. Yes, this must be the case. The remark immediately attracted an echo. Gu Chen is really amazing. There was a sound of exclamation in the crowd. To what extent did cultivation practice explode to make the body unbearable? Gu Chuchio's heart jumped and came to Gu Chen's side, holding it up, running his body into the real dust, and immediately changed his face. How is this possible? Gu Chuchio's eyes widened as if hell. His true energy swam around Gu Chen's body, and he was dumbfounded. The true qi in the ancient dust meridian is almost the same as before it entered the wash tank. Xiu still stays in the mid-6th layer of Hotian realm. And looking at the appearance of Gu Chen, it was clearly fainted. Look, the ancient head of the family was shocked by Gu Chen's cultivation. Everyone has been paying attention to Gu Chuchio. At this time, when they saw the face change, they thought they were shocked. Gu Chuchio staggered at the foot, almost bursting out of his tongue. Shock. I was scared, okay. Did Gu Chen break through to the Hotian realm 9 heavy, someone speculated. Listening to the discussion in the ear, Gu Chuchio's mouth twitched, and then his eyes turned to the other 3 Gujia juniors. What is going on? Gu Chuchio lowered his voice. The three juniors of the ancient family, including Gu Yang, all wanted to cry without tears. Not to mention Gu Qin, even they did not absorb much pulse-washing power. Seeing them being silent, Gu Chucho felt a bad hunch in his heart. He stepped out and came to the three juniors, running into his body. After a series of 3 detections, Gu Chucho looked so dreadful and trembling with rage. The 3 juniors of the Gu family, except for Gu Yang who broke through 2 small realms, the other 2, like Gu Chen, had almost no growth in cultivation practice. Gu family master, let's talk about whether Gu Chen broke through to the Hotian realm 9 heavy. Among the crowd of onlookers, a warrior asked curiously. They came here, almost all against the ancient dust. Gu Chucho's body was stiff. The sound of flattery that once sounded comfortable, but now it is extremely harsh, coupled with the great contrast between expectations and reality, makes him almost spit blood. Go! Gu Chucho froze his face. When he left Samechi first, he left the stunned ancient warrior. He was afraid to stay, and he really wanted to vomit blood. The ancient warriors fought each other, but left. What's going on? Everyone was puzzled and whispered, and only Zhang's Jr. and Su Hao knew the truth. Su Meng was about to ask. Suddenly the pool water of the pulse-washing pool was rippling, and a figure broke through the water and landed on the ground. It was a 15-year-old boy, although he was wearing coarse linen, but he had a peerless edge to break through the sky, which could not be ignored. The coming person is Xiao Yi. After washing the veins of the pulse-washing pool, even though Xiao Yi didn't have the real energy, he still had a strong breath. Young Master Xiao. Su Ying greeted him with a smile. Miss Su, Lord Su. Xiao Yi smiled at the two. Su Meng nodded, he suppressed the doubts in his heart, said, since all are out, let's go back. He didn't ask Xiao Ye's Xiu Wei. In his view, it was good for the other party to condense 1 or 2 cyclones. Xiu Wei certainly did not make much progress. After the horses of the 3 big families have left one after another, it is boring to see the lively Wu Shidun, and after discussing it, he left. Ancient House. Gu Chucho came back and called the 3 juniors of the ancient family. Speak, what is going on? Gu Chucho asked with a black face, his face gloomy and dripping out of water. Dad, it's because of Xiao Ye's kid. Gu Yang gritted his teeth. What does it have to do with him? Gu Chucho frowned. Although Xiao Ye's qualifications are good, the time to get the Na Yuan technique is too short to impede Gu Chen and others. That kid is a monster. He actually condensed 25 cyclones. It was because of him that we did not absorb the pulse-washing power at all. Gu Yang said with a sad face. What? Gu Chucho stood up suddenly, his eyes flickering, his body burst into a strong breath, and the chair behind him shattered. The oppression caused by the strong breath made it difficult for the 3 juniors of the ancient family to breathe, staggering backwards and withdrawing a few steps before stabilizing their body. After listening to Gu Yang's words, Gu Chucho's eyes swelled with coldness. In just 3 days, I have practiced Na Yuan Shu to such a degree. This kid's qualifications are terrible. But it provokes my ancient family, and even the best genius must die. At the next moment, Gu Chucho had a decision in his mind. Come here, give me a thorough investigation of Xiao Ye's relationship with the Su family. Gu Chucho said coldly. Since he decided to deal with Xiao Yi, he naturally had to make everything clear. Yes, master. A warrior came in from the door, bowed to Gu Chucho, and then walked down. As the head of the 3 major families in Wutan City, Gu Jia has amazing energy. Before long, a message was sent back. Well, I knew that the kid would not be Su Meng's son-in-law, the so-called fiancé, but used it as an excuse to scorn me. Gu Chucho sneered. Since it has nothing to do with the Su family, it will be easier to handle. Gu Chucho set off his intention to kill. If Xiao Yi was really Su Meng's son-in-law, then he had to deal with Xiao Yi, and he was surprised to deal with the entire Su family. His ancient family had to pay a certain price to do it. But Xiao Yi is not, he naturally need not worry about this. Give me this kid, as soon as he leaves Wutan City, tell me immediately. Gu Chuqiu ordered coldly. Since Xiao Yi had nothing to do with the Su family, he didn't have to rush to the Su family. Killing Xiao Yi at the least cost is what his family head should do. Yes. Someone immediately hurried down to decorate. At the same time, the Zhang family and the Su family also set off an earthquake. From the junior's mouth, they only knew that the biggest winner of Zimechi this time was the young man named Xiao Yi. 25 cyclones. Su Meng's face was shocked, and now he still can't respond. Inger, did brother Xiao Yi come out? Su Meng asked. Su Hao, who condenses 13 cyclones, Xiao Wei has exploded 2 big realms. What about Xiao Yi, who condenses 25 cyclones? Su Meng raised the expectation in his heart. No, when Master Xiao came back, he went to retreat. Su Ying shook her head gently, and a disappointment appeared on the soft face. Su Meng was a little sorry, and geniuses like Xiao Yi would definitely be able to be cultivated by Chongyangmen in the future. It would be great if Su Ying could pull it into the Su family. It's just a pity that Xiao Yi has been shut down, and he doesn't want to create a chance for them to be alone. In Su's room. It's so strong. Xiao Ye's face was full of excitement. The true energy in his body was rushing through the 12 meridians, just like a dragon screaming and roaring, the powerful breath rising up and down, swept away from him, and shocked the table and chairs inside. Shaking. Hotian Realm Eightfold Middle. Feeling the powerful power in his body, Xiao Yi was so excited that she wanted to look up and growl. Under the powerful suction of 25 cyclones, 60% of the pulse-washing power of the whole pulse-washing pool was absorbed by him alone, making him cultivate soaring, spanning 3 large realms, reaching the mid-8th level of the acquired realm. It can be said that if he is not practicing the 12 pulse acquired skills, the increase in cultivation will be even more terrifying. Maybe he can directly enter the 9th layer of the acquired heaven. Compared with before, his power has increased by at least 10 times. This progress can be called shocking. You know, since the birth of the pulse-washing pool, no one has been able to absorb so much pulse-washing power. Zimechi is really magical. Xiao Yi clenched his fists, and now he can punch the air with a free punch. Even the warriors of the 9th layer of the Hotian realm, he dared to fight one. Soon, Xiao Yi calmed down. My cultivation is too exaggerated, I must first stabilize the true energy. Xiao Yi said to himself. Although he was still a teenager, he had a calm mind and understood the truth that the tall buildings were flat. If the foundation is unstable, it will be difficult to break through in the future. Xiao Yi glanced at Yan Dao fierily. With his current cultivation practice, he can activate the martial art's true meaning in the sword for a long time, but he still suppresses the temptation and sinks his consciousness into the Tower of Time. Start to fix it. Xiao Yi took a deep breath and began to practice the Tiger Fist. Roar. In the hands of Xiao Yi, the Tiger Fight has great power. The punching method is like Mercury landing on the ground, endlessly, and the Tiger fighting power is even pinched. Xiao Yi practiced the Tiger Fist thousands of times, and instead practiced a big collapse. After squandering the true energy, Xiao Yi turned to Tian Luo Gong to restore the true energy, and repeated this process from beginning to end. With Xiao Ye's crazy practice, the true qi in his body gradually became solidified, and there was no more sense of vainness. He was moved by his thoughts, and his real energy rushed violently, with no feeling of delay. Almost. Xiao Yi stopped. Now the outside world has passed for 3 days, but Xiao Yi has been practicing in the Tower of Time for a month. This is the horror of the Tower of Time. If it is someone else, it will definitely not take a month to fix it. Ah. Xiao Yi consciously withdrew from the Tower of Time and returned to the room. The true meaning of martial arts. Xiao Ye's gaze picked up Yen Yen. Wait for my cultivation to improve a little bit, and to comprehend the true meaning of martial arts, it should be enough to contend with the blood wolf. Xiao Ye's eyes glowed coldly when he thought of the blood wolf. He could not forget the scene where the blood wolf took the horse and slaughtered a large villager. The blood wolf was contaminated with too much villagers' blood. These debts are waiting for him to collect them. When I return, it will be the time when the blood wolf gang destroys. Xiao Yihan said. Afterwards, Xiao Yi no longer hesitated, turned on qi, and instilled towards the Yendao. Boom! With a flower in front of Xiao Yi, he once again came to the world full of knives, and his sight was all that whistling knives. Chapter 32 Blade of Oppression. Xiao Yi is in a world of vast sword lights, and each sword light is like a flame beating. Majestic. Xiao Ye's eyes brightened, and he felt the sense of majesty again. Is this the true meaning of martial arts? Xiao Yi held his breath and realized it carefully. But soon, he frowned. How should one realize the true meaning of martial arts? Xiao Yi had no clue about this, and everything he saw was blind. Call out. Just when Xiao Yi had a headache, his face suddenly changed, because the true energy in his body was passing at a terrifying speed. Yen Dao turned into a black hole, swallowing the true qi in his body. Even with his strong and inspiring spirit far beyond those of others, it soon came to an end. Isn't this knife playing with me? Xiao Yi wanted to cry without tears. Boom! At this moment, the vast blades of light disappeared, and before Xiao Ye's eyes, a man with a tall wagon suddenly appeared. The man's face was vague, and he held a domineering giant long knife in his hand, standing in this world, with a glorious world. That's the Yen Dao. Xiao Ye's eyes fixed on the domineering long knife, and his heart was beating violently. Can this person be the original master of Yen Dao, the strong man of Xuanwu realm? Even, on the man, he felt the familiar real energy fluctuation. That qi is exactly what he swallowed by Yen Dao. It seems that Yen Dao swallowed my true energy and inspired the image left by the former master. Xiao Yi speculated. Ah! At this moment, the man of Weian raised the yen knife high, and then the knife was split vertically, and the bright light of the knife lit in the void. Xiao Ye's pupil contracted violently. The knife of Wei En's man spurred the world and made the entire space oppressive. That kind of coercion was so extreme that Xiao Yi was sweating all over. That Wei En man appeared only after absorbing his true energy. This means that the cultivation behavior and realm possessed by the man of Wei En are equal to him. But in the face of this knife, Xiao Yi couldn't hide. If he really killed him, he would definitely be killed by a knife. This sword definitely contains the true meaning of martial arts. Xiao Yi was excited, except for this, he could not think of other reasons. Xiao Yi hurriedly looked at the man in Weian again, looking full of anticipation. Ah! At this time, the yen knife in the hand of the man of Weian moved again, ready to split the second knife. Compared with the first sword, the second sword contains more martial arts meaning than before. As if the volcano is erupting, the yen sword hasn't been hacked yet, and Xiao Yi jumped up. Boom! The yen Dao had just hacked out, and the figure of the Weian man shuddered suddenly, then turned into fly ash and dissipated in the void. How did it disappear? Xiao Yi was taken aback. He thought about it, and soon thought of the reason. The second sword contains more true meaning of martial arts, and my true energy is not enough for him to split the second sword. Xiao Yi shook his head. This is normal. After all, the man of Weian exerts his true spirit of martial arts, which requires his true energy to support him. It seems that you can only watch the second sword if you upgrade to Xiao. Xiao Yi said to himself, and then he was excited. But this first sword is enough for me now. The power contained in the dazzling sword light deeply penetrated into his mind. As long as he can learn, with this knife alone, he can easily sweep the same rank and fight across the ranks. When the time comes, with the addition of the 12 veins, the power of Tian Luo Gong, his strength will soar to a terrifying level. With the disappearance of the man's figure, Xiao Yi also exited the world and returned to the room. Xiao Yi operated Tian Luo Gong, replenishing the lost true energy and returning to the peak state. That knife. Xiao Yi then picked up the yen knife, and he kept thinking about the scene of the Weian man chopping out the first knife. Ah! Xiao Yi raised the yen dao, imitating a knife, but without that kind of power, it was plain. The essence of Wei An's man's sword is that the sword contains the true meaning of martial arts. The sword is chopped off, so that the space is squeezed over, causing powerful oppression and restraint on the enemy. I must learn that knife. Xiao Ye's eyes were fine, and then he held the yen knife and practiced hard in the room. Obviously, the true meaning of the martial arts contained in the first sword is only the most obvious. If he can't understand even the first sword, let's not mention the latter. After a day had passed, Xiao Yi gasped, and a wry smile appeared on his face. During this day, he tried his best to imitate the man of Weian. At least 1,000 knives were cut out, but he didn't even touch the real fur of Budo. What should I do? Xiao Yi pressed down the impatience in his heart, sat cross-legged on the bed, poured the true energy into the yen dao, and came to the yen dao world again. Call out. The man of Weian appeared again, still just hacking the first knife, and then dissipated away. My current speed and the trajectory of the sword are almost the same as him, but I can't comprehend the first sword. Xiao Yi retreated from the world of saber, and consciousness came to the tower of the world and began to realize. Time passed silently, the outside world quickly passed half a month, and the first floor of the Tower of Time had also passed 5 months. During these 5 months, Xiao Yi has not practiced and has been enlightening the first sword. Fortunately, the warriors of Hotian realm, because of their true energy, will not starve to death even if they do not eat for a long time. Xiao Yi didn't move, and the whole person was like a dead tree. Wrong. Wrong. It's still wrong. Xiao Yi imitated that knife in his mind. I was practicing in the wrong direction. I deliberately pursued the speed and trajectory of the cleaver, but ignored the coercion contained in this sword. Xiao Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a sharp flash in his pupils. Thinking of this, Xiao Yi withdrew from the Tower of Time, jumped out of bed holding the yen knife, pushed out the door, walked into the courtyard to stand still, and then closed his eyes, like a statue. What is Master Xiao doing? Su Ying appeared in the distance and looked at Xiao Yi. During this time, Xiao Yi kept retreat and did not want to be disturbed. But she wandered outside Xiao Ye's room every day, and today finally saw Xiao Yi walk out of the room. Young Master Xiao should be practicing, I can't bother. Su Ying secretly said, then stood in the distance, staring at Xiao Ye's face with a soft smile in the corner of her mouth. 3 hours later, Xiao Yi suddenly moved, waking up Su Ying. Xiao Yi, holding a yen knife, waved at random in the yard. The shadow of the knife was heavy, and the sound of breaking the air burst. How can Xiao Xiaozi's swordsmanship have no rules? Su Yingliu's eyebrows were slightly picked up, and a clear look flashed in doubtful eyes. Although she is a female genius, but because she was born in the Su family of the 3 big families, she has a good understanding of Budo. In her view, even if a member of the Su family came to use the sword technique, it was countless times stronger than Xiao Yi. By the way, young Master Xiao was born poor, and he should not have a proper knife technique, so he can only think about it himself. Su Yingrumiai's face was pitiful. To Master Xiao. Of course, Su Ye's thoughts, Xiao Yi did not know. I'm so stupid, that sword contains the true meaning of martial arts, and the sword can be produced in any way. Why should I deliberately imitate the trajectory of the sword? With this in mind, Xiao Yi felt happy. At this moment, he was completely relaxed and entered an ethereal state. There was no trace of thoughts in his heart. He just waved the saber heartily without any trace of law. With the passage of time, the saber in his hand waved faster and faster, and the layers of knives formed a piece of light, tearing the air, causing the air to roar. Suddenly, the movements in his hands condensed, then slowly raised above his head, and then split off. He has practiced this action countless times, but now the sword is falling into Su Ying's eyes in the distance, but it seems to arouse the momentum of the world and make the whole world squeeze. Su Ying's soft face was full of panic, and her shoulders were shaking. What? With Xiao Yi slashing, without the installation of true energy, there will be a bright knife light. Finally done. Xiao Yi opened his eyes flashing with excitement. Such a long period of hard work, coupled with his perception in the world of Yendao, made him the first sword. What I have initially realized is that the true meaning of the martial arts of Yen. Xiao Ye's eyes flashed. In Hailongguo's stories, there are only a few words about the true meaning of martial arts. There are many kinds of martial arts in the true spirit continent, but as long as the martial arts comprehend one, they will have the opportunity to step into the Xuanwu realm. The former master of Yen Dao, the strong Xuanwu realm, realized the true meaning of Yen. This point, Xiao Yi learned from the handwriting left by the innate warrior who suffocated and died. The first sign of comprehension of the true meaning of martial arts is to use it to induce the momentum of heaven and earth, to press people with the momentum, and to hit with one hand can cause powerful oppression. Of course, the Yen Dao is a mysterious weapon. If you use the Yen Dao to display the true meaning of martial arts, the power will surge. This knife, I call it the knife of oppression. Xiao Yi was excited. The declining congenital powerhouse was magnificent and brilliantly talented, but he could not touch the fur of the true meaning of martial arts for 20 years of hard cultivation, which shows the difficulty of comprehending the true meaning of martial arts. But he not only realized it, but also merged into the attack. There is no need to use true energy, and with the blade of oppression, he can sweep the same level of invincibility. At this time, Xiao Yi was awakened by the movement of the side, and her eyes turned away. Miss Su. Xiao Yi froze for a moment, and saw Su Ying staggering back, looking at him with a shocked expression. At this moment, Xiao Ye's temperament has changed, and his body is full of a potential, which gives people a sense of oppression. Are you all right? Xiao Yi held Su Ying up, and when his palm touched the other's delicate skin, both bodies shivered. Young Master Xiao, I'm fine. Su Ying shook her head quickly. At the next moment, Xiao Ye's words made her sink to the bottom. It's okay, I'm leaving. Xiao Yi said slowly. His purpose of coming to Yuten City has been achieved, and it is of little use to stay on. Moreover, with his current strength, although there is still a gap with the Blood Wolf, but it is enough to protect himself, so he will naturally return to Qingyang town. Chapter 33 Leave a Battle. Are you leaving? Su Ying repeated this sentence, her eyes full of disappointment like Qingchuan. Although it was less than a month to get along, the figure of this teenager had already settled silently in her heart, and it was difficult to erase it. Although she knew Xiao Yi would leave, Fang Xian couldn't help but panic when she heard the news now. Miss Su, what's wrong with you? Xiao Yi asked a little unclearly. No, nothing. Su Ying bit her red lips softly, a miserable smile appeared on her soft face, and then turned away. Looking at the figure of the girl, Xiao Yi shook his head, and felt a sense of awkwardness, but he didn't think deeply. I don't know what happened to the town. Xiao Ye's eyes flashed, and he was worried. In order to send him out of Qingyang town, the 3 village chiefs and Xiao Yang shot together to intercept the Blood Wolf. 2 months have passed since now. I hope the village is all right. Xiao Yi stopped thinking about it. Soon, the news that Xiao Yi was leaving, spread throughout the Su family. Little brother, you are so busy with my Su family, it is better to stay longer, let me entertain you well. Su Meng came over in person. Thank you Su family master, but you can't stay longer if you have something to do. Xiao Yi shook his head. Su Meng had to grin helplessly and said, okay, but there is one thing, I must remind you. People in the ancient family must have a grudge against you. When you were in Sufu, they would not dare to come to the door, but if you walk out of the door of the Su family, they will deal with you. Be careful. Thank you for the reminder of Su family master. Xiao Yi nodded calmly. According to his understanding, Gu Chuchio, the head of the ancient family, was the cultivation practice of the early days of Hotian realm. He was not afraid of his strength. It seems that the little brother is getting a lot of benefits in washing the pulse pool. Su Meng narrowed his eyes and carefully looked at the teenager in front of him. The more he looked, the more shocked he was, because he couldn't see through Xiaoyi. Little brother, the ancient house is not as simple as you think, otherwise it will not be so arrogant with the cultivation practice of ancient Chuchio. Su Meng sighed. Xiao Ye's heart moved. What could be the background of the ancient family? After Su Meng's reminder, Xiao Yi felt something was wrong. The ancient family and the ancient Chuchio had only 2 warriors who were acquired 9 days. According to the truth, it is impossible to become the head of the 3 major families. After all, the Su and Zhang families are not weak. Gu Chuchio's qualifications can only be counted as ordinary. It took many years of practice to reach the early days of Hotian realm. But he has fellow brothers, Gu Chudong. When mentioning the name, Su Meng was full of fear. The ancient Chu was well funded in the winter, and entered the Chongyang Gate 20 years ago through the assessment. It broke through to the congenital 15 years ago and occupied a high position in the Chongyang Gate. It is because of his existence that the ancient family has become the head of the 3 major families in Wutan City, which makes us afraid. Su Meng said slowly. Xiao Yi heard the words and frowned. 15 years ago, he broke through to the congenital realm, and the cultivation practice of that ancient Chu Dong must be terrible. Even if Gu Chuchio is so powerful, it can't stop me from entering the Chongyang Gate's determination. Xiao Ye's eyes lazed, and his sharpness was revealed. This is what his martial arts intention is. No matter how powerful the enemy is, he will not retreat in the slightest way. Otherwise, how can he defeat the 16-year-old Zhao Qian who stepped into the innate world? Good boy. Su Meng had been paying attention to Xiao Ye's expression when he mentioned Gu Chudong. When he found that the other party did not have a trace of fear, but his eyes became firmer, he couldn't help admiring him. Xiao Ye's martial arts are so strong that even he can feel it. In the upcoming Chongyangmen assessment, this kid might be a blockbuster, and Inger is destined not to be his concern. Su Meng secretly said. He naturally knew his daughter's thoughts. However, a genius like Xiao Yi is destined to take long to 9 days, and the future achievements are enough to make them look up. He does not dare to ask Xiao Yi to see Su Ying. Master Su, take care and hope that there will be a day of goodbye. In front of the Su family mansion, Su Meng sent Xiao Yi to some important tribes of the Su family. I am waiting for the younger brother to achieve impressive results in the Chongyangmen assessment. Su Meng smiled and arched his hand. Xiao Yi grinned and looked around the Su family, but he didn't find Su Ying's figure. He planned to say goodbye to the girl. After all, he was able to enter the pulse-washing pool, but also lost to Su Ying. Not seeing him now, he was slightly disappointed. I'm gone. Xiao Yi withdrew his gaze and left freely. Alas, this silly girl actually avoided it. Su Meng looked to the shadow behind him, where there was a shadow of Qianying stopping. Well, the kid left Su's house, and it looks like he was heading out of the city. Not far from the Su's mansion, a young man covered himself with a spirit, staring at Xiao Ye's back. Hurry to notify the owner. The young man quickly turned around and ran towards the ancient mansion. Soon, the news reached the ancient home. This stupid boy finally left the Su's house, but I waited a long time. Gu Chuchio stood up with a somber face, full of vitality and murderousness. After Xiao Yi came back from Zumechi, he sent someone to squat outside the gate of Su family. This guard is a month. Gu Chuchio almost couldn't help it. He was about to board the Su family dignitaries, and now that he got the news that Xiao Yi had left, where could he bear it? Housekeeper, do you want to do it yourself? The young man asked in a daze when he saw Gu Chuchio ready to leave. Well, that boy was baptized by the pulse pool. The Gu family except me and Uncle Yun, I am afraid no one can deal with him. Gu Chuchio said coldly. The young man breathed a sigh of relief. Is the boy who looks much smaller than him really so powerful? It is worth letting Gu Chuchio personally shoot. After leaving the Su's family, Xiao Yi walked out of Yuten City with Yan Yan all the way back to Qinyang town. Xiao Ye's eyes looked far away, and his heart was excited. Qinyang town, Xiaojia village, that is his home and his roots, coupled with inner worries, naturally feels like an arrow. Boy, you finally walked out of Su's house. When Xiao Yi walked out of 10 miles, the sound of breaking the sky suddenly came from behind. Are you finally here? Xiao Ye's face sneered, and then turned around, only to see Gu Chuchio, who was full of breath, standing behind him, looking down at him with a high eye. When he saw Gu Chuchio, he was not surprised. In fact, when he left the Su family, he was always vigilant. You don't seem surprised, do you know I'm coming? Gu Chuchio frowned slightly. Xiao Yi took off the flame knife behind him and mocked, does the ancient family dare to catch up with you besides you? You! Gu Chuchio was furious and clenched his fists in anger, but he understood that Xiao Yi was telling the truth. Gu Chen, who had high hopes for him, did not absorb the power of pulse washing. Not to mention that compared with Xiao Yi, even the name of Wutan City's first genius could not be kept. In addition to Gu Chen, among the young generations of the ancient family, no one can compete with Xiao Yi. Whenever he thinks of this, Gu Chuchio will be violent. If it wasn't Xiao Yi, how could Gu Chen's cultivation practice not move forward? Boy, I will abolish your cultivation, imprison in the ancient mansion, and make you a slave for life. Gu Chuchio's whole body burst into a sudden and walked toward Xiao Yi. Abolish my cultivation behavior? I'm afraid you don't have that strength. Xiao Yi sarcastically shook his head, the true energy in the 12 meridians ran violently, and a powerful breath rose into the sky, facing Gu Chuchio. Hotian Realm Eightfold Middle. Gu Chuchio's expression stiffened and his pupils contracted violently. I didn't expect you to get such a great benefit in Zamechi. Gu Chuchio's eyes swelled, but it can't compete with me. With that said, Gu Chuchio exploded in shape, and punched Xiao Yi with a punch of pure energy, which gave him amazing penetrating power. 2-grade combat skills, Open Mountain Fist. Xiao Yi narrowed his eyes and recognized Gu Chuchio's fist, which was the 2-grade combat skill Gu Chen played on the same day. Now this set of fighting skills is in the hands of Gu Chuchio, and its power has increased more than 10 times. The power surging on that punch can definitely smash a hill. This is the real Kaishan fist. Xiao Yi didn't dare to carelessly, his figure moved, and the advanced version of the big collapsed palm was displayed, and the 5 roars were connected together. Do you really think that 1-grade combat skills can contend with 2-grade combat skills? Gu Chuchio smiled coldly, and the power of fist increased even more under the burst of true energy. Boom! The 2 figures slammed together, and the force of force caused a strong wind pressure, sweeping in all directions. Xiao Yi snorted, and was shocked back 3 steps, and Gu Chuchio's forward momentum was also forced to stop. Good. Xiao Yi stared at Gu Chuchio, but he was excited. The advanced version of the big crash is worse than the real 2-grade combat skills, not to mention that Gu Chuchio almost completed the 2-grade combat skills, so he can fight this with Gu Chuchio, which is already good. If I have a real 2-grade combat skill, I can defeat Gu Chuchio without using the true meaning of martial arts. Xiao Ye's eyes were full of confidence. After this battle, he clearly realized how amazing his current strength is. At the moment, Gu Chuchio felt a little shocked. Although he retreated Xiao Yi, he was deeply hit. You know, whether it is cultivation or combat skills, he has an advantage, but he only takes the opponent back 3 steps. If this was spread, his face would be lost. Boy, don't you actually run away? Are you waiting for me to get rid of it? Gu Chuchio was indifferent, and once again unfolded his mountain fist and attacked Xiao Yi. However, Xiao Yi looked at him with a sad face, making his inexplicable heart tremble. It should have escaped, it looks like you. Along with Xiao Ye's voice, a gleam of bright light appeared suddenly. Blade of Oppression. Xiao Yizhe pulled out the Yendao and chopped towards Gu Chuqiu at will. What is this? Gu Chuqiu turned pale, and his body was trembling. In his eyes, the knife seemed to attract the world and oppress it, destroying his attack with a destructive trend. Ah! When the blade was about to be cut on Gu Chuqiu, he suddenly stopped. Gu Chuqiu let out a sigh of relief and smiled proudly at Xiao Yi. Boy, I am the owner of the ancient family. My brother is in a high position at the Chongyang Gate. Do you dare to kill me? Xiao Yi heard the words and grinned. You think too much. I'm not afraid to kill you, I just want to return you the means to deal with me. After talking, Xiao Yi turned the Yen Dao upside down like lightning, hitting Gu Chuqiu's abdomen with a knife handle. At the same time, a thick and true air flowed in along the blade, such as a volcanic eruption, and the terrible power burst out instantly. Chapter 34 The Return of Xiao Yi. What? Gu Chuqiu screamed, his body flew out, and hit the ground heavily. Xiao Ye's true energy raged on his abdomen, making Gu Chuqiu's true energy collapse, and Xiao continued to fall. You, actually abolished my cultivation behavior. Gu Chuqiu's face was pale, his body was trembling, and the blood at the corner of his mouth kept overflowing. You are too vicious. The root of the Hotian martial warrior, besides the meridians, is the abdomen of Dantian. It can be said that the reason why the martial artists of the acquired realm is able to strengthen the true energy is because of the existence of Dantian, which is a place where qi is made. If the meridians are broken, it can be repaired with the elixir. If the Dantian is destroyed, then the foundation is cut off and there is no possibility of cultivation. In a place such as the true spirit continent, being abolished and repaired is even more uncomfortable than death. Moreover, even if Xiao Yi killed Gu Chuqiu, he was able to find his hand under the abilities of the ancient family. After all, Gu Chuqiu chased it for his sake. If Gu Chuqiu died, who would he doubt? So it is better to let the other party experience what is life rather than death. Xiao Yi never softened his enemies who bullied him. The Gu family wants to retaliate, so come on. Anyway, he never revealed his history. No matter how powerful the Gu family is, he will never find Xiaojia village. Vicious? Xiao Yi smiled coldly, looking down at Gu Chuqiu Road. When you are going to abolish my cultivation, why don't you think you are vicious? Gu Chuqiu was questioned and his breath was stagnation, and he said nothing. Indeed, when he came, he had already made plans to abolish Xiao Yi. It's just that he didn't expect the other party to be so strong, especially the stunning knife. If Xiao Yi casts this knife at the beginning, he will definitely be spiked. Thinking of this, Gu Chuqiu couldn't help feeling cold. This young boy obviously has the strength to defeat himself in seconds, but he hasn't done it for a long time. This is a tyrannical attitude. Xiao Yi looked down at Gu Chuqiu, his heart moved. You are the owner of the ancient family, there should be many treasures on your body. Hearing this sentence, Gu Chuqiu's face changed drastically, protecting his robe subconsciously. I really guessed it. Xiao Yi laughed when he saw this, and his palm came out. Gu Chuqiu lost his cultivation behavior and had little resistance in front of Xiao Yi. He could only watch what the other person was holding. 2 bottles of immortality medicine and the cheats of Kaishan Quan. Xiao Yi looked at the book in his hand and couldn't help getting excited. Qinyang Town's highest level combat skills are first-class combat skills. Although he deduced the big collapse to a level sufficiently comparable to the second-class combat skills, it was not really a 2-class combat skills after all. The trip to Wutan City made him clearly aware of the inadequacy of his combat skill level, otherwise he could defeat Gu Chuqiu with his strong and true energy without using the true meaning of martial arts. It would undoubtedly be a disadvantage to go to the Chongyangmen entry assessment and compete with geniuses from all major cities. As for the true meaning of martial arts, Xiao Yi intends to use it as the bottom card and try not to expose it as much as possible. The ancient head of the family is really polite, and he has worked hard to send the medicine and combat skills to the next, then I will be disrespectful. Xiao Yi said sarcastically, smiling, and put the medicine and combat skills into his arms. Poof! Gu Chuchio was already shivering with anger, and at this moment he could not help turning his eyes and spurting blood when he heard this mean word. He really rushed to send Xiao Yi immortality medicine and combat skills. After glancing at Gu Chuchio, Xiao Yi turned and strode away. As the head of the ancient family, Gu Chuchio is now abolished, and the following encounter will be miserable. Along the way to Qingyang town, Xiao Yi flew into the secluded dense forest by the road. Look at what two immortals are. Xiao Yi took those two porcelain bottles out of his arms. Yuling Dan. The day after tomorrow. The labels affixed to the two porcelain bottles reflected Xiao Ye's eyes. I don't know if it helps my cultivation. Xiao Yi pulled the wooden stopper of the porcelain bottle and sniffed it near the nose, suddenly two very different kinds of medicinal incense. These two immortals should be easy for Gu Chuchio to carry with him. Xiao Yi pondered for a moment, took out Hailongguo's stories, and then turned it over. This record of the Black Dragon Kingdom, with the life experience of the declining innate strongman, records many heavenly treasures and immortals. For Xiao Yi, the preciousness is far more than the two great combat skills. Soon, he found the introduction of two immortals. Yuling Pill, for the warriors with more than eightfold weights in Hotian realm, has the effect of improving cultivation behavior without side effects, but only one can be taken for life, and then it will lose its effect. Hao Tiandan can help martial arts practitioners to directly promote Hotian realm. This kind of effect. Looking at the introduction in the Hailongguo news records, Xiao Ye's eyes lit up, and he was immediately excited. The immortality of Yuling Pill, for him, is simply sending charcoal in the snow. When he returns this time, he will face the whole Blood Wolf gang directly. With his current cultivation practice, coupled with the comprehension of the true meaning of the martial arts, it is probably worse than that of the later warriors in the 9th level of the Hotian realm, but it is still a little worse, because the difference between the cultivation of the two is too big. A Jade Spirit Pill might fill this gap. And the effect of Tian Tian is even more anti-natural. An acquired pill can create an acquired warrior. The villagers in Qingyang town were bullied by the Blood Wolf gang. In addition to the Blood Wolf himself being strong, it is because he has a Blood Wolf guard composed of hundreds of warriors from the next realm. If Xiaojiakan also had an elite team composed entirely of acquired warriors, who would practice two-handed combat skills, who would dare to bully? Thinking of this, Xiao Yi was ecstatic. He is one step closer to the goal of making Xiaojia village a martial art family. Such precious panacea should be given to him by the fellow brother of Gu Chuchio. Xiao Yi whispered softly. In fact, he made no mistake. Not long ago, these two immortals were sent back by Gu Chudong, who was in a high position at Chongyangmen. Before Chu Qiu covered it up, he was snatched by Xiao Yi and became the wedding dress of others. 3 Yuling pills and 30 pills of the day after tomorrow. Xiao Yi counted the number of pills of elixir, then poured out a pill of Yuling pill and swallowed it, sitting on his knees. Boom! The entrance of the immortality medicine turns into pure medicine power, flowing through the body of Xiao Yi. The powerful medicine power makes the skin red, like a soldering iron. Drink! Xiao Yi gritted his teeth tightly, and allowed his powerful medicine to wash his body. At the same time, his hands formed a seal, and he operated Tian Luo Gong to refine and absorb the powerful medicine. After an hour, Xiao Yi stood up, his eyes were exquisite, and his breath was compelling. The early days of Hotian realm is now. Xiao Yi punched out at random, and the fist fell into the void with sound. Feeling the turbulent real energy in his body, Xiao Ye's eyes flashed with confidence, and his current strength was at least 3 times higher than before. He had never broken through. If he played Gu Chuchio again, he would kill him with one punch. In the town, only 3 village heads can fight me. Xiao Yi growled with excitement. Once the 3 village heads, like 3 mountains, let him look up. With his own efforts and opportunities, he has already crossed 3 mountains. Zhao Qian, wait for me to kill the blood wolf, then come to the Chongyang gate to find you. Xiao Yi said firmly in his eyes. Xiao Yi put away the elixir and took out Kaishan Quan to read it again. He wanted to improve his strength as much as possible before returning to the town. After writing down the content of Kaishan Quan, he found a no-man's land, and his consciousness sank into the Tower of Time. Kaishan Quan, mobilizing the body's true energy, launching the most powerful blow, such as a volcanic eruption, there is the prestige of Kaishan cracking you. Xiao Ye's heart surfaced Kaishan Quan content, and then practiced. At the same time, the gate of Yuten City. Finally home. Blood-stained Gu Chuchio appeared here, looking at the familiar city gate, his face full of excitement. Although it was only 10 miles away from Wutan City, he was struggling because he was abolished for cultivation. Go and go, where is Hua Huazi, don't block this uncle's words. A strong man reached out and pushed away Gu Chuchio, his face impatient. Gu Chuchio fell down. I am the owner of the ancient house. Gu Chuchio fell to the ground, his body shaking with anger. He was the owner of the ancient family, and his status was distinguished. Where has he been treated like this? Just return the ancient house owner. Then I'm still the owner of the Black Dragon Kingdom. The big man sneered. Dead, I must kill the kid. In the laughter of everyone, Gu Chuchio got up and staggered towards the ancient house. If it was not Xiao Yi, how could he fall into this field? It has to be said that the difficulty of opening a mountain fist with a 2-grade combat skill is much greater than that of a big collapse. After practicing for 10 days on the first floor of the Tower of Time, Xiao Yi gradually found some feelings. After another 2 months, Xiao Yi practiced to a satisfactory level before stopping. Kaishan Quan. In the dense forest, Xiao Yi roared, and the real qi in his body was tumbling, and a powerful breath rose into the sky. His fists were like cannonballs, blasting at a small hill high. At the moment when the 2 fists touched the hill, Xiao Ye's fists shook, and the power surging on the fist was like a volcanic eruption, full of sharpness and destruction. Bang 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 bang. The small hill was hit by this, and the cracks of the arms on the mountain spread out, and finally the whole burst, the stone chips flew across, and the smoke was all over the sky. When the smoke and dust cleared, the small hill that had been the height of the person no longer existed, and a deep pit appeared on the spot. It's such a powerful force, it is indeed a 2-grade combat skill. Xiao Yi nodded with satisfaction and smiled on his face. Xiao Yi clapped his palms, walked out of the jungle, and looked in the direction of Qinyang town. It's time to go back. After practicing in the Tower of Time for 2 months and 10 days, and the outside world has passed for 7 days, he has long been at heart. A day later, Xiao Yi stood on the hillside, looking down. Looking at the familiar village and land, Xiao Yi breathed quickly. Here is the place where he was born and raised, and his roots. Here is his father and mother. I'm back. Xiao Yi roared and strode toward Qinyang town. Chapter 35 Anger. The morning sun rises, shining everywhere, like broken gold. Xiao Yi carrying the Yen Dao, along the road in the town, marching towards Xiaojiatsuan. Soon, familiar villages appeared. At the entrance of Xiaojia village, a thick tree was used to form a circle of fences with blood stains hidden on it. Behind the fence, 2 big men in animal skins were guarding, and their sharp eyes scanned the surroundings. Someone is coming. One of the big men stared at the sight and saw the figure in the distance, immediately alert. Is the Blood Wolf gang coming again? The other person was startled and immediately pulled out his weapon. His body was tight and he looked towards the end of the road. There was a young man carrying a giant war sword approaching the village entrance. It seems, it's Xiao Yi. The 2 were dumbfounded, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Yes, it's really Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi is back. The 2 were excited, one greeted them, and the other ran back to the village to deliver the news. Uncle. Xiao Yi smiled on his face, looking at the greeted man. This man is named Xiao En, and is one of the few acquired warriors in Xiaojia village. Good boy, you've finally come back. Xiao En grinned and patted Xiao Ye's shoulder. Yes, his body is a lot stronger. Soon, the villagers of Xiaojia village got the news and rushed towards the entrance of the village. Year. A woman ran insanely. When she saw Xiao Yi, her eyes suddenly turned red and hugged Xiao Yi. Qian Li worried. Xiao Yi was faced with a blood wolf and was forced to leave Qingyang town. She was worried about dying and tried to rush out to find Xiao Yi several times. Fortunately, she was stopped by Xiao Yang. Mother. Xiao Ye's tears flashed in his eyes, allowing Luo Milan to hug herself. At the entrance of the village, Xiao Tianxiong, Xiao Yang, and Xiao Dashan, all with broken arms, appeared, and they all looked at Xiao Yi excitedly. The young man in front of him was amazingly talented, but in order to save the lives of the villagers, he was forced to leave the town of Qingyang, and now he has finally returned. Dad, unfilial child, come back. Xiao Yi choked with a voice. Just come back. There were tears rolling in Xiao Yang's eyes, striding next to Xiao Yi. The father and son stared at each other without saying a word, and all emotions were conveyed from their eyes, just as when Xiao Yi left Ziyajaikan that day. At noon on that day, the Xiao family in Jujia village celebrated and opened a rich banquet in the Yanhuachang. The atmosphere was fiery. Xiao Yi and Xiao Tianxiong sat at the same table, and dishes were served. Uncle Shan, I respect you with this glass of wine, thank you for your life-saving grace. Xiao Yi raised his glass and said solemnly. The brave man in front of him, since he was a child, has taught him the basic knowledge of martial arts and led him to the gate of martial arts. Master Tong is one of his most respected people. You are the hope of our Ziyajaikan, I will not save you to save who. Xiao Dashan's sleeves were empty, but not a bit lonely. Besides, I broke my arm, it is still a good thing. Good thing. Xiao Yi stunned and looked at the other party carefully, and was suddenly taken aback. Uncle Shan, your cultivation is. Yes, I have broken through to the 7th level of Hotian realm. Xiao Dashan smiled boldly. Indeed, after he broke his arm, he was depressed for several days, and even resigned from the position of junior in the village. After a little cheer, he concentrated on practicing. Without such distracting thoughts, his cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds, and he suddenly broke through to the 7th level of the Hotian realm. Before I had too many distractions, Xiuwei would be trapped in Hotian realm Lioha for 8 years. Xiao Dashan said with emotion, and then he was full of self-confidence. Then I am going to attack Hotian realm Yahe and defeat Brother Yang. Xiao Dashan's words suddenly caused a laugh. Dashan is bursting with confidence now. Xiao Yi also smiled on his face, but Xiao Dashan's current state of affairs made him feel relieved. Uncle Shan, you can rest assured, your broken arm revenge, I will help you get it back. Xiao Yi secretly said. Grandpa's grandpa, what's happening in the town now? Didn't the blood wolf take revenge? Xiao Yi turned to look at Xiao Tianxiong. Shenxing asked, where are the others in the village? He had been holding back this question for a long time, and he only said it now. You know, there were more than 1,000 villagers in Xiaojia village before. Although there are many villagers in the martial arts field at the moment, at a glance, it is almost 300 fewer than before. On the day of the struggle with the Blood Wolf gang, although Xiaojia village suffered heavy casualties, it did not lose so many villagers. When Xiao Yi asked, the scene was quiet, and the expression on everyone's face was very heavy. Year, don't ask. After eating this meal, you leave the town of Qingyang quickly, and the Blood Wolf finds you back. That's bad. Xiao Tian said sharply. In his view, Xiao Yi had only been away for more than a month, and no matter how good his qualifications were, he would not grow to the point of fighting against blood wolves. Xiao Yi twitched, and had a bad hunch. Grandpa, tell me. Xiao Yi stared at Xiao Tianxiong in his eyes. Looking at Xiao Yi for a while, Xiao Tianxiong defeated and smiled bitterly. Ah, you little guy is really stubborn. It seems that if I don't tell you, you will not leave obediently. Well, then I will tell you. Xiao Tianxiong's eyes appeared sad and sad. Since you left, the blood wolf took the man and the horse to fight with us a few times. After there was damage to each other, the blood wolf did not shoot again and returned to Nujiashan. I thought the blood wolf gave up because of your departure, but he didn't. Speaking of which, Xiao Tianxiong's body trembled, and there was a huge amount of hatred on his body. Although he didn't shoot again, he sent out the blood wolf guard, divided into several shares, and repeatedly came to the town to harass us, but all the villagers who saw the village walked out and killed them. In Xiaojia village alone, we lost 100 villagers, plus more than 300 casualties. Since then, I can only choose to close the village and try not to let the villagers go out. What? Xiao Ye's fists clenched tightly, and his heart was full of anger. You must know that villagers in major villages in Qingyang town must solve the problem of food and clothing. They must go out of the village to cultivate and go hunting. It is impossible to stay in the village for a lifetime. In this way, it is impossible to avoid encountering blood wolf guard. With the strength of ordinary villagers, where is the opponent of blood wolf guard? Even the 3 village chiefs cannot protect all the villagers at any time, which gives the blood wolf guard an opportunity. The blood wolf's move was to kill Qingyang town. After all, if the battle is head-on, the blood wolf gang will also face great losses. But this can cause the biggest casualties to the major villages with the smallest loss. So shameless. Xiao Yi took a deep breath and pressed down her anger. Shen said, we chose to close the village. Didn't the blood wolf gang do it anymore? Of course. Xiao Dashan took the conversation and said angrily, the gang have raised, seeing that we are no longer going out, so they came to the village to insult every time. In order to avoid intensifying contradictions, attracting blood wolves and making the casualties worse, the village chief ordered us not to face the battle and close the village gate. Xiao Dashan's eyes were full of anger. There were hundreds of people in the drill field, but they were silent. It can be seen that they have been suppressed for a long time. And Xiao Tianxiong was also helpless, and he would not make such a decision to close the village unless it was to avoid greater casualties. Okay, don't talk about it, Yi. After eating this meal, you quickly leave Qingyang town. If the blood wolf finds you back, it will definitely shoot again. Xiao Tianxiong said. Xiaojiakan's sibling, your grandfather is here, open the village door to greet it. Just then, a loud laugh came from the direction of the village entrance. The sound was agitated by the amplitude of true energy, like thunder, which spread throughout the village and made everyone suddenly change color. The blood wolf gang is here again. The Yanhuachang rioted, and the people picked up the weapons at hand and stared in the direction of the village entrance. Sit down for me, don't move. Xiao Tianxiong shouted quickly. It's not the first time they pretended not to hear it. It seems that these gangsters are afraid to come out again. What a Xiaojia village, I think it should be changed to a Song village, everyone is Song. The crazy voice echoed above, making all the villagers' bodies tremble with anger. They were all scolded and came to the door, but they couldn't go out to fight, they could only be abused. How aggrieved. Ah! I can't stand it. A young man stood up, his eyes full of madness. Village head, we can obviously kill those blood wolf guards. Xiao Tianxiong shouted and said, yes, I can kill them alone. But after killing, it will only attract blood wolves. And the horses of the 2 big villages of Shiwu will come for some time. When the time comes, our village who will be responsible for the casualties. The young man shrank his neck and had to sit back reluctantly. Ah! At this time, there was a figure blasting towards the village gate. Yi. Xiao Yang was shocked. What? Yi rushed out. Xiao Tianxiong and others were all taken aback, hurry and stop him. But they were shocked soon, and they saw that Xiao Yi was like lightning, and disappeared on the martial arts field in an instant. How could Ye be so fast? With Xiao Ye's current cultivation practice, under his full strength, even Xiao Tianxiong may not necessarily catch up. Humph, Blood Wolf must have guessed that the village head will close the village and will not deal with Blood Wolf guard. Xiao Yi flicked out, his eyes swelled with anger and anger. As the village chief, Xiao Tianxiong must take care of the overall situation. Even if he has the strength to kill the Blood Wolf guard, he will not easily shoot, otherwise it will intensify the contradiction. The Blood Wolf guessed this, and then sent out unscrupulous insults. What about killing these people and angering the Blood Wolf? Xiao Yi whispered, I'm coming back this time to destroy the Blood Wolf gang and let them repay the blood debt. Ah! Xiao Yi flashed, and jumped over to the wall of the village entrance. Chapter 36 Step on 1 foot. Xiao Yi stood like a spear, standing above the wall at the entrance of the village, looking down at the cold, cold eyes. 100 steps away from the gate of the village, a 20-man Blood Wolf guard was riding on the high-headed horse, insulting indiscriminately, and ridicule all over his face. The Sohn farming village is the Sohn farming village, and Xiao Tianxiong, who is the 9th strongest man in the realm after Shit, is not afraid of our master. He was scolded by the nose while pointing at the nose, but he didn't dare to let a fart go. Photon, Lousy's throat has been scolded, go back to drink and moisten his throat, and tomorrow we will come back and scold. Blood Wolf guard's wanton sarcasm, through the increase of true energy, spread to the village from afar. I really want to kill all these bitches. Xiao En clenched his fists tightly behind the fence at the entrance of the village, raised the green muscles on the back of his hand, his eyes spitting fire, killing Ling Ran. If it were not Xiao Tianxiong's order, he would have abandoned everything and rushed out to kill him. Uncle. A sudden, familiar voice came into his ears. He looked up at the wall and his face changed greatly. Xiao Yi, hide away and let them see you, that's bad. Xiao En hurriedly, ready to jump on the wall and pull Xiao Yi down. But it was too late at this time, because the Blood Wolf guard who was 100 steps away had already discovered Xiao Yi. It's Xiao Ye's kid, he's back. The 20 Blood Wolf guards stared at each other, and immediately shouted. This kid is really not afraid of death. He came back so quickly. Brothers, it seems that God wants us to make a contribution. The big master has said, who can capture Xiao Yi, reward 100,000 2 silver, and give the 2 grades of combat skills Thundercloud Break. Whether it is 100,000 2 silver, or the only 2-grade fighting skills of the Blood Wolf gang, they are enough to make them crazy. We are going to capture Xiao Yi, Xiao Tianxiong and Xiao Yang will definitely block, and the 20 of us add up, and they are not opponents of the 2 of them. The headed Blood Wolf said with narrowed eyes. They dare to insult Xiaojiakan indiscriminately, and Xiao Tianxiong was afraid that he would anger the Blood Wolf, so they would not deal with them. But if Xiao Yi is to be captured, it will be different. More than a month ago, he had seen how Xiao Yi was valued by Xiao Jiatsuan and even Qingyang town. He would rather fight with death than give up this young man. Photon, you quickly go back and inform the Dang Dang, the rest follow me, and capture Xiao Tianxiong and Xiao Yang before they arrive. The headed Blood Wolf guard shouted. When he had finished speaking, he pulled out his weapon and led 18 Blood Wolf guards toward the entrance of the village, while the Blood Wolf guard named Photon drove away quickly. Want to go? Xiao Ye's eyes flashed coldly. I abused Xiao Xiaozuan, then let me save my life. Ah! I saw that Xiao Yi pulled out the domineering saber in his backhand, and injected true energy into his palm. The terrible power suddenly appeared, and then he threw it out. Call out! The flame knife turned into a lightning, and the sound of the broken sky roared, passing by the rushing Blood Wolf guard, and shot at the fled Blood Wolf guard. What? A screaming sounded. Yen Yen penetrated the body of the Photon, fell down from the horse's back, and died in anger. This sudden change surprised the remaining 19 Blood Wolf guards. Brothers, quick battle and quick decision, hurry to capture Xiao Yi. The Blood Wolf guard headed shouted, killing Xiao Yi. Seeing this scene, Xiao En exploded in anger and rushed out with a hunting knife. Xiao Yi, hurry back to the village and inform the village head. The 4 levels of the realm behind the world, dare to stop us? Really do not know the life and death. Blood Wolf Guard stopped, a look of contempt appeared on the head of Blood Wolf Guard, the scimitar in his hand turned into a cold light, toward which Xiao En hacked off. The Blood Wolf Guard is the lowest, and has 5 levels of cultivation in the acquired world. How can Xiao En stop it? The raised, want to move Xiao Yi, first step over the body of Laozi. Xiao En shouted, eyes full of madness, he will use his life to buy Xiao Yi time. Click. The hunting knife in Xiao En's hand collided with the leading Blood Wolf Guard scimitar, the tiger's mouth cracked, and the hunting knife was directly broken into 2 pieces. Dead. The Blood Wolf face waved his sword again indifferently, slashing towards Xiao En. The dog mongrel of the Blood Wolf gang, your grandfather Xiao En, you must stand and die even if you die. Xiao En stood upright, standing in the field, without fear, greeted the machete. Snapped. At this moment, a palm extended from the side, holding the scimitar, and could no longer move forward. Xiao Yi, why didn't you leave? Xiao En's eyes widened, his face full of anger. He is not afraid of death, but he is afraid that he is not worth dying. Uncle, you're right. We in Xiaojiakan must die standing dead. Xiao Yi grinned at him, and then looked at the leading Blood Wolf Guard. At this time, the other party was running really vigorously, but couldn't draw the machete held by Xiao Ye's hand, but turned his face flushed. But Xiao Ye's palm, wrapped in true energy, did not shed a drop of blood. Dare to insult us for being a scumbag? Xiao Ye's eyes flashed coldly, his palms ripped, and shouted, give me down. A terrible force emerged, and the Blood Wolf Guard was ripped off from the horse and fell to the ground. Call out. Xiao Yi waved his palm, grabbed the opponent's scimitar, and even stomped without looking at the opponent. Boom! The ground shuddered suddenly, like an earthquake, and the cracks in the thickness of his arms spread from under Xiao Ye's feet. The Blood Wolf Guard at his feet didn't even scream, but was trampled to death by a foot like a cockroach, and blood burst out. Bang! The horse was frightened because of this. 7 or 8 Blood Wolf Guards were thrown off the horse. They quickly got up from the ground and looked at Xiao Yi in horror. You know, the leader of the Blood Wolf Guard, but the warrior of the 6 peaks of the Hotian realm, was even trampled to death by Xiao Yi, and he could not even resist. Xiao Yi. Xiao En on the side froze, his face incredulous. Xiao Yi stared coldly at the Blood Wolf Guards, holding a scimitar, and walked over. His beautiful face was full of coldness. Boom! 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 Every time Xiao Yi stepped on, there was a breath of real energy injected into the earth, which caused the earth to shake, terrible cracks kept emerging, and the smoke and dust stirred hundreds of meters. Bang bang bang! All the Blood Wolf Guards were dumped by the frightened horse. They stared in horror at the young man who looked like a demon. Every foot of Xiao Yi fell like stepping on their heart, as if the sound of the footsteps of death made them stagger back and almost fell. Brothers, let's join together. This boy can't resist even if he is strong. A Blood Wolf Guard dared loudly, but before he finished talking, he burst into a sudden burst of cold light and lifted his head, blood flowers bloom. Looking at this scene, the remaining Blood Wolf Guards fell like an ice cellar, and the whole body was cold. Even, they did not see through, the young man's accurate behavior. The unknown is the most terrible. Boom! At this time, Xiao Ye's face was indifferent, punching at the nearest Blood Wolf Guard. 2 grade combat skills, open mountain fist. The man's face was pale, all his true energy broke out, and he raised his machete in front of him. Bang! Xiao Ye's fist, as if the shells were heavy on the blade, the terrible power erupted instantly like a volcano, striking the scimitar into countless fragments. The broken blade swept toward the Blood Wolf Guard, making his body countless blood holes. But this is not over yet. Xiao Ye's fistful of fists continued to advance, blasting his body into a blood mist and turning his bones into powder. Kai Shangquan can break mountains and mountains, but how can every body be carried down? One move, still one move was spiked. There was deathly silence in the field, and the remaining pupils of Blood Wolf Guard zoomed violently. Xiao En, in particular, turned his head upside down. These fierce Blood Wolf Guards, in Xiao Ye's hands, were bombed like children. What level should Xiao Ye's cultivation practice reach? Ah, I can't stand it. A Blood Wolf Guard collapsed and ran away. None of you can go today. Xiao Yi smiled coldly, his body burst out, and his head was cut off with a knife. Xiao Yi suddenly turned around, and his robe moved without wind. He looked up and shouted, "Blood Wolf Gang, you are done." After talking, Xiao Ye's figure rose into the sky like a meteor falling into the field, his eyes spurting, killing the sky. "Brothers, let's go together." Many Blood Wolf Guards courageously attacked Xiao Yi with powerful attacks. Xiao Ye's expression was indifferent, as if walking in a leisurely court, holding a scimitar and striding forward. In the direction of the scimitar, blossoming blood flowers bloom in the void, which is unusually miserable. Although Xiao Yi did not practice the sword technique, he had deliberately worked hard to understand the true meaning of the martial arts in the Yen Dao. Plus his cultivation behavior, a random knife contained great power, which was more than enough to deal with the Blood Wolf Guard. Poof! 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 In Xiao Ye's hands, there is no 1-in-1, and a Blood Wolf Guard falls in the pool of blood. After a few breathing hours, the Blood Wolf Guards who rushed to Xiao Yi were all beheaded, and blood flowed to the ground. Suddenly killed so many people, with Xiao Ye's young heart, his mood could not help but fluctuate. He stood on the spot for a long time before he suppressed the fluctuating mood. This. At the entrance of Xiaojia village, Xiao Tianxiong and Xiao Yang, who arrived, were completely dumbfounded, and their heads were blank. More than a month ago, Xiao Yi could deal with the 2 Blood Wolf Guards at most. To kill 20 Blood Wolf Guards alone, even Xiao Yang had to work hard. "Year, what are you doing now?" Xiao Tianxiong asked tremblingly for a long time. Xiao Yi put away the Yen Dao, faced with the shocked eyes of the villagers, he smiled slightly, the real qi in his body ran violently, and a strong breath rose into the sky, making everyone's minds jump. Xiao Tianxiong's turbid eyes flashed with a fine mane, his old body shivered with excitement, and he muttered in his mouth, "Ho Tian Jing. Jiu Zhong." How long did this young man leave Qingyang town? In such a short period of time, he could grow up to this level. This kind of qualification is simply unimaginable. Chapter 37 Wear a funeral suit. In Xiaojia village, Xiao Tianxiong's home, all the important villagers in the village are here. Their eyes fell on the young man carrying the giant war sword, their eyes bright. Until now, everyone's heads are still a little bit confused, feeling a little unreal. When Xiao Yi left, only the 5 levels of Hotian realm came back, but when he returned, he became a warrior of Hotian realm 9-folds. No one could believe it unless he saw it with his own eyes. You know, there are only 3 village heads in Qingyang town, which has reached this level. Stinky boy, when you come back, you can't bear your father's heart. Xiao Yang laughed and scolded, but the look of pride on his face was clear. His son has now completely surpassed him. Year, tell the grandfather of the village chief, what is your cultivation behavior? Xiao Tianxiong said with a smile. When he saw the young man in front of him, he had grown up to the same level as him, and he was always relieved. Xiao Yi pondered for a moment, and spoke out all his experiences in Wutan. Of course, he did not disclose the Yen Chu and Gu Chuqiu of the ancient family. The Yen Dao is a weapon of the Xuanwu realm powerhouse. If the news leaks out, it will surely attract countless innate realm powerhouses to create a disaster. As for Gu Chuqiu's affairs, he didn't want to say it and made everyone worry about him. Wei Meiqi, there are such strange places. After hearing Xiao Ye's story, Xiao Tianxiong's eyes flickered, and his heart suddenly disappeared. It turns out that Xiao Yi has today's cultivation practice, which is inseparable from the Zamechi. Year, you have killed 20 blood wolf guards now. It won't take long for the blood wolf to know. You must leave quickly. Xiao Tianxiong said suddenly. When he realized Xiao Ye's potential, he was even more reluctant to expose the other party to danger. Yes, you have to send Xiao Yi away quickly, otherwise the blood wolf will kill, then it's trouble. Xiao Dashan and others in the house nodded. Xiao Yi frowned, and said in a deep voice, Grandpa, I won't go. He came back this time to solve the blood wolf gang, and then concentrate on preparing for the upcoming Chongyangmen assessment. He will naturally not leave. Don't go. Xiao Tianxiong shouted, confused. With your qualifications, it won't take long before you can break through to the congenital realm and come back when the time comes. Even the blood wolf can't help you. Today, I will tie you away when I tie it. Xiao Tianxiong exclaimed. Xiao Yi was helpless. He could not always tell the village head and others that he had learned the true meaning of martial arts from the Yen Dao, and he was certain to defeat the blood wolf. Not to mention whether the village chief would believe that he could not be exposed just by the Yen Dao. Xiao Yi had to find other ways to convince everyone. Grandpa, I'm gone. What should Xiaojia village do? Xiao Tianxiong glared at him. You can rest assured that I and old man Wu have joined hands, and the blood wolf can't help us. But what if he suddenly reaches the innate realm? Xiao Yi blinked and asked softly. This. The house became quiet, and everyone felt down. Indeed, the blood wolf is now in a half-step congenital state, and the three village heads joined forces to counter the blood wolf. Even if they were to destroy Qingyang town with the power of the blood wolf gang, they would have to pay a great price. Therefore, there is a delicate balance between the two sides. But if the blood wolf breaks through and becomes a congenital warrior, this balance will be broken immediately, and Qingyang town will usher in a disaster. Seeing that Xiao Tianxiong was speechless by his own rhetoric, he continued, the grandfather of the village, my current behavior is not weak, so I want to stay and help the village to deal with the blood wolf gang together. Xiao Tianxiong raised his eyebrows and was about to speak. Xiao Yang came out. The village head, Yi is a little stubborn. Let me persuade him. Tomorrow morning, I will definitely let him leave the town. It happened that his mother missed him very much and let our family get together. Xiao Yang said. Xiao Tianxiong sighed and nodded, okay. In a day's time, the news of the blood wolf guard's death should not have reached the blood wolf, then I will give you a day. Tomorrow morning, this kid must leave the village. Xiao Tianxiong said in an unquestionable tone. Relax, village head. Xiao Yang finished and led Xiao Yi away. Back home, Romelin greeted him with a worried expression. After learning that Xiao Yi was alone to face the 20 blood wolf guards, she was worried for a long time, but now when Xiao Yi came back, she felt relieved. The dinner on that day was very rich. Only during the new year, dishes that could be put on the table were served. Xiao Ye's family of 3, sitting at the dining table, Luo Milan kept giving Xiao Yi vegetables. Learning that Xiao Yi was leaving the town again tomorrow morning, her eyes suddenly turned red, and the teardrops seemed to be broken beads and kept flowing. Mother, I won't go. Xiao Yi couldn't help crying, comforting Luo Milan. Snapped. Xiao Yang heard the words and slammed the table sharply, shouting, Scary boy, if you still recognize me as a dad, get out of my way tomorrow morning. Xiao Yang has become the heir of the next village chief since Xiu resumed. Now he is angry, and since he has some majesty, even Luo Milan dared not talk much. Xiao Yi opened his mouth and closed it helplessly, bowing his head obediently to eat food. A supper ended in a heavy atmosphere. At night, Xiao Yang pushed open Xiao Ye's door and walked in. Dad. Xiao Yi said. Looking at Xiao Yi, Xiao Yang's expression softened and a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. He slowly said, Yi, you are right during the day. When you come back next time, Qingyang town may no longer exist. Xiao Yiman looked up and stared at Xiao Yang. It won't take long for the blood wolf to break through to the innate realm. This news is now only known to me and the 3 village heads. Xiao Yang said sadly. Boom! Xiao Yeru was struck by lightning and his body trembled. It's no wonder that the village head and Xiao Yang couldn't wait to let him leave Qingyang town. The original reason is this. Today's supper may also be the last reunion dinner for their family. So, you have to leave and hope you don't disappoint me and the village chief. If you are not sure about revenge, never come back. Xiao Yang stared deeply at his son. I'm Xiao Yang, so I have a son in this life, what do you want? Xiao Yang smiled on his face, and then turned away. Looking at Xiao Yang's back, Xiao Ye's soul trembles, a sense of panic spreads throughout the body. He thought he still had time. He can use the Haotiandan he brought back to cultivate an Hotian realm team to fight against the Blood Wolf Guard. The 2 Jade Spirits can also allow the village head and Xiao Yang to make further progress. But now, he has no time to implement these. If the Blood Wolf really breaks into the innate realm, he can't resist it, and Qingyang town will become the dust of history, and all the villagers will die. At this moment, the voices of Dad and Nyang, Xiao Tianxiong, Xiao Dashan and others appeared in Xiao Ye's mind. Do not. I will never allow this to happen. Xiao Yi clenched his fists tightly, his eyes shining brightly. In a flash, he made a decision. The night passed quickly, and when the day hadn't been brightened yet, Xiao Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and a firm color flashed in his eyes. He quietly pushed the door and walked out, toward the east of the village by the dim starlight. At the moment, the village was quiet, only the head of the village was on guard to prevent the blood gang attack, and the villagers were sleeping. To the east of Xiaojia village, there is a wasteland, which is thousands of meters in length, and the tombstones stand up, looking a little bland. Zaijiazuo. Here are the Xiaojia villages in the past, burying bones for the villagers who died in the village. However, all villagers who live, die are not eligible to be buried here. Beside the cemetery, there was also a simple wooden shed with candle-like light swaying, accompanied by a depressing cough. A ricket figure, holding the lights, came out of it. Xiao Ba. Through the swaying fire, Xiao Yi saw a familiar face. Today, Xiao Ba is much older, and when he is in his prime, he has white hair on his temples, as if the old man with wind and candles is no longer old. He. Xiao Yi, you are back. Xiao Ba laughed. Well, uncle, Xiao Yi nodded. Hearing Xiao Ye's words, Xiao Ba's expression froze, and the lights in his hand fell to the ground, and he asked with a trembling voice, You call me uncle. Don't you hate me? Xiao Yi sighed. Seeing Xiao Ba now, he can no longer hate. No hate anymore, Xiao Yi shook his head. Ashamed and excited on Xiao Ba's face, he kept bowing toward Xiao Yi. I'm sorry, I was confused before, and so many villagers were killed. I am willing to spend my whole life to guard their graves. Wash yourself wrong. Fine uncle. Xiao Yi reached out and stopped him. Bring me a mourning suit. I want to keep the tomb for them. Xiao Ba heard that he quickly took out a mourning suit from the wooden shed and gave it to Xiao Yi. After changing to the white mourning clothes, Xiao Yi kneeled down on the knees at the newly added 300 tombstones. My uncles and uncles, I'm back. Xiao Yi whispered softly, staring at the tombstones. He could not forget that those villagers died on the same day under the Blood Wolf gang in order to protect him. Those fresh lives now turn into a cup of lust, where they sleep forever. Time lapsed in silence. When half an hour passed, Xiao Yi stood up and his eyes were surging. My Xiao Yi once vowed to use the blood of the Blood Wolf to commemorate you, and I will do it. Xiao Yi finished, carrying the yen knife, and left in a white mourning suit. Xiao Yi, where are you going? Xiao Ba was surprised and asked quickly. Kill the Blood Wolf. These 3 words spit out from Xiao Ye's mouth, let Xiao Ba stay on the spot. Ah! Xiao Yi was like lightning. He crossed the wall of Xiaojia village high and hurried towards the Nyojiao mountain. Even the villagers who were watching the vigil at the entrance of the village did not notice it. Blood Wolf, today you are either dead, or I am dead. Xiao Yi wore a mourning suit and climbed to Nujiashan. Chapter 38 Kill one person in one step. As the sky became brighter, the villagers of Xiaojia village all got up early and started to get busy. Crunch. Xiao Tianxiong walked out of his home and looked at the familiar village with a trace of sadness in his eyes. Alas, maybe it won't take long for Xiaojia village to become history. Xiao Tianxiong looked at the familiar village and sighed softly. However, as long as Xiao Yi can survive, I can calmly face those dead ancestors. Xiao Tianxiong's face appeared a satisfied smile. The village head, it's not good. At this time, Xiao Yang ran over like a whirlwind, his face flustered. Xiao Tianxiong jumped in his heart and quickly said, "What's wrong?" Xiao Yang took out 2 porcelain bottles, a book, and a letter, all handed to Xiao Tianxiong. Ye was alone and went to kill the blood wolf. Xiao Yang said with a trembling voice. What? Xiao Tianxiong's face changed dramatically, and he quickly looked at the letter in his hand. Dad, village head, when you see this letter, I guess I have arrived at Nujiashan. Please forgive Yi Er's self-assertion, because I can't watch the village collapse, so the blood wolf will die today. The 2 immortals and the 2 grades of fighting skills I left are enough to make the village strong. Looking at the complete letter, the muscles on Xiao Tianxiong's face trembled slightly, and the entire chest undulated like a bellows. Ho Tian Dan, Yu Ling Dan, 2 grade combat skills. Xiao Tian's eyes suddenly turned red. For Xiaojiakan, these 2 types of immortality medicine and combat skills are absolutely treasures, but Xiao Tianxiong is not excited at all at the moment. Because it is very likely that they were the first genius of Xiaojia village, and left the relics. If he could, he would rather not have a panacea or a second-class combat skill, as long as Xiao Yi could survive. Year, you paid too much for our Xiaojia village, and the village is ashamed of you. Xiao Tianxiong looked up and screamed in anger, his emotions fluctuated violently. Whether it was more than a month ago, in order to save the lives of the villagers, the young man chose to pay tribute to Shane 3 times, leave Xiaojia village, or now alone to deal with the blood wolf, Xiao Tianxiong felt a heartache. On the other hand, Xiao Jutsuan did not provide Xiao Yi with substantial help. Xiao Ye's current cultivation practices are all derived from his hard work. Village chief, Yi is going to be fierce, and my dad must fight with him. At this time, Xiao Yang calmed down abnormally, and then turned around resolutely and strode toward the outside of the village. His long hair fluttered wantonly, his back full of free and easy. Xiao Yang, stop for me. Xiao Tianxiong shouted with all his hair. Village head, if you want to dissuade me, then you don't have to. Xiao Yang said lightly, as he continued. Humph. Xiao Tianxiong snorted coldly, sprang up like an arrow. Xiao Yi, this little guy has this courage, how can my old bones fall behind? Notify old man Wu and old man Shi. Today, we are going to fight a fight with the blood wolf. Xiao Tianxiong's eyes were full of power and he made up his mind. From Nyojiao Mountain to Qingyang Town, there are tens of miles of mountain roads. Xiao Yi wore a funeral suit and rushed to Nyojiao Mountain. I'm not quite sure about the blood wolf now. Xiao Ye's eyes flashed, but for the village, I must kill him. The blood wolf is about to break through the pressure brought by the congenital realm, plus he does not want to expose the true meaning of martial arts and the secret of the fire sword, so he can only take risks and face the blood wolf gang alone. Xiaojiakan is his home, with his father and mother, he will not allow anyone to harm his family. Soon, Xiao Yi had come to the foot of Nyojiao Mountain. He looked up at the slightly ridged mountain, and then carried the Yendao towards the mountain road and began to climb. The white morning dress danced with the wind, full of a sense of determination. Photon, they went down the mountain to find the trouble of those mud legs, and they didn't know if those wicked species still closed the village door and dared not come out. In a building halfway up the hill, the two blood wolves chatted to the sky. Huh, that's for sure. With our big heads, they can only serve as turtles. Another bald man sneered. Last time I followed the photon, they went down the hill to join in the fun, pointing at the nose of Xiao Tianxiong's old fellow, scolded for half an hour. As a result, he didn't dare to put a fart. It's really happy. The bald man laughed with his head back. He is only the strength of Zheozhong refining, and his status in the blood wolf gang is very low. As long as he thinks of himself, he can scold the masters of Hotian realm Zheozhong, and he is excited. This is undoubtedly the most proud thing in his life. Ah, I really envy you. I don't know when I can scold at Xiao Tianxiong's nose. The man said enviously before. When the photons come back, I'll ask them to see if they can take you next time they go down the mountain, making you enjoyable too. The bald man said casually. Then thank the bald brother. The man immediately flattered. The bald man couldn't help but float. Suddenly, a cold light bloomed in the tower, and quickly flicked across the neck of the bald man, blood burst out, a head rose into the sky, and there was still a smug smile on his face. The rest of the man was stunned by the sudden change, and blood was sprayed all over. At this time, a young man in a morning suit appeared on the platform, holding a domineering and simple war sword, looking at him indifferently. Xiao Yi. The man was terrified and was about to yell. Call out. But before he shouted, he was cut to the ground by Xiao Yi. Solving the two men, Xiao Yi, holding the yen knife, walked step by step along the mountain road towards the main peak, and the white funeral suit hunted. Xiao Yi did not choose to hide his body and walked unscrupulously on the mountain road. Who is it? As Xiao Yi approached the main peak of Niujiao Mountain, someone soon discovered him. Who? Suddenly, the sound of footsteps rumbled through the air, and a team of blood wolf gang members with weapons appeared, blocking Xiao Yi on the mountain road. At a glance, there are at least 300 people. It's Xiao Yi. I didn't expect that you would dare to throw yourself in the net. A bearded big man came out from the crowd. When he saw Xiao Yi's morning clothes, his eyes suddenly narrowed slightly, and a wave of murderous intention poured out. Wearing a morning clothes to go to the door, but very ugly. Looking at the bearded man, Xiao Yi's eyes suddenly became extremely cold. This person is a blood wolf guard, he remembers. When the blood wolf gang killed Xiao Jiatsuan that day, it was this man who was slashing at himself and was stopped by Xiao Dashan, and Xiao Dashan was therefore scrapped. You are still alive, I am really happy. Xiao Yi murmured, cold eyes surging. Afterwards, Xiao Yi stepped towards the bearded man and said in a cold voice, You killed my villagers that day. Today, Xiao Yi is wearing a mourning dress to recover blood debts for those villagers who died in vain. And you, cut off Uncle Shan's arm and take your life today to pay it back. Oh, when you come to Nujiashan, how dare you be so arrogant? The bearded man laughed contemptuously. Nujiashan is the base camp of the blood wolf gang, he would be afraid of a teenager. The big master is retreating on the dangerous peak, and now everyone listens to my command, the bearded big man shouted, Get me Xiao Yi, regardless of life or death. Hearing the beard and the big beard, all laughed and drove towards Xiao Yi. Call out. The blade of fire in Xiao Yi's hand turned over, and suddenly a cold light appeared, and the 10 members of the blood wolf gang near him collapsed with blood. Everyone's pupils contracted violently, and their steps could not help but stop. What do you froze? Do you forget that the big master said, Who can kill Xiao Yi, can you get a reward? Bearded Dahan shouted. As soon as this remark came out, there was a frenzy in everyone's eyes, and a roar of excitement rushed past. Your blood is too insulting to my knife. Xiao Yi looked indifferent, and inserted the yen knife back into the scabbard. These people are just ordinary members of the blood wolf gang, and even very few of the acquired world are far from his opponents. Then Xiao Yi squeezed his fists together, raised his head and shouted, and his whole body swelled. A powerful airflow rolled up from his body and flew out dozens of people who had swarmed. But in the rear, more people came. Dead. Xiao Ye's eyes were cold, and the advanced version of the palm collapsed, and he continued to spread in his hands. Bang 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 bang. For a time, palm shadows overwhelmed the members of the Blood Wolf gang, and the screams continued to sound in the mountain road. Taking Xiao Ye's current practice as an example, the advanced version of the big collapsed palm is extremely powerful. When a palm is shot, a few people spray blood into mud. Xiao Yi walked calmly towards the bearded man. The dense palm shadows seemed to come from the nine nether, across the sky. Every step he takes, one person must fall, and the white morning suit is soaked in blood, completely red. Even if 300 people came together, they couldn't even stop Xiao Ye's footsteps. In the blink of an eye, a layer of corpses piled up under Xiao Ye's feet, a scene that made the bearded man tremble. The young man in front of him seemed to be the unrelenting of death. Blood Wolf Guard, kill me. Bearded Dahan shouted. Who? 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 When the words fell, a neat team appeared suddenly. A total of 40 people. They were all equipped with scimitars, and the air of killing was skyrocketing. Each of them had 6 levels of cultivation. This is the only remaining Blood Wolf Guard of the Blood Wolf gang. Boy, I underestimated you. Your training should have reached the 7th level of Hotian realm. The bearded man sneered. 40 Blood Wolf Guards are on hand. How long do you think you can last? Want to kill me, next life? Bearded Dahan said, walking behind the 40 Blood Wolf Guards, his palm waved, kill. Boom. 40 Blood Wolf Guards held a scimitar and took a step forward, the powerful momentum gathered together, imitating the oppression of Foshanyu. Click. Because the ground couldn't bear such a strong momentum, it broke apart one after another, and the rubble rolled down the mountain road. I'm going to kill you, no one can stop it. Xiao Yi said indifferently, and then the true energy in the 12 meridians, like the Milky Way hanging upside down from the sky, the breath of the 9th layer of the Hotian realm completely exploded. Xiao Yi squeezed his right fist and exploded against the mountain-like oppression. Boom! Like thunder and thunder, the 40 Blood Wolf Guards were crushed by a punch. With the breath connected, all the Blood Wolf Guards were shocked back a few steps, and the corners of the mouth were bleeding. What? The bearded man was horrified, and the young man's behavior in front of him actually reached the 9th level of Hotian realm. Who? The bearded man did not hesitate, turned and walked along the mountain road, and ran quickly to the village of the Blood Wolf gang, activated the organ, and dropped the stone gate weighing over 10,000 pounds. This stone gate is the only way to Jizi, besides, it is surrounded by cliffs, which is unreachable. After hiding in the stone gate, the bearded man was relieved, and the boy was terrible. Clatter. At this moment, the powerful footsteps came along the mountain road, making the beard and big man's heart jump. Chapter 39 Pinnacle. Listening to the powerful footsteps, the bearded man was beating wildly. Can't even 40 Blood Wolf Guards stop the young man's footsteps. The bearded man looked through the specially made stone joints on the stone gate, and saw the young man dressed in a morning suit stained with blood, walking towards this place step by step. That tall body, like a peerless soldier, was about to pierce the sky. Boy, wait for our big master to get out of the house, you will be dead. The bearded man said loudly. Xiao Yi said indifferently, you still have to worry about yourself first. 40 Blood Wolf Guards can deal with ordinary villagers, but it is not enough to stop Xiao Yi, who has reached the level of 3 village heads. Even, thanks to the power of the 12-pulse inheritance method, Tian Luogong, after Xiao Yi killed 40 Blood Wolf Guards in one breath, his eyes were still fierce, and the true energy in his body was roaring like a dragon in his body. This is something that the Hotian Realm 9 heavy martial artists cannot do. Worry me? This stone door weighs over 10,000 pounds. Do you think you can break it? Behind the stone door, the bearded man laughed. When the Blood Wolf gang built this stone gate, the Blood Wolf once said, "This stone gate, except me, can only be broken unless the 3 village heads of Qinyang town attack at the same time." So the bearded man is very calm. In his view, although Xiao Yi is strong, the real energy fluctuations only reach the early days of Hotian realm Zheozhong. It is impossible to break the stone gate, so he is very safe. Is it? Xiao Yi smiled coldly, and the real energy in his body slammed, and then stepped forward, shouting in his mouth, "Kaishan Quan." In the horrified gaze of the bearded man, Xiao Ye's right fist is as fast as lightning, just like a dragon out of the sea, carrying the volcanic eruption momentum and slamming on the stone gate. Boom! The stone door shook violently. Although it didn't fall down, a spiderweb-like crack spread. How can that be? The bearded man looked pale, and his eyes widened in disbelief. The young man was a humanoid beast, almost blasting the stone gate with a punch. It's really strong. Xiao Yi nodded. You know, with his current cultivation practice, he unfolds a mountain fist, but he can smash a hill. I'm going to see, this stone gate can block me a few punches. Xiao Yi started the mountain fist again, and banged heavily on the stone gate. Boom! The stone door was shaking, the smoke was filled, and the cracks on it gradually expanded, and soon reached the thickness of the arm. Boom! As if under the impact of thousands of troops, the cracks on the stone door are increasing, leaving the big man in the back with cold hands and feet. Boom! When Xiao Ye's fist fell for the 5th time, Sherman finally couldn't bear it, and it burst into countless rubble. The beard in the rear could not avoid it, and was shot into the sieve by the flying rubble. He shouted unwillingly, his wide eyes fell, and his breath was gone. "Uncle Shan, I have reported your revenge on the broken arm." Xiao Yi coldly glanced at the corpse, and then turned his head to look at the direction of the dangerous peak. It's impossible for the Blood Wolf to hear for so long. The other party watched the Blood Wolf help the blood flow into the river, but he never showed up. There was only one reason. The Blood Wolf is at a breakthrough moment. Never let the Blood Wolf break through to the innate realm. Xiao Yi glared at Han Mang, and then carried the saber, leaving the main peak and climbing towards the dangerous peak. The dangerous peak of Niujiao Mountain is like a long sword straight into the sky. At the peak of the dangerous peak, the Blood Wolf sat cross-legged on a boulder, a breath, like a surging sea wave, swept away from it continuously. The breath was high and low, unstable, and undulating. Dare to move me to the Blood Wolf gang? When I break through to the innate realm, I must make this person frustrated. Blood Wolf roared inwardly. In fact, he heard the screams from the main peak. But because he was at a breakthrough moment, he could only bear it. Moreover, as long as he can break through to the innate realm, he can recruit more desperates and form a more powerful Blood Wolf gang. In the Black Dragon Kingdom, the appeal of a congenital warrior is amazing. Who? Xiao Ye's body was full of anger, swept up the peak of the dangerous peak. When he saw the figure sitting cross-legged on the boulder, he suddenly had a breathless breath. What a powerful breath! Xiao Ye's complexion changed slightly, and a surging breath came from the other party. He once felt it on Zhao Qian. Fortunately, the breath of the Blood Wolf is not stable, suddenly high and low. It seems that he has not really stepped into the congenital realm, which makes Xiao Yi a little relieved. Disturb me to break through, you it. The Blood Wolf's eyelids shuddered, and suddenly opened, his eyes gleaming, killing intent. At the same time, his breath fell down and stabilized at the half-step congenital level. Hearing that someone climbed the dangerous peak, the Blood Wolf naturally dared not continue to practice. Compared with breakthroughs, life is more important. It's you. When the Blood Wolf saw Xiao Yi, he was taken aback. He really did not expect that the gang members who slaughtered him on the main peak turned out to be Xiao Yi from Qinyang town. You actually broke through to the early days of Hotian realm Zheozhong. The young man in front of him was so horrified that he was promoted. Blood Wolf, That day you killed me villagers in Qinyang town and forced me to leave Qinyang town. Today, this account should be liquidated. Xiao Yi said coldly. He. Only in the early days of the Nineth Heaven realm, and dare to challenge me? The blood wolf stood up, disdainful. Since it's here, let's keep your life. It depends on whether you have that skill. Xiao Ye's eyes clenched tightly, his fighting spirit skyrocketed, and his eyes were fiery. Ah! Xiao Ye's saws stomped fiercely, all of which were repaired as bursts, rushing towards the blood wolf like lightning. Boom! In the face of the blood wolf, Xiao Yesi did not dare to carelessly. Kaishan fist was displayed, and his fists hit the blood wolf like a storm. Humph! Seeing Xiao Ye's sudden attack, the blood wolf snorted coldly, and a pair of flesh palms flew up and down, protecting the whole body tightly. Bang 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 bang. The sound of intersecting fists keeps coming out, and the blazing force stirs the wind and clouds, making the peak fly away. The big master has dealt with the kid. At the moment on the main peak, dozens of ordinary members of the Blood Wolf gang who had escaped because of hiding, came out of the hiding place and looked up at the dangerous peak. A big master will win. Yes, the kid is not self-confident, he dared to challenge the big master, really looking for death. There are only dozens of Blood Wolf gang members left on the main peak, cheering the Blood Wolf loudly. In their hearts, Blood Wolves are invincible. Above the peak, the two figures are entangled, leaping, throwing their hands and throwing their feet, and there is a powerful force that bursts out, like a rock bursting through the sky, shaking all directions. Boom! The Blood Wolf no longer defended and began to counterattack. A wall of the mountain was cut off by his hand knife, fell to the peak, and shattered. Boom! Xiao Ye's true energy was surging, and a boxing wind blasted a person's high rock into powder. Boy, you're a bit capable, and you have learned both of the second-class combat skills. The Blood Wolf said, his body was violent, and a stroke of thunder cloud broke Xiao Ye's whole body, making it inevitable. In the hands of the Blood Wolf, this two-level combat skill is 10 times more powerful than Lu Er's display, and has reached a satisfactory level. Xiao Yi stood up with cold hair and swelled with anger, pushing Kaishan boxing to its limit. His double fists swelled forward to face the Blood Wolf in the most direct confrontation. Boom! It seemed to be a thunder on a flat ground, and the entire dangerous peak had numerous cracks. Under the confrontation of the two, it trembles, as if it was about to collapse, and the boundless gravel rolled down. Poof! Xiao Ye's face was red, and she exploded 10 times, and blood sputtered in her mouth. It's so strong. Xiao Ye's tumbling blood was forced down by him, and his heart was shocked. His cultivation practice is still far behind that of the Blood Wolf. Sure enough, with my current cultivation practice, it is difficult to contend with the Blood Wolf without using the true meaning of martial arts. I must seize the opportunity and kill it with one stroke. Xiao Yi clearly realized his own strength in the battle with the Blood Wolf. Xiao Yi was shocked in his heart, but he didn't know that the Blood Wolf's heart was even more shocking. The cultivation of the young man in front of him, although it does not look like the early days of Hotian realm Zhejiang, but the strength it exerted is enough to match the later stages of Hotian realm Zhejiang. In particular, the other party's turbulent true energy is endless like waves, the fierce offensive is like a volcanic eruption, and even the Blood Wolf can't eat it. Its strength is not inferior to the 3 village chiefs, and even stronger. This kid's talent is terrible, and he must be killed today. Blood Wolf secretly said. On the one hand, Xiao Yeshio promoted too fast, on the other hand, Xiao Yi can exert his ability to leapfrog. The Blood Wolf felt that if Xiao Yi was allowed to grow up, he would soon be surpassed. Ah! The Blood Wolf flew, and came to the boulder he had cultivated previously. Next to the boulder, a spear was inserted. Xiao Ye's mind was involuntarily attracted by the spear. The lance was 2 meters long, with a red body, and there was cold light flowing from the head. Especially from the spear, Xiao Yi felt a palpitation. The blood wolf held the spear in his hand and said coldly, "This gun is named Drinking Blood and it is a congenital weapon. I only refined it yesterday. Today you can die under this congenital weapon, you can be proud." The blood wolf took out the innate weapon to kill Xiao Yi completely. He didn't want to give the opponent any chance to escape. Innate weapon. Xiao Yi was shocked when she heard the words. From the records of the Black Dragon Kingdom, Xiao Yi learned that innate weapons are inferior to mystic weapons. Because of the long-term cultivation of the strength of innate warriors, the attack power is amazing. Weapons of this level are not uncommon in the Black Dragon Kingdom, but relative to Qinyang Town, they are definitely the treasures. Even if this blood wolf did not break through to the innate realm, he could use this spear to sweep the entire Qinyang Town. Thinking of this, the cold sweat on Xiao Ye's head rolled down. Innate weapons have made the blood wolf refining for so long, then why can I use the Yen Dao without refining? Xiao Yi wondered. Refining weapons, in fact, refers to the martial arts imprint of the original master. In fact, Xiao Yi didn't know that it took a few years for the unlucky innate warrior to refine the Yen Dao, but he died because of serious injuries and picked him a bargain. Otherwise, it is impossible to refine the mystery with his cultivation practice. Boy, die. The spear and the blood wolf shuddered and turned into a straight line, piercing toward Xiao Yi. The spearhead of the spear was cold. The opportunity is coming. I have a saber in my hand. I'm still afraid of innate weapons. Xiao Yi sneered, pulling out the saber with his backhand and slashing at the spear. Click. I saw a slight cracking sound from the spear, and then in the shocked eyes of the blood wolf, it broke into two pieces. How is it possible? The blood wolf took a breath, his face full of disbelief. Congenital weapon, was actually cut off by Xiao Yi. That's mystery. When his eyes fell on the Yen Dao, his pupils contracted violently. I don't know now, it's too late. Xiao Ye's cold flash flashed in front of him, his body exploded, taking advantage of the blood wolf's shock, he raised his saber high, and a powerful potential broke out on his body. Then suddenly hacked off. Blade of oppression. The blood wolf was shocked, and Xiao Ye's knife fell in his eyes, as if it had caused the world to oppress. Chapter 40 Xiaomeng. At this moment, Xiao Yi was full of breath and climbed to the peak. The true qi in the 12 meridians resonated with the true meaning of martial arts, which made his power of this knife reach a terrifying point. In particular, this knife-cutting ignited the momentum of the world, as if the entire world was oppressed, and the blood wolf was like a quagmire. What? The blood wolf roared, and he felt the threat of death for the first time. In an instant, he exploded all the cultivation practices, and the thunder between the fists sounded like two dragons, which caused the air to oscillate. One punch hit the yen knife, and the other punch hit Xiao Ye's abdomen. This is a way of losing both sides. The blood wolf will force Xiao Yi to give up the attack. A flash of madness flashed in Xiao Ye's eyes, and the Yen Dao in his hand showed no mercy, and went straight down. Call out. 1 inch is long and 1 inch is strong. I saw the blood flash, the yen knife fell first, the terrible power collided with thunder cloud, stalemate for a moment, and blasted a fist of the blood wolf into blood mist. The blood wolf screamed, and under severe pain, the other fist shifted a little and brushed Xiao Ye's left shoulder. Poof! Even if it was just a hit, the powerful force was still spurting blood from Xiao Ye's mouth, his shoulders were dislocated, and he was almost hit by the dangerous peak. Fortunately, it was only a hit. Xiao Yi felt a lingering fear. If the blood wolf's punch really hit him, I'm afraid he was already dead. However, the power of the oppressive sword definitely surpasses the half-step innate level, because the yen sword itself is a mystery. It's you who is dead now. Although Xiao Yi couldn't move his left hand, but his strength was still there, he held a yen knife and shot towards the blood wolf. Sword of oppression. Xiao Yi shouted, slashing with a knife. You madman. The blood wolf staggered back, looking at Xiao Yi in horror. This young man is a killer, and he will kill himself if he tries his best. Call out. Between the panic, the blood wolf was wiped into the body by the yen knife, and the blood flower bloomed. Xiao Ye's eyes were cold, and the sword of oppression was cast again and again, and a gully spread on the peak. The seriously wounded blood wolf was completely pressed down by Xiao Yi, and under the blade of oppression, his speed was blocked, and the scars on his body were all over. Stop, as long as you are willing to let me go, I promise to leave immediately and never show up again. At this moment, the blood wolf was afraid. Late. Are you still dead? Xiao Yi shouted, shook all directions, his eyes were fierce, and once again cut off with a knife. Poof! The blood wolf himself screamed. He reluctantly emphasized his true energy. He was crushed by the oppressive knife, and then he continued to split on him, splitting his entire body in half, blood stained the red sky. Finally killing the blood wolf. Xiao Ye's eyes gleamed, holding Yan Yan's hand, shaking slightly. For years ago, the blood wolf turned his palm and wounded Xiao Yang into a serious injury. The meridians were broken, and the repair was lost, almost destroying his home. Even though Xiao Yang's cultivation practice has been restored, this hatred has not faded. He wanted revenge, but the behavior of the blood wolf, like a mountain pressed against him, so he could only look up. He can only bury his hatred in his heart and try hard to cultivate it, causing his perseverance. Today, he finally killed the blood wolf, and his hard work paid off. Dad, your child has avenged you, and no one will dare to bully our Xiaojiakan again. Xiao Yi smiled on her face, staggering a few steps, her body aching, and a trace of blood shed from the corner of her mouth. After beheading the blood wolf, he is also the end of a strong crossbow. Not only will his true energy be exhausted, but also suffered a lot of injuries. The big master is dead. Above the main peak, the remaining members of the blood wolf gang rioted. In their minds, the invincible existence was slashed by a young man, which was impossible for the three village heads of Qinyang town. At this time, on the mountain road of Nyojiao Mountain, all the figures came to the ground quickly. Xiao Yang took the lead and walked towards the summit like a sharp arrow. The three village chiefs followed with solemn faces. Even further behind, are the villagers of the three major villages who have reached the horizon. This time they climbed Mount Oxhorn, holding the determination to die, and fighting against the blood wolf, so they came from the elites of the three villages, and the ordinary villagers did not follow. The group was in a heavy mood, and after walking out of Qinyang town, they hurried off quickly without stopping for a moment. Old Xiao, did you lie to us? Xiao Yi really reached the 9th level of Hotian realm? Along the way, Shi Zhan and Wu Shi asked in disbelief. Is it useful to lie to you? Xiao Tianxiong said in a deep voice. Shi Zhan and Wu Shi glanced at each other, and they still couldn't believe it. Xiao Ye's cultivation speed was too fast. When they saw the corpses on the mountain road, they suddenly believed a bit. The 15-year-old Hotian realm is ninefold, and even if our old fate is to be spared, Xiao Yi must be kept. Shi Zhan and Wu Shimu show a firm light in hand. Year, you must never have an accident. Xiao Yang secretly said, as long as he thought, Xiao Yi had to face the whole blood wolf gang alone, so he was anxious. Who? Xiao Yang glanced at the first main peak of Nyojiao Mountain. When he looked at the dangerous peak, he just saw the scene where Xiao Yi was holding a yen knife and slashing the blood wolf. His head was blank and he stood on the spot. Who? 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 The three village chiefs followed the ascent to the main peak, and followed Xiao Yang's dull eyes, but saw the young man standing on the dangerous peak, blood fluttering like an invincible of war. Blood wolf, dead. The three village heads were stunned and shocked to the extreme. Who is the blood wolf? That was a strong man standing in a half-step congenital realm, a fierce name, and the three of them joined forces to be able to contend with it, but now they are killed by Xiao Yi with his own strength, how can they not be shocked? Good. 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 Xiao Tianxiong was very excited and said 3 good words in a row. The blood wolf was killed, and the boulder crushed on his heart was also crushed. In the future, Xiaojia village and even Qingyang town no longer have to face bullying. It's so refreshing to be suffocated in the past few days. At this time, the acquired warriors of the 3 big villages also climbed to the main peak. When they knew that the blood wolf had been killed by Xiaoyi, they could not help but take a breath. Go! The dozens of ordinary members of the blood wolf gang saw the villagers in the 3 big villages and ran away in fear. Xiaoyi has paid too much for us, killing the blood wolf alone, do we have to do something? Xiao Dashan shouted. Kill all these bitches. The villagers in the 3 big villages were flushed with excitement, and they waited for the orders of the 3 village chiefs, holding weapons and shouting at members of the blood wolf gang. Because they waited too long for this moment. For a while, the villagers with high morale slashed and killed all the blood wolves, and the main peak was red with blood. Afterwards, many villagers flocked to the building complex inhabited by the blood wolves. The blood wolf gang was the culprit. After scrapping Qingyang town for more than 4 years, gold and silver are no longer a minority. Who? Xiao Yang did not join the team that beheaded the blood wolf gang, but quickly climbed towards the dangerous peak. Year. Xiao Yang's eyes were red, staring at his son, and he walked over step by step with pride in his face. The news of Xiao Yi and the blood wolf, a battle at the peak of the dangerous peak of Niujia mountain, spread throughout Qingyang town, and all the villages in the whole town seemed to be earthquakes. Although no villagers witnessed this pinnacle of World War I, some people still said that they had eyes and eyes, as if they saw it with their own eyes, and Xiao Yi has also become the target of all young people in Qingyang town, the idol in the hearts of young girls. At the same time, Xiaojia village became a holy place in the eyes of Qingyang town. Soon, 10 days have passed since that battle, but the entire Qingyang town, because of the destruction of the blood wolf gang, is still immersed in joy, as if the year is passing. At this moment, the 3 village chiefs in Xiao Tianxiong's home, as well as the important villagers of Xiaojia village, are gathering together to laugh. The head of the village of Lijia village begged to see. Do you want him to come in this time? Suddenly, a villager ran in and asked. Xiao Tianxiong, who was originally full of smiles, immediately raised his face. When the blood wolf helped us to deal with Xia Jiakan, his old man Li hid as a tortoise turtle and now he knows to join in the excitement. Xiao Tianxiong said impatiently, blast me out. Yes. The villager straightened his waist and turned and ran out. Since the destruction of the blood wolf gang, Xiaojia village has become a holy place in the eyes of the people of Qingyang town. There are often village heads of other villages who come to see. Because everyone knows that Xiaojia village with Xiao Yi is already the most powerful village in Qingyang town. There are more icing on the cake, and less can deliver charcoal in the snow. Shi Zhan, who has thin hair, took a sip of tea. Old man Xiao, I heard that in addition to 2 sets of 2-level combat skills, there are 2 types of medicines, unyielding pill and Hotian pill. Suddenly, Wu Shi rubbed his hands and said, his eyes were hot. The 2 sets of 2-level combat skills, in addition to the Kaishan fist brought back by Xiao Yi, and Xiao Dashan's thunder cloud broken from the blood wolf gang. You old Wu. Xiao Tianxiong smiled and said, do you still want immortality? Wu Shi was slightly embarrassed and said, I don't want unyielding pill anymore. I hope I can find you and ask for 2 Hotian pills for Wu Dainiu in our village. Wu Dainiu is the first genius in Wujia village, born with divine power, but has not yet stepped into the realm of the future. Yeah, old man Xiao, can you also give me 2? Although Shibo has just stepped into the horizon, but our village, there are other good juniors, I plan to cultivate some. Shi Zhan followed. Xiao Tianxiong was a bit embarrassed when he heard this. After all, when the Xiaojia village was in trouble, the 2 big villages of Shi and Wu stood up to help them. If they refused, it would be somewhat impersonal. Ho Tiandan was brought back by Xiao Yi. How should I arrange it? I'll ask him. Xiao Tianxiong said for a moment. The current Xiao Yi is not only the first genius of Qinyang town, but also the first strong man. Now Xiao Tianxiong must ask the other party's opinions on what decisions to make. Yes, why haven't I seen my grandson-in-law for a long time? Wu Shi quickly asked. This guy had not given up. Let Xiao Yi become his son-in-law's idea. Go. Shi Zhan stared. You were going to give up Xiao Yi, he was my grandson-in-law. Old man Shi, do you want to fight? Just fight, who is afraid of who? Wu Shi and Shi Zhan glared with beards and blushed. On the side, Xiao Tianxiong was a little speechless. These two old guys are really a bit old. Xiao Yang, is Yi's injury better? Xiao Tianxiong was too lazy to ignore them and turned to look at Xiao Yang. I don't know. Xiao Yang smiled bitterly. 10 days ago, Xiao Yi returned to the village and went directly to retreat. He has not come out yet. Even his father, he is not clear about Xiao Ye's situation. He also always wanted to ask Xiao Yi how he killed the blood wolf. But Yi said a word before retreating. Suddenly, Xiao Yang's voice fell deep. In an instant, the house became quiet, and everyone looked at Xiao Yang. Yi said that although the blood wolf gang is destroyed, there will definitely be more powerful forces to bully our Qinyang town in the future. If we want to be free from bullying, we must unite and make ourselves stronger. Xiao Yang said slowly. Xiao Tianxiong's body shook, his eyes flashed, and he pondered. Yeah, in a world like True Spirit Continent, strength is fundamental. Who knows if there will be more powerful forces coming to Qinyang town? If it were not Wu villages who came to help, Xiaojia village had already become dust. Thinking of this, Xiao Tianxiong was suddenly bright, and his eyes shone brightly. He looked around everyone and said, I decided to take out Ho Tian Dan and Liangpin combat skills and share them with Shijiakan and Wujiakan. In the future, the three villages will not separate from each other, unite with each other, and form an alliance. Alliance. Xiao Tianxiong's words stunned everyone. We want to form the strongest alliance, and even develop into a family of martial arts, so that no one dares to bully us. Xiao Tianxiong's voice is full of strong confidence. Shi Zhan and Wu Shi's eyes were bright, and then their hearts were excited. Let the three villages develop into a family of martial arts, which they did not dare to imagine before. With Xiao Ye's qualifications, the achievements that will be made in the future will make them look up to, and the strength of Xiaojia village can be expected. If they are two villages, they can alliance with Xiaojia village, which is equivalent to boarding this huge ship with unlimited potential. Moreover, it is difficult for them to refuse only with the acquired Tiandan and the two-grade combat skills in front of them. I am Stone Warrior, willing to represent Shijiakan and respect Xiajiakan. Shi Zhan took the lead to stand up with a solemn face. I Wu Shi, also willing to respect Xiajiakan. Wu Shi refused to show his weakness, and stood up. The others in the house were excited. Soon, the name Xiao Meng was unanimously recognized by everyone. Xiao Meng, a powerful force that will stand on the top of the true continent in the future, was born in this remote town. The first volume is over, the second volume will be more exciting, and the face of the true spirit continent will also be gradually unveiled. The geniuses of all parties are fighting, who can reach the top. Chapter 41 Four Emperors. The second volume begins. Time is like running water, slowly passing by. It has been a month since Xiao Yi killed the blood wolf. Xiao Yi sat cross-legged in the room, his breath blowing up his robe. After a while, Xiao Ye's breath suddenly rose, shaking the tables and chairs in the house. Finally the Hotian realm is now in the middle of the 9th layer. Xiao Yi opened his eyes, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and a fine flash in his eyes. After a battle with the blood wolf, he had some insights. Therefore, after returning to the village, he immediately retired. After the injury improved slightly, he immediately cultivated and broke through to the mid-stage of Hotian realm today. Xiao Wei's breakthrough has made his strength more than double. If it is normal practice, he can't break through this state so quickly, because after reaching his level, there are unbreakable state barriers between every small state. Otherwise, the three village heads will not be trapped in Hotian realm Zhejiang for so many years. And Xiao Yi jumped out of bed, palms protruding forward casually. Boom! The table in front of him shattered directly. Xiao Ye's random palm did not use true energy, but it seemed to contain the momentum of heaven and earth, causing intense oppression on the front. Really grasping the true meaning of martial arts is a single blow, which can provoke the momentum of the world and cause oppression to the enemy. Xiao Ye's eyes were superb and full of strong self-confidence. In the past, he only used the Yen Dao to seduce the world, which is actually only a mastery of the fur. After a battle with the blood wolf, he could truly grasp the true meaning of martial arts. With a single blow, he can arouse the momentum of the world, without the need to use the Yen Dao. Of course, the Yen Dao is a mysterious weapon. The Yen Dao is used to spur the momentum of heaven and earth. After the increase of the Xian Qi, the power will be stronger. With his current strength, if he confronts the blood wolf again, it is not too difficult to kill the opponent, and he will not scar himself. It is mentioned in the record of the Black Dragon Kingdom that every martial art has a true meaning of 10%. After comprehending the true meaning of martial arts, he once carefully studied the records in this regard. Completely comprehend the sign of the true meaning of martial arts, that is, it can arouse the momentum of the world and cause the force of oppression. As for the previous, Xiao Yi can only be counted as comprehending the true meaning of Yen. The second sword of the phantom in the world of Yenblade should contain a higher level of the true meaning of Yen, but unfortunately my current practice is still unable to support the second shadow of the phantom. Thinking of this, Xiao Yi was slightly sorry. According to his speculation, it is possible to learn the true meaning of martial art contained in the second sword at least until his cultivation ground reaches the innate realm. Now the Blood Wolf gang has been destroyed, I can concentrate on preparing for the Chongyangmen assessment. Xiao Yi said to himself. Thinking of the proud girl Lu Yi, his fists clenched suddenly. You think I can't enter the Chongyang gate, then I appear in front of you in a shocking gesture. And Zhao Qian, you think I can't compare to you, then I will defeat you and wash away the shame you brought me. Today, there are only 3 months left for the entrance examination of the Chongyangmen, which is very urgent. Listening to my father saying, a lot of good things have been found from the village of the Blood Wolf gang. It's better to see if there is any treasure that can improve my cultivation. Suddenly, Xiao Yi flashed a light in his mind and pushed the door and went out. At this time, Xiao Yang and Luo Milan were not at home. Since Xiao Tianxiong planned to unite the two villages of Wu and Shi to form the Xiaoming League, Xiao Yang has become very busy, and even with Luo Milan, he often can't see people. Hey, I have to eat cold meals again. Xiao Yi grinned helplessly, eating the food on the table. After eating, Xiao Yi pushed the door and walked out, showing what was in front of him was a hot scene. Did you eat enough? Hurry up for Lao Tzu. Xiao Dashan, who had a broken arm, glared and was instructing the villagers to carry thick wood and heavy stones to build houses. Now that Xiaojia village has been expanded, rows of newly built houses have risen from the ground, so that the villagers of Shijia village and Wujia village can live in. The 3 major villages live together to be considered a real Xiaoming. Xiao Yi smiled at the corner of her mouth. The idea that he wanted Xiao Jiatsuan to develop into a family of martial arts was now true. Although Xiaomeng is still very weak today, but with 2 ranks of fighting skills and the day after tomorrow, Xiaomeng's prosperity is just around the corner, and it will not be much weaker than the 3 big families in Yudin City. Xiao Yi. Seeing the figure of Xiao Yi, the originally busy villagers immediately stopped their work and greeted each other respectfully. After the formation of Xiaomeng, Xiao Tianxiong served as the main leader, Wu Shi and Shi Zhan served as deputy allies, but everyone knew that the young man in front of him was the leader of Xiaomeng. Your kid is finally closed. Xiao Dashan saw Xiao Yi and immediately ran over with excitement, opening his mouth to complain. The formation of Xiaomeng, the village chief was still inspired by you. But you're better, even went to retreat and became a shopkeeper. Xiao Yi chuckled and talked to Xiao Dashan a few times. Then the words turned and asked, Uncle Shan, where did you put the things you moved back from the Blood Wolf gang? It has long been known that your kid will remember these things. The village chief asked me to put them in my house. You go. Xiao Dashan said. Then I'll take a look first. Xiao Yi grinned and turned away. Along the new road in the village, Xiao Yi saw many villagers in Shijia village and Wujia village along the way. When they saw Xiao Yi, they all greeted with respect. Xiao Dashan's door was false. Xiao Yi pushed the door and walked in, and found that there was no one in the house. He closed the door, looked for a moment, and came to the back room. In the open space inside the house, there were boxes of gold and silver jewelry and various weapons, which were obviously brought back from the Blood Wolf gang. Xiao Yi moved his sights and found many combat skills and acquired skills. The highest level of combat skills was the break of the thunder cloud of the 2 grades, and the highest level of acquired skills was a 9-pulse method. For these, Xiao Yi has no interest and ignores them. After turning around for a long time, there was not much discovery. Xiao Yi was a little disappointed. These things in front of him did not help him a little. Huh? What is this? Suddenly, Xiao Yi found a yellowed page in a box of gold and silver. Xiao Yi raised her curiosity, pinched the pages of the book, and pulled out a yellowed scroll. This scroll looks a little bit old and full of vicissitudes of life. It is not any combat skill, but it is like a warrior's handwriting. The title page is written with the simple words, 4 Great Emperors of Human Race. Emperor. Seeing these 2 words, Xiao Ye's heartbeat accelerated, and he could not help turning it involuntarily. Before the ages, the true spirit continent was a wild land, with fierce beasts rampant, the human race reduced to stuttering, and there was danger of death at any time. Thanks to the emergence of 4 great emperors of the human race, they beheaded the beasts, promoted the prestige of our clan, and created the glory of martial arts. The achievements of the great achievements are difficult to complete. I will wait for generations to sing praises. But 6,000 years after the disappearance of the emperor's prestige has not been able to spread throughout the true continent, the remote places, and he has never heard of the legend of the emperor. I am deeply distressed, so I wrote the deeds of the 4 emperors, hoping that the name of the emperor will last forever. Seeing this, Xiao Ye's eyes flickered. Since he was born, he has never heard of the name of the emperor. Is it true that the legend of the 4 emperors has gradually been buried by the years? Thinking of this, Xiao Yi continued to read. 10,000 years ago, the first great emperor Chen Wuji was born among the human races, which coincided with the riots of the beasts on the mainland. Chen Wuji killed tens of thousands of beasts thousands of miles apart, and fought with the 5-clawed green dragon in the deserted mountain range for 3 days and 3 nights. The sun and the moon were dark, the stars fell, and finally the 5-clawed green dragon was beheaded, and the world was famous, creating the reputation of the unparalleled emperor. 1,000 years apart, the second great emperor of the human race was born, raised his hands to kill all opponents, and entered the nest of the beasts. If he entered an unmanned land, he easily slaughtered millions of beasts, so that the undead giant fled without a fight. The human tribute is called the Iron Blood Emperor. In another 1,000 years, the most talented Tianjiao was born in the history of the true spirit continent. Since its debut, it has pushed its peers across the world. It only took 60 years to invincibly enter the emperor's realm. The violation of the human race is a tiny bit, and it is called the invincible emperor by the human race. In another 1,000 years, a strange woman appeared in the true spirit continent and was honored as a woman. He overwhelmed the men in the world and could not lift his head. Finally, he turned into a generation of emperor, invincible world, and was respected as a peerless emperor. The 4 great emperors disappeared one after another, and for 6,000 years in the true spirit continent, the great emperor became a Sing. Seeing the last line of words, Xiao Ye's heart was agitated and his heart could not be calm for a long time. Even if he didn't see it with his own eyes, he had endless admiration for the four emperors. This handwriting is obviously written by a warrior with extraordinary strength. The division of martial arts is written in detail above. On the way of martial arts, starting from the body training, after the acquired, congenital, Xuanwu, Xiuwu, Wangwu, Huangwu, finally can board the emperor's martial arts, and become the emperor. The four great emperors were so stunning that they stood at the peak of martial arts and were invincible in the world. What a heroic attitude! But why did the four emperors disappear? Soon, Xiao Yi wondered, there is no emperor in the real spirit mainland for 6,000 years, which shows the difficulty of promoting the emperor's martial arts. Soon, Xiao Yi shook his head. Now he is just an acquired warrior. Emperor Wujing is still 1,000 miles away from him. It is too early to think of it. Seeing that there were no other useful treasures, Xiao Yi came back home with a scroll. There are only 3 months left before the Chongyangmen assessment. I will leave in a month and rush to the assessment place, otherwise it will be too late. Xiao Yi thought for a moment and sank into cultivation. With the passage of time, the major cities of Dahong County began to boil. A young genius, with a fighting spirit, began to embark on the journey of becoming famous in Dahong County. Chapter 42 Exotic Youth. Time passed by, and there was only 2 months left for the entrance examination of the Chongyangmen. At the entrance of Xiaomeng, the 3 village heads led many villagers to see Xiao Yi off. Some outstanding juniors of Xiaomeng, such as Shi Bo and Wu Daniu, are all on the list. After taking Hao Tiandan, they have been promoted to the Hotian realm, but they understand that with their strength, it is not realistic to pass the Chongyangmen assessment, so they give up the idea of participating in the Chongyangmen assessment and stay in Xiaomeng. Year, we are waiting for you to be famous in Dahong County. Xiao Tianxiong laughed aloud and looked at Xiao Ye's gaze, full of pride. He remembered the meeting with Xiao Yi a few days ago. Xiao Yi took his attack without changing his face. You should know that after taking Yulingdan, Xiao Tianxiong climbed straight up, broke through the barriers of the realm, and was promoted to a half-step innate level. From this point, it can be seen that Xiao Ye's terrible strength is not an empty talk. Year, be careful. Xiao Yang walked forward with Luo Milan, his eyes full of encouragement. The man is aspiring in the quartet, and with Xiao Ye's qualifications, a Qingyang town can't restrain him at all. The Black Dragon Kingdom and even the True Spirit mainland are his stage. Luo Milan was sad, looking at Xiao Yi with red eyes. Father and mother, I'm gone. Xiao Ye's tears flashed in his eyes, and he was very reluctant, but he had to go to the Chongyangmen entrance exam. After finishing the talk, Xiao Yi was carrying the Yen Dao in the eyes of everyone and turned and strode away. Year, I hope you will be the innate warrior next time, Xiao Yang murmured. At this moment, the rising sun stretched the shadow of the teenager extremely long, as if foreshadowing the future of the teenager. Walking out of Qingyang town, Xiao Yi was excited and shook his head and shouted, Chongyang Gate, I'm here. The last time he left Qingyang town, he was forced away by a blood wolf. This time he left for a more brilliant future. Today Xiaomeng is like a newborn baby. Only when he breaks into the innate realm or even the Xuanwu realm can Xiaomeng thrive. The name of Dahongjun County, Xiao Yi must fight. Xiao Ye's eyes were full of confidence and full of confidence. Although there is no aid of immortality, there is a tower of time in his hand. His cultivation practice has been approaching the late Hotian realm Zhezhong period. In addition to practicing the perfect 2-grade combat skills Kai Shan Quan, and the true meaning of martial arts, he is confident and talented in each way of Dahong County. Of course, he was not proud of his own strength. Because of this assessment, his opponents are all geniuses, and the starting point is much higher than him. Who knows what the other party will do? He can get the chance and realize the true meaning of martial arts, maybe other people also have it. And for the sake of insurance, he will not easily use the yen knife. Chongyangmen is located in the county town of Dahong County. It is set in the county town and is 2,000 miles away from Qingyang town. 2 months is enough for me to rush. Xiao Yi took out the map to the county town, and after confirming the route, stepped away. Sufficient time allows Xiao Yi not to worry. While practicing, she can enjoy the scenery along the way, which is also pleasant. The first time he traveled far, he was curious about everything. At this time, the ancient mansion of Wutan City. Gu Chuqiu, with a sickly pale face, sat in the hall, and across from him, sat a middle-aged man with a face similar to his face. The middle-aged man had a frost-like face, wearing a silver robe, and embroidered 2 rounds of radiant sun on his chest. As long as they are familiar with the forces of the various parties of the Black Dragon Kingdom, they can see at a glance that the overlapping sun represents the Chongyangmen. And this middle-aged man is an ancient Chu Dong who returned from the Chongyang Gate. "Brother, that little has hurt me so badly, you must avenge me," Gu Chuqiu said with anger on his face. As soon as he thought of Xiao Yi, he was so angry that he couldn't restrain himself. Gu Chudong shouted angrily, "It's an old house that was destroyed by a young boy. Are you embarrassed to say? Gu Chuqiu, you haven't seen it for years, you are still stupid." It was learned that the acquired Tiandan and Yulingdan had been robbed by a young man, and Gu Chuqiu's cultivation practice was also abolished, and Gu Chudong's lungs exploded. Angrily, he sent a team of people to investigate the origin of Xiao Yi, but because there are too many towns around Wutan City, this is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. Gu Chuqiu bowed his head and was scolded by his own brother. In fact, Gu Chudong despised Gu Chuqiu, but the other party was his brother. "Humph," Gu Chudong snorted coldly. "Okay, let all the investigators come back. That kid is very talented and will definitely participate in the Chongyangmen entrance exam." It happened that I was promoted to the elder of the silver robe at the Chongyangmen. This time I was responsible for the assessment of Dahong County. When I met the kid, I must kill him. Gu Chudong's eyes were cold and surging. The scent of the air escaped, and the ancient Chu Qiu felt a sense of suffocation. "What about the dust?" Gu Chuqiu asked quickly. The first genius of Wutan City in the past, because he did not absorb a little pulse-washing power in the pulse-washing pool, after repairing the step, the heaven was 6-fold and was overtaken by Su Hao of the Su family. It is too difficult to get a good ranking to participate in the assessment with this practice. Gu Chudong glanced lightly at Gu Chen in the hall and said, "Relax, let Chen Er follow me. With me there, Chen Er's performance will not be bad." Soon, within a month and a half, Xiao Yi passed through the 8 castles all the way, only 100 miles away from the county town of Dahong County. The closer you are to the county town, the more teenagers and girls you will see around. They all have a strong breath and a high spirit of fighting. No, beside Xiao Yi, there was a young boy chattering. "Brother Xiao, look at this beautiful scenery." "Brother Xiao, which city are you from?" "Brother Xiao, how much ranking do you plan to impact?" Xiao Ye's forehead jumped straight, leaving in a big step, just wanting to be as far away from the goods as possible. "Hey! Brother Xiao, slow down, wait for me." The teenager behind him quickly followed, without any self-knowledge. This young man was named Xiao Yan, and he met in a city named Yuehua City. It was the first genius of that city, and he possessed 8 levels of cultivation. When Xiao Yi saw that he was kind, he went to the county with his partner. But Xiao Yi now regrets this decision, because Xiao Yan can say it too well. "Brother Xiao, I also know that I talk a lot, so my father changed the name of Xiao Yan to make me speak less." Xiao Yan said, slightly embarrassed. Xiao Yi glanced at Xiao Yan obliquely. The meaning was obvious. "It turns out that you also have self-knowledge. Boy, hand over your possessions, and the uncle will spare you for not dying." As they approached a dense forest, a group of bandit thieves rushed out of it. Xiao Ye's eyes were cold. The number of these thieves is not large, only about a dozen people, and the most powerful people are only 7-fold. Perhaps it was because he and Xiao Yan were both teenagers, and they despised them. Dare to us, we're so crooked." Just as Xiao Yi was ready to shoot, Xiao Yan came out first, looking like a solemn person. At the same time, a breath broke out in him, which could reach the 7th level of the acquired realm, which was equal to the strongest bandit. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yi dropped countless black lines on his forehead, and the goods were ready to pit people again. Hotian Realm sevenfold, it seems to be a genius, but so many of us, do you think you can deal with it? Xiao Wei, the strongest man, burst into breath and said with a sassy face. Xiao Yan seemed frightened by the powerful breath, and there was a fearful expression on his face. Uncle, don't kill me, I will give you all the money. With that said, he quickly took out the silver and handed it over. Huh, what a soft egg. The bandits laughed and let Xiao Yan walk over. At the moment of approaching the bandit, Xiao Yan's eyes flashed coldly, his body's breath suddenly rose to the Hotian realm eightfold, and then there was a loud roar, and the killing ring was opened. These thieves were shocked, where Xiao Yan's opponent was killed in a few breaths. Dare to grab this young master, I will die you. Xiao Yan proudly clapped his palm, from the thief's body, out of thousands of silver, his eyes narrowed into a line. A strange color flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. In fact, this scene has happened several times. Xiao Yan practiced a martial arts secret technique, which can hide part of the cultivation practice. It is said that even the innate strong men can hardly see through the truth. Along the way, Xiao Yan exclusively picks up places where thieves are easily infested, and then in this way is shady, and he never tires, leaving Xiao Yi speechless. It's cool. Xiao Yan laughed and walked back. Brother Xiao, I think you are a good person. I will pass on this secret technique to you. Xiao Yan took a book from his arms and threw it to Xiao Yi, quite mysteriously. Xiao Yi was slightly stunned, and subconsciously picked up the book, only to see the 3 words, Tibetan Chi Ju, written on its cover. Give me. Xiao Yi was touched. You must know that every martial arts secret is as precious as combat skills and exercises. Relax, this is just a manuscript, originally in my dad's hands. Xiao Yan said carelessly. Xiao Yi moved slightly in his heart. If he could learn this set of secret techniques, he could have an unexpected effect when confronting the strong. Thank you very much. Xiao Yi didn't say much, remember this kindness in her heart, and then opened the secret technique to practice. With the help of the Tower of Time, it took him only 2 days to practice successfully. The true energy was wrapped in mysterious power, which reduced his breath to the early days of the Hotian realm. Such a speed makes Xiao Yan surprise. Brother Xiao, you learned this secret technique, and you will be grateful to me when you get to the county. Xiao Yan laughed. Why? Xiao Yi was a little strange. It was not the first time he heard the other person say this. Does this secret technique have other uses besides concealing cultivation? After learning this secret technique, you can get a lot of treasures. Xiao Yan said mysteriously. After being asked by Xiao Yi, Xiao Yan changed the subject, and he had no choice but to give up. At this moment, in front of the two, a huge city full of years appeared, as if a fierce beast was roaring upward. Dahong County. Xiao Yi looked at the city, full of blood and excitement. Chapter 43 All Geniuses. As one of the 10 major counties, Dahong County is far from the comparable size of Wutan City. The tall city walls are magnificent, with mottled traces and vicissitudes of breath, standing in this land for hundreds of years. Brother Xiao, I heard that the governor of Dahong County was a congenital warrior. Xiao Yan's face rarely showed a longing. The innate warrior may not be much in the huge black dragon kingdom, but within the scope of Dahong County, it is definitely a strong man who has entered the hall. Let's go into the county. Xiao Yi stepped towards the gate. The two followed the dense flow of people into the county town. The acquired warriors were everywhere, and the physical training realm was almost invisible. It's worthy of the county. Xiao Yi said with emotion, even the city gate guards that he had just seen were all warriors from the 6 layers of Hotian realm, far exceeding Wutan City. When they came to the county town, they went to the inn for the first time to settle down. They soon discovered that because of the approaching entrance exam of the Chongyangmen, in addition to the teenagers and girls who came to participate in the assessment, as well as the lively martial arts, the inns in the county were full. They have transferred to a dozen inns in a row, but have not found a room. My mother, I knew that I left early. Xiao Yan scolded. Xiao Yi was very patient. After all, he came to the county for the first time, as if looking around with a play mentality. Huh. Suddenly, Xiao Yi stared at the buildings in front of the avenue. It was also an inn, but it was built with an incomparable atmosphere, as if a king stood tall, overlooking the county. Compared with other inns, it is simply weak. Xiao Yan looked down at Xiao Ye's line of sight and immediately pouted his lips, saying, "That's Junjie Inn, which has 20 rooms and only accepts geniuses from all major cities, but anyone who can live in is a popular battle for the county. Candidates. All the sons of Dahong County have been born in this inn over the years, so Junjie Inn has a great reputation." Xiao Yi nodded his head. It seems that during this assessment, his most powerful competitor lived in this inn. By the way, Brother Xiao, as long as you walk in and expose your cultivation behavior, you will certainly be able to live in it. Maybe you can live in the top 10 rooms. Xiao Yan said. Why don't you go? Xiao Yi glanced at the other party. As the first genius of Yuehua City, Xiao Yan was not weak in cultivation, and should be able to live in it. Hey, I can't live inside, there is naturally a reason. Xiao Yan's face smirked. Xiao Ye's speechless face, wouldn't this product have any crooked ideas? However, he did not want to expose his strength too early. Xiao Yeyao looked at the Junjie Inn from afar, a battle spirit appeared on his body, his clothes roared and his eyes were clear. Humph. At this moment, from the Junjie Inn, there were several strong breaths rising from the sky, and there was a faint voice of dragon and tiger. Every ants, dare to show their warfare in front of me? A cold scream, wrapped in true air, was introduced into Xiao Ye's ears, causing him to change his face slightly and step back a few steps. He only slightly revealed the fighting intent, but was actually sensed by several people, which shows that this inn is indeed lying tiger and hiding dragon. Moreover, those breaths are extremely powerful, and almost all have the 9th level of cultivation of the acquired world, and one of them has reached a half-step innate level. And there is a faint and vast atmosphere, even Xiao Yi felt the palpitations, and has been infinitely close to the congenital realm. All of this happened in an instant, and even Xiao Yan standing beside Xiao Yi didn't notice it. It is worthy of Junjie Inn. Xiao Yi felt a pressure in his heart. He thought that his strength was enough to compete with the genius of Dahong County for the name of the county. Now it seems that he thinks it is too simple. Even if he shows his martial arts intentions, he may not be able to contend with the strongest in Junjie Inn. After stepping into the Hotian realm, there are boundary barriers between each small boundary. It takes a long time to accumulate and break through the barriers. He is only one step away from the later stage of Hotian realm Zheozhou, and he has never been able to break through. You must find a way to improve your cultivation ability before the assessment. Xiao Ye's eyes became firm. Wow! Just as Xiao Yi and Xiao Yan were about to leave, a figure walked out of the Junjie Inn and immediately caused a noise around. You know, those who can stay in Junjie Inn are all geniuses. Xiao Yi looked at it slightly curiously. It was a 16-year-old boy with short hair. He carried his hands on his back and had an arrogant color on his face. When he saw awkward eyes around him, he sneered contemptuously. It was Zhao Zilong from Yancheng. It is said that he had the early cultivation of Haotianjing Zheozhong and stayed in room 11 of Junjie Inn. Seeing the teenager, the people around him immediately started talking about each other, and from time to time there was a cold breath. Junjie Inn has always been the focus of the county. For some talented people, many people have been very clear about it. Moreover, the room numbers of Junjie Inn are sorted by strength. Zhao Zilong's ability to stay in the 10th room means that his strength ranks 11th among many geniuses. This is definitely a terrifying number. Zhao Zilong, a genius who might hit the top 10 in the entrance examination of the Chongyangmen. Good dog doesn't stand in the way, get away. Zhao Zilong carried his hands on his back and walked proudly forward. When he saw Xiao Yi and Xiao Yan standing in the middle of the avenue, he could not help crying. You are the dog. Xiao Yan was furious and stared at the other party fiercely. Hee hee. Zhao Zilong glanced at the two of them, and immediately smiled contemptuously. An acquired day of the 8th early stage, an acquired day of the 7th early stage, this strength, no wonder it will be rejected by Junjiayin. Xiao Yi and Xiao Yan used the secret technique of concealing qi, hiding some cultivation practices. Seeing them standing here, Zhao Zilong thought they were driven out of Junjiayin. Master Ben wants to enter the Junjiayin, anytime. Xiao Yan said coldly. Ignorance. Zhao Zilong said indifferently, then turned away. Yeah, this guy is crazy. Xiao Yan's eyes were fiery and he wanted to rush up, but was stopped by Xiao Yi. Okay, let's go to the inn as soon as possible, otherwise we will sleep on the streets. Xiao Ye's eyes coldly retracted his eyes and said lightly. Anyway, they came to participate in the assessment. Sooner or later they will meet with Zhao Zilong, and then let the other party pay the price of contempt. It is meaningless now. Okay. Xiao Yan was indignant, and finally listened to Xiao Ye's words, and the two left together. After searching for another half-hour in the county town, the two finally found a vacant room at a Laifu inn, and then settled down. It's so cool. I haven't eaten meat for so many days, and my mouth is about to fade out. In the restaurant of Laifu Inn, Xiao Yan was gulping. Xiao Yi also ate it. The restaurant was full of people, almost talking about the assessment of the Chongyangmen and the geniuses that appeared. Xiao Yi slowed down and listened intently, and found that the young man named Shen Huan was considered the most promising by the county. Hearing this, Xiao Yi thought. From the conversation among the people, he learned that the young man had half-step innate cultivation. As for him in Junjiayin, he felt infinitely close to the master of the weather, but no one mentioned it. According to Xiao Yi, this person should be the most powerful contender in the name of a Junzi. It seems that the owner of the breath is very low-key, ready to make a blockbuster on the assessment, just don't know who this person is. Xiao Yi secretly said. After enough food and drink, Xiao Yi and Xiao Yan split up and returned to the house to rest. Late at night, Xiao Yi sat cross-legged on the bed, sinking into the Tower of Time, and began to practice. As he performed Tian Luo Gong, the true qi in the 12 meridians began to work. Let's try it, can you impact the late Hotian realm Zhezhong period? Xiao Ye's eyes flashed with a fine glance, and then mobilized the true energy to begin to impact the realm barrier. Once he cultivates to be able to break through to the later period of the 9th day of the day after tomorrow, his strength will skyrocket again, and he will not be afraid of anyone except the mysterious man who hides his identity without using the Yendao. After trying several times, the realm barrier was still unbreakable, and Xiao Yi gave up. I don't know if I can break through before the assessment. Xiao Yi was anxious. Since he stepped into the Hotian realm, Xiao Wei has been advancing by leaps and bounds, and naturally dissatisfied with the current speed. Boom boom boom. At this time, Xiao Yi was awakened by the door knocking. Xiao Yi got up and opened the door, and found that Xiao Yan was standing outside. Hey, brother Xiao, it's our turn to show our fists. Xiao Yan's face smirked. Xiao Yi smiled bitterly, your kid won't have any crooked ideas again. Follow me, you will know. Xiao Yan was quite mysterious, took Xiao Yi out of the inn, and galloped all the way to a big hall similar to the fighting field. Although it is already night, this arena is brightly lit, crowded, and very lively. Hey, brother Xiao, this is the martial arts ground of Juncheng. Xiao Yan said, taking Xiao Yi and went in. The moment of stepping into the fighting field, the loud noise made Xiao Ye's ears roar. He glanced at the audience and found that this fighting field was actually a very large square. Above the square, there are at least dozens of rings, and in front of each ring, there are people around, loudly applauding the warriors fighting on the ring. Zhang Tao wins and can win the bet, one of the referees announced loudly in front of one of the ring. Xiao Yi looked around and saw two young men walking towards the ring, one happily and one depressed. Huh, Brother Hong, thank you for your 12,000 silver. The winning young man smiled and took the silver from the referee. Next time I will make you return 10 times. The defeated youth yelled. Bet? Xiao Yi was surprised when he saw this. On the side, Xiao Yan explained, in fact, it is the fighting between the warriors, each betting, and the winner can take the other's bet. Xiao Yi nodded, and suddenly a flash of light flashed in his mind, staring at Xiao Yan with a smirk on his face, and said, I rely on, you will not bring me to pit people. Knowing the rules of the fighting field, Xiao Yi immediately thought of Xiao Yan's evil taste. This is simply a paradise for Xiao Yan. After all, the other party has cultivated the secret gas tactics and can hide the cultivation behavior. Isn't it a pit in this place? Hey, Brother Xiao, you can also try it, that feeling is refreshing. Xiao Yan said drunkenly. Xiao Yi was a little speechless, but his heart was a little moved. He is now troubled that he can't break the barriers in the later period of the 9th layer of the realm of heaven. Maybe he can really find a treasure to help break through here. Good dogs don't block, let me go away. Just as Xiao Yi pondered, suddenly a familiar cold drink came from behind. Xiao Yi turned his head and saw that Zhao Zilong, who was seen in the Junjie Inn during the day, walked in with a proud face. Nima, it's really arrogant, and this guy again. Xiao Yan was angry, and whispered to Xiao Yi, Brother Xiao, give me this guy. Chapter 44 Centennial Chalcedony. Anyone who can stay at Junjie Inn is the focus of the martial artists in the county. At this time, Zhao Zilong entered the martial arts arena, and someone immediately recognized him. It is Zhao Zilong in the Rock City, and he has the cultivation practice in the early days of Hotian realm. Does he also want to try his skills in the arena? Zhao Zilong alone attracted the attention of all the martial artists in the fighting field, and the atmosphere was extremely hot. It is natural to expect such genius figures to take action. Listening to Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Yi nodded. For the arrogant Zhao Zilong, he does not have a good impression. If he can really get some benefits in the other party, he will not mind. Moreover, although Zhao Zilong is arrogant, his strength is there, and he is a strong contender for this top 10. He can speculate from Zhao Zilong on the approximate strength of other geniuses. This has great benefits for the assessment after half a month. Zhao Zilong, our brother wants to fight against you, can you dare to take it? Xiao Yan shouted. As soon as this remark came out, the entire martial arts are quiet. Fight with Zhao Zilong. The eyes of the crowd could not help but shift to Xiao Yi and Xiao Yan. When they found out that the two had cultivated, they could not help but laugh. An acquired realm with a 7-fold midterm, and an acquired realm with an 8-fold early stage. With such cultivation practice, dare to compete with Zhao Zilong? It's really ignorant, isn't this giving Zhao Zilong a baby? The clamor of all kinds of taunts drowned the entire martial arts arena. Zhao Zilong raised his eyebrows when he heard that. He came to the martial arts this time. He really wanted to find an opponent to fight and sharpen his cultivation. However, the two people in front of him did not have the qualification to fight against him. It's ridiculous, what kind of person is Zhao Zilong? If anyone challenges me to accept it, wouldn't I be busy every day? Remember, since the ancient dragon hasn't been fighting with snakes. Zhao Zilong sneered, then stepped forward, crossed the two of them, and walked towards the fighting field. Dragons do not fight. Compare yourself to Jackie Chan. Xiao Ye's eyes became cold, and this person was indeed quite arrogant. It's worthy of being a genius. This scene made the martial artists secretly praise. In their view, geniuses should have their own pride, qualified to deal with geniuses, and themselves must be geniuses. Looking at Xiao Yi and Xiao Yan, although Xiao Wei is not bad, it seems very common in a genius like county town, which is a long way from Zhao Zilong. Zhao Zilong, are you afraid? Xiao Yan said without hesitation, grinning, his voice spread throughout the martial arts field under the amplitude of true energy. Xiao Yi smiled slightly. Xiao Yan was really bad enough. In front of so many people, he ridiculed Zhao Zilong, with the other's arrogance, even if he did not agree. Sure enough, I saw Zhao Zilong suddenly turned around, and shot two fine ons in his eyes. Afraid? I, Zhao Zilong, will be afraid of two ants. Really a joke. Zhao Zilong said indifferently, since you want to give me baby, then I will promise you. Hearing this sentence, the martial artists in the fighting field were refreshed. If you want to gamble, you have to abide by the rules of the martial arts court and take your own bets first. At this time, a middle-aged referee came over. Bet? Xiao Yi frowned, except for the thousands of silver that Xiao Tianxiong gave him when he left Qingyang town. Do you want to take money and fight with Zhao Zilong? On the side, Xiao Yan smiled and pulled out a stack of silver tickets from his arms, shouting, I have 200,000 silver tickets here, which can be exchanged for silver in any business in the Black Dragon Kingdom, and it is regarded as my brother's bet. 200,000 silver tickets. There was a riot in the fighting arena, and 202,000 silver was a huge sum of money in the county. Xiao Yi reluctantly smiled. Half of the silver ticket in this guy's hands were obtained by the thieves. The search along the way turned Xiao Yan into a rich man. The middle-aged referee took the silver ticket, checked it, and then turned his attention to Zhao Zilong. Zhao Gongzi, what is your bet? Zhao Zilong's face was a bit black. Although he had a lot of silver in his hand, it could only add up to tens of thousands. He couldn't get it out of sight. It turns out that our big genius Zhao couldn't even take out the bet. Xiao Yan shook his head in a pitiful way, so that Xiao Yi could not help. You fart. Zhao Zilong was furious, his face flushed with rage. Oh, I suddenly remembered that I still have 100,000 silver tickets here. Xiao Yan shouted suddenly, only to see that he tricked and took out a stack of silver tickets. Everyone was a little stunned to see this guy was too bad, never seen such an eager to give money to someone. Zhao the genius, my brother made a bet of 300,000 or 2 silver. If you can't make a bet, you can just say it. Xiao Yan deliberately moved. Xiao Yi laughed silently. This thing is to shady the treasures on Zhao Zilong, and at the same time his heart is dark. If Zhao Zilong knows his true practice, he will not dare to fight against him. Zhao Zilong's breathing stagnated, his fists clenched and loosened, and his face was uncertain. Generally, the wagering of the fighting arena is around 10,000 silver. He came this time and did not prepare so much. And he agreed to a gambling fight, and now he has a hard time riding a tiger. Brother Xiao, it turns out that Zhao Datian is a poor ghost. It seems that this gambling can't go on. Let's go. Xiao Yan said loudly, and then came to the referee, ready to take the silver ticket. Wait. Zhao Zilong said coldly, I have a treasure of heaven and earth here, worth at least 5 million silver. Heaven and earth. Hearing these 4 words, everyone took a breath, shocked. Tian Kadabo is a treasure that was born and raised naturally. The effect is amazing and valuable. I didn't expect Zhao Zilong to have such a treasure. Xiao Yi was also startled, and then his eyes became hot. In the Black Dragon Kingdom, he has read many descriptions of Tian Kadabo, but he has longed for this. Heaven and earth treasure. Zhao Gongzi, are you sure you want to take this thing as a bet? The referee asked with a stunned expression. Since the establishment of the Dahong County martial arts field, he has never seen anyone take a bet. It's okay, I took it out, and they didn't have the ability to win. Zhao Zilong struggled for a moment before he took out something from his arms. It was like a fruit of wenyu, with ample luster, only half the size of a fist, and there was a divine light jumping in it, which was extremely amazing. This object is called the 100-year-old chalcedony, and it grows in the bitter cold. It can help the warriors of the 9th level of the Ho Tian realm to break through the barriers of the realm. I wanted to use this object to hit the top 3 places in the Chongyang Gate, and now it is used as a bet. Zhao Zilong said, and then handed it to the referee. You just take out an object and say it is a treasure of heaven and earth. How can I know whether it is true or false? Moreover, if this object can really help the warrior break through the barrier of the realm, why don't you take it? Xiao Yan pouted. What do you know? Zhao Zilong said coldly, after taking 100 years of chalcedony directly, it must be quenched by the power of extreme cold within 1 month, otherwise it will only play half the effect. I got this thing for half a year because I couldn't find the refining of the extreme cold power, so I kept resisting it. The referee took over the 100-year-old chalcedony and nodded and said, yes, the 100-year-old chalcedony does have this feature, which I can prove. Hearing this explanation, Xiao Yi got hot. He did see the introduction of the chalcedony in the Heilong kingdom for 100 years, so he was very clear that Zhao Zilong said nothing wrong. If he can take 100 years of chalcedony, even if it only exerts half of the effect, it will be enough for him to be promoted to the later period of Hotian realm. Now that you have all made your bets, then start the competition. The referee said. Brother Xiao, I have long looked at the guy uncomfortably, and won his 100-year-old chalcedony, and it belongs to you. Xiao Yan's face smirked. Xiao Yi was slightly surprised. Wasn't Xiao Yan not interested in this thing? Seemingly seeing Xiao Ye's doubts, Xiao Yan said indifferently, anyway, I haven't stepped into the Hotian realm, which is useless to me at all. It might as well be given to you. Xiao Yi was moved. Indeed, the Hotian realm Zhejiang is not reached, and taking 100 years of chalcedony is useless. Because the boundary barrier of Hotian realm only exists in Hotian realm Zhejiang. Subsequently, the referee brought Xiao Yi and Zhao Zilong to a ring, and the two jumped up. In the competition in the fighting arena, if you drop the ring, you lose. It is forbidden to hurt people's lives. After the referee finished, he announced the start of the competition. The entire martial arts are surrounded by this ring, and there is a lot of discussion. You said, how many strokes can this kid hold in Zhao Zilong's hands? 3 strokes will lose. 3 tricks. You too underestimate Zhao Zilong. I think 1 trick is enough. Xiao Ye's remarks that he must lose are instantly recognized by most people. Above the ring, Zhao Zilong proudly looked at Xiao Yi and ridiculed, I have no thanks for Zhao Zilong's life, but today I would like to thank you for the 300,002 silvers I gave. Thank me? Xiao Yi smiled slightly, I want to thank you, and give me 100 years of chalcedony. Zhao Zilong heard a cold flash in his eyes and spit out 2 words in his mouth, ignorance. After he finished speaking, he burst into a strong breath, radiating in a ring, pushing the people around the ring back a few steps. It's such a powerful atmosphere that it's a genius who can stay in room 11 of Junjia Inn. Everyone looked at Zhao Zilong with a shocked expression. Only when he faced Zhao Zilong personally did he know the strength of the other party. Go down. Zhao Zilong didn't even bother to use his combat skills. He was really agitated and slashed toward Xiao Yi with a cold hand. Boom! As Zhao Zilong slammed out, the power of the mountains and the sea roared the air, as if an air wall was pushing toward Xiao Yi. On this strength, do you still want to beat me? Xiao Ye's eyes became cold, and at the same time, the hidden breath because of the hidden gas tactics erupted like a volcano. Boom! Xiao Ye's robe hunted, her black hair danced, her breath soared at an alarming rate, and she quickly surpassed Zhao Zilong, almost reaching the later stage of Haodianjing Zhejiang. What? This dramatic scene sent the entire martial arts stadium into deathly silence, with everyone's mouth wide open and unable to close. Zhao Zilong also looked dull, and his face was unbelievable. The ants that originally made him look down on him suddenly became stronger than him. Chapter 45 Start of Assessment. Seeing the shock of the martial artists in the fighting field, Xiao Yan from the audience laughed. He likes to watch other people's expressions like this. Brother Xiao, beating this girl. Xiao Yan shouted towards the ring. Not good. Zhao Zilong on the ring woke up and quickly backed away. The speed of the reaction is not slow yet. Xiao Yi sneered, a powerful punch, directly dispelled Zhao Zilong's palm wind, and then stomped the ground. Who? In the moment when Zhao Zilong retreated, Xiao Yi went with him, and swept to him. Give me, go on. Xiao Yi drank coldly, and the true energy in the 12 meridian swelled, like a thunderous wave patting the shore, and a powerful force emerged in a fist, blasting towards Zhao Zilong. This simple punch, like a mountain tsunami, is unstoppable. Ha, how is your cultivation base stronger than me? Zhao Zilong defeated you today. Zhao Zilong calmed down, palms out, all the power broke out, and he pushed towards Xiao Yi. As the first genius of Rock City, Zhao Zilong was invincible in his peers in the Rock City and could fight across the ranks, so he was full of confidence in himself. Boom! The palms of the two intersect with each other, terrifying waves erupt, the rock-made ring shakes, and spider-like cracks spread. What? A figure on the ring burst back to the edge of the ring, and then planted one end, making everyone's eyes wide. Because they saw clearly, it was Zhao Zilong who fell to the ring. The young man must have performed a secret technique and concealed his cultivation practice. This is a genius better than Zhao Zilong. He definitely has the strength of the top 10 geniuses from all sides of the county. The referee looked at Xiao Ye's eyes, changed. With his knowledge, he can naturally guess this. Wow! After a moment of silence in the fighting field, the sound of cheering broke out, almost overturning the roof. It is a glory to see a genius rise with your own eyes. Even privately, many people are already there, exploring the origin of Xiao Yi. I believe that the name of Xiao Yi will soon spread throughout the county. Impossible. The defeated Zhao Zilong climbed up with a terrible look. Zhao Zilong was defeated by one move, how could he believe it? And he lost, which means that he would lose 100 years of chalcedony. It's really weak. Xiao Yi shook his head and walked off the ring. Although Zhao Zilong reached the 9th level of Hotian realm, the Hotian exercises he practiced were in the form of 8 veins, which was not comparable to the frank and honest ancient dust. The 8 pulse acquired skills may be good for others, but in front of Xiao Yi who has practiced the 12 pulse acquired skills, it is a bit unsightly. In fact, Xiao Yi was wrong about Zhao Zilong. The 12 vein acquired kung fu is very rare, otherwise it will not be carried by the fallen innate warrior. And even if there are, few people are willing to practice. After all, not everyone is like him, with a tower of time, can spend time unscrupulously. It should be known that every time the acquired skill increases, the difficulty of raising the level increases exponentially. Hey, Zhao Dagon, thank you for your century-old chalcedony. Xiao Yan stepped forward and quickly took the century-old chalcedony and silver ticket from the referee. You dare to yell at me? Zhao Zilong's eyes breathed fire, his heart bleeding. At this time, even if he was an idiot, he could see that Xiao Yan's previous provocation was just waiting for him to be hooked, ready to punish him fiercely. Give me 100 years of chalcedony. Zhao Zilong shouted and rushed towards Xiao Yan. Mr. Zhao, behind us in the arena, but the master of the county is standing. Could it be that you want to provoke the master of the county? The referee said. As soon as the words came out, Zhao Zilong stopped abruptly, his expression fluctuating. The county martial arts are created by the master of Dahong County. This is not a secret in the county, Zhao Zilong certainly knows. Moreover, the master of Dahong County is a long-established congenital strongman, and his prestige spreads far and wide. Look at you ruthless, let's go and see. Zhao Zilong struggled for a moment, glaring at Xiao Yan and Xiao Yi fiercely, and then turned away. It's so cool. Xiao Yan grinned straightly. He couldn't be used to Zhao Zilong very much. Now he succeeded in yelling at each other. Brother Xiao, then. Xiao Yan threw the century-old chalcedony to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi took over 100 years of chalcedony, and his heart was excited. With this thing, he can break through to the later period of Hotian realm Zhezhong. Let's go quickly. Xiao Yan originally wanted to participate in the gambling, but thinking of the preciousness of the centenary chalcedony, he left with Xiao Yi. Another genius has appeared. It seems that the Chongyangmen assessment in half a month will be very exciting. I don't know that. Can I get the place of the county as expected? The referee murmured. No, I have to find out the origin of this teenager as soon as possible. Thinking of this, the referee quietly left the fighting field. For all this, Xiao Yi did not know. After he and Xiao Yan returned to the inn together, they closed the doors and windows and sat cross-legged on the bed. After taking 100 years of chalcedony, if within 1 month, you can't get the power of the extreme cold, you can only play half the effect. Xiao Yi hesitated a little. When he thought of the hidden and vast breath from Junjia Inn, his eyes suddenly flashed with firm light. To enter the Chongyangmen and defeat Zhao Qian, he must get the attention of the Chongyangmen, but now it is no longer his goal to assess the top 10. To fight, then fight for the first. My goal is the name of a Junzi. Xiao Ye's eyes were clear, and he swallowed 100 years of chalcedony without hesitation. After 100 years of chalcedony entrance, it looks like a hot spring, rolling down its throat. Cultivate quickly. Feeling the energy of the centuries of chalcedony flowing through the body, Xiao Yi hurriedly operated Tian Luo Gong, mobilizing the true energy in the 12 meridians, and striking towards the realm barrier. It seems that half of the centenary chalcedony ability, which was still very gentle in the face of the enemy, has become manic, turned into countless needles of energy, and shot toward the barrier of the realm. Bang 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 bang. Under the double impact, the realm barrier is no longer unbreakable and becomes shaky. Push for me. Xiao Yi shouted, really like a huge wave, slapping the energy barrier. Over time, the energy barrier became weaker and weaker, and finally after half an hour. Boom! A soft sound came out, the energy barrier was completely broken, and the breath on Xiao Ye's body was raised to a new level. The true qi in the 12 meridians seemed to be infused with infinite vitality and roared in the meridians. Finally the Hotian realm is now in the later stage of Jiuzhong. Xiao Yi was full of excitement, feeling the power that had increased several times. With his current strength, he is not afraid of anyone except the genius who is infinitely close to the congenital realm. 100 years of chalcedony still has half of its power, lurking in the body. Xiao Yi frowned suddenly. If he can't find the extreme cold power to temper within a month, this half of the power will disappear. It doesn't matter, cultivation matters. Xiao Yi shook his head, and his consciousness sank into the Tower of Time, and he began to practice hard. Half a month, at the first floor of the Tower of Time, which is 5 months. As he turned Tian Luo Gong, the true energy in his body kept growing. Without the barrier of the realm barrier, his cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. Of course, before he saturates again and carries out the 9th mutation, he will encounter the barrier of the realm barrier again. Once the barrier is broken and the 9th mutation of true qi is made, one can reach the half-step congenital realm, which is only 1 step away from the real congenital realm. Xiao Yi worked hard in the Tower of Time, but the atmosphere in the county was getting hotter and hotter. Every day, almost tens of thousands of warriors rushed to the county to prepare to appreciate the upcoming Chongyangmen assessment and admire the talented heroes. Today, the mansion of the governor of Dahong County welcomed 2 distinguished guests. The 2 have worked hard all the way. The master of this county has prepared a sumptuous banquet to entertain the 2. Mu Tao, head of the county of Dahong, is over 40 years, but looks very young, like a young man with a kind of body-forced majesty. Although he was the master of a county, he did not dare to maintain his identity when facing a powerful martial art such as Chongyangmen. Master Mu Jun was polite, our brothers and sisters were entrusted by Zongmen to preside over the assessment of Dahong County. We were bothered. Gu Chudong, a silver robe, smiled and arched his hand, followed by Gu Chen, then stood behind him. Yes, Lord Mu, you haven't seen it for many years. You still have the same style. Presumably it's not too far from the Xuanwu realm. Next to Chu Qiudong, there was an elegant middle-aged man, who was also wearing the silver robe, seems to have the same status as Gu Qiudong. Don't laugh at me for the two of you. When you step into the Xuanwu realm, you have to comprehend the true meaning of a martial art. How many people are stuck at this step and can't break through? Mu Tao shook his head and smiled bitterly. The elegant middle-aged man and Gu Qiudong glanced at each other, then shifted the topic without trace. After the banquet, Gu Qiudong and the elegant middle-aged man were treated as VIPs and arranged in the guest room. Late at night, the bright moonlight sprinkled the earth. As soon as I came to the county town, I heard Xiao Ye's news that he had reached the 9th level of Hotian realm. This qualification is not easy. Gu Qiudong didn't feel sleepy and pushed the window open, looking towards Zhao Yue. After Xiao Yi defeated Zhao Zilong in the martial arts arena, his name was found out and spread throughout the county for a while, known as a promising top 10 genius. What about genius? Annoying the ancient family, I will let you fail the first level of assessment. Gu Qiudong flashed a chill in his eyes, and then sneered. After learning of Xiao Ye's news, he changed his mind. Directly killing Xiao Yi is far better than letting him fall into despair. Half a month's time passed by quickly, and just a hint of light appeared on the day, and the whole county was boiling. Tens of thousands of warriors gathered together, like a torrent, rushing toward the central square of the county. Today my Zhang Tian will be famous in Dahong County. After so many years of hard work, we have to wait for today. A majestic figure emerged from the inn. Boom! At this time, the gate of Junjie Inn burst into burst, and 20 figures stepped out, and each of them showed the enthusiasm of the strong. It's them. Seeing the 20 figures, the whole street fell into deathly silence, and everyone's heart beat wildly, because the name of Dahong County is probably born among them. I Chen Huan shot, who can compete? Among the 20 figures, there is a young man with a strong head with a high head and an invincible temperament. The young man seemed to be in a blazing sun, and the other 19 geniuses became the foil. It's Chen Huan. It is said that he has a half-step innate cultivation practice and is the most likely candidate to become a Junzi. There was a voice of discussion among the crowd. Chapter 46 Name of Yubi. In Lai Fu Inn, Xiao Yi sitting cross-legged on the bed opened his eyes, and his pupils flashed in depth, which was even more profound. Today is the time for evaluation. Xiao Yi was a little excited. He has worked hard for so many years in order to enter the Chongyang Gate. For this purpose, he has not relaxed for a moment. I have come into contact with the barriers of the realm again. Xiao Ye's idea moved a little, and the true energy in the 12 meridians surged, and a strong breath filled his hands and feet. After 5 months of intensive training in the Tower of Time, his cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds, and he stopped under the barrier of the realm barrier, a half-step innate, only 1 step away. Although he did not break the barrier of this realm and let the true Qi undergo the 9th qualitative change and was promoted to the half-step congenital realm, Xiao Yi was very confident. He was not afraid of anyone except the genius who was infinitely close to the congenital realm. After washing, Xiao Yi pushed the door and went out. As for Yen Dao, he had already found a hidden place to hide. After all, the Yen Dao is a mysterious weapon. Even the innate realm martial arts will be jealous. Before Xiuwei did not break through to the innate realm, he dared not use it in a fair manner. Brother Xiao, you finally figured it out. Xiao Yan had been wandering outside for a long time. When he saw Xiao Yi coming out, he quickly greeted him. The two prepared something and walked out of the inn together. Brother Xiao, after taking 100 years of chalcedony, how effective is it? Do you have confidence to attack the name of Junzi? Along the way, Xiao Yan didn't change his nature. Brother Xiao, wait until you become a son of Dahong County, but cover me. Xiao Yi has long been accustomed to this, but just walked calmly towards the central square of the county town, where is the site of the Chongyangmen assessment. From Xiao Yan's mouth, Xiao Yi learned 2 useful information. First, when he was retreating and practicing hard, Zhao Zilong was unwilling to come to the door, but was blocked by the master of Dehong County, and Zhao Zilong had no choice but to retreat. Xiao Yi was a little surprised. How could the county master help him? After Xiao Yan's explanation, Xiao Yi realized that he had defeated Zhao Zilong strongly, which caused a lot of shock and therefore attracted the attention of the county master. Because of his qualifications, the county master intends to make good friends, so he will help him. Secondly, this time the prestigious entrance exam for the Chongyangmen was conducted by two silver-gown elders from the Chongyangmen. The name of one of them, Xiao Yi, was no stranger. Is the ancient Chu Dong of the ancient family? Xiao Ye's eyes flashed. He did not know what position Elder Yin Pao had at Chongyangmen, but the word elder alone would be of great importance. Even if he is an elder, under the eyes of everyone, will he dare to deal with me? Xiao Yi secretly said. As long as he showed his strength and qualifications, and won the attention of the Chongyangmen, then Gu Chudong naturally dare not touch him, so he was not worried. Today's county town can be described as an empty alley, and a large number of people flow toward the central square, just to watch the appraisal event. Soon, Xiao Yi and Xiao Yan stepped into the central square. Xiao Yi glanced and found that the central square was magnificent and paved with bluestone, which was hundreds and thousands of times larger than the martial arts ground of Xiaojia village, enough to accommodate 10,000 people. In the central square, many teenagers stood their heads tall and stood under a stone wall 10 meters high. Those who want to participate in the assessment, come and stand well. A loud voice rang out, overshadowed the noisy voice, and clearly passed into everyone's ears. Xiao Yi looked up and saw a group of heavily armored soldiers walked into the central square to maintain order. Xiao Yi and Xiao Yan walked together and stood behind the team. With the passage of time, young girls have continuously joined the ranks. The 20 people should be geniuses who live in Junjiain. I don't know which one is infinitely close to the congenital realm. Xiao Yi narrowed her eyes. At the forefront of the entire team, 20 figures stood proudly, keeping a certain distance from the crowd, as if they were aloof and outstanding. Looking at the lively warriors, most of the eyes were attracted by these 20 people. After looking at it for a long time, Xiao Yi found nothing, but resignedly looked away. This is also normal. The opponent's cultivation base is higher than him. If the cultivation base is deliberately hidden, it is difficult for him to find out. Suddenly, the central square was tumultuous, and Xiao Yi looked down at everyone's eyes, and saw 3 figures walking in from the entrance. 3 innate warriors. Xiao Ye's heart was awe-inspiring. From the 3 men, he felt a vast breath. Behind those 3, Xiao Yi saw an old acquaintance. Gu Chen. Xiao Ye's eyes became cold, and then his eyes moved. Sure enough, among the 3 innate warriors, he saw a man similar to Gu Chuqiu. This person should be Gu Chudong. Ah! Gu Chudong seemed to feel Xiao Ye's gaze, and there was a sneer in the corner of his mouth. It's the lord of the county and the 2 elders of the Chongyangmen. The onlookers were excited, and the 3 innate warriors showed up at the same time. This was rare. Under the watch of the crowd, the 3 innate warriors came to sit on a high platform in the square and looked down at the crowd. And Gu Chen stepped into the evaluation team. This assessment is divided into 2 levels. The first level is the strength test. On the high platform, Gu Chu Donglang said, his voice echoed throughout the central square. As the voice fell, I saw the soldiers who had previously maintained order, walked up holding a black stone wall, and then placed it on the ground. What is this? Xiao Yi was a little curious. Each of these stone walls had a person's height, and the surface was smooth like a mirror. These are the child walls of the mother-child jade wall, a total of 100 pieces. A warrior under the age of 17 bombards the sub-wall, you can test the true strength, and then project the ranking on this mother wall. The mother wall only presents the top 100, so as long as the jade wall can be named, you can pass the first level test. Gu Chudong pointed to a huge stone wall 10 meters high in the center of the square. Xiao Yewen thought suddenly. When he first walked in, he discovered this huge stone wall, not knowing what it was for. Because there are more than 10,000 young girls participating in the assessment this time, and the test has only 100 pieces of jade walls, so they must be grouped. Xiao Yan stepped forward to draw the lot and got the 36th group, Xiao Yi got the 88th group. 88? It's quite auspicious. Xiao Yi smiled slightly and walked back. But he did not find that the soldier responsible for the lottery sneered. It's really easy to earn 100,000 or 2 silver with a touch of hands and feet. The soldier laughed inwardly. This kid offended Elder Gu Chudong. This first-level test must have failed. In fact, he moved some hands and feet to deliberately draw Xiao Yi to the 88th group, which is what Gu Chudong meant. Soon, all the teenagers and girls who participated in the assessment were grouped. Let's start the test, try your best to bombard the Zibi, I'm waiting for you to enter the Chongyang gate. Gu Chudong on the high platform shouted. Boom! More than 10,000 young girls roared loudly, and their war intentions soared into the sky, and then walked towards the numbered subwall. Dad, where is Prince Xiao? Asked an extremely beautiful young girl from the stands around the square, with clear spring eyes looking into the field. If Xiao Yi is here, he will surely recognize that this young girl is Su Ying of Wutan City. She followed Su Meng to send Su Hao to participate in the assessment, in order to meet Xiao Yi. Among more than 10,000 young girls, it was indeed difficult to find Xiao Yi. Seeing Su Ying's appearance, Su Meng sighed secretly and said, Relax, with the strength of Xiao Ye's brother, in the strength test, it will definitely shine, and you will see him by then. Well. Su Ying nodded gently after listening to Su Meng's words. With the flow of people, Xiao Yi walked to the front of the sub-wall marked with the 88th mark. He glanced away and found that there were 103 people in his team, not including the geniuses who lived in the Junjia Inn. I'll come first. A muscular teenager swelled up with a strong breath, striding toward the subwall. Hotian Realm's 5-fold midterm. Xiao Ye's eyes narrowed, and with the others' cultivation practice, it was almost impossible to rush into the top 100. What? The teenager shouted loudly, punching fiercely on the wall of the child, quite powerful. The sub-wall was hit hard, the lines did not move, and even a trace of movement did not occur. Zibi didn't respond. Your age must be over 17. The soldier on the side dragged the boy down like a wolf. Xiao Yi secretly wondered, in addition to being able to test strength, this sub-wall can also detect age. I'm going to try, what is so strange about this wall? Another boy came out. Arrogant face. I saw him walking in front of Zibi, bursting into a bang, showing the 6-fold cultivation behavior of the day after tomorrow, and slamming heavily on the Zibi. Buzz. This time, the sub-wall reacted, and the surface rippled, followed by 2 star-like patterns. Call out. In the moment when the pattern appeared, the mother wall in the center of the square suddenly glorified the sky and felt the youth's breath. The name written on it in advance appeared and rushed into the 56th place, and the 2 stars behind shone. But soon, the young man's name was brushed off without a trace. Almost every moment, the ranking on the mother wall is changing. Failed to enter the top 100, fail, the soldier responsible for the test announced indifferently, suddenly making the boy's face pale. Impossible. With my strength, how could not even 100 people enter? The boy shouted unwillingly, but was soon dragged down by the soldiers responsible for order. Xiao Yi shook his head. One's strength is related to cultivation, combat skills, and exercises. For example, although he has not yet been promoted to half-step innate, his strength is not weaker than that of half-day innate warrior. The star pattern on the stone wall should be the unit of strength. After the episode, dozens of people took part in the test one after another. Among them, the strongest had Hotian Realm 8-fold initial cultivation practice, which tested out 3.5 stars, ranked in the 100th place, and may be brushed down at any time. Not right. Xiao Yi frowned. As long as the cultivation base reaches the 8th level of Hotian realm, where the realm lies, there will naturally be no difference in strength. How could it be ranked in the 100th place? Is the strength of the 99th in front of me so horrible? Xiao Yi said to himself. Wow! At this moment, the whole square suddenly boiled, cheering loudly. Xiao Yi looked up and saw the 10-meter-high mother wall. The ranking changed again, a name rose to the sky, directly climbed to the top, ranked first, let everyone look up. Chen Huan, first place, 18 stars. The name of the Junzi is mine. A young man with an invincible breath, like a round of scorching sun, exudes a blazing light. Chapter 47 Xiao Ye's ranking. Chen Huan. Xiao Yanang looked at the young man, his eyes clear. In the name of Chen Huan, he naturally heard of it. At the age of 16, he was promoted to a half-step congenital realm. Since his debut, he has been respected by his peers. It can be said that if Xiao Yi was not in Junjie and felt the breath of infinite proximity to the congenital realm, this person must be his biggest opponent. Xiao Yi looked up at the ranking. In second place is a young man named Su Hong, but there are only 15 stars behind, which is far from Chen Huan. You should know that every half-star increase may make the ranking jump by several places. Xiao Yi looked down in turn and saw a familiar name. Su Hao, 30th place, 8 half-stars. 30, I can definitely pass the first level. Xiao Yi smiled on his face. He had been favored by the Su family. He naturally didn't want to see Su Hao fail. Chen Huan's shot caused a lot of movement and detonated the audience. That high ranking makes all the young girls participating in the assessment full of pressure. It seems that this son is the candidate of the Dehongjun Junzi. Above the platform, the elegant man said with a smile. His name was Qin Feng, and he was the elder of Chongyangman's silver robe with Gu Chudong. Gu Chudong's expression was blank, his eyes flashing, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Elder Qin Feng, this may not be necessary. Mu Tao, the head of Dehong County, said, but his eyes were looking somewhere. Qin Feng's face showed a little surprise on his face. Master Mu Jun, is it possible to have a young genius? Can he compare with Chen Huan? I do know 2 young geniuses, one of whom is named Xiao Yi. It should be at the later stage of Hotian realm Zhezhong. I have an intuition that he will not be much worse than Chen Huan. Mu Tao said with a smile. After Xiao Yi defeated Zhao Zilong in the Wudichang, he began to pay attention to Xiao Yi. Comparing Chen Huan. Gu Chudong beside him sneered. Whether he can rush into the top 100 is unknown. In the later period of Hotian realm Zhezhong, it's really good. Listening to Mu Tao, Qin Feng nodded and looked at the ranking, but did not find Xiao Ye's name. It seems that this son hasn't shot yet. Master Mu, who is that other person? Elder Qin Feng, you will know when you look down. Mu Tao said quite mysteriously, then changed the subject. Qin Feng smiled helplessly, also playing dumb mystery. As the test continues, in addition to Chen Huanwen ranking first, the ranking on the mother wall changes from time to time. The 88th group where Xiao Yi is located has been tested so far. The boy who is the strongest has measured 3.5 stars, rushed into the 100th place briefly, and was quickly brushed down. No one in this group is on the list yet. How is this possible? Xiao Yi had a bad hunch in her heart. Eliminate. 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 The soldier responsible for maintaining the 88th group of tests announced indifferently. Brother soldier, is there any problem with this jade wall? Xiao Yi frowned. The soldier shouted and scolded, these jade walls were brought by the 2 elders of Chongyangman. How could there be any problems? Xiao Yi was scolded, and there was a burst of anger in his heart, but he endured it. After all, he had no evidence, just speculation. Oh, this group of people seems to be waste. Just then, a sarcasm came. Xiao Yi looked up and saw that in the next group, a short-haired teenager was looking at him resentfully. Zhao Zilong. It's really a narrow road, and I didn't expect Xiao Zilong to be divided into the next group. Xiao Yi was too lazy to talk to the other party, and looked back. Humph. Zhao Zilong snorted coldly, and when it was his turn to test, he walked to the front of his group of subwalls and punched him. Buzz. A circle of ripples rippled on the surface of the child wall, 11 stars bloomed, and the glory of the mother wall suddenly skyrocketed. Zhao Zilong's name rose rapidly and rushed all the way to the 11th place. Zhao Zilong, 11th place, 11 stars. It's a pity to almost rush into the top 10. Looking at the ranking on the mother's wall, after everyone exclaimed, he felt a little sorry. Zhao Zilong looked gloomy, staring at Xiao Yi fiercely, his eyes spitting fire. If Xiao Yi won away the Chalcedony for 100 years, he took it before the assessment, and he would certainly be able to rush into the top 10. I'd like to see how many people you can rush into. After the test, Zhao Zilong did not walk away, but stood aside, looking at Xiao Yi gloomily. More than 10,000 young girls participating in the assessment are divided into 100 groups, and each group has more than 100 people, so the first level test is carried out quickly. Moreover, with the passage of time, the change in ranking on the mother wall is getting smaller and smaller. Finally, it was Xiao Ye's turn to test. Xiao Yi took a deep breath, his eyes sharpened, and then walked to the front of the child wall. 2 grade combat skills, open mountain fist. Xiao Ye's true energy was suddenly running, and he started his mountain fist, and his power came out like a volcanic eruption, hitting the child wall heavily. Buzz. A circle of ripples rippled on the sub-wall, followed by a pattern of 5 stars. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Ye's name appeared on the mother's wall, which excited Su Xian, who had been paying attention. Dad, Master Xiao's shot, look. Got it. Su Meng smiled helplessly and looked up, looking forward to his heart. After Xiao Yi absorbed the power of the pulse-washing pool, the cultivation practice was very amazing. Coupled with this period of hard cultivation, he will definitely be able to rush into the top 10 and shine. At the same time, Xiao Ye's name also attracted the attention of 3 people on the high platform. Xiao Yi, is this the genius young man Mu Tao said? Qin Feng laughed. Yeah, this son should be able to rush into the top 3. Mu Tao nodded, then looked forward to the ranking with expectation. The ranking, which has not changed for a long time, has changed and suddenly attracted everyone's attention. It was the young man named Xiao Yi, who is said to have the strength to break into the top 10. It seems that this time the top 10 rankings have to change again. I don't know if he can rush into the top few. There was a lot of discussion. Call out. Xiao Ye's name rose to the sky, and after rushing into the top 90, some successors were powerless and stopped at the 80. Xiao Yi, 80, 5 stars. I rely on, only 80. Everyone was disappointed, and then a disdainful voice broke out. Su Ying and Su Meng were stunned. With an unbelievable face, why did Xiao Yi rush to the 80? Mu Tao and Qin Feng on the high platform also looked stunned. This kid is really powerful enough to rush into the top 100. Gu Chudong was shocked. Part of the interior of the 88th subwall was destroyed by him. No matter who went to the test, only a small part of the force could be measured. If it is a good child wall, this kid might really hit the first. Gu Chudong's heart was awe-inspiring. It's impossible, there must be something wrong. Mu Tao's eyes widened. He was very optimistic about Xiao Yi. Master Mu, this is our Chongyangmen thing, I hope you don't interfere. Gu Chudong sneered. Mu Tao was irritated when he heard the words, and then flicked his sleeves, no longer asking. Yes, this is the Chongyangmen thing, he is an outsider, there is no reason to intervene. This. Qin Feng, a gentleman, frowned. Ho Tianjing's 9th century post-cultivation can't reach the 80th place. Brother Qing, I heard that you are looking for the Zijin meteorite, planning to cast a congenital weapon. I just have some here, and I will give it to you when I return to the Zongmen. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, but his expression soon became weird. It seemed that Gu Chudong was playing tricks. The temptation of Zijin meteorite made him silent, pretending that nothing happened. Xiao Yi, if you are lucky, you rushed into the top 100. But such achievements cannot get Zongman's attention. When you enter the Chongyang Gate, I will torture you easily. Mu Tao and Qing Feng were easily handled, making Gu Chudong proud of his face. How can a teenager who took part in the assessment beat him? The 80th place. Zhao Zilong smiled with his head up, I didn't expect you to be a waste. Although he also felt something was wrong, he would not miss the opportunity to ridicule Xiao Yi. I am waste. Xiao Yi sneered. Zhao de genius, why don't you bombard this sub-wall, proving that you are not waste, dare you? At this moment, Xiao Yi was 100% sure that there was a problem with this sub-wall. He does not know the strength of others, but he is very clear about his own strength, and can definitely impact the top 3. He thought about it for a moment, and knew that it must be Gu Chudong's ghost, and he stopped him in the 80th place. If the opponent strikes him, then of course he will fight back. Zhao Zilong, who was right in front of him, seemed to lack IQ. Listening to Xiao Ye's words, Zhao Zilong's breathing stopped, the laughter stopped abruptly, his expression gloomy. Let him bombard the problematic sub-wall, he was afraid. Since you have no courage, what is the qualification to say that I am waste? I think you are not even as good as waste. Xiao Yi sarcastically said. Boom! Xiao Ye's words instantly turned Zhao Zilong's eyes red, and new hatred and old hatred broke out together, and his anger burned all his reason. Especially the glances around him made Zhao Zilong's brain warm for a while. Nothing I dare not yet. Zhao Zilong strode to the front of the 88th group, ready to shoot. Stop! The soldiers in charge of this group changed their looks. He naturally knew that there was something wrong with this subwall. If Xiao Zilong shot, he would be exposed. Go! Xiao Ye's eyes were cold, and the soldiers who flew over were blocked by a palm. At first sight, these soldiers were with Gu Chudong, and Xiao Yi was not at all kind to him. Conflict broke out here, and immediately attracted the attention of many people, and turned their eyes. Gu Chudong also saw the commotion here, passing a trace of panic in his eyes. Damn it! Seeing that the carefully prepared plan was about to be destroyed, Gu Chudong flew out like lightning. Give me a hand! Gu Chudong shouted, quickly crossed the top of everyone's head and swept in the direction of Xiao Yi. But at this time, Zhao Zilong had already punched on the wall. Buzz! The waves on the sub-wall rippled and only 4 stars appeared, which was far inferior to Xiao Yi. At the same time, Zhao Qilong's ranking began to land under the connection of Qi and Qi, and disappeared without a trace. The 4 stars can't even enter the top 100. At this moment, the audience fell into deathly silence. Zhao Zilong's expression solidified on his face. Chapter 48 Second Pass. The 4 stars appearing on the wall of the child, and the unusual dazzling made Zhao Zilong's fevered brain wake up. The whole central square was quiet. Zhao Zilong shot this, and the people with a clear eye knew that there was a problem with this sub-wall. I let you stop, didn't you hear it? Gu Chudong's eyes gloomed and his anger rose. Gu Chudong's bad eyes made Zhao Zilong fall into the ice cellar and his body was cold. Even if he is stupid, he can vaguely guess that the elder Chongyangman's silver robe in front of him should have deliberately embarrassed Xiao Yi, but he was inadvertently destroyed by him. Brother Zhao, I have long suspected that there is a problem with this subwall. Thank you for your intention to prove it. Xiao Yi said with a smile on his face, as if he was very familiar with Zhao Zilong. Zhao Zilong jumped in his heart and had a bad hunch. Sure enough, Xiao Yi was finished. Gu Chudong's eyes became even more gloomy, making Zhao Zilong shudder. Lying trough, you are yelling at me again. Zhao Zilong wants to cry without tears, and hopes to strangle Xiao Yi. Am I clearly stimulated by your words? At the same time, he felt the remorse in his heart. Elder Yin Pao is going to deal with Xiao Yi. It's good now. Before entering the Chongyang gate, I offended the elder Yin Pao. How to mix it up next? Elder, you hurried over, it seems that you know that there is something wrong with this subwall. Xiao Yi looked at Gu Chudong, and there was a trace of sarcasm in the corner of his mouth. The muscles in Gu Chudong's face twitched, and he would not admit it under the eyes of everyone. This wall is wonderful, and I want to try it. At this time, a young boy came over, his face full of daze. Seeing that Zhao Zilong only measured 4 stars, he was eager to try. It's Sun Lang ranked 9th. Does he also want to test this subwall? Seeing the young man, everyone murmured. Boom! Sun Lang shouted, his right fist hit the wall like a shell. Buzz! A wave of ripples rippled on the wall, followed by 4 stars, followed by the 5th star, but before it was fully revealed, it dissipated. Call out! Everyone hurriedly looked at the ranking and saw Sun Lang, who was originally high above him, instantly fell and disappeared without a trace. Even Sun Lang only measured 4 stars. If Xiao Yi tested normally, how high should the ranking be? Everyone was shocked. I will try too. Soon, several youngsters came out, all of which were ranked in the top 10 geniuses, among which Su Hong ranked 2nd. 4.5 stars. Seeing the star pattern shown by Su Hong's hand, everyone took a breath, even he couldn't measure 5 stars on this subwall. Everyone looked up at the ranking and saw that Su Hong's ranking fell instantly and finally ranked 85th. At this moment, everyone's heart is beating wildly. Does Xiao Yi have the strength to impact the first? In particular, Xiao Yi, who had previously ridiculed Xiao Yi and only achieved the 80th place, had a hot face on the face, and was slapped by the facts in front of him. Okay. Gu Chudong snorted, his face frosty. There is a problem with this subwall. The previous test results are invalid. After talking, Gu Chudong glanced at Xiao Yi and flew away. Now he wanted to embarrass Xiao Yi again, that was impossible. Wow! The 88th group of young girls cheered for a while and looked at Xiao Yi gratefully. If it was not Xiao Yi, they would wipe out the whole army. Soon, some soldiers from the county moved into a new subwall and asked Xiao Yi to retest. The names appear one by one on the mother wall, making the ranking change again. Gu Chudong, who was back on the platform again, stared at the ranking. I saw Gu Chen, who was originally ranked 63rd. The ranking dropped again and again, and was squeezed to 70. Damn it! Gu Chudong looked ashen. If his plan is successful, Gu Chen's opponents will be much less, and the ranking will naturally not be too bad. Brother Gu, is the Zijin meteorite you just mentioned still counting? At this moment, Qing Feng beside him heard the sound. Count, count. Gu Chudong squeezed these 2 words out of his teeth, only to knock down his teeth and swallow blood. Now, not only did the plan fail, but also took out the Zijin meteorite to block Qing Feng's mouth. It was really a loss to his wife and a troop. Mu Tao on the side saw Gu Chudong eating deflated, could not help but grin, his heart was extremely happy. Finally, it was Xiao Ye's turn to test again, which firmly attracted everyone's attention. The young man with invincible temperament, his eyes were radiant. Xiao Yi, you deserve to be my opponent, I hope not to let me down. Chen Huan whispered. Boom! Xiao Yi punched out, Shi Zhanshan boxed on the child wall, and in an instant, his mind moved slightly, regaining 20% of his strength. 80% strength, enough to rush into the top 3. Xiao Yi was confident. Buzz! I saw the ripples on the subwall, followed by the blazing light, and stars appeared. Call out! Xiao Ye's name, a strong rise, unstoppable, quickly rushed into the top 10. Can he hit first? Everyone held their breath and stared at the dazzling name. Soon, Xiao Ye's name stopped slowly, and finally stopped at a certain position. Xiao Yi, 2nd place, 17 half stars. Boom! The central square was silent for a moment, and then a burst of roar broke out. This was the only genius with strength close to Chen Huan. Ha! Gu Chudong's face is cold and frost, and he wants to deal with Xiao Yi in the future. It will not be so easy. I knew the rank of Master Xiao, it wouldn't be so low. Su Ying looked at the tall name in the grandstand, and her eyes flashed brightly. Xiao Yi. Chen Huan walked out, his fighting spirit skyrocketing. You did not disappoint me. Looking at Dehong County, you are eligible to be my opponent. The two geniuses confronted each other, immediately making everyone's blood boil. The test scores of these two people are high, so that their peers look up and hope to become the existence of Dehong County. Really? Looking at Chen Huan, Xiao Yi smiled slightly. I hope you will not let me down. If it wasn't for him that he only used 80% of his strength, the ranking might not be lower than Chen Huan. Moreover, it was not Chen Huan that made him most afraid. Thinking of this, Xiao Yi looked at the ranking. Is that man planning to take the second hurdle, and then take another shot? It's really suffocating. Xiao Yi was awe-inspiring. From the Junjie Inn, he felt that the master of breath that was infinitely close to the congenital realm. If he really shot, he could definitely suppress Chen Huan and rank first. Now the strength test of the first hurdle is almost over. The first place is still Chen Huan, which shows that the other party, like him, hides his strength. At the second level, we will separate the highs and the lows. Chen Huan finished and walked back. Soon, the strength test of the first level was completely over, and the ranking of the top 100 was confirmed, but all the young girls who did not remain on the UB wall were eliminated. On the central square, only 100 figures remained. First of all, congratulations, you have successfully passed the first pass assessment and become a disciple of Chongyangmen. This time, Qing Feng stood up to speak. The next second level of assessment, the first 10 duels, the final winner is Junzi. I will give you a half-hour rest time. Qing Feng finished, then sat back. The words fell, and the teenage girls on the central square looked enviously and looked at the top 10. For example, although they passed the first pass assessment, they only became registered disciples of the Chongyangmen, and those who achieved the top 10 rankings could become real disciples and receive key cultivation. Moreover, you can win the name of the county, and you can get great rewards. Brother Xiao, you must work hard, I am waiting for you to get the name of the county. Xiao Yan said with excitement before leaving. This guy is not weak, and rushed to 25. Soon, in the huge central square, only the young girls who had won the top 10 rankings were left. They seized the half an hour and adjusted their status to the peak level. Time passed silently, and the warriors on the stand stared fiercely at the 10 figures, and murmured. The strength test of the first hurdle is just an appetizer, after all these geniuses have no real match. The 10 major battles before the second hurdle are the focus of this assessment. It is absolutely exciting to see geniuses from various cities in the county. Most people's eyes are hovering around Xiao Yi and Chen Huan. In their view, the name of this county is likely to arise between these two people. Dad, you said Master Xiao, can you get the name of Junzi? Su Ying asked. It's difficult, Su Meng shook his head, his face full of dignity. Although Xiao Gongzi is excellent, he may not be able to surpass Chen Huan. But I believe that Master Xiao will definitely win. Su Ying raised her beautiful face and said firmly. When half an hour passed. Time is up, the second level of assessment begins. Qing Feng said on the high platform. At the same time, the 10 figures in the center of the square stood up at the same time, and the fighting intention skyrocketed. The second round is a 2-to-1 matchup, and the winner can be promoted to the top 5. Qing Feng announced the rules of the game, and then picked up the list that was prepared earlier. In the first game, Li Baichuan confronted Ma Yensong. As Qing Feng's voice fell, the two young men came out, confrontational with each other. Xiao Yi looked closely, and found that the gap between the two young people's cultivation was not too big. One was in the early days of the 9th layer of the Hotian realm, and the other was in the middle of the 9th layer of the Chongtian. As Qing Feng announced the start of the game, the two teenagers burst out with a strong breath, and the figures struck together bravely. After watching Xiao Yi for a while, he lost interest. The combat skills exhibited by these two teenagers have not even been practiced to a satisfactory level. Although Xiao Yi was not interested, the surrounding audience shouted loudly and the atmosphere was fiery. It didn't take long for the young man named Li Baichuan to take advantage of his cultivation base to make a violent attack and seize the opportunity to beat Ma Yensong, spitting blood, and bow his head to concede defeat. In the next two games, Xiao Yi was squeezed into the second place, and Su Hong, who was ranked third, played, which caused the audience to cheer and beat the opponent in a strong manner to advance to the top 5. Next, Qin Feng took out the list, his tone slowed. Chen Huan confronted Yi Wuhan. Xiao Yi suddenly got a shock. Chen Huan shot, this matchup should be a bit interesting. Chapter 49 Genius Showdown. Xiao Yi looked along the line of sight. Chen Huan's opponent Yi Wuhan was a very ordinary-looking teenager, wearing a gray robe. Since his assessment, this teenager has performed very well, ranking 10th in the first level of the test, and just rushed into the top 10. Yi Wuhan, the name is pretty good, but the strength is too bad. Chen Huan looked at the young man and slowly shook his head. Chen Huan's words made everyone speechless. Yi Wuhan is also a genius figure who rushed into the top 10, and I am afraid that only Chen Huan would dare to comment on the other party. Listening to Chen Huan's words, Yi Wuhan's expression was calm, and there was no irritated color at all. He stood like a wooden pile in the field, watching Chen Huan silently. As Qin Feng announced the start of the competition, the field calmed down. You still admit defeat? Chen Huan said proudly, you are not worthy to fight me. He ranked first in the assessment of the first level, and Yi Wuhan was ranked 10th. He naturally disdained to deal with each other. Match and not match, only know after playing hands. Yi Wuhan said lightly. You can be dealt with just one move. Chen Huan's expression was gloomy, and then he walked over, and a powerful breath erupted throughout his body, sweeping the audience like a whirlwind. A half-step congenital realm. Feeling the power of this breath, the audience around them stared at Chen Huan with wide eyes. This kid dared to fight against Chen Huan and lost. Someone whispered. Let me lie down. Chen Huanru had the invincible momentum in the same round of scorching sun. I saw him coldly sticking out his palms, as if it were a mountain, which made people feel a suffocation, and shot towards Yi Wuhan. A trace of fine flash flashed in Yi Wujian's eyes, and he didn't see how he was gaining momentum. The right fist was as fast as lightning to greet Chen Huan's palm. Boom! The ground in the central square swayed, the violent force swept across, and the sky was covered with dust. The two of the players on the field touched each other and retreated several steps backwards. At this moment, everyone's expressions were stunned, and Chen Huan's unstoppable palm was blocked by Yi Wuhan. How is this possible? Chen Huan was also dumbfounded. What he just played, but a set of two great combat skills, he asked himself to sweep his peers. I didn't expect that Chen Huan, who ranked first, except for Xiao Wei's performance, his strength was very normal, which really disappointed me. Yi Wuhan sighed. You wanna die? Chen Huan was furious when he heard that since his debut, he has always respected his peers and is known as the pride of heaven. Who? Chen Huan stomped on the soles of his feet, his body exploded, and the storm-like attack poured out towards Yi Wuhan. While Yi Wuhan's expression was calm, he stopped Chen Huan's attacks one by one. It's him. Xiao Ye's eyes were fierce, and he was very sure in his heart. Yi Wujian was the genius in Xiujia in who felt that Xiu was infinitely close to the congenital realm. Sure enough, I only heard Yi Wuhan said indifferently, enough attack. At the moment when the voice fell, a breath of breath rose from Yi Wuhan's body, flying Chen Huanjin 7 or 8 meters. Innate realm. Chen Huan looked at Yi Wuhan in horror. No, it should be the acquired limit, or the quasi-congenital realm. I'm a bit closer to the real congenital realm. Yi Wujian shook his head, the breath of his body was like a yang, sweeping the audience, which surprised everyone. Discolored. Who? On the high platform, Gu Chudong and Qin Feng stood up at the same time, shocked. Only one step away, you can step into the a priori realm, this is absolutely evil. The two of them jumped wildly. You have to know that in the centuries-old history of the Chongyangmen, before entering the Zongmen, only 2 or 3 people entered the congenital realm, and their qualifications can be called evil. And these 2 people finally became the top powerhouses of the famous Black Dragon Kingdom. Yi Wuqian in front of him, although he did not really step into the innate realm, it was similar. Master Mu Tao, the genius you mentioned is Yi Wuhan, right? Qin Feng asked. Good. Mu Tao nodded with a smile. I went out to practice a year ago, and found this boy in a mountain range. At that time, he lived alone in a deep mountain, and his cultivation shocked me. He will participate in this assessment. In fact, I was introduced. Qin Feng nodded when he heard the words, and looked at Yi Wuhan fierily. I didn't expect Dahong County and such a wicked genius. It seems that the name of this county is none other than this one. The audience in the central square lost their voices for a moment, followed by a burst of cheers from the sky. At this moment, Yi Wuhan's popularity hit everyone and reached the zenith. In the Black Dragon Kingdom, at such an age, you can have this kind of cultivation, and it is rare to the extreme. What is genius? This is the real genius. Compared with Chen Huan, it is a big difference. I admit defeat. Chen Huan struggled for a moment, bowed his head to admit defeat, and then walked back lonely. He knew very well that in front of Yi Wuhan, he had no chance of winning. What's the match? Fighting with Yi Wuhan, that's looking for abuse. Li Baichuan, who was promoted to the top 5 not long ago, smiled bitterly. For a time, among the top 10, except Xiao Yi, everyone else confessed their defeat and stopped fighting for the name of the county. This scene disappointed the audience around. The decisive battle that should have been splendid, but because of Yi Wuhan, became like this. Ah! At this time, everyone's eyes turned to Xiao Yi, because he was the only one who did not admit defeat. Don't you admit defeat? Yi Wuhan looked at Xiao Yi slightly curiously. Acknowledge defeat? Xiao Ye's eyes were fierce, and his fighting spirit was skyrocketing. Sometimes he waited for an opponent. Why should I admit defeat? Be courageous. A smile appeared on Yi Wuhan's face. You should know that I concealed my strength in the first level of assessment. As long as I want, I can press everyone and hit the first at any time. Xiao Yi robe hunting, black hair dancing. I saw his fists clenched tightly, the thick and true qi in the 12 meridians was running, as if the river was roaring, and a strong breath came out. It's not just you who hides your strength. The conversation between the two was clearly transmitted, making everyone's eyes wide and unbelievable, especially Chen Huan, whose pupils contracted sharply. Xiao Yi even concealed his strength in the first level. Impossible. Chen Huan clenched his fists. Humph, arrogant. Gu Chudong snorted coldly above the platform. He didn't believe Xiao Ye's words. On the central square, the two geniuses faced each other far away, an invisible momentum permeated, firmly attracting everyone's attention. Interesting, I hope you don't dislike Chen Huan, let me down. Yi Wuhan said. I hope you won't let me down. The blood on Xiao Ye's body was hot, and the many geniuses who took part in the assessment were only Yi Wuhan's worth being his opponent. Who? In an instant, the two geniuses disappeared at the same time, looting towards each other. It's fast. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart jumped. Boom! The two figures collided fiercely together, and the thick true air seemed to be roaring by the dragon, the bluestone ground cracked at the feet of the two, and the smoke stirred. Above the high platform, Mu Tao, the head of Dahong County, was taken aback. He was well aware that it would be very difficult for ordinary martial artists to cause damage to this bluestone ground. Even if Yi Wuhan, after all, the other party's cultivation base is there. But Xiao Yi was also forced to do this, which was far beyond his expectations. Rumble. The sound of the square was trembling, Xiao Ye's eyes were like electricity, and the true energy in the 12 meridians was like a galaxy hanging upside down in the sky. He stood in the field, performing a full-scale mountain fist, a powerful force like a volcanic eruption, and he was about to leave Yi submerged without traces. This kid's true energy is too thick. Yi Wuhan was shocked inwardly. Although Xiao Ye's cultivation practice was only in the later period of Hotian realm Zhezhong, the strength that erupted completely reached the half-step congenital level. In particular, Xiao Ye's true energy is far beyond the same level, as if it will never be exhausted. So strong. The spectators were all appalled. Chen Huan, in particular, looked sullen and looked at Xiao Yi, who was so impressed. It turns out that his strength is so strong. Chen Huan murmured absently. Since his debut, he hasn't met any rivals in his peers. He thinks he can always be respected by his peers. But today, he met two peers who were able to overwhelm him, which made him put away his previous pride mentality. One day, I will defeat these two. Chen Huan's eyes became firm, and from this moment on, he regarded Xiao Yi and Yi Wuhan as the targets of catching up. Above the square, the two geniuses clashed fiercely. Although Xiao Yi was brave, but because of the huge gap in the realm, Yi Wuhan could not help but fell on the downside. Retreat to me. Yi Wuhan snorted coldly, and retreated Xiao Yezhen by 5 or 6 steps, spraying blood in his mouth. I admit that you are strong and worth being my opponent. Yi Wuhan said. At this moment, he seemed to be a sharp sword with a sheath and sharp edges, no longer as ordinary as before. In order to respect you, I will use the strongest fighting skills to defeat you. Yi Wuhan stared at Xiao Yi and said slowly. Hearing this sentence, everyone's heart jumped wildly, because at this time they only discovered that from the beginning of the fight, Yi Wuhan didn't seem to have exerted too strong combat skills. Xiao Yi heard the words, his complexion became dignified, the other party's toughness exceeded his imagination. If I can absorb half of the energy of the 100-year-old Chalcedony, break through the barriers of the realm, and board the half-day congenital realm, I can contend with him. Xiao Yi felt a little regret. It is impossible for him to find the power of the extreme cold now. It's a big deal to reveal the true meaning of martial arts. Xiao Ye's eyes sharpened. The true meaning of Budo is his whole card. If it is not necessary, he does not want to reveal it. Because he knows very well how difficult it is to understand the true meaning of a martial art. If this is exposed, it is unpredictable. But in order to obtain more resources and defeat Zhao Qian to wash the shame, he must get the attention of the Chongyangmen, so this county is called, He Must Fight. Chapter 50 Half-Step Congenital. On the central square, everyone stared at Yi Wuhan with wide eyes, lest they miss the wonderful moment. Xiao Ye's body was tight and his expression dignified. It can be called the strongest combat skill by Yi Wuhan, and it must be very powerful. When I was practicing in the deep mountains, I got the combat skills inherited by a congenital strongman. I haven't been able to fully control it since I practiced so hard, and I might kill you by accident. So, I advise you to admit defeat. Yi Wuhan said lightly. Inheritance of the innate strong. Hearing this sentence, the audience around boiled, looking at Yi Wuhan with envious face. In the true spirit continent, there is no shortage of martial fighters who have luck against the sky. Unexpectedly, Yi Wuhan also had this opportunity. Xiao Yi Wenyan shook his head and said, no need, let's do it. What about Yi Wujian's inheritance of the innate strong? What he got is the inheritance of the strong Xuanwu realm. Even take this to understand the true meaning of martial arts. Okay, then you're careful. Yi Wuhan saw Xiao Yi refuse, no longer nonsense, his dark pupils suddenly burst into flames. Frigid. Yi Wuhan yelled, the true qi roared in his body, and a white air flow diffused from his palms, causing the temperature in the field to drop rapidly, as if coming to the cold winter 12th lunar month. What level of combat skills is this? Xiao Yi shivered and was shocked. He could even see that tiny ice crystals appeared in the sky, and Yi Wuhan's combat skills could already affect the outside world. This is definitely a third-grade combat skill. On the high platform, Mu Tao was shocked. The third-grade combat skills are also called innate combat skills. Only when they are promoted to the congenital realm can they be displayed. Gu Chudong was also stunned. This child hasn't really stepped into the innate, he can display innate combat skills, this qualification is terrible. Qin Feng murmured. In the central square, Xiao Ye's eyes changed slightly. You must preempt. Thinking of this, he stomped on his feet, his figure leaping towards Yi Wuhan, and Kaishan fist was pushed to the limit. What? Yi Wuhan raised his head and shouted, his dark pupil was completely replaced by Hanmang, and the white air flow rolled around him. Boom! Yi Wuhan's palms came out together, facing Xiao Yi, so that the surrounding air was condensed. Boom! The two collided fiercely together. The force of the cold and cold bone made Xiao Ye's body tremble and was shocked to fly out, and a mouthful of blood spewed out of his mouth. Recognize the defeat, you can't win me. After Yi Wuhan's cold energy, his strength completely reached the level of the innate warrior. He stepped towards the direction of Xiao Yi, his palms shrouded in endless coldness, as if two icebergs were suppressing towards Xiao Yi. Poof! Xiao Yi was sent out by Zhenfei again, his mouth spurting blood, and was seriously injured. The strength of the innate warrior level is far from what he can contend with. At this moment, Xiao Yi deeply felt the importance of combat skills. Yi Wujian can fight against one or two when he is not showing off his vigor. But now it is completely crushed, not at all on one level. It is for this reason that Xiao Yi wanted to enter the Chongyang Gate, and only in the Zhong Men can he get a powerful combat skill. What should I do? Do you want to reveal the true meaning of martial arts? Xiao Yi thought as she tried to avoid Yi Wuhan's attack. Boom! Because of the coldness entering the body, Xiao Ye's body became stiff, and the speed of avoidance slowed down a lot. The power of this palm was so strong that Xiao Yi almost froze it, flesh and blood swayed, and the bitter cold rushed toward his internal organs, wreaking havoc. Sorry. Xiao Yi was terrified, and he was so angry that he wanted to dispel these chills. At this moment, he had been lurking in his body, the gentle energy like the dead water, and suddenly wanted to move, swallowing the huge cold. Boom! After swallowing the cold air, those gentle energies became abnormally violent, and fluttered in Xiao Ye's body. This is the half of the energy left in the centuries of chalcedony. Xiao Yi froze, but soon became excited. The half of the energy of 100 years of chalcedony requires the hardening of the extreme cold power to be effective, and is the ice strength of Yi Wuhan not the best ice power? Thinking of this, Xiao Yi was excited. Maybe he can use Yi Wuhan's cold energy to absorb half of the energy and break the barrier of the realm. Coldness is not enough. Xiao Yi depressed his inner excitement, looking at Yi Wuhan, who had a look of anticipation in his eyes. Seeing Xiao Yi, Yi Wuhan frowned slightly. Don't you admit defeat? Really stubborn. Yi Wuhan shouted, and his palms turned, cold air burst, countless ice crystals appeared in the air, and shot at Xiao Yi. Good coming. Xiao Ye's eyes were fierce, and he used his flesh to resist those chills. The cold had just entered the body, so that the energy of the 100-year-old chalcedony was completely swallowed, and the remaining palm wind, Xiao Ye's true energy, swayed it. The strength of the ice force is that it can freeze the flesh and blood of others and cause great damage. Now that the coldness has been swallowed by the centuries-old chalcedony, it is not as threatening as the two-grade combat skills. But in order to prevent Yi Wuhan from discovering, he still pretended to be shocked, screamed backwards, and even spouted a sip of blood. So cool. The energy of the centuries chalcedony is becoming more and more active, which makes Xiao Ye's heart very happy. Yi Wujian's brows were slightly wrinkled, and the cold energy did not freeze Xiao Yi, which made him feel a little surprised. I see how long you can persist. Yi Wuhan whispered, and the cold exploded, causing the temperature in the field to plummet again. The cold on his body was extremely extreme, and the terrible palm wind drowned Xiaoyi. Bang 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 bang. For a time, Xiaoyi let go of her body and mind, and let cold flow into her body, her eyes brighter and brighter. At the same time pretending to be shocked out, embarrassed. In the eyes of outsiders, Yi Wujian was so powerful that he beat Xiaoyi to no avail. This kid is crazy, so do not admit defeat. The spectator whispered, shaking his head from time to time and sighed. It must be a high self-esteem. I think I still have a chance to get the position of a county. There was a jealous young boy who sneered coldly. It's really uncontrollable. The young man's words suddenly caused more cold words. Listening to the falling voice, Su Ying's beautiful face appeared worried. Above the platform, the three innate powerhouses looked down at the two great geniuses. Xiaoyi can't compete with Yi Wuhan at all, so he will definitely die. Mu Tao suddenly got up, and he couldn't bear to see a genius fall. At this moment, Gu Chudong flashed his body and stopped him. Mu Junju, Xiaoyi did not admit defeat, indicating that he has the certainty of winning. Why do you want to destroy others' good deeds? Gu Chudong on the side said testily, his tone full of ridicule. Sure to win. Elder Gu, you really open your eyes and talk nonsense. Mu Tao said angrily. In his view, Xiaoyi was beaten by Gu Chudong without any chance to fight back, and it was precarious. How could he still have the certainty of winning? Give me back. Mu Tao said angrily. Give up. This is my entrance exam for the Chongyangmen. As an elder of the Chongyangmen, I will not let outsiders intervene to ensure the fairness of the assessment. Gu Chudong said confidently. Justice? Mu Tao smiled angrily. What else did Gu Chudong do in the first pass assessment? The other party clearly asked Xiaoyi to die in Yi Wujian's hands. The appearance of Gu Chudong makes him sick. Master Lord, you should sit back, lest I report to Zongmen. Gu Chudong said coldly. Mu Tao was breathless and heard his face flushed. The Chongyangmen is in the Black Dragon Kingdom, but it is a behemoth. The master of his county, in front of the Chongyangmen, does not have much weight, otherwise a silver-robed elder will not be so rude to him. Therefore, once Gu Chudong reported to the sect door and buckled him off this big hat, then he was in the Black Dragon Kingdom, and he didn't need to be confused. Humph. Thinking of this, Mu Tao sat back extremely reluctantly. Hey, little bastard, if you want to find death, then I will help you clear the obstacles and make you die faster. Gu Chudong sneered. The central square is filled with white mist everywhere, cold and cold. Xiaoyi took the 20 palms of Yi Wuhan, and all the cold energy was absorbed, continuously refining the energy of the centuries-old chalcedony, making it full of activity. At the same time, he pretended to be injured, and blood continued to bleed from the corners of his mouth, but his eyes became brighter and brighter, full of intimidation. This kid is weird. Yi Wuhan felt something was wrong. It stands to reason that Xiaoyi has received so many palms and was already frozen to death by cold energy, but in contrast, Xiaoyi is still alive and kicking, where can he be injured? If it wasn't for the other person's constant vomiting blood, he really doubted that the cold energy was invalid to him. Yi Wuhan, your combat skills are quite ordinary, hit me like a tickle. Xiaoyi grinned and stirred Yi Wuhan's nerves with words. Anger rose in Yi Wuhan's words. Xiaoyi, I didn't want to kill you, but now you are forced to do it. You are ready to pick up my strongest ice energy. Yi Wuhan said coldly. Up to now, he has also been hit by real fire. Ice energy is too great for my loss, and the battle must be resolved as soon as possible. Yi Wujian's thoughts turned sharply, and then his anger surged. His palms were blue and prosperous, a little out of control, carrying boundless cold, toward Xiaoyi rushed away. This time, Yi Wuhan's complexion was white, and obviously he was a bit weak. Huh, come on well. Xiaoyi laughed secretly. The stronger the strength of Yi Wuhan's ice energy, the faster the energy for refining the centuries-old chalcedony, so he can't wait for Yi Wuhan to exert the strongest ice energy. Boom! The violent ice is like a storm, drowning Xiao Ye's body, and it is extremely terrifying. Almost. Xiao Ye's eyes were like electricity, and the boundless cold entered the body, and was swallowed by the energy of the centuries-old chalcedony. Boom! In an instant, a shocking breath suddenly appeared on Xiao Ye's body, pushing Yi Wuhan back a few steps, his eyes flustered. At the moment, the century-old chalcedony energy in Xiao Ye's body, like boiling magma, was fully activated and rushed towards the barrier of the realm. Bang 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 bang. Under such a powerful impact, the realm barriers were crumbling, and a little crack spread. Break me! Xiao Yi roared, mobilizing the true energy in the 12 meridians, and rushed towards the barrier of the realm. Boom! After a while, the realm barriers broke down completely, and Xiao Yi suddenly opened his eyes to a new world. In addition, the originally saturated qi in his body quickly carried out the 9th qualitative change. Just as Jiang Long was roaring, the sound was trembling, and the powerful qi fluctuated like a tide sweeping around. Half step, innate. Feeling the true qi that completed the last qualitative change in the body, Xiao Yi excitedly raised his head and shouted, and there was endless joy in the rolling sound waves. The real showdown will only start now. Xiao Ye's eyes blasted 2 flashes, his face full of confidence. Chapter 51 Pinnacle Battle. After fully absorbing half of the energy from the 100-year-old chalcedony, Xiao Yi broke through the realm barrier and finally reached the half-step congenital realm. Now the true qi in his body has undergone the last qualitative change, becoming extremely pure, without any trace of impurities, and the power contained has increased more than 3 times. With my current practice, I can run through the horizon. As long as I'm not an innate warrior, I'm fearless. Xiao Yi revealed a strong confidence, and his eyes were exquisite. Entering this realm, he realized the power of this realm. Half-step congenital realm. Yi Wuhan's complexion became dignified, feeling the powerful real energy fluctuations in Xiao Ye's body. If he knew that Xiao Yi had made use of his cold energy to break through to a half-step innate, he would vomit blood with depression. Gu Chudong's expression stiffened, and the previous sneer remained on his face, but more, it was shock. How could this little break through? Gu Chudong growled inside, his body trembling with anger. On the side, Mu Tao glanced at Gu Chudong, with a mocking tone, "Elder Gu, no wonder you will say that Xiao Yi has a certain grasp of victory. It seems that you have expected Xiao Yi to break through, which is a magical trick. I just blamed you." Mu Tao's voice sounded extremely harsh, causing Gu Chudong's blood to roll for a while, and he almost didn't hold back the internal injury. That sentence was his nonsense at all. Where did I think that it is now fulfilled? Is this the legendary crow mouth? Humph. Gu Chudong Taiching turned his face and turned his head. Brother Gu, I don't want the Zijin meteorite, I advise you to give up dealing with Xiao Yi. Qing Feng's true voice transmitted. Gu Chudong's expression stiffened again. With Xiao Ye's qualifications and cultivation practices, even if he can't become a junior of Dehong County, he will be focused on training after entering Zoneman. Offending such a promising genius is very unwise, so Brother Gu is sorry, and I will treat it fairly in the next assessment. Qing Feng's attitude was clear, indicating his position. Looking at the entry exams over the years, before the entrance to the Chongyang Gate, you have the 9th layer of the Hotian realm. Although there are not many, there are still so many, so Qing Feng is not afraid of offending. It may be half-step congenital, then very few. Once such a genius enters the sect, it will be immediately valued, and various resources will be added to it, and it will be just around the corner to become a strong man. Even Qing Feng, the elder of the silver robe, would lower his posture to show such genius. Qing Feng's rebellion faced each other, making Gu Chudong angry, his fists clenched and his chest violently fluctuated. I don't believe that I, Chu Chudong, can't fight a little bastard. Gu Chudong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed his anger, and his eyes froze. On the central square, 2 days of geniuses faced each other, facing each other. The spectators all around were excited. Xiao Yi made a breakthrough in the battle, which shocked everyone and made the duel undulate. What about the half-step congenital realm? It's still not my opponent. Yi Wuhan said coldly, then his palms were enveloped by the rich blue light, and the cold surging wildly shot toward Xiao Yi. Numerous small ice crystals appeared in the air along the way. Xiao Ye's eyes are fiery and fierce, and he is trying to test his current strength. I saw him unfold the mountain fist, the true energy in the 12 meridians, as if the 12 rivers roared violently, and a powerful force erupted like a volcano. After being promoted to a half-step innate, Kaishan Quan doubled its power, especially in line with Xiao Ye's strong true energy, and had the momentum to sweep everything. Boom! The two figures collided together, and the bone-chilling cold froze the bluestone floor, which was then destroyed by violent energy, and numerous cracks spread. Bang bang! In an instant, the bluestone floors within 10 steps of the two were all lifted up and shattered, turned into powder, and sprinkled down one after another. At the same time, after a brief contact between the two figures, they were flicked out. What a powerful force! Yi Wuhan was shocked by 4 or 5 steps and shook the palm of his hair. He was surprised. After Xiao Yi was promoted to the half-step congenital realm, his power surged, almost no worse than him. If it was not by virtue of cold energy, he could not suppress the other party. This is the first time he has encountered a peer of similar strength. Yi Wuhan, your cold energy is getting weaker and weaker. Xiao Yi smiled slightly, and his heart was full of excitement. Although Yi Wuhan is only a little away from the congenital realm, after all, he has not really stepped into the congenital. The true energy in his body is still acquired. Therefore, with his incomparable true energy, he can completely compete with each other in strength. As for the third-level combat skills and the cold energy, with Yi Wujian's current cultivation practice, it is impossible to completely control it. In addition to the previous too many times, the disadvantages of smaller and smaller power have emerged. Xiao Yi was so angry that he turned the cold out of his body, making it difficult to harm him. As long as the opponent's third-grade combat skills are no longer effective, Xiao Yi doesn't need to fear the opponent at all, and no longer needs to use martial arts. Xiao Ye's words made Yi Wuhan's complexion difficult to look. Indeed, what Xiao Yi said was true. In the future, naive energy urged the energy of the ice, which was already reluctant and costly, and now the situation is very unfavorable to him. Even if I don't play the third-grade combat skills, I can still defeat you and get the name of Junzi. Yi Wuhan yelled, his eyes flickered, and the vastness of his life was surging. He changed a set of 2-grade combat skills and attacked Xiao Yi. See who beats who. Xiao Yi, without fear, urged Kaishan Fist to welcome him. Rumble. On the central square, it seems that 2 hurricanes have been set off, constantly colliding, and the terrible power fluctuations have drowned here. Are these 2 really martial artists from the acquired realm? The spectators lost their voices together, their faces shocked. The 2 in front of them are too powerful, and all of them have the strength to sweep the horizon. They ask themselves that they have no courage to fight against them. Especially Xiao Yi, after being promoted to a half-step congenital realm, like a personal change, the breath is extremely extreme, and there is a terrifying power in raising hands. These 2 men are rare geniuses in a century. On the high platform, Qingfeng's eyes became brighter. This is the pinnacle of the 2 geniuses, and the other assessments are too far behind these 2. Happy. Xiao Yi roared in the field, and his true energy was endless. He completely let go of his hands and feet and looked at the audience. Today, only Yi Wuhan is worth it. Xiao Yi pushed Kaishan Fist to the limit, each punch had the power to blast a hill. Yi Wuhan was not weak, and his palms flew, all of which resolved Xiao Ye's offensive. For a time, the 2 fought each other, and they were inseparable. I can't lose. Yi Wuhan yelled, and the surging true air was thin, forming a circle of air waves, rushing to the sky. His practice is stronger than that of Xiaoyi, but now he is tied evenly, which makes him very unwilling, because the genius has arrogance, not to mention his Yi Wuhan. It's wonderful, this trip is really worthwhile. This is the pinnacle of the matchup. The spectators who were slightly disappointed before, only felt and excited, and every collision between Xiaoyi and Yi Wuhan made them fascinated. Some slightly shy girls couldn't help shouting Xiaoyi and Yi Wuhan's names at this time. From this moment on, the invincible posture of the two will be indelible in their hearts. Such a fierce duel lasted about half an hour, and even with Yi Wuhan's tyranny, he couldn't take it anymore, because his true energy was so strong that he couldn't compare with Xiaoyi. And he had previously urged the energy of the ice, and had a lot of consumption. Looking back at Xiaoyi, the breath became stronger and stronger, gradually overshadowing Yi Wuhan. Roar! Xiaoye's eyes were fiery and radiant, as bright as the sun, the true qi in the 12 meridians resonated, the fists like steel pouring, breaking through the void, and Yi Wuhan stepped back step by step. Every step of the fall will leave a deep footprint.